Have you guys seen that? Is somebody talking? Is no one talking?
You were talking. What'd you say?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. I was saying, have you guys seen that show called Love, Sex, and Robots? Have you seen that show?
Heard about it.
What?
On Netflix, the kind of cartoon thing.
Yeah, it's a crazy show, dude.
Is it good?
So what?
Is it good?
Oh yeah, sure, dude. It's got. Dude, you know what? I might play an episode right now. It's hard to play Netflix and stream it because they have like a weird thing. But I have a. Let's see if I can do it. I might stream an episode. Who knows?
Netflix are pushing it to me hard. Like it's getting recommended constantly as the first thing. So I don't know if it's because I watch Black Mirror and all this other shit, you know.
Well,
Probably,
it's kind of like that. It's like it is kind of like Black. It's like cartoon Black Mirror kind of, but way better.
Yeah, I might check it out, man. Do you think it's worth
It's
it?
actually really, dude. I mean, like the first, dude, it's crazy, dude. The first episode, it's crazy, dude. I mean, every episode. I mean, there's so many episodes. I mean, this is crazy.
I might check it out then. Nice one.
I binged the whole show like today. Actually, I've watched every episode today. Some of the episodes are only 6 minutes long. So,
what is 6 minutes? You watch an episode of what in 6 minutes?
well, some porn. But no, this show it's a bunch of short. Each episode is like a bunch of short. It's like a short. Like they're all isolated.
They actually put porn on Netflix?
No. On YouTube though, dude, I watch a lot of those yoga videos on YouTube, and there's this hot babe, dude. I was like, wow, and I clicked on her, information thing, and then it had a link to a OnlyFans. So I was like, I'll just check this out, and I clicked on it, and she's doing straight up sex, dude. So this girl's doing like yoga on YouTube, and then you go to her OnlyFans, she's having sex, she's having orgies. It's like, holy shit, dude.
What?
Just
YouTube videos allowing that? Or simulated like
dude, she's got I mean on YouTube there's girls doing naked yoga, so that's not even a joke. Yeah, absolutely.
I thought they banned nudity. I don't.
No. If it's educational purposes, which they claim it is,
what?
Yeah, you can be naked.
I never seen that.
Yeah, dude. It's not really fun to watch the naked yoga. It's better to watch a girl with yoga pants doing yoga, but
yeah, I don't.
Naked yoga is actually kind of gross. Yeah.
You mean the OnlyFans? You're watching the OnlyFans version?
Yeah. So the girl on YouTube, she's doing already stuff that would make people,
Yeah, so they sign up for the OnlyFans.
And they see the OnlyFans, they click on the OnlyFans, and she's doing straight up regular sex, dude.
People have become so raunchy, dude. It's society's gone down the tubes. The whole fucking thing, man. Hey, that's why I think we're getting so close to the end days. When you see shit like that happening, this porn on just places like that, or just different types of degeneracy like that. I mean, it's coming to an end. That's if you've ever looked into Sodom and Gomorrah, people who've went there, they find these pure balls of sulfur. If you dig in the dirt a little bit, they look like maybe the size of a quarter, and they're like pure sulfur. And you can light it with like a cigarette lighter. It's that pure, and you can't find that anywhere else on Earth in that kind of purity.
I think we've come a long way since then. I don't think we're going. I don't think we're declining from there. I think that's kind of a. I mean, the best dude that was in Sodom and Gomorrah, or Gomorrah or Sodom, or he was in Sodom. The best dude who was there, he had sex with his daughters that night.
Ugh.
Had sex with both of his daughters.
How do you know that? I mean, it
says in the Bible.
Your accounts of it are.
It straight up says it.
Well, that's why they got burned, dude. You don't want to replicate that shit.
I don't think they got burned.
The sulfur, dude. They burnt.
No, but they left. Lot and his daughters left. The wife got turned to salt. He's in the cave with his daughters. Supposedly they get him drunk. So I'm like, oh, let's get our dad drunk and rape him. I don't know, man. But either way, the dad had sex with his 2 daughters, man.
Well, there you go.
And he was the best dude in that town.
Yeah, right. If that's the best dude, I mean, that says a lot.
Oh yeah.
The best.
I mean, everybody else was trying to raise the
angels. Dudes coming from other dudes and other dudes and other dudes when there's only one dude. This don't even make no damn sense.
If he's the best guy, dude, the best guy is a degenerate.
Yeah, dude. Every other dude in the town.
His daughters want to like get him drunk. That's weird. That's not even a best daughter. What the hell?
Not only that, but they were virgins, and not only that, every other dude in the town was ready to rape a couple of angels. Like 2 angels came to the town. I was like, hey, who are those dudes that just you have in your house? We want to rape them. Like, what the fuck?
That's some crazy shit, man. Well, that's why it was destroyed. It's like this town is beyond repair. We're gonna fucking wipe it. We're gonna wipe it clean.
An angel came and wanted to rape the guys.
No, 2 angels came, and they came and they were just chilling there. And everybody's like, oh, there's new guys here. And then they went to go see Lot, so they were in Lot's house. And then everyone in the town, all the dudes in town said, hey, we saw you let those dudes in your house. Let us fucking, let us at them so we can rape them. What?
The angels?
Yeah, no. I gotta read this. What book is this in? What book is this in?
This is Genesis. Genesis 19.
Hold on. Who the hell was supposed to be getting raped here, Coach? I can't.
The townspeople were wanting to rape the angels. And get this. This is not even the end of it, dude. Whenever Lot was like saying, hey, he's like, hey, no, please, these are my guests. He's like, I have 2 daughters. They're both virgins. Have them instead. That's what Lot says. And then the townspeople say, okay, listen, dude, you're going to fuck with us, and we're trying to rape these angels. Now we're going to rape you worse than we were going to rape them. And the angels, at that point, the angels were like, fuck this, and they fucking blind all the townspeople. And then tell Lot and his guys.
I think he's embellishing the story, dude. I don't think that's in the book.
Hold on.
I'm telling you straight up, dude.
The moral of the story is if you go to a town that you guys are going to rape the fuck out of you.
Yeah, and the moral of the story is with the good guy, once he finally leaves town, his daughters rape him that night.
So he gets raped anyway. Either way, he's getting fucking raped.
That's true, man. I guess, yeah, if rape is imminent, lay back and enjoy it. That's the moral of the story.
They said we're going to rape the angels. What kind of fucking weirdos? Where does that even come from?
Yeah, let me see. I'm going to post
They
this.
don't want to beat them up. They want to rape them. What the fuck?
He said it's in Genesis, so I haven't read the whole thing of Genesis. I only read the first part.
It's just funny, though. You don't want to punch them. You don't want to beat them up. You don't want to kick them out of your house. You want to rape them.
It was a town of homos, dude. Sodom and Gomorrah was the sodomite capital.
The angels look like that they wanted to rape them. What the fuck? Were they guys? Were they ladies? What?
I'm posting it in the chat right now, dude.
It was the San Francisco of its day.
Were they Leonardo da Vinci's? He did that same stuff. Him and his buddy.
He got arrested for sodomy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But although sodomy, as you know, sodomy, people, it can be, that kind of sex, but it could also be oral sex. It's considered sodomy in some cases. So some people, lazy people, say that. But yeah, right there, this is Genesis 19:3 through 10 or something, or 11. I posted it in the chat, but it's funny. You got to get the right version, because if you get the wrong version, it doesn't say this shit, dude. It says some stupid shit. It says like, hey, let us know those people. Let us in so we can know those people. It's like, what, you want to know these people? What does that even mean? But it makes more sense when they say, let us in so we can have sex with those dudes.
How do you strike them with blindness other than hit an electrical shock or throw sand in their face or powder or something like that?
Well, they're angels, man.
So they must have hit him with a shock.
I guess so. It says the men reached out and pulled Lot back. They struck the men who were at the door at the house, young and old, with blindness. Yeah, I don't know.
It's like a zap. What if somebody could shock your ass and zap you and you couldn't see for a minute?
Yeah, but also these are some pretty legit angels, dude. I mean, they must have been attractive, first of all. All the
That's
dudes.
what I'm like, what the fuck? That's funny. That's just funny to me.
This is fun. This is a funny part of the Bible, dude. And like I said, it doesn't even end there because eventually Lot is trying to go to his son-in-law's. And he's like, dude, we gotta get out of town. And like, dude, we're not leaving, dude. What are you talking about? He's like, fuck it, dude. And then Lot just leaves with his daughters and his wife gets frozen in the salt. And yeah, the rest is history.
Dude, they had it coming,
they're
man.
Not eating people, they're raping people, and what the fuck?
Degenerate motherfuckers, dude. They had deserved it. They deserved the wrath.
But it's even funnier than that, though, because when I think it was Abraham, when he was actually talking with God, supposedly, this is just supposedly, he was talking with God, and he said, God's like, man, Sodom and Gomorrah are some pretty bad places. I might destroy them. And then he's like, listen, God, what if I can find 50 guys there? They're great dudes. Can you then think about not destroying it?
Just one man.
Yeah, then he's like, yeah, sure, find 50 people. He's like, actually, if 40 people, he's like, he keeps narrowing it down. It's like smaller and smaller numbers. He's like, actually, if I just find one dude that's good, will you not destroy it? He's like, fine, you find one guy that's good. That's why they go there to see Lot, to see if he's actually a good dude.
They found one guy that was having sex with his daughter. That was the righteous.
Well, he hadn't done it with him yet.
The one that got raped by the town.
Oh God, the whole place wasn't. God was right, dude. It was a shithole. It's like, nah, this place is too messed up. I gotta
gave those people the idea? Where was the great grandma at and grandpa telling like, where did this come from? Like, rape everyone.
Well, no. The thing to remember also is these were foreigners. So it's like 2 foreigners showed up, and that was kind of the reason they were getting that treatment, supposedly. It was because they were.
Hold on, though. So if 2 new guys show up, that's what you're like, what the fuck? Why would that be the thing to do?
Maybe it's like hazing or something. I don't
know. That was their gay bathhouse. So, hey, who are the new guys? Oh, wow.
I don't know if it was necessarily a gay thing, though. It is inherently homosexual, but I think it's more like dominance or something like, I really don't know. I don't know. It could have been just degenerate,
Sounded pretty rancid, dude. It sounded pretty awful.
To me how the whole town is just like ready. Like there's 80 people there. They're all voting the same. There's none of them want to not do it. They all want to do it. Like, let's do it.
Hey, there's the new guys. Go rape the new guys.
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, but also don't forget that the daughters supposedly raped the dad. So supposedly, it says they got him drunk. Like the first night, the oldest daughter.
How ugly were the daughters that nobody wanted to mess with them?
I know, right?
What the fuck? What is going on in this town? There's like, no, leave the ugly daughters. Let's take the angel guy dudes. Things that we never seen before.
Yeah, he says, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do whatever you like with them. But don't do anything to these men.
Why is Lot trying to protect him? I think he's trying to mess with him, that little horn dog.
No, well, he says because they've come under protection of his roof.
Yeah, we know. Wink, wink.
It's actually, they could make a whole movie just out of Sodom and Gomorrah,
But it's not a fake story because the sulfur balls thing is real. Like you could still find. So something went down. Like
there's sulfur everywhere on the planet. You're never not.
No. Not in this purity. You ain't finding sulfur of this purity.
Do what?
And they don't have sulfur anywhere on Earth in that purity.
Apparently they do. Apparently they do with the shit you're talking about, right?
No. Here, let me show you.
It's not there no more. It's not there. It doesn't exist now.
I'll show you.
Listen to what you're saying, dude. It doesn't exist on the Earth, but you're showing it to me off the Earth.
Oh, listen. I said this purity of sulfur is the only place they find pure sulfur, not just pure sulfur is there.
What is that? What's pure sulfur mean?
It looks like a fucking yellow ball of sulfur, and sulfur is cut with other minerals. When you mine it out of the earth, it's mixed with other minerals. It's not a high purity.
You mine it out of the earth, but it doesn't come from anywhere. This is
It's
weird.
not in its
Hold on,
pure
I don't
form.
understand.
It's mixed with other elements. It's not in a pure form. Do you understand?
So what?
You're
So
such
it's
a
not
goddamn
itself. You gotta
idiot,
get.
dude. You
Hold
sound
on
like
a
you got
second.
shit for brains,
Whoa, you're
dude.
talking
You
really fast.
equate a fucking computer
So
with
you
a fucking
got.
spark of
So you
electric,
got
dude.
the.
I'm
So you
tired of
got your
talking to your dumb
elephant,
ass,
and what
dude.
did you add your
You
elephant
sound like
to
a
make your
fucking
element?
retard.
What? How did you make your sulfur if it's not anywhere? Where'd you get it from?
It's got to be refined. Do you know what refined?
How's
When you
that?
pull,
How's it refined? Tell
you
me the
take
3 elements that
aluminum.
make it.
You know what aluminum is? You
So
take
now you're getting
aluminum out of the
aluminum.
ground at
So it's
1%
not
purity.
sulfur, it's aluminum. It's not pure
Same
sulfur,
difference.
it's aluminum.
You take sulfur at 1% purity and you refine it to 99% purity.
And
It's
who did that?
refined and concentrated.
And when did you do that?
When did I do it?
Yeah.
I never said I did. Who said I
So
refined?
where did they do it at?
They claim that the only spot on Earth with pure sulfur is there, where you
Who
can
claims? Who is the they
the
claimer?
people who have been there. The people who
What
have been
people?
there.
Which ones, please? Like
You want
Dr.
it?
Tom and the
I was
Sulfur
gonna grab you
Kings?
the video. You don't find that
I'm just
anywhere else
saying,
on Earth.
like, but
Sulfur at a
listen to my.
concentration. The last
Well,
fucking
apparently you
person
don't
that I
like to have
seen go there and
conversations.
light
I
a
know the
sulfur
story.
ball.
I know what you're saying, idiot. For 100 times, sulfur in that area is pure. I fucking got you. Damn, teacher, slow down. Now let me ask a question. So, your sulfur that you said only exists there, that came from up and got put down from God and should only be on the surface, now you're saying is being mined and
No,
produced.
it's under
So
the
I don't believe
soil.
anything you
It's
just said.
wrecked the
Sorry.
building. It's wrecked the buildings, and it's
Yeah, that's a cool
embedded in
story,
everything.
man. When you don't produce it, that's a cool story. You got another
All
person's
right,
fucking
it's a
story on what they're
well,
doing.
shut your fucking mouth, you cocksucking piece of
Shut your
shit.
fucking
That's what
mouth.
I
You
think
keep
of you,
talking
you
over me,
stupid
you
cunt.
dumbass whore.
I would knock your fucking teeth down
No,
your
you
throat, you
wouldn't. You
little
couldn't
bitch.
even beat
Yes,
your
I would,
grandma
dude.
up, you
You come
fucking
to
idiot.
Detroit. Come to
You
Detroit, you
can't
little
even fucking
pussy.
walk a
I will
bag
rip
down the
your
street, stupid.
motherfucking throat out, you piece of shit.
You
You think
can't
you're
even
fucking with
fucking
some
take the
punk ass?
garbage out of your house, you
I
fucking
will rip your
retard. Shut
goddamn
up.
throat out, you piece of shit.
Shut up. You can't even walk, you crippled
It's
bastard. Shut the
Come and
Detroit
fuck
say
up.
it
versus
to my face,
Chicago.
you little cunt. Come and say it to my
You
fucking
couldn't even
face, you
suck
piece
your
of
own
shit.
dick, you retard. Shut
Come
up.
and say it, bitch. Come and fucking say it to my face.
Yeah,
I'll rip your
said the
goddamn
little
throat out,
pussy on the internet talking
motherfucker.
in the first place, pussy
Yeah,
bitch.
come here, bitch. Come and say it to my face, you cunt. I'll
Where am I
fucking
coming
wreck
to?
you.
Where
I'll
am I coming
fucking
to?
wreck you. Come to
Where
Detroit,
am
you
I
little
coming
fucking bitch.
to?
That's
What
where I'm
is your
from. I'm from
address?
fucking Detroit. Detroit,
What is your
Michigan, you
address?
fucking cunt.
You're in Detroit, so I come to Detroit
Yes,
and you're right
I
there,
am.
right?
Where?
You're
Where you
standing
at?
right there. You're
Be here,
standing on
bitch.
Detroit, right?
Yeah,
Where?
Detroit.
You
Come and
fucking
see me.
retard. What is your address?
Come and see me on 8 Mile and Woodward.
Oh
Okay,
shit,
you
dude.
fucking dumb little
Eminem's old
nerdy
house.
bitch. So when you get your little fucking jank crippled ass out of bed,
When I
bitch, and you
see
get
your
your
little
face kicked
fucking
in,
punk
ho.
ass, I will rip your goddamn throat out and piss down your neck, fucking
How,
cunt.
how you gonna,
Werewolf fight.
dude? You can't even fucking fight your grandma. You stupid bitch. Shut up.
Damn, we just
Your
saw.
fucking old ass grandma will knock your fucking teeth loose, bitch.
No, I'll knock your fucking teeth out, you piece
You
of
can't
shit.
even fight an old
I'm
lady,
tired of your
dude. Who are you
stupid
talking to?
motherfucking shit for
You couldn't
brain,
even beat
thinking
up a
every
little
fucking
girl.
impulse
You
is the
couldn't
same
even
goddamn
walk a fucking
impulse, you
cat
stupid
down the
piece of
road.
shit.
Shut up.
You
I would
stupid
trust you to
motherfucker.
walk a fucking
If
mouse
you
down
knew
the road,
anything,
idiot.
your stupid fucking ass would know the difference between
Listen, you
different
little
types of
pussy
electric,
globe
you
bitch,
dumb
trying to fucking say
motherfucker.
what shit is, you little retard motherfucker, and you don't know. You're the fucking
Dude,
retard
I'll
who
fucking
doesn't
wipe
know
the
what
floor with
sulfur
you,
is, bitch.
dude.
You
Your
Guys,
fucking
who would
IQ,
retard,
win?
non-IQ having pea-brain motherfucker. You know IQ fuck.
yeah.
Who would
Shut
win
your
the World
fucking
Series,
retard,
guys? The White
metal plastic
Sox
chip
or the
head ass
Tigers?
up.
White Sox or the Tigers? Who's gonna win?
This fucking retard probably couldn't think. He doesn't know anything. He's gonna go process it through the dirt. He doesn't know that.
I sense a silence. Someone is silenced. Not without warrant. Not without warrant. Anyways, that was a colorful exchange. It really was.
What happened?
You ever seen that movie Detroit Rock City?
No, I heard of it.
You ever heard of Chicago, the band?
No.
Have you ever seen the movie Chicago?
No, I've heard of it.
Was I just muted? Someone muted me?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I saw you go red.
We call that a Rust Belt battle.
A Rust Belt battle?
That's what we just heard. Rust Belt battle. Rust Belt bout, maybe. Hey, you guys are from the Rust Belt. What do you guys know about St. Lawrence River?
St. Lawrence Seaway?
Yeah, what do you guys know about this place? Huh?
That's in Michigan.
Okay.
I've never traveled there.
Okay. If you can only have sex with one girl for the rest of your life, and she was from Detroit or Chicago, which one would you pick?
Well, it depends. It's not just it depends how hot she is. It's like I'd have to see.
Yeah, but what are the chances of her being hotter if she's from Detroit or Chicago?
It's 50-50. It's like you don't. It's random.
Well, Chicago, I know it was, at least before, it was in the top 3 most populous cities in this country. So you got a lot of choices.
Yeah, Chicago's bigger. Chicago's a lot bigger.
Yeah.
I've been to Chicago, and it's.
I went to boot camp in Chicago.
What?
My boot camp was in Chicago.
Chicago's cleaner than Detroit. The cities,
so too, yeah.
The downtown is
not
not
bad.
nice. Like
It's
the
not
people,
bad. It's pretty clean.
they rinse the sidewalk down at night with a hose. It's like, well, they don't do that shit by me.
They do that in fucking Hollywood too. Like, man, they keep that bitch clean. Certain parts.
Detroit's the kind of city where you got to look out for manholes because people take the manhole covers and sell them for cash.
They also put spikes everywhere. Have you noticed that? Why they put the spike benches and everything so bums don't lay on them? Did you know that why that was for?
Now, I'm not sure about that, but I know Chicago's the kind of city where you have to watch out because your mayor might be an ex-terrorist.
Oh, depending on where you went, and yeah. That's
I mean, Rahm Emanuel. I think Rahm Emanuel's dad was a terrorist.
Well, I mean, every faction of well, you know, Russia, that everybody goes there to like commute and do stuff. So it would make sense that somebody could be there doing some weird shit, you know.
Well, no, but Rahm Emanuel, his dad was an Israeli terrorist, but like famous, like he's famous for being an Israeli terrorist. Rahm Emanuel's kind of like a. I always thought it was weird that Obama had him as his chief of staff. I was like, damn, dude, he's kind of just like out in the open with this shit, dude. And then he was the mayor of Chicago. Politically, Chicago's a dirty, dirty place, man. It's probably the dirtiest.
No, I think we got them beat, dude. I think Detroit's more dirty. They're stuffing the ballot box right behind the fucking Hobo Hall. They put up a sheet of styrofoam. People trying to look in. Yeah, it's dirtier. Like they legit stole the boat in Detroit, and I mean Chicago. They're equally corrupt. Let's say that they're equally corrupt. It's like, how filthy can you get? You can only get so filthy, and I'd say they're both equal.
Yeah. I would say about the chicks thing, I would definitely, if someone just told me, dude, I got a chick from Chicago, chick from Detroit, without seeing what they look like or anything, I would just pick the chick from Chicago. However,
I think Chicago would be better. Yeah.
Yeah. However, it's like, hey, dude, I got a whore from Chicago, a whore from Detroit. Which one do you want to pay for? I'd be like, I'll pay for the one from Detroit. It's probably gonna be cheaper.
It depends, man. It all depends because you never know. Like sometimes you'll be surprised. You're like,
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting this. Like, and then you go to a place you would expect higher quality, and it ain't there.
What's the ethnic majority in Detroit? Because I know Chicago is gonna be Italian, right? Ethnic majority.
It's mostly black. It's mostly black.
It's more than 50. You're saying the majority of people in Detroit are
Oh,
black.
it's 90+% black.
No way. I know. There's a lot because a lot of people move there for the.
Yeah, it is. It's mostly, well, the other majority. There's a lot of Arabs.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of layers move there. Yeah.
There was the Poles. Those were my people.
Okay. Okay. So Poles, would you say? But what about Italians? Probably not.
Yeah, there's some Italians. We got good Italian restaurants too. So, but they don't live downtown so much. The Italians moved out a long time ago, but it was Italian. It was Polish, Irish, German.
That's what I'm
And
saying, dude.
that was before everybody fled, and then when most of the people fled, it became all black. All the blacks stayed behind, and it's like 96% black.
But this is why Texas is basically best state. It's definitely best state, basically, and it's probably gonna be its own country pretty soon. But when you see a person from Texas, a woman from Texas, she's most likely some combination of Irish and German and Hispanic, and usually the Hispanic part is in her backside, and, and it's actually it's a really good mixture, and it's almost every woman here, you know.
I've never been. Actually, I have been to Texas. I drove through there, but I didn't notice any exceptional hot women. So,
Well, Texas is a big state, man. Half of Texas looks like an alien planet. So
I was through the Dallas Fort Worth area, and then
okay, yeah, that part is not remarkable. So
no, it's more, dude. I told this truck driver, yeah, I went through Texas. He's like, oh yeah, where were you? I was like, oh, I went to Dallas. He goes, well, you ain't never been to Texas.
yeah, right, yeah, dude, yeah.
It's like
That's
that
like
ain't Texas.
that's like the edge of Texas.
Well, no, but they don't even equate it as part of Texas. It's like it's
Yeah.
not worthy. It's not worthy of being Texas.
I wouldn't say that, but okay. So just so you like, there's Texas is so huge. So San Antonio is even different than Austin. They're close together. San Antonio is more Hispanic. Austin's the weird one, and Dallas is like fucking upscale, and
Dallas is where they have
places. And Houston,
that's where they have oil, right?
What?
Dallas and Houston are where they produce a lot of petrol.
Well, yeah. So there's a lot of business, but so both Dallas and Houston both have a lot of business in both places, but they're very different, extremely different places. Almost everybody from Houston sucks. Have you ever met somebody from Houston?
My dad's sister lives in Houston.
Yeah, so she knows, dude. And
she got like very close to being wrecked by Hurricane Harvey. She's like missed it by like just a couple blocks.
If not Hurricane Harvey, then just a regular dude named Harvey, because people there suck.
Hurricane. Well, you can't paint everyone with a broad brush. I'd say everyone in Chicago.
Houston, you can though. I promise you. If you meet somebody from Houston, you'll be like, let me see. The coach will tell me they all suck. Let me see. And you'll see, they do suck. They really do suck, man. Not people who move there.
I thought they were pretty friendly.
Sure. No, dude. Also, back in the day, in the 1800s, Houston was actually the biggest slave hub in the country. Like, even though there wasn't a lot of slaving in Texas, it was like a big hub, basically, a big transportation hub. A lot of the places would kind of meet right there in Houston, and so it's still kind of that kind of place where it's like, I wouldn't call it a melting pot because it's more like a trash can than a melting pot. But regardless,
damn, you got a hard-on hate for Houston.
Well, I don't like it very much, but
he does, doesn't he?
When you were in the military, dude, I'm in the military, right? And I'm from Texas, so I'm like, you meet somebody else from Texas, and they're usually from Houston, and they usually suck. And
you're like, no, everyone sucks from Houston.
Yeah, dude, this is the way it is. Actually, Houston overtook Chicago. So Chicago hates Houston, dude, because Houston is now the third most populous state or city in the country, and Chicago was. So yeah, Chicago's gonna hate Houston, dude, all day. Yeah, Houston sucks, man.
Houston's got the big dollars from the oil industry, the refinery.
Oh yeah,
Dallas has semiconductors, like the semiconductors. They have Dell Computer, Texas Instruments. That's
a lot of Medical. There's medical hospitals.
Black
Shit
goo, you
there.
guys?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked into the black goo stuff?
Black Jew stuff. I am a black Jew.
God damn it, black goo.
Oh.
G-O-O-O-O-O goo.
Right. Tell me about it.
Supposedly it's where Germany is, and it was an asteroid that came filled with black goo or something, or a meteor or whatever from wherever, and it was thought to be the black goo was thought to be alien
Right.
intelligence of some black goo, and it's real life shit supposedly, and it rains down all the time in Germany, and a certain percentage of it is in like the water and the rain and certain shit, and I guess if you get a good amount of it, this is what I was reading up on it. If you look at it, it like grabs your face, it'll jump at you. And if you put it in a container and put it in another container across your room, when you come back, it'll be together. It finds its way together.
And dude, this sounds like Venom for Spider-Man.
Yes, if you put it in something and it vibrates and goes and tries to get to the other side. And it's called black goo, and it's been in Germany for I don't know how long. But this is fucking weird because of our science and rocket science and stuff, and some of that main push.
What is there? Is there a German Spider-Man?
Any what?
Is there like a German Spider-Man?
You never know. A Morbius, a Spider-Man, or you never know, or a Venom. How about?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It sounds exactly like Venom, dude. It sounds like
Venom.
This is Venom.
Well, think about it. Have you looked up on it? I mean, look and put something in the thing. We could talk about it. I mean, it sounds like some interesting shit. If that's really a meteorite, think about this though. Could have been, and they have shocked something or they electrified it, because to get something magnetic or to give it some weird property, you have to shock the fuck out of it, right?
Hold on, sir. Hold on, dude. I got news for you, dude. I just typed in black goo, right? Like, what's this black goo? The first thing that came up, BritishMuseum.org. Ancient Egyptian coffins and mystery of black goo.
Ooh.
It's fucking bigger than Germany, dude. What is this?
I'm telling you, bro. There's something up with the black goo. Now listen, think about this. If it's shocked, right? And maybe it was man-made and tried to be set up like a moon or something. So maybe we did something and shocked it or did some type of thing or electroplating or something. And we set this liquid up or whatever the fuck. And that liquid we tried to do like helium. You understand? Like helium goes up.
Right.
And what they try to do was control the electrical fucking magnet or like the potential or whatever it is. So they shocked the goo and the goo reacts like helium and went up. But after a certain amount of time or something, maybe, or whatever, after it flipped its whatever, it came back down on them and exploded. And the reaction of whatever it got while it was going through its process, who knows? It's just some weird sounding shit.
I'm seeing way too many things, dude. It's one, yeah, goddamn. So this one, I was like, I'm reading through the list of YouTube lists, and then I see this one, newscientist.com. It says nano-infused black goo is incredibly stretchy and self-repairs. This is what you were talking about. Like it's kind of regenerates, like self-repairs or something. Silly Putty just got smart. In the form of a viscous black gel that can stretch, self-repair, and detect facial expressions. What? That last one doesn't fit with the other two.
The shit will jump on your face, they said, if you stare at it.
It's a graphene-like material called MXene to another material called a hydrogel, which...
hydrogel.
Yeah, I use that in my hair.
Helium, dude. It's like a helium or nitrogen or like a freon. Like it's all that. Like it's like shocked to get a different potential. It's like a fucking smart man. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it.
I have a whole box full of what we call ferrofluids. It's basically like what that is.
Where do you think those come from? It?
No, I got them from HEB.
No. You're not getting what I'm saying. Like when you refine shit and put a little bit of this and a little bit of that, do you think that all the ferrofluids have a little bit of that in them, or that's made from the ferrofluids? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, dude. But I gotta tell you, when I was a kid, we had a school fair where you had to make something and sell it for the school fair or something. And my group, we didn't know what to make, and so we decided to make slime. And it's very easy to make slime, and it's basically putty.
So
And
you have made ferrofluid slime.
well, no. What I'm saying is the slime, the putty part is very easy to make, and then the ferrofluid part, all you're doing is adding particles of iron or just some sort of just maybe particle dust, even just mix it in with it.
That black goo might be the shit you're talking about. Like they might have made some fucking slime trying to be chemists in that certain way. And then like the particles and shit got mixed in. You shock it and it turns black. Boom.
Yeah. Well, I was saying this. It's basically graphene related, so it's related to carbon and graphene and that kind of thing. So
it might be some type of fucking crude oil shit. Like everything breaks down to the sludge in your toilet pipes. That sludge, they might have took the worst goofy nappy shit they could ever fucking find piles of and made use of it by shocking it and giving it electrical fucking magnetic property. And now it reacts.
We got some Detroit, Chicago update. I got here, it says weather.com. Mysterious black goo rains from Michigan sky.
Dude, I saw that shit. They said it was by Selfridge Air Force Base, which is about like 20 miles from me.
You saw it?
No, I didn't see the goo, but I saw the report. It was landed on people's car. It looked like tar. It was
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like it literally, dude, listen, like if you're sitting there and you got a city or country and you got like piles of this fucking sludge building up from like your poop or just all like the waste stuff, right? And you got like a refined amount somewhere. What if you can do something with it and it was smart? What if they realized this shit was fucking alive somehow? Like, where does all the blood and all the stuff and all the information go? It's still in the material, right? So if I got a piece of gold or a piece of rock or a piece of liquid, there's still potential or permeability in it when I shock it, right? So it's still going to have that amount. Alive, whatever. I mean, so even at a certain point when the stuff's not broke down too much or burnt too much, it can probably still have a little memory or like electrical continuity about it. It sounds weird.
They were saying that they could be filled with nanobots, the self-assembling, whatever the fuck. Like they could self-assemble into different stuff. But I don't know. It sounds far-fetched.
Right. Now the black goo idea, I mean, that's just crazy. And science, that the rocket science and the certain shit was from that area. And then the pyramids, like it's kind of weird, right? So wherever the black goo's at, some weird shit happened.
Especially if Bill Cosby's around, then weird shit just happened. Black goo, Bill Cosby's nearby. You just woke up from a daisy afternoon nap. Yeah. Speaking of Bill Cosby, I was reading also that
jokes never funny, bro.
Oh wow, you woke up just to say that, you dumb shit. Is that you serious right now? You woke up just to tell me that, right?
I've been listening to you and your little fairy tales, man. You and your
It's not fucking fairy tales, bro. Something tells me that the fact that you fucking spoke up at that, you fucking thought there was something funny about it.
No, I just thought it was a bit inappropriate.
Yeah, you thought it was inappropriate and you thought it was funny. You laughed off mic, you turned your mic on, you were done laughing, and you made the comment.
That's not true.
It might be a little true, who knows?
I think it's funny you said something about it, Kosho.
I mean, he's like, fucking me, what is he going to say? What is he going to tell me? It's not funny. I tell you your jokes aren't funny, dude? I never said it to you once, man.
Yeah, because I don't joke around.
I mean, fuck you. Fuck you for making that fucking response, dude. I'm just kidding, man. I know it wasn't that funny. I was actually working that up, even. You know what I mean? I was like saving that up. I was like, black goo. Got to bring something in with that. Bill Cosby came up, so was it a good choice, man? It was a good choice. I'll take it into consideration. Anyway, what do you think, Nate? What do you think about some of the things we said?
Some of the things
Dude, you know what? About? I think.
I mean, I just started listening when you guys were talking about Detroit.
Oh yeah. They had the Detroit guy in here and the Chicago guy in here. They got in a fucking Detroit, Chicago Rust Belt bout and it was pretty intense.
There's also this graphene oxide in that black goo, and that's some of the same shit that they're putting in the jab, right? In their secret sauce, they got graphene oxide allegedly, and people say there's you could stick a magnet to the injection site.
What if it's interactive? Like when you, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I don't want to forget this. Like when you take a magnet, you can put it on a computer and it can like pull the stuff.
Erase stuff. Yeah, erase
stuff as well.
I don't know. It might be encoded. It might be something that goes in and messes with the code of your DNA. I'm not sure. I mean, there's some nefarious shit they're doing.
Because if you do work like a processor in a certain aspect, I mean, not to 100%, I know that you're way better, but yeah, I think you'd have the ability to fuck with you. But that black goo shit, man, I still want to, I mean, what do you guys think about it? I mean, that seriously sounds pretty fucking weird, right?
Sounds crazy.
Well, listen, if me and you walked outside, and a thing was there or a thing hit and we didn't know where it came from because it wasn't there, then it was. This is supposedly the fucking story, like a meteor or something, right? And then it's got this black goo in it that fucking does all this shit. Like, what the fuck? This wasn't widespread.
Did he just cut out?
Yeah, no, I said no. This wasn't widespread on the news for everybody. Like, what the fuck? Wouldn't you think that'd be something important? Big ass meteorite falls, cracks open, didn't fucking blow up, didn't burn up, is just fine with some black goo in it that's alive and doing stuff? That'd be crazy.
Hello?
I went to the other room for a second, Nate. I feel like you were talking shit, bro.
What happened?
I went to the room, and I came back, and I just had a sense that you were talking shit while I was gone.
No, like I got cut out. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Like the mob was talking.
I heard you.
Demok might have said something true there, Nate.
The mob's fine. The mob's
fine. Yeah, I wanted to know, Demok, what state of matter do you think this black glue is in?
Probably
fifth state of matter.
Yeah, but what state of matter is this?
Oh, I think it's like some kind of thing that maybe got tried to like, black goo. The only thing I can think of for black goo would be like a primordial ooze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, there's a band called Black Goo. A German band.
Oh my god. But I mean, I don't know what it is. I just was looking at it, and if it comes down and if the little thing's got the black stuff in it, I would think it has to do with some kind of property or potential or whatever space could be. Space could be some black liquid.
Oh.
Maybe it's jet fucking black. Maybe it's black.
That's what space. That's what space time is. Wow.
So, Demok, you'll believe these fake stories, but you won't believe the media any other time.
No, hold on. Didn't you hear the word maybe or if a whole bunch of times? I don't believe any of this shit. I'm asking you guys your opinion. As a human, that's all I can do. I don't know any of that shit, guys. I don't know any of it. I'm just asking. I'm putting out ideas. Trying to be original.
Here we go. I can't say this one. Or I can only say I gotta use some different words for some of the words. Japan finds black particles in, let's call it Moderna fasting. Rhymes with fasting. Interesting.
Particles.
Finds black particles in Moderna blank.
What the hell is a black particle?
Is it plasticine? It's plasticine.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
It's what? Plastic?
Oh shit, dude. La Mancha Negra. The black stain is a mysterious black substance.
The Japanese were very they didn't want to take the jab, right? Like a lot of people in Japan like opted out of it.
Right.
I mean, at least that's what I heard. So maybe they know something's up with it.
Did you check the percentage of Japanese vaccinated?
Well, I don't believe any official numbers, but it could be 100%.
Aren't they on like a big
but you believe that they can take it?
I think that they're smarter than that. I mean, like they said, all of Israel is vaccinated. I don't believe that shit. I think they're just saying that for public consumption so that everyone else gets it.
What is the cube? What is the cube? And like the cube has the same properties as black goo, doesn't it?
Actually, that's actually brought up over here, bro. That got brought up in one of the searches I saw. It says, hold on. It says,
that fucking weird, guys. Let's talk about this. Come on, why are we not talking about this?
Exactly. I mean, I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah. As you actually just said.
What if it's dark matter?
What if
that wasn't funny, fucking Nate? That joke wasn't fucking funny, dude.
How is that? Jesus, Kosho always playing games.
No, dude, you fucking pissed me off with that bullshit, man.
It could be dark matter.
Yeah, it could be, right? But then what state of matter would that be in? Like, would it be within, like, you know, the three ordinary states of matter? Would it be a plasma?
Goo.
Fermion condensate?
You know what you'd have to do?
Well, no, goo is a fluid. So what do you come on?
It's a Nublak.
Water. If it doesn't mix with water, something's alien about it.
If it doesn't mix with water?
So oil is alien?
Huh?
The one time it's actually about polarity, he doesn't get it. Isn't it all electric?
No, I'm saying the black goo. If it's alien to the planet, it might act weird to water. I don't know. But yeah, water's electric.
Gasoline and any non-polarized liquid won't mix with water.
I'm trying to see if you can get water to levitate above it. That's all, man. Just put some water by the shit.
Come on, bro.
Come on, bro. I just want to see what it does, man. You're asking me questions. I didn't make.
Oh, see, he's laughing now. He actually thinks he's fooling you, Coach. So
the mock walked
let him off the hook.
The mock walked in on the black goo. He didn't create the black goo.
Yeah.
Oh,
the black goo landed on the mock.
Observed phenomena. Right, the mock?
I saw an article on it and it said it jumped on somebody's fucking face, and I'm like,
was it at the back of a comic book or in the middle?
Stared at it and it jumped on their face. I was like, what the fuck?
Why did it jump on their face though? Like,
I don't know.
Because they looked at it? Jeez. So it's like sentient, right?
His name Eddie Brock?
I don't know. That's what it fucking said, I swear to God.
So this thing has like a mind of its own. It's like alive.
I guess so, dude. And listen, they said when you put it in a container, right? And then you put it in another container across the room from itself, when you come back, it'll be connected.
Who are they?
What?
Who are they that said that?
A fucking article, man. Google Black Goo. It comes up a lot of shit.
Who wrote the article? Was it Associated Press?
Hold on, man. Kosho's been reading article after article after article after article about black goo. Why are you asking?
No.
Kosho
He's
made
pretending
all of
to read articles about it.
I did not make any of it up.
Hold on a minute. What are we saying now? You guys can't look yourself right now and look for it and like think what you think on your own about it. Like what?
No,
what's going on?
I already told you.
Google black goo, all that comes up is coffee. Black goo coffee.
And I already told you, if my shit contains my memories and part of my intelligence, my shit is smarter than you. That's all I said.
Look what I just posted, Nate.
And like a lot of
talking about your poop, I was kind of talking about in the ocean in a bigger sense because the ocean would be able to support a liquid continuity, right? Because the density of what the ocean is and the liquid itself. So if there's like a lot of dead shit and all that liquid falls to the bottom, who knows if some of that liquid, like your blood or whatever you're processing liquid in your brain is, can't still be stabilized to a certain extent and fall together and be smart. So shut the fuck up and quit acting like you know everything, please.
Yeah, damn straight, man.
I agreed with you. My shit is smarter than you.
Day one.
Yeah, you keep saying that IQ of a turkey.
Yeah,
IQ of a turkey. You know.
Really, dude. I turkeys have got low ass IQs too, dude.
Do they?
Kosho's gobbling this shit up.
Yeah, I'm gobbling it up like I'm a fucking turkey, but I'm not.
Kosho, do you get what I'm saying or not?
Oh yeah, damn straight, bro.
It's not my fault. I can think weird shit that's a little different. I mean, you don't follow what I'm saying.
All the greats in science, dude, they all thought weird shit. Everyone thought it was different, and it was better.
Well, I mean, I can read out of the book that you choose, and we can have a bedtime story, Chuck.
Jeez. You
guys
guys
want to read me a bedtime
Slow
story?
science book for me to read, and I'll read it off for you, buddy.
If I gave you my address, would you be able to make it to my house?
Well, I can make it anywhere I fucking damn well please. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. Head to the Nickel City and call me when you get here.
Dude, this is the second time tonight he's gotten invited to a new city.
All right, Chucky.
He got invited to Detroit earlier.
It's about 8 hours from Detroit.
Well, shit, I'm popular. Everybody wants me to come over and have tea.
I grew up south of Detroit. It's not the shithole they say it is.
So why do you guys...
Where are you from? Are you from Toledo?
No, Windsor.
Windsor. Oh,
I don't think any part's bad. I think it's just what, you know what I mean?
Guys, this is a big deal. It's a big deal. I'll be quiet after this. I was just saying. It says right here, there's a scientific paper from Gagnon, J.S. Gagnon. It says bulk viscosity as an alternative to dark energy. And it's talking strictly about the black goo.
Gagnon black goo.
Well, his name is Gagnon. I forget about his name though, but
it's not Gagnon.
It might be Gagnon. I mean, come on, man.
I think you jumped on his face and gagged him.
Maybe
Gagnon.
Gagnon. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's French. Gagnon.
It's French, is it? Well, you're Canadian, right?
Wait.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Holy shit, Magog and Gagnon? What the? Oh, no way.
Gagnon though, it's like he's not gagging. He's not gagged. He's telling you the truth now. That dark energy is actually this black goo.
It's like Smith of the French word Gagnon.
Are you serious? I don't think I've heard of it before.
It's older than that too, though. It's like Gog and Magog, like from the Bible, dude. It's like fucking old name. That's just weird.
I've heard.
I'm trying to think of a more common French name.
But yeah, they all come from that shit. Yeah.
What about Dupree?
Sauvé. Dupuis. Yeah, Dupuis is pretty common. Sauvé.
Dupree. That's a funny name, Dupree. Capri.
Goudreau.
Goudreau with a K. That's right. Yeah. There's a chick who goes into gyms a lot.
No, Goudreau.
With a G?
Goudreau, Dreault. It's spelled many different ways.
Yeah, but
that Goudreau might be a little bit of German too, huh?
Well, I mean, could they have like changed it when it came to America to okay?
Yes. So my name, when people with my name came to America, it's Boychuk, Boychuk. When they went to the United States, they changed it to Boyd or Brown. It's not even close.
Boyd. Holy shit. Now,
what did you say it was Goy? Goy? Goy?
Boychuk.
Boychuk.
UK.
I thought he said
but
Goyim.
It was changed to Boyd.
Right. If you just said Braun, that would have been something.
My last name is Goyimchek.
Goyimchek?
Yeah.
Is there Ukrainian or Czech?
It's actually Polish. Actually, my family actually really did come from. They moved to Austria.
Really? You're Polish too? Oh fuck!
No, my family moved. Okay, so my dad's family is Jewish, but he came from Italy 500 years ago to Poland, and then went from Poland to Austria like 100 years ago, and then but the part from Poland that they're from was on the Poland-Ukrainian border. So
yeah, it keeps changing. So it's a Ukrainian name from Poland.
Is that
well? They're neighbor states. It's right there.
Yeah, sometimes but the borders keep changing, right?
No, the people live on both sides of the border. Like you live in Windsor and I'm in Detroit. Like it doesn't mean.
But also, but the city of Lviv or Lvov, LWOW or LVIV, was at one point part of Ukraine. At one point, part of Poland.
Well, you know, back I gotta tell you a story, dude. Get ready to not believe me. People don't believe anything I say. Okay, but my grandpa, great grandpa, So I told you they moved from Italy to Poland. Back then, it was Poland and Lithuania. They were combined as one super state. Okay,
yeah, because they didn't have their own king.
Yeah, and check this out though, dude. He was a Jewish. He came from a. I'm not gonna tell you the whole story. I'll just tell you this short part of it. He came from a Jewish community in Italy, and he moved back to Poland with this fucking random dude. I'm not gonna tell you that part of the story. But what happened was he became the king died, and he became he's known as the legendary king for a day because they elected him as the king. Because they couldn't have somebody fill in. So he filled in as the king for a few weeks, but they call him that legendary king for a day. That's actually
your grandpa?
Great grandfather.
Your grandpa was king for one day?
Well, for a couple of weeks, but he's not my grandpa. It's like 400 years ago or something.
Well, yeah, you can't
Poland was weird.
400 years. I could say.
Yeah, dude. I can trace my lineage back to 2,500 years ago, actually. Believe it or not.
Get out, dude. Yeah. Nobody, you know what? After about 200 years, all that shit is, unless you're a royal family.
Good a priestly family.
We get back to 1640. That's as far as we can.
No, but there's something called Y chromosomal Aaron. Moses had a brother named Aaron. He's lesser known Moses. You know, he's like the older brother of Moses. Anyways, Moses.
He got on the ship.
Well, Moses gave all of his. He gave his brother the priesthood, and then his brothers.
Yeah, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, exactly. They're the Cohens. That's where the name Cohen comes from, and they were the priests, and the priests passed down father to son, basically. And so there's a lineage. There's a legend. Anyways, my grandpa, he was the only person in my family who wasn't a rabbi, and he hated going to synagogue and stuff. Anyways, he told my dad right before he died that we were actually Cohen, and my dad didn't believe him, so we both took Cohen DNA tests.
So better listen to him. He's right.
I asked this question in Gems yesterday, and I said Kosher Show would know. When you slaughter a lamb, for example, what makes it? Is it what you say or how you do it?
I think it's a little both, but it's definitely more of how you do it.
Yeah, definitely kosher. Like there's a
halal,
certain vein that you need to cut. You got to drain the blood a certain way. It's basically the same as like halal.
Yes, it is. It's halal and kosher is the same.
It's a very cruel way. They slit.
Oh, really? Though I think it drains it very quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. They bleed it out.
You kill it instantly, and then drain out the blood.
The cruelest people are the Chinese, dude. The Chinese torture their fucking dogs. They eat dogs first of all, then they torture them all day before they eat them,
crazy.
So they could get like excited and like scared. So they're like better to eat or something.
No, that makes the meat bad, dude. That makes the meat bad if you do that.
Exactly, yeah, dude. That's not at all what Jews do. They cut the throat, the blood drains out, the thing's over.
And it's a swift.
But I get halal meat because it's sometimes cheaper, and I can't taste the difference.
You wouldn't be able to.
Exact same as normal meat. It's just the way the animal's been slaughtered. Like you got to pray over it, and, like it's slaughtered a certain way.
You ever had a kosher dill pickle or kosher salt? It tastes the same.
Hey man, dude, I'm Ukrainian. You know the Polish and Ukrainians love their dill pickles.
Sure,
the big ass ones, not the little ones.
He's my Ukrainian brother.
I think kosher stuff is just a way for Jewish people to make money because just a rabbi's going to bless these pickles, and now there's a kosher pickles.
Now, before this nonsense, dude, the Ukrainians and Russians and Poles, they all the people, not the governments, the people kind of are one and the same. They're not that dissimilar.
For sure.
Yeah, they all came. Well, the Kiev and Rus started all of it, right? But then there's also the Tatar influence in Ukraine and Poland.
The steppes.
And you know what it is? It's the geographical area. It's hard to make like a boundary in the ground and say this boundary there will exist no Poles or no Ukrainians beyond this point. That's nonsense. People live in a geographical area. They're not equally distributed. So there's going to be, and then it's hard to distinguish who is who. if I put them in a room, which one is Russian, Ukrainian, which one's Polish?
Yeah, but
sometimes you can't tell.
Have you ever met a Dutch person and a French person and a German person? They live fairly close to each other, but
those are more distinct.
Dutch.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Dutch people.
My mother-in-law is Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch people. They live like in between both France and Germany, and they're very distinct people.
If I show you a Belgian and a French, you wouldn't tell them apart.
Maybe Belgian and French might be difficult, but Belgian and a Dutch or a Dutch and a French. I tell you, the Dutch person stands out.
The borders, like part of Germany was part of Poland, and no, it's part of Germany, and they're fighting over it. Like there's people that live on both sides of that border that are indistinguishable.
But before World War II, the Dutch were a very arrogant and insular race. And after World War II, they changed greatly.
Is that right? But they're still wearing those dumbass hats?
Like for special occasions and the wooden shoes.
Belt buckles on it.
You mean the wooden shoes? The wooden shoes are pretty clunky.
My mother-in-law has those shoes, but it's for Christmas.
I have a pair too. My mom has a pair of those.
Your mom's Dutch?
They're like a souvenir. Yeah, Dutch shoes.
Yeah.
It's funny. I'm not Dutch, but I have the most Dutch last name ever, probably. And
Cohen, is Cohen a fucking Dutch name?
No, my last name isn't Cohen. I told you my real last name, the one I was born with, came from that's how the last name came about because of when that person was elected the king of the day. Like it was Katzenbellen. Like seriously, the last name was Katzenbellen Bogenstein or something, and then it became this name, which was the Polish word for the elected one.
Which is what?
Well, I'm not gonna tell you. It's a Polish word for the elected one. That's what my original name is. But
it's CHUK on the end.
CHUK. What do you mean?
I thought you said you were Czech.
No. See what? No.
I thought you said your last name ended in Chuck.
No. My last name currently is Dutch in nature. Okay. My original last name came from the Polish word for the elected one.
Wait, who elected him, or was he selected?
I told you, he was a Jewish dude. He came from a Jewish priest town in Italy. He moved to Poland with this prince dude, some weird dude, and the king died, and they had to elect somebody to be the interim king because they didn't want a war to break out and blah blah blah.
How did they elect him?
They just picked him. They basically just picked him. He was a smart dude. Like, this guy's smart. He's basically he's a cool dude.
He was there.
Yeah.
He knew the right people. Make me the king for a day.
Well, yeah.
He made off with the money. He made off with the treasure.
Well, no, he didn't make off with anything, dude. What are you talking about?
Your last name is Madoff.
Madoff? No, it's not Madoff, dude. God damn.
He robbed the town blind.
He literally was king for a couple of weeks.
Changed it.
He changed a couple of laws, but there was a law there that said if you killed somebody, it was punishable by death. But if you killed a Jew, nothing happens to you. So he just changed that law so that if you killed a Jew, it was also bad. And I don't know if he changed any other laws, but that was one of the laws he changed.
See, he shouldn't be allowed to fuck with the laws. I mean, you're only there for 1 day.
Yeah, maybe not, man, but he did. So he was king. Good to be the king, right?
Yeah, when they elected a non-Polish king, they changed his name to a Polish name. So wasn't it Joseph?
I don't buy that, dude. I don't buy that. The people wouldn't do that. I'm just saying.
No,
the Ukrainian president, he's Jewish, right?
Yeah, the Poles elected their kings or chose their kings. They were never Polish. And he's right about the Lithuanian king.
Now, that's like the Queen of England, right? Did they really select her? I mean, I think these people claim this shit. I don't think it's actually happening. I think these people implant themselves as king. Okay, I'm going to be your king, whether you like it or not. What's that?
No, she gets there by birth. Poland chooses their king, or a council does, or something.
Well, I think, like I said, what happened was the king who died, he didn't have an heir at the time. From if the story's correct, he didn't have an heir or something like that. So he had died, and so there would have been a contest. There would have been people, basically
so
fighting
a
over
random guy a random guy from Italy comes to Poland and gets elected. That just doesn't
but not as the actual. Okay, so he was only the king in interim while they carefully select while they carefully figure out who the next king is. He was like the basic king. Yeah.
Yeah, look up the Lithuanian king of Poland, and then fact check his story.
And actually, I can tell you that it's Saul Katzenbellenbogen or whatever. I'll just tell you very quickly the full story. There was an Italian prince sort of dude, and he was like fucking traveling through. No, he was a Polish prince guy, and he was traveling through Italy, and he was very rich. But eventually, he lost all his money from gambling, and he was like fucking homeless basically. And nobody would fucking help him out. But he came across a Jewish, a priest community. It was all rabbis community, and they took him in and fed him and did all this stuff. And he was so grateful that he basically offered. He's like, "I'll give you guys anything you want." And they're like, "Oh well, since you fucking offered," and he says, "You take my son with you back to fucking Poland and basically teach him whatever you do, like teach him the books and teach him the politics and all that kind of stuff." So you know, basically, so that's what he did. When he went back to Poland, he was basically just like a bookkeeper, kind of like a administrative type of guy, and he was in with all the politician people. So they thought of him as like a neutral person, basically, like a good person to be in the interim king.
Seems like
at least we know where you get your desire to go hang and do things with random guys. Yeah, you inherited it.
That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry, not guys, dudes.
Dudes, guys, princes, yeah.
That's an interesting. That's an interesting story, Kosho.
Yeah.
Another in the long list of Kosho's interesting stories.
Right. I mean, it seems a little bit far fetched.
I've never heard Kosho tell like an ordinary normal story. You know?
Wouldn't the king have someone like the king's, even the king's butler? Like, okay, like the closest members of the king. Anybody.
Hey, Kosho. Remember the time you went to the store, Kosho, and you bought potatoes and nothing happened? Why don't you tell that story? Because it's boring.
Yeah, I think it was a boring story. Yeah, nothing happened.
Yeah, that is a very good way to white knight for Kosho's amazingly dramatic, everyday, nothing happens stories that this one guy has been involved.
Stories?
He's 30-something years old. He has so many stories I can't even remember them all.
And you know more shit happens before you're 30 than after you're 30. So,
dude, if you're disagreeing with this, that Kosho tells some outlandish stories, then you're the problem.
He does.
I do, yeah.
Okay, so you're agreeing with us then. You're agreeing with us.
Yes.
Remember that. Okay.
But why would he tell us the boring stories?
Yeah, exactly. Story.
Hey, you believe, and the bigger the bullshit, normally you believe it, and the more evidence somebody has for something, the less you believe it. So why are you being?
I don't know what you're saying here. You're agreeing with me and the other guy saying that Kosho has some amazingly stories that no one else has.
That's right, man. I'm not proud of that per se, but I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are people that do blow with hookers. Okay.
Awesome, man. You're agreeing with us then.
Yes.
I put myself.
But I'm also agreeing with Kosho. There are people that do blow with hookers.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm agreeing with Kosho.
We're all agreeing.
Okay. But you're yelling about it, so it's kind of funny.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
You're
goodness.
arguing about
it's hilarious how they can't even say, oh my God.
I can say, oh my God. What do you mean they? You mean a certain group?
Say you. I mean you, Rakia, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just said it, so you're wrong again.
All right. Jesus Christ, fuck. Can you say that?
I won't say that.
You're
I don't trust that very much. No, when I smash my thumb, maybe, but I wouldn't put Jesus Christ in front of it.
I just saw the date. It says
good for you, man.
It was 18th August, 1587. My brother's birthday is actually 18th August, but that was the day he was king. It was 18th August, 1587.
Koso, you're from the border of Ukraine and Russia?
Me? No, I've never been to Ukraine, to be honest with you.
No, your family.
Yeah, this is where they came
Well,
from.
man, that's
They went to
what you just.
Austria. They came from Poland, yeah.
Where in Poland though? Not.
No, near the border. I remember I looked up like this is a while back, and I just remember it was near the border between Ukraine and Poland.
So like Lviv or Lvov?
I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember.
There's lots.
I just remember the region.
Poland has been partitioned more than once, and Russia took part of it. Germany took part of it.
When I was okay. So my family. This is actually another true story, by the way. My family. He was a brewmaster. My great grandpa, and he went from Poland to Austria, and so that was the time that I was looking at where he came from. So it was like 100 years. So 1905 was when he was at the Austrian Poland. Oh no, sorry, the Poland Ukrainian border. Yeah. But he moved to Austria before. No, but yeah, he moved to Austria as a brewmaster, and then he was at a bar. He was a brewmaster, and somebody was either making fun of Jewish people or Polish people or something, and the fight broke out, and he hit a guy in the face with a monkey wrench and killed him, and he got banned from Austria. That's how he came to America. No joke.
So he's an illegal immigrant.
Well, no, he legally came here. Yeah.
Well, my family's probably illegal immigrants too. No, they're not.
Well, they came in from
French probably are, but the Ukrainians were not.
From Ellis Island?
No, Canada. The Canadian government. Ukraine in 1894 sent a couple of guys here to see if Canada was a good place to live because they didn't have enough land in Ukraine. And they said yes, and our family came in 97.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a Russian goes to Canada, and he's like, this is like fucking
Ukrainian, not Russian.
Yeah, I know, but it's kind of a racist thing for me to have done, but I was kind of jumbling you in with the Russians.
It's not that it's an insult. American is an insult. It's just a correction. Not American, Canadian. I'm North American, if you want to call it that. Right. So I'm not saying it's insulting to be called a Russian. I'm just saying it's incorrect.
Yes, you're right. When I was dating I dated a Russian girl for a little while when I was in Virginia, because a lot of Russian and Ukrainians and a lot of people from the area visit or emigrate down there actually, and so yeah, the Russian girl that I was dating, her best friend was Ukrainian, so I kind of always always put them together.
And there's no such thing as a pretty Russian or Ukrainian, is there? Wink.
What are you saying?
Sarcasm. Sarcasm. No, the opposite.
Oh yeah, right.
Like saying the girls from Montreal are ugly.
You know, was that when I was dating that Russian girl? I already believed like conspiracies, like I believe 9/11 and stuff like that. Was an inside job or whatever. I was in the Navy, and we were drinking, and she told me that in Russia that they actually know that the moon landing was fake and they make fun of us. I didn't believe her at all. And then she's like, showed me some videos and stuff. I was like, what the fuck? And like from that day forward, I was basically like 50-50 that the moon landing was fake. Up until I came in this community.
But is it also plausible that...
Because we beat them there, they're going to say it's fake.
Exactly. That's propaganda, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, it could be propaganda either way, but of course the Russians are going to say it's fake. They're not going to give glory to America. What?
I agree with you again.
Yeah. Twice in one day, man. You better take some medicine.
Oh, shit. I forgot this one.
So at that time, there was a good reason for, it made sense. There was a motivation for why that would have been faked on the American side because, they just kind of wanted to inflate their, their position on the space race and all that against the Russians.
Yeah, which could also be true, which would also be propaganda. That's why I said both sides. So do you agree with me on that? That would be 3 times.
I don't agree though, because
Not you, the other guy.
Sorry, I missed that one. What was that last one?
That
Whose
America could have
propaganda?
that America could have faked it to use it again, as power. You know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely, yes, they could have.
3 in one day, man.
When you said they could have, do you mean that it's likely they could have, or do you mean that the motivation could have been there? Because I agree, the motivation could have been there, but once I came into this community, I learned so much more evidences about it that it's been confirmed to me that it's absolutely the case.
Do you agree they could have faked it? Like
yes.
Do you agree? Yeah, absolutely, right.
And I'll even agree that they could have faked it in 1969.
Yeah, me too.
But at some point between 69 and 72, they did land there.
Because they have the reflectors, retro reflectors.
Yeah.
Well, that could be faked also, right?
No.
It couldn't?
How?
No.
I don't know how. I don't know how you can fake something being somewhere.
What do you mean?
You can pretend it's there, but
well, if they fake the moon lander being on the moon, couldn't they fake the reflector being on the moon?
No, because it's still there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, and the problem is like anybody.
You can what? You can point it towards where they say it is, and you get a reflection.
You get a reflection back, which is impossible to do otherwise. Yeah.
Weren't they doing that before the reflectors were there?
Yeah.
No.
Then isn't the normal albedo of a moon 7%? It's very low.
Yeah, but weren't they getting return before the reflectors were put there?
Yeah,
Oh,
MIT.
Earth, moon, Earth. That was just off the surface of the Earth. It's not the same with the retro reflector.
Yeah, retro reflector, you get it back in the same location you shot it from, which is it's unique.
Is that number correct, Nate? About 7%, or am I way off?
Yeah, roundabout.
Well, that would also be a
that was bouncing it before the moon landing?
MIT.
Yeah, but they weren't receiving it back in the same location. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not possible to receive it back in the same location.
It is.
Does the light travel as Earth travels?
But it is possible to receive it at the same location if you shoot the retro reflectors.
Oh.
Asking, does the Earth travel as the moon travels?
Isn't the moon a light second away? Not even.
Yeah, it's like it takes about a little bit more than 2 light seconds to there and back. Or maybe a little bit less. 1 or 2.
Yeah, what was Jeremy saying? Sounded like he was about to say something really profound.
Well, then there you have it. There's definitely reflectors on the moon. Couldn't be any other way, right?
Okay, what else could it be, Rakia?
No, I'm just asking. That is your proof.
Location, like with MIT.
No,
there's a piece of metal somewhere that means humans went there.
Oh, it's a specific piece of metal, one that can.
Yeah, specific piece of metal somewhere.
In a specific spot where they said they put it, and it wasn't there before.
Yes, there's a specific piece of metal somewhere.
For one, you don't know that. For two, you're just
humans put
satellite somewhere. Any satellite image of this piece of metal on the moon.
You don't need a satellite image to know it's there. No, I'm saying you don't need that there. You just need to use it.
Why do we have satellites
bouncing stuff before?
What are the satellites doing?
They were bouncing stuff before, so I'm not
they
convinced.
Weren't, though. It's impossible to hit something like especially something like the moon and get a signal directly backwards off the surface.
Yeah, before they improve their technology. Before they improve their technology, now they can do it. Doesn't mean there's a reflector on the moon.
But that's the technology.
Might just be another story they're telling. Propaganda.
Yeah, instead of propagating radio waves, they're just propaganding radio waves.
What?
Haven't you done me? Not with lasers, with radio?
Yeah. Both.
Or was it with laser? With both?
Yeah. So with the reflector, you would do
I guess you're lying, Nate. I don't know.
Laser, but with the EME, you would just use a normal radio. You could just use like a ham radio to do that.
Right, but you also don't expect it to come back in the same location. You expect it to spread out and have been, some angle,
Yeah, because that type of radio wave spreads out quicker. But a laser, if you point it at a certain place, is going to come back to you because it's more defined, right? Doesn't mean there's a reflector up there.
No, it doesn't do that though.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
So those two go out the same. So why wouldn't they use the other frequency? Why would they not use the same?
It doesn't matter what type of frequency you were shot at it. You're not going to expect it to come straight back at you because you're hitting an object that doesn't have a. If it were like a perfectly reflective mirror that were exactly perpendicular to their position, maybe they might expect it to come directly back. But an object like the moon, light doesn't behave that way.
It's obviously very reflective. It reflects the sun's light. So if they pick a spot on a certain day from where their laser is being fired on the Earth, and it's going to reflect it at the most particular way, like it's going to be the most reflective, then it would come back, right?
Yeah, but
obviously the moon.
A pile of sand reflects.
Why are you yelling?
And they could purposely like aim it at a crater, like the inside of a crater, because they know it's going to be a little bit more concave.
Or someplace they know it's very reflective, like the moon.
Now the surface it's not. There's no perfect part of the surface for it to do that. There's also no part. They would have to also point it perfectly.
How would you know?
Particular.
Aki, what's the word for how reflective?
That's how retro reflectors work. They send the light right back to the source. They minimize the scattering. It's not like bouncing off the surface of the moon.
It seems like we got a very reflective surface, like the moon.
Hey, you wouldn't get a signal back. No one would.
You're bound to have some rays. It just might be less scattering with a retroreflector, but you'll
even with a retroreflector
coming right back at you.
Even with a retroreflector, they only expect back on average 3 photons.
Why? It's a perfect reflector.
That small amount of information.
Why? It's a perfect reflector.
Because it's far and things are in the way.
No, it's just you just said it's a 1 light second. It's not very far.
It is very far.
That is very far.
No, it's not. It's not. In
you know how long it would take you to travel 1 light second?
Yeah, I'm not light. I'm not traveling at the speed of light. I'm not traveling at the speed of light. Y'all just said it wasn't.
A light second is it's a distance.
Yeah, I know it's a time, right? So it's not very far. It happens in an instant.
It's a distance.
Yeah.
If I say something is 1 light year away, it's a distance.
Right. But it doesn't take light to travel that long. So we're not talking about a person. We're talking about light, and it's not that far away in light terms.
Still
right?
a lot of stuff in the way.
He just used that as an example of how awesome light travels, how fast it travels. So you can't say it's very far. It happens very quick. You wouldn't lose that much information with a perfect reflector.
There's still a lot of shit in between here and there, Genius.
No. We're told there's not hardly anything in the way. No, there's hardly anything in the way. That's why it's called the vacuum of space. There's not a lot of friction. There's not a lot of particles. So try
Do you
again.
remember why? Can you explain why the sky is blue again?
Yeah, scattering. So
How
is this
shit
light
in the way?
Oh wait, so just the atmosphere is in the way, right? The first 60
How
miles?
many years, Rakia? How many years have you been here and you don't understand simple concepts? You can't put A and B together.
I've been right on point.
Tie A to Z with
I don't know why you're trying to
between.
turn this around back on me. Like, why are you even saying my name? Hey, say my name, guy. Say my name again.
Bitch boy.
Yeah, say my name. You're just a troll now.
Nuggets.
Yeah, you're just a troll now, right?
Both you guys move forward with the
conversation. Both of you guys, I haven't said anything to him or about him.
Both of you guys, instead of it
you've just yelled.
Snowballing into something.
No,
stupid.
I have just been on topic, right?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
On topic.
So I'll stay on topic. Get control of that other guy, will you?
You're getting control right now. Relax.
Yeah, thank you.
Chucky, hold on a second. Chucky, don't call names, dude.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ricky.
You might want to send that DM to B-Ball also. He called me a liar and a fucker yesterday, and not one mod said anything. But anyway, we'll move on. So if the light travels so fast and is shot at a particular angle off a very reflective surface, as we're told by science also, like the moon, then you would expect to get information back at that certain point, right?
It dissipates the whole time.
Yeah, that's why you only get back so many particles.
Exactly.
The moon is not a very reflective
but you don't need a reflector to do that now, do you?
Yeah, you
Calm
do.
down, relax, take a breath. The moon is not a very reflective surface. We already mentioned that. Did you cut out, or were you not paying attention?
Reflective.
That's not what we're told.
Reflective.
It is reflective.
Sand is reflective.
It's not very reflective.
It's the most reflective thing in the sky that I see.
Bright.
No, it's
pretty bright.
Close. Like I said, a pile of sand is going to reflect light, and you're going to see it. It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it like you're going to see the image just coming off of it. It's like you can see the pile of sand, you can see the moon and shit like that, but you can't see images. Like you're not seeing a mirror image.
I've never seen a pile of
so
sand.
it's hang on.
Trees I'm looking at are more reflective.
No, let's recap what he said. It's reflective because it's close, not because of what it's made of.
No,
right?
I said no. When you said how bright it was, you just brought up how bright it was. And
I didn't mention bright. I said reflective.
It is the closest object.
Like, yeah, why do you guys say
that doesn't mean it's
like? Yeah, well, like, why do you
So
think
if it's so reflective and close?
If you looked at the moon, you wouldn't like imagine the moon was a mirror. You wouldn't see your face clearly in it at all.
No one's saying that. No one even brought that up even close. We're talking about reflecting something like light.
But you and Percentage keep saying it's very reflective. What
no, we're talking about light. How obviously the moon reflects a lot of light because that's what it does. So if you shoot light at it in a very specific manner, you're going to receive some of that light back, right? Some of that information back. And as Kosho stated, you don't receive all of it back. You receive a very small portion back because it scatters. That's exactly what
it reflects so much light because a shit ton is being shone at it by the sun.
You guys are talking out both sides of your mouth. If there's so much stuff, it would cause distortion. We wouldn't see the moon so crisp. Okay? If it was so much stuff, the moon would be more like muddled, the light of it, and the sky would be all lit up.
Yep.
Yeah, no, the point is not. The point is about the light traveling and it dissipates.
Even at night, for instance, you would have a brighter night, just in terms of like the color of the sky, and the light of the moon would be more washed out because all of the light is scattering in between all this atmosphere.
Well,
that's not the case at all.
Yeah, forget about the scattering. I mean, that's a good point, but the light is going to dissipate regardless as it travels as it's traveling, not because of the time it takes, but because
that's why you receive less light back than you did.
From the
it has nothing to do with a reflector.
There is no reflector.
When you hit the reflector and you get light back, you're only expected to receive about 3 photons. When you don't hit the reflector and you're expecting to come back to right where you shot it from. You're not expecting any light to come back or any appreciable light that you can measure.
Guys, how do we trust what they're doing?
From incredulity. You don't have any data. I mean, you don't have any data to support that.
Yes, this is the way reflections work when you hit an object.
Guys, how do we trust what they're doing? Because do you have a laser beam?
Yeah, we have laser distance finders. Yeah.
Okay.
They actually went there and actually measured this.
Or a reflector that's set up at the exact angle. I mean, it has to be so precise because if it's not at that distance, that light is going to just shoot off in another direction. It's not
that's the point of the retroreflector.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It has to be so exact, precisely installed. Who did that?
It's an unfalsifiable claim.
Who owns the laser beam?
Why is it unfalsifiable? You can do it.
Because if
Can I call him on the phone? Who owns the laser beam?
No, I agree. You can. I agree. You can bounce reflections off the moon with a laser. I agree with that.
Can you receive it back?
That's the falsifiable part.
Yeah, of course.
Bounce reflections off the moon, and when we get a reading back, they'll just say, "Oh, it's the retroreflector."
Yeah,
it doesn't mean it's a retroreflector.
Yeah, but that hasn't happened before that. And also, if you don't hit the retroreflector, if you hit somewhere else, you don't get one back for the same.
Yeah, because it's the angle and the
you can't prove a negative.
No, yeah, you can. You can shoot every other location that's not where the retroreflector is, and you can not get a signal back. And you shoot where the retroreflector is.
Maybe that's just not the right angle to get it straight like a headshot.
You can do it from several, wherever Nate,
right.
Nate was in New York. Nate was in New York, right? And the one that mainly does it is down here in Texas. And they're both going to hit the same retroreflector, right? And they could both hit multiple places all over the moon, not get one back, and then hit the retroreflector and get one back.
Bro, the moon is so small in the US view. They're probably hitting the same spot, like relative to the moon. They're probably hitting it straight away, and they think they're hitting the same retroreflector, but the light is probably going to just whatever the best angle is for it to receive a signal back. It's trial and error. I guarantee you they can't do it from the first shot. They're just saying, "Oh, the retroreflector is right there." They only take one try and they get it back.
The one that Nate went to. The one that Nate went to, I saw it on MythBusters, and they actually were able to aim it.
Oh my
They were able to
goodness.
aim it in both locations. They were able to aim it at the retroflectors and aim it away from the retroflectors.
MythBusters, really?
No, they were just aiming it center and off center. That's it.
No, it wasn't a center offset. I think they said the resolution was like 100 kilometers or something like that.
No, they aimed it out into space, and then they aimed it to the moon on the one that I saw.
You need to validate it by another means, because this is what's in
you
contention.
locate the U.S. flag on the moon?
Provable because we're doing it is circular logic. You need another means to validate it, which you haven't. You don't have.
You can hit a whole bunch of other places on the moon. You can say, hey, you don't know where the retroflector is percentage, so I'm going to have you point it at the moon, and I'm going to have you receive one back. Since you don't know where it is, you're not going to hit it, and it's not going to come back. And then somebody else who knows where it is going to hit the retroflector.
First try all the time?
Say what?
First try all the time?
Well, you have to ask Nate. I mean, like I said, I've never done it. Nate's been to the one in New York. I've done it.
They require.
I mean, obviously, on the first go, you're not gonna find it. You have to calibrate, aim, But
but you do that on the first try.
Why?
How do you know you're missing?
I don't know.
How do you know you're missing if you're using the calibration and the angle and the
predicted signal?
Yeah, you're not getting the signal. That's why it's circular logic.
Yeah,
assuming
exactly.
that whenever you get a signal back, it's the retroflector. When it could just be
that
you're bouncing it off and it's hitting center.
No, but it's not that any signal we're just gonna accept and say that is the retroflector. There's a predicted signal range, and if you aren't within that, then you know that you're hitting the wrong thing. So the first try you go,
range
you don't hit it. You got to calibrate until you are way more accurate. So it's not to say that anytime.
That predicted signal range could just be hitting it center. You haven't proven that there's a retroflector. You need a third, like an external way to validate your claim, because just to use this as proof is circular logic.
Why don't you just have 3 people? Why don't you have 4 people try to get hit the retroflector? Have 3 people who don't know where it is shoot the moon, and have 1 person who calculates its position because they know where it is, and see if they receive a signal back.
They're just calculating the most reflective. They're just calculating the most reflective point at that time.
Guys, you know the moon moves 2,000 miles an hour around the Earth, right?
Yes, it does.
So how do you
what's the angular?
How big is the reflector? Hang on, how big is the reflector?
Yeah, what's the angular movement of the sky?
Going 2,000 miles an hour. How big is the reflector?
No, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything at all.
They're not that big.
They're moving 2,000 miles per hour.
How big is the reflector?
It's like a foot and a half.
Not big at all. They're about 12 feet wide, if I remember. I might be wrong, but they're not.
You're going to hit a 12-feet target going 2,000 miles an hour? Are you serious?
2,000 miles per hour doesn't mean anything, man. You got to describe it. It's a visual displacement.
Dude, you guys are talking ludicrous.
Yo, it's number one bullshit.
Makes no sense.
No. Listen, if you're old enough to understand how,
we're old enough.
You understand that. Talk about how fast somebody's moving in miles per hour versus talking about its angular displacement is once going to make a difference. This miles per hour doesn't mean much. Miles per hour doesn't mean much when you don't know, what that's going to look like at the distance it is.
It means you're going to miss a 12-foot mirror for sure.
Yeah, what's the angular displacement? Get your camera out and shoot a star, and then just move a fraction and see how far that star goes. Like angle and distance does matter.
No one's talking about the star.
Yes, we are talking about hitting a very small object very far away that is actually moving. That's what we're talking about.
It's actually moving.
Yeah,
so the miles per hour doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the angular displacement is what matters.
Okay, so it does matter.
No, the miles per hour doesn't matter.
You have to hit a moving target, man.
Yeah, it's a moving target.
No. It's moving 2,000 miles per hour.
The 2,000 miles
it's not
an
an easy thing to do, but I mean,
no independent validation. Begging the question. Next.
What do you mean independent validation? There's like 5 or 6 different locations all over the world where you can do this. Like
where you could aim at the moon and hit it center and get a reading back.
You don't aim at the moon and hit the center though. You aim at where the retroflector is.
You're hitting. That's what you're claiming.
Hey, is
and
the retroflector
claim,
in the
and you
Sea
keep
of
on repeating
Tranquility?
it, but you have no evidence.
They literally target. They have to literally target it. Like I said, Nate's done it. I've seen people do it on camera where they're literally targeting where they need to be aiming, and if they don't target where they're aiming,
all do it. You could literally all do it. Like I don't see why y'all think this is fantastical or unfalsifiable.
Yo, I'm not saying you're not getting a reading back. You're absolutely getting a reading back. But basically, what you're doing is just moving the thing until you get the strongest signal. It's like aiming a satellite dish.
Not really, because with aiming a satellite dish, you're just trying to send out like a radio wave, or you're trying to receive one. And with the retroreflect, it's a lot more precise because you're using like a monochromatic laser, so it's a laser shooting out photons
just an
at a very specific frequency. It's not the same as just pointing a satellite dish somewhere and hoping
aiming
you get
until you get the best signal. That's basically what you're doing. Off the moon's surface, you haven't proven once that there's a retroreflector
that you're looking for.
Yeah, satellites move fairly quickly across the sky, whereas the moon moves 3% slower than the stars move in the sky. So it's not.
It doesn't have to be a satellite dish. Any dish. Don't get lost in the analogy. The point is, you guys are just aiming it, trial and error, getting the best signal.
No, but it's not. It's not trial and error. Nate just said. They just said
a retroflector.
Calculate the position.
So okay, let's say percentage, because I just want to see like where this concludes. Let's say it's a trial and error thing. There's a specific range I'm looking for, and I'm going to use trial and error till I fall within that range. Are you saying that once, even if I do get into this range that I wanted to be in, it still doesn't prove it's a retro reflector? Why?
Absolutely.
If I predicted to be within this range, why?
You didn't predict it.
What do you mean? I did though.
You didn't predict it. You just did.
There is from each of these locations. There is a predicted range you should be within, right?
So before ever even doing it, they predicted the thing before ever even doing it, based off of the size of the thing and everything. They predicted exactly how many.
I would assume
photons it's going to be.
In the 1970s, when they were putting the retro reflectors up there. While they were putting them up there, they were still doing tests before the people came back down, so that they know, okay, it's in the right position. We're getting the signal we want. It's definitely the retro reflectors, and then they would record.
Surely they would have recorded that. Yeah, post that.
And once it's recorded, they can use that to determine what the signal should be wherever the moon is in the sky. They just work it back.
How do you think you can hit a target 200,000 miles away? That's 12 feet. That makes no sense.
How what?
How can you think you're going to hit a target 200,000 miles away? That's 12 feet.
Because it has by the time it hits the moon, it's 100 kilometers wide.
Yeah.
The target though is 12 feet.
Yes, and by the time the source hits the moon, it's already 100 miles wide, 100 kilometers wide. That means if it's within that 100-kilometer radius,
so how big is the moon, Kosho?
What's 100 miles
is the moon?
It's like
the beam, Kosho?
Yeah, the beam. By the time it hits there, first like 100 kilometers.
So the beam hits like 1/4 of the whole moon. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Isn't it like less than 10 kilometers?
It might be.
I don't know. But
I don't know.
But yeah, it is pretty wide. It is wide. Yeah.
It could be 10 kilometers. It could be 100 kilometers. I don't know.
Yeah. And now the idea is the photons coming back, like Kosho said, like you are shooting out a gazillion number of photons out in a stream, but only like 1 or 2 are gonna come back, and you're gonna know that those 1 or 2 are the photons you shot because they are monochromatic.
One photon. Oh my god.
1 or 2, 3, 4, depending on how many you've shot out.
You'll be lucky. Sometimes you'll be lucky to receive one.
Yeah. Sometimes you could do it and not get anything back.
Mm-hmm.
But those specific photons that come back are monochromatic, and that's what lets you know these are the photons I shot out.
Yeah, the photons you shot out, and you definitely get them back. But number 1, you don't know that they actually touched the moon. And number 2, there's not evidence that there's retroflectors on the moon.
Yeah, there is. I'm telling you, this would have to be a deeper conversation about how light reflects off things. But it's not likely, especially more than one time, for you to aim something at some object that you're not even sure is perpendicular to you, the face is perpendicular to you, nor are you sure that it's smooth or anything like that, and you're expecting to receive back and you know, any sort of, especially when a retroreflector is only going to give you 1 or 2 or 3, and you're expecting a rough surface to give you back anything.
Retroreflector is
not
1, 2, or
likely.
3. What?
If a retroreflector is only going to give you back 1 or 2 or 3, then a rough surface of the moon is they don't expect them to come back to that location.
Begging the question, the surface of the moon, you could argue, is the one that's giving 1, 2, or 3. Isn't that possible?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why if you wanted to truly test that, which on Mythbusters they kind of did, but if you wanted to truly test it, you could set up like 5 people where 1 person knows where to aim it and 4 people don't, and see if, you know, only that 1 in 5, you know, what the
logic, because they already assume that there's a retroreflector there.
So what?
It's flawed logic because they already assume that there's a retroreflector there.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, how's that flawed logic?
It's possible that there is no retroreflector, and the person that gets the most readings just has the best kind of angle and you know, hitting the surface at the right spot.
No, but I'm saying so there's an understood location of where the lunar mission landed. There's already an understood location of where that retroreflector is, and so these 5 people, 1 of them knows that location and knows how to find it. It wouldn't be flawed logic if they then use that information to point it at where it's supposed to be, and it turned out that was the only place where they received the signal back.
Wouldn't it have to still be straight, like aimed like right at them?
No, not really. That's the whole purpose of the retroreflector. You can hit it at almost any angle, and it will always come back.
Oh, so it's concave.
That's what a retroreflector is. It sends the light straight back to the source.
So it's concave.
No, it's not concave. It's got like a bunch of different. It's like a bunch of different angled triangular fucking mirrors, and so it's like in anywhere you hit it at, it bounces back perfectly back to the.
It works the same way like bugs' eyes work, you know, almost. Bugs, yeah, like
bugs, okay.
Yeah, like a fly or something. Like, you know how their eyes, it's like a lot of these little hexagons together, but they somehow still concentrate light.
Yeah, it's like
that's
like a Jamaican, like a steel drum.
That sounds even more unlikely because now you're just purposely, like, reducing the amount of light that's going to be like reflected back.
Why?
Because if this thing is aimed everywhere, you know.
No,
you're only going to get like 1% of the light that's coming like that you aimed, and that's not even counting the inverse square law, and so it sounds like they'd be shooting themselves in the foot.
And whatever direction the light hits it, it's going. It just bounces off enough of the mirrors that it bounces back in that same direction.
No, I hear you, but the light is already diverging, right? So you're gonna have like maybe, and we'll use photons for this, but yeah, you'll maybe have like 1 photon actually hitting the one thing that's aimed straight at you, you know?
Because well, no, not 1 photon.
Entire thing, maybe like there's different, like, I don't know how they term it, plates or multifaceted surfaces or whatever, and they're all aiming in different directions, right? And only one maybe will aim right back at you. The chances of the one, like the deviated light, the diverged light now, because of the inverse square law, the chances that it hits that one that's aimed back at you, it's like, it makes it even less believable.
No, so anywhere it hits it, it's always going to come back to you. So A, and B, it's not going to be 1 photon that strikes the retrofit. But by the time it hits there's still a lot of photons. The photons are still concentrated into a small enough area where it's not just receiving only 1 or 2.
The photons go from a laser on Earth to, you said 100 kilometers, or like 10 kilometers wide.
They said it might be 10 kilometers.
Yeah, sure, 10 kilometers wide. Okay, that means that there's going to be a lot of space in between, like, these photons.
A lot of photons.
Now you're saying from this 12-foot surface, it has a bunch of different surfaces.
Like
but there's a bunch of different surfaces, and only one is going to be like maybe pointing at you. I don't know how many are in this 12-foot retroreflector. Let's say there's like 10,000 different little pieces, and one is going to be aimed straight at you. What are the chances that the photon that comes from your thing is going to hit that one thing? It's pretty astronomical.
But no matter what photons hit it, it's going to come back from the same direction the photons came from.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting.
It could hit it in several different places. It's still going to come back to the same source.
No, it has to hit the one that's aimed at you. The little piece on that retroreflector that's aimed at you.
I think anywhere it hits it, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back in a straight line.
That's not what you said.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a bug's eye percentage. It can hit anywhere on the eye, but the light goes back to the source. You know. Have you seen what a retro reflector looks like?
The light goes back to the source.
That doesn't make sense, though. What you're saying doesn't make sense. A bug's eye is convex and it has multiple surfaces. If you aim a bunch of them, they're gonna diverge everywhere, and only one will come back at you. Only one of these little micro segments on the bug's eye will come back at you. The rest will reflect to other directions.
No, like the light gets concentrated. That's why the bug's eyes, if you look at them carefully, it looks like they have a pupil because so depending on which, square is hit by light, it will concentrate the light there. The light gets trapped there, and you don't see light return from that specific circle. So it forms kind of like a pupil, but it's not a real pupil. But that just shows that all of that light gets. It doesn't matter where it hits; it'll be concentrated on one spot and return back to the source. And it's the same with the retroreflector. It doesn't matter where you aim your laser from. You could be in Hawaii.
You measure one photon.
In Italy, I shoot my one photon from Italy to the moon. It's coming straight back to me.
And it's one photon.
Yeah, one photon. But obviously, we don't do it with one photon because the chances of that one photon coming back are really slim because there's so much atmosphere.
Of course, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
so you're saying that it doesn't matter where on the retroreflector it hits. It'll come
straight back to you. Yeah.
Anyone can shoot. So basically, two different people could shoot the same retroreflector from different sides of the Earth. It's gonna hit the same part of the retroreflector, and the light is gonna go to each one of them back.
Right. Yeah. This happens.
How's that possible?
Yeah. That's how a retroreflector works. Percentage.
No, that doesn't actually make sense in terms of physics. The reflection. How's it reflecting to two different directions at the same time?
Fucking story.
That's how a retroreflector works. It minimizes the scattering.
That you're saying just a bunch of useless things that don't actually address my question. How is it measuring, propagating to two different directions at the same time?
So I would say when it comes in, into the. So it's because of the way the reflector is built percentage. It's like little cubes put together at certain angles. So when the light ray comes in, it bounces around. It hits different corners so that it's channeled to come back to you.
It doesn't.
I posted a bunch of pictures.
Now, if it had like some sort of AI,
have you seen a retro?
What angle the thing came in, and then it emits it at that same angle, that would make sense.
Do you see what Kosho just posted? Yeah, that explains what I was trying to say. So do you see how it's like a crystal with the mirror on the surface, and then underneath they're like corners and stuff. So the light bounces around, hits specific corners, and comes straight back to you. And so this minimizes the scattering. I wouldn't, concave implies like a concave, convex, smooth, continuous. This is like blocky, it's like the inside of like a Lego piece. But I guess concave, if you want to say that.
Yeah, like a flashlight.
All right. Okay, like a flashlight. Yeah. But you still think that it's not a retro reflector?
Absolutely not.
I don't know, bro.
But yeah,
even if you did it yourself, you'd still think it's not a retro reflector?
No, I think I'd just be aiming right at like the sweet spot on the moon to get this result back.
Well, why don't we?
If it is actually bouncing off the moon, it's possible that the moon's kind of light or whatever is exciting some sort of whatever medium, and it's bouncing off of that. Like it could be bouncing off the ionosphere or whatever thing. So it's like a jump in faith just to even think that it went to the moon.
Yeah, well, I think that, like I said, the test that would have to be done would be one where, like I said, you have random people kind of aim at different places and see if they can, get a reflection back. And if the only person if the only people who consistently get reflection backs are the people who know where the location is and how to how to find that location, then it tells you that it's that location that is allowing you to receive one straight back. But I guess,
or we could just aim one of the artificial satellites at this natural satellite and get a viewpoint on it.
Yeah, well, no. What are you talking about though? Because you're talking about like the Hubble or something. Because even with the Hubble, you can't really see. You can't see that fine detail on the moon.
I mean, it's a pipe dream to think that we're gonna ever go back.
Well, I mean, not really. There's people who've gone back and observed those locations.
Please.
There are pictures of those locations from other spacecraft.
The only time they ever went to the moon was in Space Force, that show.
Space Force, yeah. But yeah, the Hubble has seen some of the land. Like you can see some of the landing zones from Hubble, but it's not really that great detail.
Yeah, I mean the Hubble telescope. It's a pretty old one, isn't it? It's older than I am.
Hubble's older than you are?
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude? Have you gone through puberty?
Say what?
You go through puberty yet?
Yeah, I mean the Hubble telescope is a pretty old telescope, Coach. It might be
Oh,
older than you are.
You know, Shine's father-in-law was one of the lead scientists on the Hubble.
Get the fuck out of here, for real?
Yeah.
Like, does she talk to him about the shape of the?
She has, yeah. She said that she says that you have to talk to her about it directly, but she says that he's given her a deathbed confession.
He's given her what?
Is that verified?
Deathbed confession.
Deathbed confession that
It's
Earth
not
is flat?
verified.
No. He's basically he said, I think if I remember correctly, he said something along the lines of in reference to his son, so her husband, I guess. Listen to her, she's right, or something like that.
Yeah, my granddad was Werner von Braun, and he said there's a dome. He told my grandma.
Yeah.
Just believe it.
That is second family? Yeah, Shines doesn't believe it though. So I mean, she believes that he worked on it, but she obviously doesn't believe in satellites are up there or anything like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I have trouble pronouncing my W's, so that's how I know it's true.
So many evidences for that kind of stuff, though. I mean, like, you guys were talking about the SpaceX launch with the exhaust and all that kind of stuff. Anytime you're observing the exhaust on the back of those rockets going up, that's a telltale evidence. It can't really be reversed. Doesn't work that way in reverse. There's a lot of stuff like that. And the speed that they move across the sky, it's another one.
So fast.
It means 2022, guys. Almost 2023. Can we get some better evidence?
That's great evidence, dude. No. There's some fantastic evidences. Some of the best evidences never even get addressed. Never even get touched.
It is fantastic evidence.
No, but like longitude and
unbelievable evidence.
Longitude and latitude is some of the best evidence available. It's most accessible, and it almost never even gets talked about.
Wow. And not even real.
Well, it's not on the ball.
No, there's nothing definitive, guys. That's why they're trying to kill off half of us.
The longitude and latitude lines are definitive.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, they're people think they're arbitrary positions, but they all are. They're dictated by actual.
Put that on a piece of paper for us, Coach. Show us.
Say what, man?
Put it on a piece of paper for us and show us.
Well, see, I would do that, but I don't even have to. The McNally had done that. The Atlas guys.
They put it on a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Flat piece of paper.
That's right.
With only one piece of the surface of it, the edge of it.
They do it in small portions, yeah.
How many pictures would you have to put on that paper to show me all the globes? All the globes, area surface.
Well, the Earth is 290 million square miles, so depends on how many square miles you have on each page. I say 290. I meant 190, I think. I just started my work day. I think what I meant was 192 million.
Yeah, like a dartboard.
It's funny you said it, Mark, because a dartboard, the lead of a dartboard, would actually have quite a substantially larger surface area.
Yeah, but Coach, so you guys aren't paying attention to anything. It only matters the area within the area that you're like where you're at. So if you're in a certain area and that's where your longitude and latitude lines are in your imagination, so what? You can still have a bigger area than that. Just because you as a little bitty dot within that longitude and latitude line think that's what you fucking have.
Yeah, but what latitude line do you think has the most?
Dude, you're a pixel. I'm sorry, you're not even a pixel. I'm sorry, you're a dot within the pixel on the screen.
Oh, you're right. He's right though.
So there's no way that you could ever what you're saying is not even fathomable.
That's why I drew that picture with the brown circle.
The lines are flat or put on a round object.
I mean, you're right. But there's context clues that can lead you in the right direction.
No, there's not. You guys can't even tell elevation on a globe. There's no context clue for anything on a globe. Not at all. It's the exact opposite, exactly. There's a context clue on a flat plane from one area to the next, right? There is no context clue on a globe because you don't even know how to seek elevation or tell whether you're going forward or up or down. I mean, if you guys can draw your circles on the piece of paper and show me all these directions and label them, color code them, that'd be great. We'd all get shown how dumb we are. Then you can show us the elevation, how you get it on a ball, how you get sea level on a ball. Color code the little lines too for me while you're explaining it. Because you guys have a lot of ideas on how you do things and how things are done and how you have these clues that don't even exist. They don't exist at all. There's no context clue for the surface of a globe. Most of the time it's air you guys are going through. That's not the surface of the ground. Air, you can freely do flips and go back and forth like a bird. You can't, there's no shape there.
Забил, еще бы не было иначе. Зидан выдал пас 1-0. Я вам скажу, вот именно из таких вещей Интер проиграл парни столько лет. Я к своим воротам не пускают куринцу соперников, но
Yo.
Oh, man, I was going to tell you something earlier, dude. not many people would be interested. You're the kind of person that would be interested in this fucking weird shit. Okay, so yeah, dude, I saw that earlier that they actually they did a double slit test with neutrons, single neutrons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. It's an interesting feat. Yeah.
Why do you think it's interesting?
Interesting. Well, they've never done it before. Is one, and two is the nature in which way it behaved. It behaved just like all the other stuff. So the superposition property that they were observing was the spin of the neutron. But yeah, so it behaved as if it was going through, both slits at the same time, like it was splitting into two neutrons, even though it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, you're right that you'd expect to see this with all fermions,
Yeah.
Yeah. Initially, they thought this wouldn't be possible. They thought only bosons would be able to interact with themselves. They have this
massless particles.
Yeah, so only when Thomas Young was doing this experiment, he was doing it with light over water, because he thought that there's no way you can shoot one particle. Well, even back then they couldn't do it, but if they could do it, no one thought it's possible to have a particle go through two slits and somehow interact with itself, right? This should only be possible. It shouldn't be possible at all. But when we saw it happen with light, it showed us that only waves should be able to do this, not particles interfere with themselves. So when we saw, electrons do this, yeah, that was kind of interesting. It was something that wasn't predicted, and it wasn't supposed to have happened. And even when what's his face now, big famous physicist guy with the diagrams, Feynman, Richard Feynman, when he did his thesis in college, right? This was before the double slit had ever been done with a fermion. So when he did his thesis, the general idea was still that particles of matter cannot interact with themselves, and because of this, he came up with he had this weird idea as to how electrons decelerate and emit a photon. And this was premised on the idea that electrons cannot interact with themselves. So what
virtual particles?
Hmm?
About virtual particles?
We can get to virtual particles, but this isn't this led to the whole virtual particle idea. But the first idea he had, which was wrong, was the idea that what happens with an electron when it emits a photon, there's this thing called an advanced photon. An advanced photon is a photon traveling from the future back into the past.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, and this advanced photon hits the electron, and then the electron would emit a photon going forward into the future, and that photon would then go and hit the electron in the future. So it was a weird idea, and that was proven wrong. It was proven wrong due to the lamp shift, right? So the lamp shift and the fact that electrons were shot through a double slit proved this idea of Feynman and Wheeler very wrong. And then Feynman had to come up with virtual particles to compensate for this.
Yeah, right. The virtual particles. That is all before Wolfgang Pauli and the fucking quantum electrodynamics also.
Yeah, but who told them like how light's supposed to, or what light's supposed to do when you're supposed to be figuring that? No, hold on a second. Like when you're like, man, this light's supposed to do this. How and who in the hell, like, you as a human who only sees light react a certain way most of the time, and if you're doing the experiment in the first place, how are you putting a hypothesis on how it's supposed to act, or how would you say, like, this doesn't make no sense.
Based off of observation. People play around with lasers, crystals, and light all the time.
What? How is that light?
In universities, in
that's like not sunlight.
It doesn't need to be sunlight. You can do this with any sort of light. Sunlight isn't the only type of light.
Sunlight.
But sunlight isn't the only type of light, right?
So what do we? No, hold on. Sunlight's what
Yeah,
I
you got to
see.
let him finish the sentence. I just listened to you cut him off 3 times in a row, back to back to back.
Yeah,
Let
come
him
on.
finish the sentence.
Come on, Nate. Be better than that, man.
My bad.
The double slit is done with a flashlight, not a laser.
You could be done without it.
The flash. You could.
Yeah.
For
You could
2,
do it with the
we're
flashlight.
supposed to be mimicking sunlight, and he gets to laugh and talk all over me when I can't even get out 2 words, so that's cool.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Devon. My bad.
Well, anyway, I didn't make the double slit up, so yeah, it is funny they do it with a flashlight. It ain't my fault. Anyway, how are you supposed to interpret what something is supposed to do? You have no idea what the fuck you're interpreting in the first place. So aren't you supposed to just figure that out as you go? And if they already interpreted and know everything about light so much, why would they still be studying it and not know anything right now in this room about light? Kind of weird, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll try and answer. But basically, light is a very weird thing, Demark, and the more we learn about it, the more we realize we don't really know what it is, But we have very strong models, and these models can be used to make predictions, and these predictions tend to be very, very accurate.
But why do you say we don't? Why do you say we don't know what it is?
We don't know what it is in the sense of what these guys mean to know what something is, like to know it all the way to its core. They are things about light we're still unsure about, but we know like 98% as to what light is. And like how these guys are kosher. To them that 2% matters. So
yeah, I guess, but I mean, I would say there's not very much we don't know about light, but
yeah, there's not a lot we don't know, but there are things that we don't know. So I'm just trying to give that to Demark. There are things about light we don't know, but that's
you don't know
that's
if it
so
requires
small.
a medium. You don't know how fast it goes.
We know how fast light goes. We can measure.
No,
the
you
speed
only
of
know
light.
the total trip time. You don't know the one-way speed.
Oh, the one-way speed. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but that's so you said okay, yeah, that's just.
Well, I mean, but I mean, there's a reason why, and we don't need to know the one-way speed, I mean, the reason we're not able to calculate the one-way speed is because it's impossible to synchronize your clocks.
Maybe it's the speed of comprehension.
When you're trying to time something moving that fast, in one direction. But we don't need that because the two-way speed works just fine. As long as we don't assume, or as long as we go along with the postulate that there is no preferred reference frame for light, and there's no issue with us going along with that idea because we've never seen light have a preferred frame of reference.
You also don't know like what the hell's going on with the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment.
We do. It's well understood what's happening there. We just don't know why that happens. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know what is it that causes the shift from quantum to classical. That's the crux of it. Due to uncertainty and this, that, and the third.
We know what causes it, we just don't know why it happens.
Yeah, why? Yeah. Well, why does this happen?
It happens because of interactions. Interference.
You don't even know if photons exist, if we're being real.
Say what?
How do what?
You don't even know if photons exist.
What? Come on, we know photons exist.
Not really, man.
This is like the first principle of quantum mechanics because of.
No, you don't.
Yeah, photons is what set us on the way to quantum mechanics. Photons and the discovery of photons as particles, the photoelectric
story
effect,
of photons.
and what's his face? Max Planck. The Planck constant. Yeah.
And the ultraviolet catastrophe.
And the ultra magic story of particles.
Yeah, that's closer.
Yeah, but he saw that there was a direct relationship between the energy that an atom's going to give off, the energy it's going to give off, and the radius.
You have the same thing happening with electrons, with molecules. How can you say that just because you're dealing with light, it's a photon?
Say that once more.
Interaction.
You have the same effect with molecules, with electrons, how can you say just because you observe this thing in the same effect in light that it's a photon?
Exactly.
That's what they're measuring.
Yeah, because I mean the source of it it's a beam of light, so we know it's a photon. We know an electron
the action or
itself.
reaction is all
Yeah,
you
but
guys are
all these
picking
other
up.
things have mass, and photons you say don't have mass. You would expect that the same rule would apply, and that's why you come up with this bullshit that it has mass because of momentum or whatever, but not really.
What? What rule?
Equals MC squared bullshit.
What does that have to do with the double slit? I'm confused for some.
I'm saying this rule that we observe in particles of mass, of matter. This the double slit experiment working in particles of matter. You observe the same thing with light, but light you special plead and say it's not made of matter. It has no mass. And so to rectify that, you say, oh, the light's energy is basically like mass because it has momentum or what have you.
No, but it's the other way around. The mass's energy is like light. It's light and mass both have momentum, but they express it in different ways. For mass, it's expressed through matter. Light it's expressed through its frequency, through its wavelength. But matter is just a property of energy. It's a part of energy. It's a type of energy. Light is also a type of energy, but it's not the only type. You have nuclear energy, gravitational energy, all these other different types.
Momentum doesn't exist without material.
No, but that's
not true.
Yeah, there's a long form of the
Show me how that exists without. Hold on, how can you have momentum with no material?
Easily through energy. I just told you, Demog. It's through energy.
No. Hold
on. You gotta look at the long form of the equation. There's a short form that just says mass times velocity. But
Demog, what if I show you a video where someone shines light at a piece of metal and the metal moves? Would that satisfy you?
Dude, you're showing me light, which is touching something, which is moving. No, that's all material.
How's light material?
What's it reacting in? What's that light doing in the medium that it's in to actually react with that material that's in the medium?
What?
Huh?
Are you asking how is the light reacting with the medium?
I'm saying the light travels through what to get to the reflector?
It travels through air, through a vacuum.
Through a vacuum, through an air.
To get to the reflector. No. I'm not talking about a retroreflector. I'm just talking about if you have a piece of metal hanging, off of your roof.
I know that, buddy. I know. To get to the piece of metal, what is the light going through?
I don't know. It could go through a vacuum. It could go through air.
No, right now in air that you're supposed to be describing to me. You're supposed to be describing something to me about light doing some crazy cool shit that's like not real and not material, but but you're demonstrating that's moving something materially, which makes no sense to me.
So I just asked if I could show you a video where light makes something move. Would that satisfy you?
Yeah, light is material, or else it wouldn't be able to make anything move. Do you understand?
Are you saying light is material?
Move material without material. It's really simple, dude.
All right, Demog, do you and I agree that light is not material?
I don't agree anything that you say.
Is light material, Demog, to you?
What is light to you? Funny guy.
To me, light is electromagnetic radiation. What is it to you?
What is electromagnetic radiation? That's a bunch of words.
It's when the electromagnetic force transfers energy. And it transfers this energy as radiation.
How does it do that without no material?
How does it do it without material? Because light has momentum.
From what?
From its energy, its frequency.
From what? If there's no material, how is it doing anything?
Because energy is what moves you.
So energy moves itself with nothing to move itself.
What are you asking? Through what does the light propagate?
Dude, you're the one saying what light is and telling me you're the special light guy and light's nothing. Just demonstrate your claim that something can be nothing. I'm waiting.
Okay. I'm going to post this video now.
So shining flashlights and stuff doesn't mean the light's nothing, buddy. There's something going on.
I'm not saying
It's an
light is nothing,
electrical energy. Hold on a minute, please. Let me finish my sentence because you're trying to act like you're smart. So when you put energy and you plug something in, and the radiant energy from that you think is nothing, is that what you're telling me?
No, Demark, I never once said that.
So what is energy?
I just told you what light is. Light is
Where does it come
electromagnetic
from?
radiation.
Where does the energy come from?
Where does the energy come from for
Yeah.
light? It comes from the
And
source.
where's the energy
It comes
exist?
from the electron or the neutron or the proton that's emitting it.
What is that?
What is what?
The electron or the proton or neutron. That's not.
Those
that's
are
nothing.
particles.
The electron can either be excited or it could be calm. If it's calm, or if it goes from excited to being calm, that energy that it lost in that moment
You guys are
is
just
emitted
telling
as
me
light.
what something does that's imaginary. Stop, please. You can tell me all day what Bugs Bunny does. I need to actually be in the lab where the guy's drawing it and tell me what Bugs Bunny is. How does Bugs Bunny do things without being something?
Well, this wasn't gases at the time. At the time, they had done tests where basically they shot light at material and then measured the electrons coming off the material.
No. He's talking about light is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing.
I did not say that. Stop it. I did not say light is nothing.
So what are you saying light is?
I said light is electromagnetic radiation.
Which has no mass. How's this possible?
Yes. What do you mean, how is it possible?
Hold on. Electromagnetic radiation. I have a candle here. How do I measure the electromagnetic radiation in my candle burning?
By the electric continuity of the heat or voltage.
You're talking about you want to measure.
You guys talking about light? You don't know what you're talking about. There are many different types of light.
Yeah,
you cannot resume light into one thing.
Different types of light. There's radio waves, microwaves, infrared.
I think what Demark's saying is that everything
within the
requires
material, and they give you an action from such. It's not nothing. There's no such thing as nothing.
Yeah, so basically saying that every energy requires like a material vehicle, like a vehicle of matter. And you guys are saying that light propagating is energy without this vehicle. So it's like special pleading.
Energy itself is massless.
Yeah, Nate just said like when like the
energy
electron
itself doesn't exist. It's not perceivable unless you have something of matter to perceive it with.
Well, yeah, you're not going to perceive the light unless the light is interacting with your object of your eye, or you're seeing it emitted from an object, or reflecting off an object, and it's not going to be emitted from an object unless the electron loses energy, and it's only going to when it interacts with any object, it's going to give that atom that interacts with energy.
So this
so the photon doesn't exist in transit. It's just energy in transit. It's not a photon. It's not a particle.
So the super nothing is going to interact with everything. That's weird.
It is we detect it as a particle. So
you only detect it at the place, the thing of matter, the detector, the screen, whatever. In transit, you can't. It's just energy.
In transit, it's like a wave.
Yeah, but in transit, it's undetectable. It's not even like a wave. You can't even detect it. Like a wave, you can see it.
If we look at it while it's in transit, it travels as a particle.
How can you look at it while it's in transit?
We can slow light down and look at it, but just the idea is if you have something detecting which slit the particle of light goes through, you'll only get a detection through one slit. So that tells you, because it's only gone through one of the slits, it traveled as a particle and not as a wave. And then what confirms that is the interference pattern caused on the detection sheet at the end. So that's two pieces of evidence that tells you whether or not it traveled as a particle or a wave.
Or else maybe it's just that part of matter is being excited by this energy.
What do you mean? The detector?
Like on the detector screen or whatever.
That's exactly what's happening.
So it's not a photon.
That's exactly it, yeah. But because
it's
it's
not
only
a photon in transit.
It is a photon in transit. The detector detects a photon is a quanta of electromagnetic radiation energy. It's a quanta of light energy. So what you're saying is exactly what happens, percentage.
So you can't see
matter,
it in transit.
The detector is excited by that photon, by that piece of energy. That piece of energy is traveling as a particle, and we know it's a particle because only one detector gets excited, not both of them.
One man and his detector detect the particle of nothing that's no mass, that has nothing to detect. So if I have a massless thing, how do you detect massless things?
Because massless things could be energy, and we have plenty of energy detecting devices.
Can I have the tool at the hardware store to detect massless things? Which one do I buy?
You buy a photon detector, or it depends what kind of
flashlight?
massless thing you are trying to
camera?
detect.
A
Yeah.
flashlight? What am I buying?
You could even use a camera. Yeah.
Just
Nice,
buy a
coach.
camera,
You
no?
could use a camera.
So a mirror is a photon detector.
It's a photon
Mirror.
reflector.
Yeah, it reflects it, but a camera works pretty well.
So hold on. So if I go buy a mirror, which is a light reflector that reflects light, right? And now I'm reflecting massless stuff at everybody.
What? In one specific trajectory.
So if I shoot massless light at your eye, am I not blinding you with this massless stuff?
That's right.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens when
That
you
I can
look at
blind you or burn your
look at the
retina with
sun.
massless stuff.
You can make somebody cry. You can make somebody cry with words, man. Okay.
Yeah, and massless stuff, it's energy, bro. The mark, it's all energy. Energy doesn't have a mass.
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
Well,
You're just saying
energy
your
and mass are the
imagination
same
stop.
thing.
Hold
So
on.
if it's in that
You're
form,
saying
yeah.
your incomprehension of what action or reaction is through the medium that we live in is just this magic word energy, and it doesn't have mass. No, it doesn't make no sense.
Mark, did
Energy
you watch
has
the
to have
video?
mass. Even the light,
Did
it
you
doesn't
watch the video
exist essentially until it hits something with matter.
Bro,
like with mass.
I don't have to watch a video. Listen to your words, dude. You're saying that the reaction and action of everything in the medium and the actual material place we live in is nothing with that action. That's not possible, dude. I don't have to look at a video. I have a brain.
So Demark, do you in percentage thus feel light as mass?
It has to.
Percentage?
Why do you keep saying a flashlight is energy?
Percentage, you
light
agree with Demark that light has mass?
Object that a
light
man
doesn't
puts
exist until it hits
plastic
matter.
around with 2 Duracell batteries, a copper or a metal little fucking wire, a piece of copper. He puts the little light and spring and he screws it in there and he gets the light to work. That is not fucking energy. That's a man-made object that's shooting light from a flashlight.
What
So
is
it
light
has
itself?
mass.
Is light itself not energy, Demark?
It's man-made. That's what
You
it
tell
is.
me.
I'm asking you. I don't know, because you
Does
saying I'm
man
wrong.
make energy? Does man
So I
make
want
energy?
All right, but is man-made energy
No,
not
you're
mass?
telling me that the flashlight is shooting fucking massless stuff. Does man
Uh-huh.
make massless stuff?
Yeah, we can make light.
So
Now answer
what?
my question, Demark.
No,
Do
my
you
God.
think light is? I mean, energy
You've
has
asked
no
this
mass.
question to us 100 times, right? Yes,
But
light is mass.
what about energy? What about energy?
I don't know
Is
what
energy mass?
energy is. I know there's action and reaction, high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. The action and reaction you get is resistance or differential. That is what energy is, the power to do work, right?
Okay. Percentage. Do you think light has mass?
Do I think light has mass?
I'm waiting for you to show me what light is and tell me it and produce some out of nowhere.
Visible light or
Produce
just
some
light in
light
general?
with no mass.
Light in
Hold on,
general, because it's all the same thing.
Just
Can you show me a jar of light?
without mass. Produce us some light without some mass. We'll wait.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Demark,
I think-
can I just get an answer from percentage? Please?
Yeah, I think it has to have matter to kind of exist, to take form, if you will. It could be undetectable energy without, but I wouldn't call it light. When it's light, it undernotes like some sort of matter that it's reacting with.
For you to
Energy
detect
that
it by
requires
voltage.
matter to present itself, but it's still there.
Yes.
You don't know it's still there.
Oh, well, you don't know it's still there, but can't we just deduce things?
No, you're reading it with
I mean,
voltage.
energy is everywhere.
Everything's
If you're calling
read
it
with
light,
voltage, not
then
deduction.
light always requires matter.
So there are many things that require two things.
If you want to call it energy, that's fine. But if we're calling it light, no, light requires matter. It doesn't exist without.
It's energy of a specific kind. It results in
Action
matter
and
acting thusly. Hence, we call it light because it has its own unique properties. It doesn't produce as much heat. It produces light.
Howdy ho, peeps.
What's up, Pencil?
We give things names to things that have their own unique properties.
I just want to see the massless flashlight.
But no one said a
massless
flashlight.
Flashlight. But does a flashlight become lighter when you turn on the light and exude all that energy?
That's what you guys say. You guys say helium makes stuff less dense. In the
I
world
don't think I
of
mentioned
globe
helium. I was
science.
talking about light and a flashlight.
No,
Do you have a
I'm
helium
talking globe
flashlight?
science. So hold on, man. Let me finish my 3 words, buddy. Helium makes everything less dense. But go ahead, light.
When it's massless, you can't have a flashlight. But when you're assless,
Non
you
sequitur,
can have a
ridiculous.
flashlight.
I still want to see the massless flashlight.
There's no such thing as a massless flashlight, Demok. Nobody
Oh,
said
then what
that.
are you talking about?
You
That's
decided.
massless then.
You decided that
goofy.
I said that light is nothing. You decided that out of the fucking blue, and you've
What
been
does
running with
massless mean?
that
What does no
story
mass mean
the last 20
to
minutes.
you? What does
To
no
me,
mass
it
mean
just
to everyone in
means
this
it
room?
doesn't have matter. It doesn't have matter.
What does
It's
that
massless.
mean?
It's not made of matter.
What does that even mean?
It means it's not made of matter.
It means you're
It's
gonna keep
massless.
stuttering and say the same word over and over
It
again.
means
Cool.
it's not a fermion.
That's
It's a
fucking
boson.
cool, bro. It's
Okay,
means.
how about that? It means it's not a fermion. It's just a boson.
That didn't help.
Your mom's a boson.
All right. It means it has full integer spin. Like I don't know what you know what mass
You
is,
need to
Demok.
travel at the speed of light.
No, I
Yeah.
know you got a lot of stories in your pocket, and you got a lot of mice in there too, and your we's and
Like,
they's and
what
us's.
is mass to you, Demok?
The answer
What do
is
you
if it
define
doesn't
it?
have
I didn't
matter,
write
if it
the
doesn't have
book on
mass,
the
that means
fairy
it's just
tale
energy
shit. I
alone.
can't explain an imaginated friend to you that you have in your pocket. How could I possibly do this?
But Demok, the problem is you asked me what mass is. I give you so many different explanations for it, and you tell me that all of them are wrong.
Not matter.
So if all of my explanations are wrong, you must have the right one. So what is mass?
Your explanation. Hold on. Well, there's a room full of people here, not just me, and everybody's got a brain, I think. So you said it's massless and it's
Arguable.
not matter. So where I'm left with that is light is massless, or energy. You call everything that has to do with light, no matter what it is, light. You call it energy, and you say it's massless and has no matter. That left me in the same spot I was in when I asked you what light was. That's all I'm telling you.
But I told you what light is. Light is electromagnetic radiation.
Now demonstrate how you get it from nothing.
What do you mean get it from nothing? I never
Get
said
it
you
from
get
no
light from
mass,
nothing.
no matter. Get your light that you says no mass or no matter. How
Hang
do you
on,
create
I
it
never
from such?
said the source of light is massless. I just said light itself is massless. We get light from fermions, which are particles with mass. They're massive particles: electrons, protons, neutrons. Electrons,
Another
it can
story.
happen when an electron emits a photon, or with a proton and a neutron, it's when they decay and they emit energy in the form of light.
You know what you explained? In the medium we live in, we have action and reaction of voltage, temperature, high to low, positive to negative, hot to cold. Thank you.
Wow. Deep.
Okay.
But you try to say it in weird ass, goofy magic words that don't really help you do anything, but misunderstand yourself and everyone else.
Light does not exist in transit.
Photons don't exist in transit?
It does not exist in transit. It has to have something of matter hit it, like for it to register, for it to be detected.
It isn't true, though.
Right, but it's there.
Otherwise, it's just energy.
Yeah, they exist. It exists as a perturbation in the field. And the field is still there, and it's still moving through the field.
To exist. The matter has to exist for you to even, detect that.
Yeah, you can detect it at the source where it's emitted. You can detect it where it's received. And if you're saying it doesn't exist in between there, then
Yeah, it's just energy.
That's
There's no photon.
Well,
There's no
that doesn't
light.
mean it doesn't exist. It's energy moving.
Energy in and of itself, without
energy
matter,
and motion,
is undetectable.
Undetectable doesn't mean not existent.
Can you detect it to say that it does exist?
Anytime we test it, it does. So I mean,
No,
logically,
you're
one could
detecting it with
deduce
matter.
if you
I'm
want
saying
it.
with detect energy alone, without matter. You can't do it.
Yes, you can go to the relative insanity of just pure logic and reason in saying that we can't be sure that it doesn't teleport and wait for you to stick a piece of matter in front of it in order for it to appear. But
Or
before
maybe
that,
just
it doesn't exist. It's not even there.
No, hold on. That's a straw man. It's possible that the energy is just activating or exciting the matter, and that there is no light in between. It's just energy.
It's a perturbation.
What if it reacts through just like water does? Like water flows through, static flows through, currency flows through. So it's not really massless or nothing. It's always the action or reaction of the mediums and everything trying to find zero. That resistance or differential within every fucking thing. And you can call it excitement, you can call it energy, but there's no way it can be nothing because it's reacting off of the shit. And for you to get light, usually you have to put the thing together or compress sound or compress liquid or compress air to get light. And it's
Or
not
compress
nothing.
magnetic fields.
Right. There's no such thing as nothing, though. None of these things have no
You're wrong,
mass or no matter.
Either it's
But
energy.
what if you're wrong, Demont?
That and the light isn't existing in
What
transit.
if you are?
Or the light does exist in transit, but it goes and we just can't detect it as of yet because it's going through a different medium that's undetectable to us as of yet.
What if I could rewrite all your science for you and your science was wrong? What if everybody in here could rewrite the science and it would be better than all the science you've ever read before and you could burn all the books? What if Jeremy could rewrite your science books for you and you could burn the ones you had?
That'll never happen.
Stop. What if they were 100,000,000% better and everything you learned was garbage and then Jeremy wrote the books and you found out it was all garbage and it was all provable? Then would you
It's not garbage. It actually works. So
would you ever
definitely not garbage.
apologize to anyone? Would you ever change your mind?
Jeremy, not Jeremy.
That was my question.
Like anybody else could do it except for Jeremy.
Well, maybe so. I could probably agree with that. But instead of poo-pooing all Democ's ideas, why not try and work with them? Why not try and follow them through?
Okay.
Instead of just being in the peanut gallery, eating your popcorn, trying to pick fun at it. Why not try and work through something from A to B and see where it may lead you?
Because Democ is a rude cunt who usually doesn't put in anything that really requires thought.
Enough of that.
Okay. Let's do that. That's why I mean,
take a breather.
all right. But I mean, I have been asking Demok questions, but he doesn't want to answer them. But I'll try again, Ben. So Demok, what is light? You say light has mass.
I don't know. You're asking me something I don't know.
You don't know what light is. Okay. Then where do we go from there, Ben? So I don't know, man.
We go to reality. We don't make shit up like Snuffleupagus.
Okay. So in reality, we see light.
Okay then. Well then, if we don't know what it is, if we don't know what it is, right? How do we go about maybe in your mind going, okay, then we don't know what it is. We've got no idea. Light is what light is, but how do we go exploring what it possibly could be and how it does emit, generate, illuminate, all these sorts of things? What sort of process would you go down to try and find out these answers?
Mark?
Maybe he's.
Were you asking me?
Yeah. It was.
Oh shit, I didn't know. I'm sitting there breaking up some shit. Okay, what sort of process would I? Hold on, I'm sorry. I just thought you were asking him. What sort of process would I go through to determine my, comprehension on like how light works or what it would come from or how it perturbates?
Yeah, exactly.
I would look at all the research that probably the same research that he's looked at. I don't see how humanly on Google, when I type in how does light work, what is light, is it massless, and all the stuff that he could type in and all the great questions he could come up with, I can type in, he can type in. So I'm pretty much probably going to get the same source of information that he got. And my difference is the way my mind works compared to the way that his mind works. So if he's okay with everything that he's reading and he doesn't really he's like, okay, I think that's 100%. Then I can't really, you know, I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. All I can do is question his format of coherency of what he thinks from what he read compared to mine. And when I read it, I just think nothing cannot have mass. And I think they confuse a lot of things and misconstrue their ideas. They confuse energy with reaction or differential or resistance. They confuse a vacuum with reaction or high to low, hot to. A lot of things are confused in science for one thing and sold to you and packaged as one thing, but it's actually just action and reaction of what you're going to get outside in physics, and it's all you're ever going to get. And you can play with it as much as you want, but it's never going to give us like, you know, because light can be produced, like I said, by compression of air, liquid, sound, and probably a couple other things. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't write the book on nature. I didn't make the shit. So all I can do is pay attention and see what I can see, and we can discuss.
Yeah, like it's one thing to read the common answers that are in books and on Google and all that sort of stuff, and we can look at this stuff and go, you know what, I don't agree with that, right? But just saying that we don't agree, right? This is when people go, well, what's the alternative to just saying I don't agree? How do we look at it further? How would we or would you know, what process, you know, would you go through with the resources that are available, right? You know, what resource A would you get? What resource B would you get? How would you put those two resources together to then get, you know, end product C? I think, you know, instead of just going, you know, high to low, pressure, positive and negative, and whatnot, which I get. I get what you're saying when it comes to these sorts of things. But then we now we have to progress that thought process like just a little bit further and
well, it's like, I mean, to get a processor to do a process, usually you have to have a man-made object that's a detector that detects whatever thing that you want to be inferred to it. Like, so if you want to detect your gases, your whatever, it's going to be a voltage, a temperature, which is voltage, some type of reading for electrical continuity. It's all going to boil down to voltage or something that's electrical in this little metal thing, right? Or it's a chemical electrical reaction. So we can always pay attention to the action and the reaction we see. From there, it's a human discussion, right? From there, it's simply a human discussion on what you comprehend is happening compared to my comprehension. So the only way we can go about it is how do you, you know, in your mind, what's happening when we see this thing happen, in my mind, what's happening. And if you're like, I think this is happening and I have another idea, that's like not a bad thing. But at the end of the day, you know, if we're sitting here doing this experiment, I think eventually we'd come to like some same conclusion if we're sitting here both watching the action or reaction together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really explain what the action or reaction is going to be, Bandsaw. I'm just saying, like, if we're sitting there and we say, okay, this happens today, this happens tomorrow, this happens, we can build upon that. It's still never going to give us like the exact answer of like where the main cause of this resistance or differential comes from. And that's, I think, the main source that people want to know. Energy and this and that. It's the cause of the differential. It's the thing that sets everything from zero. Everything wants to find zero, and there's something that can displace it from zero, right?
Yep.
That's what they want to find.
Hey, DMOC, I could probably give you a satisfactory definition of light that you could probably agree with. It would beg to define one term I'm going to use, but would you get on board with light being visible light is a specific vibratory frequency of energy in which the human eye is able to resolve?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. It's like a vibration. It's not a spin. It's not yeah, exactly. That makes a lot more sense.
See, and that's a good workable definition. The only problem I have with the definition I proposed is somebody could then turn around and ask me to define energy, and that's where we have a hard time getting down to the nitty-gritty. But I would say visible light is a specific vibratory frequency of energy in which humans are able to see or resolve.
It would make sense, though. You know what backs that? The compression of the sound, the compression of the air, compression of the liquid. It has to be a vibratory compression, right?
Yep. And the electromagnetic spectrum, all of it, at least in my opinion, I would consider various forms of light or energy.
I wouldn't say it's just that, though. I think that's that definition's lacking a little bit, because you're missing the matter that's required for you to see this light. Like, for instance, when you're going up in a high altitude balloon or whatever, when you send a high altitude balloon up, the light itself isn't changing from that black sky to the blue sky. The only difference is the matter that's required for you to see the light.
Right. We only see the light when that specific vibratory frequency of energy comes into contact with physical material things.
There you go.
Yeah. The dirt and the earth and the water. So
yeah, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist otherwise.
Correct.
No.
Well, that's an argument from ignorance. You can't prove that it does, right?
What'd you say?
It's a wrinkle in the medium. It's a wrinkle. It's a reaction, a perturbation. That's what everybody wants to keep calling it. Yeah, the vibration.
No, there's two different options. Either it's just energy, exists as energy, and it's not an electromagnetic, wave.
But listen though,
hold up. Or it is an electromagnetic wave, and there's a medium that this wave is traveling through that we just can't detect yet. So it's either it's not light in between and it's energy without an ether, if you will, or it is light with an ether. Those are the only two possible options. It doesn't have to
be light. It's only light when it's compressed to a certain extent and pushed to that point.
Well, let me give it to you this way, Percentage. I would say that what people would call the ether is the etheric background energy to begin with. It is that
resistance.
Differential. It is that pre-existing energy that is required for everything that we have around us, right? And various frequencies and vibrations within that baseline etheric energy is how we distinguish various things on the electromagnetic spectrum.
Right. They set themselves to either be zero or not. You can't you can't be in nothing and have to try to find zero through nothing. You can't try to find... It can't be nothing. You cannot have the word energy and be like, oh, this magic fucking unicorn energy is everywhere, but it's nothing. That doesn't make any...
There's a potential ability to do work.
Hold on. The way we get energy is by putting material together or seeing things react with other things. That's what I was trying to tell Bansal. The energy, the miscomprehension, it comes from. It's not really what is like that.
Yeah,
it is in a way, but when we see energy or we call light or this fucking electricity or voltage, it's from the action and reaction of everything that we do.
I have heard people refer to the ether as basically the what some would call the 0 point energy, right? It is the perfect rest state of the fundamental energy that is all around us, that creates everything or gives the possibility of everything that we have around us. And
I have an issue with that.
Sure.
My issue with that is energy in and of itself, without any sort of matter, is indetectable. It doesn't exist. It's not physical. So for you to say that the medium is a metaphysical thing, it's counterintuitive. It's contradictory.
Well, how would you define energy, Percentage?
That's what I was gonna say, because this to say, well, actually, to say everything has an action and reaction is correct. It also, you can't have a reaction and a reaction with nothing. That being said, are all things physical, including things. It can't be that things that are physical and things that aren't physical are also physical. So you're either somebody who has a material bias, or there's some middle ground. Not even middle ground. It's a, well, I know that worldview doesn't work, and it still needs work.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I think this.
what is perception? Like that light. I could be like this Bronco coming in on the side, like, yo, I'm entering the fray. Everybody's talking about it in this and that term, and I'm like, well, light is really just the thing that we perceive. What light is, we don't really know. We know that the more stuff is in the way, the more illuminated it is. But really, if I were to say light is perception, what the fuck is that? True. However, don't we dream? Don't we perceive things in our dreams? What's that? Now we're fucked, aren't we? I just choose
It's
to not
electricity.
really.
If you don't dream things the same as other people, and not directly at least, and other
I think
people
it's
can
that
see the
fluid
same
that runs
thing
through it.
because they're sensing light from the same object. So it's the
Are you
same sort of sense that's receiving the information.
Elijah, are you kind of going down the lines of there are things that we perceive and we understand that aren't necessarily physical, things like love and sadness and
Yes,
happiness? Is that kind of the line you're going down?
sort of. Yes.
Yeah, because we know that sadness can have physical manifestations, right? We can have physical reactions to sadness, but we can't put sadness in a jar and hand it to somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
you can. You are the jar.
thing. That's the thing about light. Like, what we talk about what light does. We talk about what energy does, but we can't bottle it. Same thing.
Yeah, you can.
What do you mean you can't?
You could put
You can
sadness in a
trap
jar and
light.
hand it to someone.
Have you never
You can
seen
put sadness in a
light trap?
jar. You are the jar of sadness.
Well, there's
I am a jar
lanterns.
of sadness.
I have a better
Have you seen
example, Moya.
light trapped in a crystal?
Demok. My example, my better example, I feel like, is if you have a woman that had a miscarriage, okay, or like stillborn baby, and she wanted the specimen back or whatever. She wanted the fetus for
We are vessels.
whatever. So the doctor gives it to her in this jar. That's sadness in a jar right there.
We are steins. We are jars.
That is a good point, DMOC, because yes, we are the antenna that receives all of these.
The love, the happiness, the sadness, the dream, and we receive it through electrical continuity. So when you say a dream's not physical, it is physical because it comes out of the liquid of your head that reacts with the other shit that's going on in your body, just like a little machine. And you see the perception, the audio, video within yourself. It's not really,
Yeah, but where that stems from only
That-
manifests within the
you
physical, right? The same way that light
no, it's from
only.
your blood. Hold on. It's not from nothing. From physical. I'm sorry, I misheard you. It's from physical, yes.
No, I said it's.
that just means that everything is within you then.
Well,
But
everything that you perceive for you, yes, of course.
yeah, but
Your
that was the
love, your
point.
hate, your feeling, your emotion, your thoughts, yes, are from you.
Isn't that the
Yeah,
brain and a vat
Your,
thing?
yeah, but you and somebody
Do
else
we
still
agree
can
with
see
that?
the
What?
same object.
well, your electrical vibration has a different picture or outcome or audio video in your dream than mine does. You pick up what you picked up today and live your life. I picked up what I picked up today and live my life. So I have a certain amount of energy that's stored in me that would be my dream or my memory, and you the same. And you just replay it to yourself by bits and pieces when you're sleeping and you're unconscious and your body's still working because it has to stay alive. It's like the auditory system. And while your auditory system plays, your brain which is a great motherfucking Enigma machine, a processor that doesn't like to stop. It wants to keep processing shit. So it takes on the last little bit of fluid before you go to sleep, and it processes the last memory information that you had during the day or last week or month or whatever, and you have dreams, and your memories flow through. They're not non-physical, definitely. They can't not possibly be non. It's all physical. For whatever we determine is physical, unless we're in the metabunk universe right now, it's physical.
But kind of the transmission of these things would be in kind of a non-physical way until it comes into contact with another physical being, right? So I'm sure you've been in a situation where, like, there's a room of people and somebody's into some heavy, deep shit, right? Everybody's in this real bad funk, and all you have to do is walk in the room and you immediately just feel that negativity that's going on in that room, right? It's manifest in the physical when you get into that environment, or you're within the aura of that negative shit, right?
Do you know
So
what?
manifestation is in the physical, but what's taking place, that energy within the room.
Nah,
no,
I'd say you pick up on the body language and the silence, and the averted gaze is,
You've never been in a situation where you don't have to read body language, or you don't have to hear anything to just walk in and immediately feel that something's not right.
Bad though, something non-physical, or a
Well, you
person,
are.
or not having money, or something happening, or something
No,
material, right?
that's true, but also when you walk in the room, like you aren't doing, like you're trying to strip away the senses that we use to observe. Like when we do science, it's not just using your eyes to observe. It involves more than one sense. And in the case of walking in a room and sensing that something is wrong, you are going to be sensing, seeing that people's actions are a little bit awkward and a little bit off. Like you might smell something. You know what I mean? It might be hot. People might be aggravated. You might feel that. Like who knows? There's a lot of things that go into your perception to perceive what's going on.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
Hence the figure of speech, read the room.
I just don't. When you say it's the electricity in us, and this is what's given the perception and blah 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 blah. Well, what about the energy in the world without then? Because what would I? So we're just saying like the vibrations from without is what is making us with our energy perceive things within. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, the action and reaction through the medium. So if a gas goes up there and they say, oh, there's helium and gas, and it's reacting in the other medium, the vibration of the compression causes that light to come from that source outward. Everything has a voltage, an amperage, a reading, an ohm, a Newton, or whatever you want to call for, like electrical reading. So I don't know what non-material thing we can like test, or non-mass thing, like we're in the world with no material. I don't know what that is, but
I don't know how that's sequitur to a dream.
So it's like a spark, right? A spark is our audio and video, right? It's also sound, right, for radio. It's also power for your TV, right? For your fan, for your motor, for your car, for your. So the same spark is all the intelligence, all the video, all the radio, and all the power. And the same thing you can permeate in your body. But you as a human have a different type of processor in your brain. You have your own processor. So the way you process, the way every human's supposed to process, they're all supposed to be different. That's how we're supposed to be like talking about this right now. It is through something. You can't have nothing. Like whatever this thing that we're talking about could be the very thing of whatever God, the most known unknown, is. It doesn't have to be a fucking dude named Chuck. It definitely does not. The most known unknown thing could be resistance. The very fucking thing, the cause of everything. All you need is that one button of go. Once you do that as whatever, then everything it's taken care of, baby. You can fucking sit down and eat corn dogs and you're done. And the whole universe will take care of, or whatever this is, existence takes care of itself. That would be a badass creator.
You said radio earlier, just now, DMOC. Radio's it's pretty much analogous with light in a sense that, light needs physical material matter in order for us to see it, right? It has to be hitting some sort of physical matter in order for us to see the manifestation of light.
It has to have resistance. Everything has to be off of resistance, or else it's not going to be a reaction, or else it won't. It's not. There'll be nothing.
Same way you have to have the radio antenna, right? You have to have an antenna to specifically,
yes,
right? And what's being transmitted is not sound.
It's not
being
nothing.
transmitted. It's energy that's being transmitted.
It's electrical differential. Yep, being shot.
Yep.
Static. Yep. It's a focused amount. So you got a certain frequency being put out at 32, and then you got a receiver. You turn your receiver to 32, you're going to pick up the 32. So you'll pick up station 32. So if I put out 108, the frequency of 108.5, you're going to pick up 108.5 on your radio. It's all electrical continuity being passed. It's just different amounts.
And think about the amount of information that can be sent via these small vibratory frequencies.
Right. I can't differentiate those from just electricity that powers. Like, what's the difference from smart electricity in your computer to the electricity that powers the motherfucker when you plug it in? Is there a difference there? Tell me.
But then when well,
I mean, it's a question, Elijah.
I told you earlier,
Is there a
man.
difference from that power?
I told you earlier about
the intelligent power from energy power. Is there a difference here? This is the question.
No.
I don't think there is. I've been arguing about the limit of physical strength and mental strength, and people just aren't aware of the mental strength limitations that they have.
The only
It just
difference
seems to work the same way.
Yeah, I would say the only difference in those energies is the frequency and amplitude of that energy. That's the only difference.
Now, so with all this being said, and you said that fundamentally it has to be an action and reaction, aka there has to be resistance. Okay, I get that. Then help me. The image in my mind of vibration is not working right now, because when you're sending energy and it's interacting with let's just say a gas particle, that's supposed to be doing what exactly? Like where does the vibration, like what is vibration? Because I understand, I've seen people like, play music and then, or give off a certain frequency and then you get certain patterns. I get that. But when it comes to light going through air, like what does that have to do with vibration? Like particles going backwards and forwards? Like how does
Excitement, maybe kinetic energy, flow, currency, everything's moving and to a certain extent, if it can, until it settles. You know what I mean? And then if something hits it and excites it, it'll unsettle again. It just keeps happening. Action and reaction is always going to happen. Yeah, I don't even know really about the vibratory. That guy said, is it a good way to kind of explain it? I said, it sounds like a really good way to explain it rather than some of the other ways I've heard, because vibration does, it's one thing people don't never really talk about. Like all the secret electricity guys want to tell you about taking an arc and spinning this fucking thing and just spinning it, spinning it, spinning. They don't tell you to make a fucking hollow thing like a tube, like the thing that played the chord that pleased the Lord. Why the fuck would you not use a musical instrument and a note to control the frequency at a better flow, and not just a spinning disc that really has no momentum after it sets still, and you could like how Zanuck always says has the linear momentum that you can't feel and shit like that. Why would you use something that's so smooth, right, to get a resistant power? You would use a vibratory system, like the ripple in water. You touch that shit and it touches the edge. You know, you touch the end of the stick, it touches where the end of the stick, the other end of the stick is at the speed of light. No matter where that stick is at, you touch it, it's touching it.
So, Elijah, when you're thinking about vibration, so like frequency and amplitude of something like sound, when you think about music, you know when somebody hits a wrong note, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a wide range of vibration when it comes to sound, and within those vibrations, there's certain harmonics that take place, and it can be worked out mathematically as well to see these nodal points where there's harmony. And with energy, I think it's very similar, and there's certain harmonies or chords that energetic vibration will be at in order to manifest something that we perceive, right? So are the harmonics or the vibration that we perceive as visible light is very specific to our eyes. They're tuned to that harmonic frequency in order to visualize the energy of light.
428 hertz or whatever. The two, you know what I mean? Is that the hertz?
Yeah, that's for music, right? So yeah, you can think of it as music. If somebody constantly,
I mean, the Earth has supposedly 420.
No, he's talking about frequency of the Earth.
Yeah, the natural resonant frequency of the Earth.
Supposedly, yeah.
It's hard to say that something like that doesn't exist when there's a consistent note in my head.
Well, Elijah,
everybody knows that ringing, and it varies.
Right.
Like if you get high, if you get punched, when you get old and you're just standing there having a dizzy spell, and the ringing gets super loud. Like all of that happens. But when you're just chilling, there's always this particular. It varies, but even when nothing's going on, it's always there. When nothing's wrong, you didn't get hit in your ears, not tinnitus, nothing's happening. You still hear that note, whatever that note is. I used to know what it was.
What if that note is that electrical? I mean, what if that note is something we're actually deciphering and we just don't comprehend it? You see what I'm saying? Like a constant frequency that you can either pick up on or not, and you can either get something from it or not. I mean, I don't know, maybe.
I think so. I mean, it is constant.
Right. And then the water thing. Now, listen, like to control water, like if I pour water out of my garden hose, I know you've probably seen all the videos where you place sound on each side, and the sound seems like it's coming out of your speakers smooth, but it's not. It's coming at vibratory intervals. I mean, we all know this, but it sounds smooth when it comes out at a harmonic and then you have violent sound. Now, water, it can create or like conduction, superconduction, or whatever. It can create a vibratory fucking thing that's crazy. Or certain sounds are chaotic. The chaotic sound usually has a bigger fucking amount of resistance or power. If you hit like a tuning fork, you know what I mean? You lightly hit it, it'd be like considered harmony. And if you smack the fuck out of it, it'd be considered chaotic.
Have you guys heard of the Schumann frequency?
That's what I'm talking about right now, not the spin. The spin is always the thing they want to tell you about. Now, I'm not going to say it's not badass because the tornado follows it, and the vortex, like the idea of the vacuum on Earth that you can see, the idea of the action or reaction of a vacuum, I'll say, not really a vacuum, okay? But the vibration is why I added the vibration to you guys, because they're never using the vibration. Why would you, as a scientist with a magnet, sit there with a U magnet and then not put a cord on the end of that U magnet and hollow it out? And then, you understand what I'm saying? Why wouldn't you vibrate it at the same time as sit it next to the metal that you're supposed to be like making it kinetic energy with? If movement's the key, more movement would be the key, not just a smooth fucking like a record underneath your needle. You know what I mean? You'd be like, that would be better. I'm telling you. They don't use it. I don't know why.
But what it sounds like, what I think I heard from Elijah is called tetanitis. If you hear sounds continuous in your ear, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I also mentioned tinnitus. I also mentioned more than just you know like I reasoned how it's not tinnitus.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay, all right.
No, I know what he's talking about. I hear the shit too. I think a lot of people do. They're all like, I hear a ringing in my ear. So there's a lot of people that, yeah, there's a ringing.
Yeah, that ringing was there long before I was listening to loud music and my ears were damaged and blah 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 blah. This ringing that's in my ear now was the same ringing that was in my ear as a child.
Yep.
Does it get worse when there's lightning? When there's a storm?
Worse. It gets it. It's a different tone. That's what I was saying. You hear different tones when different things are happening. When you get the shit knocked out of you, when it's different tones. But when nothing is happening, there's this particular tone that's always there, regardless of all of the other tones, regardless of all of the other things.
Sometimes I can drown it out though. Sometimes I can block it.
Oh yeah, I don't pay attention to it, which is probably a bad thing. I might start focusing on it. That's probably what people do when they meditate,
Probably, or try to even it out. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Try to hit it with zero. Try to balance it.
Wow. That's interesting.
So something else interesting. Think about how tone and music, so sound, can also control emotion, right? It's used a lot in like movies, things like that.
Yes.
How just those sounds can make you feel a certain way, right? Within a movie.
Or does it make you aware of the emotion? Is that because at the same time you put emotion into the music that you make, and then when other people hear it, they hear it.
Do specific tones draw out specific emotions, right? It's interesting stuff.
If you pick up, like, if you start dancing in the room from a music, does the energy you bring in there carry out to the other people like an antenna?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Crazy, huh? Like laughter and yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard was arguing that tone thing. He had a theory about that.
Do what?
Terrence Howard, the actor, he was arguing that tone thing, like tone bringing out specific memory and stuff like that, or specific.
Okay.
I mean, in his show.
No, he did an Oxford address where he addressed his ideas, kind of rewrote math and physics.
That's interesting. I get because there was everybody knows that he was on the show. Wow,
Empire.
I can't even remember. Empire, there you go. And basically when he got shot, he began to hear when he heard music, he would see colors, and so he would paint. And is it something like that?
No, I mean in real life, Terrence Howard thinks that when he was in his mom's womb, he was given all this information, and he told himself to remember it, and he believes that 1 times 1 is supposed to be 2, and things like that.
Well, that's common sense. You only have one number 1. When you say the alphabet, you know what I mean? You have A, B, C, D, E, F, G to the Z, right? And when you say numbers, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the same line. So what he's basically saying is there's no 2 A's in the alphabet, which is true. So there's no 2 1s in the number system. It's not.
What he's saying is that thanks ripping you off, and he thinks that what does he say? A nickel. No, he says 25 cents times 25 cents. What is he? He says some other weird shit. It's a lot of weird shit.
Oh, I thought he was just saying the one thing that like 1 and 1 can't be done because there's only 1. And that aspect is kind of true, but the way we do math, it's 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, but he thinks 1 times 1 it should be equal to 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm not with that. I'm just with the other thing. Like if you give me a formulated set of something and say that's that, I'm not going to say I have 52 of these. I'm going to say I have each one that you handed me, just like the alphabet, an A, a B, a C, or a square, triangle. So these things are definite for what they are, for a reason.
Yo. You guys still talking about light or?
And if you guys haven't seen Terrence Howard's Oxford Address, I recommend it. It's very funny.
Just the idea of vibration versus perturbation or whatever. Like, is that the same thing or
perturbation?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, what do you think? Like, how would you describe like things happening, like the transference of energy?
What do you mean? How is energy transferred?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's transferred as a wave.
As a wave.
Wave of
Yeah.
what?
Energy is wave. It would be a wave of energy. Sorry to mock.
I thought you were done. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I was just saying it would just be a wave of energy, a wave of light.
Well, so would that be a vibration?
You see it more as an oscillation.
Oscillation.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, well, vibration, oscillation. I can dig it. Same type of idea.
Because remember, I was traveling as a wave, and waves oscillate. You wouldn't really say a wave vibrates. You could maybe say a particle vibrates, but if you use, field theory, where everything
Well,
is
hold
a
on.
field.
If you drew oscillate versus vibrate, what would they look like compared to the two?
I don't know what a drawing of vibration would look like, but a drawing of oscillation is just like a sine wave. It oscillates.
I mean, hold on. If you drew like a dot and then drew your thing around it, how would it look?
Well, what do you mean a dot and the thing around it?
The dot's going to do whatever thing you're thinking of. So the dot's going to be sitting there, and you're going to make it do your design, your pattern.
Okay, so my dot would be my photon or my particle of light. If I wanted to represent that traveling from its source to its original end, I would describe that using a wave, and that wave would oscillate.
So would it bounce up and down? Would it like shoot left and right, side to side?
What would the particle itself be doing?
Yeah, the dot on our paper.
On the piece of paper? My dot in reality on paper, I'm drawing it as a wave. I'm not drawing a dot. So my dot in reality on paper, it's being represented by a wave, and that wave oscillates. And that oscillation lets me know the wavelength and the frequency, which in that I can use to determine the energy of within this particle. I can figure out so much.
You know what we don't talk about a lot? Smell. That's weird too, isn't it?
Mm.
No.
What's weird about it?
Whenever you talk about smell, it's like a shitty conversation. Just stinks.
So I find that smell is more connected to memory than probably any other sensory input, at least for me.
How so?
I see why you're saying that.
Specific smells, like
definitely
smell a specific thing. Yeah.
What, is it easier to remember smells than it is to remember sounds and sights?
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's easier to recall them.
Maybe not remember. It's just that when you see something like a person, you may not remember them. Oh, hey, how you doing? You're like, who the fuck are you? Oh, hey. When you smell something you smelled before, it brings back images. It brings back everything.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, you could probably recall easier with smell, but not necessarily remember.
Oh no, you definitely can remember. Yeah, no. I reckon smell's one of the most powerful senses. I know
So you
when
can
I'm
just, like, alone, you don't smell it again, but you just remember the person because of the smell? Like you,
I know. If you walk down in the city,
person, a situation. Like I know if I'm driving in my car, and this has happened to me so many times, just this one particular thing, and I'm following a cattle truck, right? And that cattle truck just stinks of manure, right? I wind down that window because instantaneously I am back as a child on the farm. I'm milking cows. I'm running around getting yappies to the channel. Like it's instantaneous.
yeah, that's what
Like,
I'm talking about.
It is really bizarre.
That's what I'm talking about, Bandy. You're smelling the thing, so you recall the memory. But I don't think smell in and of itself that you remember smell easier. You know, like if you're not smelling it again,
sweet.
Just
Sweet
in your
smell.
mind, can you remember the smell as much as you can remember the sound of someone?
No, I was saying this earlier. Go ahead, Benson.
I think the smell is the trigger for the memory to come back
Exactly.
so vividly. Like if I sit down and try and remember these same sort of things, right? I can remember them, but they're with more of a vagueness. Like when I smell that smell of something on the farm as a child, it's vivid, it's instantaneous, it's like crystal clear. It's quite bizarre. Like it's like that instantaneous trigger for those memories just to come flooding back in really crisply and clearly.
Like if without a trigger, I would have to say, if I'm just trying to remember, something. I think I remember the visual, and then the audio, and then the smell is probably the third thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's I was saying this earlier about, I think the was asking me about remembering things or whatever, but when you remember things, it's because of there's a pathway that your neurons are firing, and so it's like muscle memory basically. Like the pathway that your neurons are firing, and whenever you have multiple sensory inputs, like let's say you smelled something at the same time as seeing something and feeling something and multiple things, then there's a lot more. There's a stronger network that's firing because it's going multiple places, and so I think that when you see and hear things, what you see and hear lots of things, but smelling things, they're very distinct signatures because your nose is like a it's like smell. It's like a particle detector. It's detecting very specific particles, and so it's like a very very specific signature, and yeah, that trigger can take you back to this very specific memory, whereas everything else would be slightly more vague.
This is fascinating, guys. Remember we were talking about the other day, our thoughts. What our thoughts are, are they solid? Are they, And I'm just got to thinking now. How about the storage of memory?
That's what I'm saying.
How do you guys think that happens?
The blood, the liquid, everything. It's anything that can hold potential holds memory. Gold holds 100% of the energy stored into it, or the memory, or the potential, or the energy. And you, as a human, you got the blood, you got the iron, whatever the fuck we're made out of, the nerve, and everything. All that material stores some type of electrical currency, and just a certain amount that is like whatever our memory is, right?
So it's like hardware, DMOC. right?
no,
It's somewhere. It's a solid. It's a matter. It's something, right?
Hold on. The liquid, yep, and the liquid flows through like a radiator, like I was telling you, like a radiator, and everything when the liquid flows through, it connects to all the shit. So everything in that liquid at one time can distribute the information to the whole source.
Yeah, well, exactly.
But a radiator flows the water. I don't think that's a good analogy. We need something else. We need like a battery.
No. We got a couple different ones. We got one that's up in our brain. We got one in our balls. We got one in our body with some blood. We got different ones. We got different radiators that work different ways. A processor's a different type of radiator. Just understand what I'm saying, please. It's really simple.
I hear you. Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
It's just like I was just saying about the pathways, your neural pathways. Those are how the memories are coded.
Yeah. So it's matter, right? It's in matter. It's in some sort of matter. It's not like woo, where people think thoughts are outside the brain and stuff like that, right? It's stored in some sort of matter, right? Tissue, whatever.
Well, it's not. No, it's not. It's not just that it's stored in the matter. It's like, you know what muscle memory is? Like when you throw a football or you play.
Yeah, bro. I take martial arts. I know this is not muscle memory.
Muscle memory, that the physical muscle memory works exactly the same way as your regular memory works. Like this.
This is not muscle memory. You train and then you can remember. No, bro.
Because the muscle memory. Hold on, man. Because the muscle memory works because the more you do a repeated physical movement or gesture or whatever, that strengthens that that neural pathway, because that same neural pathway is going to fire exactly the same way. And it's the same thing as if you remember something, or if you're repeating a story that you experienced multiple times, that neural pathway is going to strengthen. And it works exactly the same way.
I know exactly what you're talking about at work. And when a dude puts a thing on, I hear a noise. And if you don't move your fucking head and you hear that noise, you get smacked right in the fucking head with something hard. So every time I hear that little tink, I know to move my head real quick. And they're like, damn, you're fucking good at that, dude. Like, I ain't never seen nobody do that before. Everybody gets hit. I'm like, yeah, because I hear that noise. They're like, man, you're the only one that pays attention to that noise. I said, pay attention to the noise. Now you'll know. When I put this thing here, you'll hear the noise when it hits. And they're like, damn, you're right every time. So now I know. And they move automatically when they hear it. Just tink, move. It just does it.
That's interesting, but muscle memory is kind of different. Like, give you an example. When you take martial arts, right? You learn a certain stance. Okay? Right. Now, I did that, right? Now, if you come up to me and scare me or something, right? I go instantly in that stance. My hands are up, my legs are apart. I'm ready. You understand what I'm saying? That's muscle memory. And I even tell my wife, don't come behind me and startle me, because you might get a shot across the head or something as my arms go up. That's muscle memory.
That's what I'm saying, though, is that same idea of the neural pathway that leads you to do the same movement, the same gesture, whether it's a physical one in your actual, like the neurons in your brain, they actually go and they connect all throughout your, you go down your spine and they go out through all your feelers and everything. So there's also a collection of them in your brain, and the neural pathways in your brain is actually how you store information, how you store memory. Like any experience that you ever have is going to be some what do you call it? Combination of interaction of neural pathways in your brain. And if you want to recall that experience, you have to fire that exact same neural pathway. Which is why when Bandsaw was saying the smell thing, that's like an immediate trigger, whereas everything else is just an attempt to trigger that that memory. But
what about touch? Like when something burns you,
it'll immediately trigger it.
What about being burnt? When something's gonna burn you, that's gonna fuck you up. You feel that heat.
Yeah, touch is tough to remember, man.
I'll show you. Sometimes. Yeah. I know how like a.
Well, what about the skin? Think about when you get close to something. Like if you're getting really close to an oven, and since you know that amount of heat, you get really close to it. Your skin, your fucking arm automatically knows not to touch that damn thing.
So the muscle memory thing is fascinating, but I think it's much more to it than that. It's got to be some sort of story.
Well, do you know what mnemonics is? Like mnemonic memorization techniques?
Yep.
You know, like do you know any mnemonic memorization techniques?
Well, by repeating the word, is that
No, not
it?
necessarily. Like if you want to remember like so let's say for instance people want to remember a list of things, okay? Often what people will do is let's say you have a specific route when you leave your house every morning on the way to work. You leave your house, then you take a right, then you go down the other street, and there's like 10 different streets. Every time you leave your house, you take the same path. Sometimes people, if they're remembering a list or a sequence of events, they'll attach something related to what they're trying to remember. So it's like, let's say step one is who knows what the fuck it is. Like, let's say it's a grocery list. Okay, they're trying to remember a grocery list in order. Then step one's get the lettuce, then get the beef. And so what they'll do is they'll create a story in their head where they're leaving their driveway and it's raining lettuce. Like, it's a very imaginative story that is it really imprints a silly message in your brain. It's really hard to forget. So that's why people do these techniques. And there's all sorts of different mnemonic techniques, but they generally work on the same principle, and that's because when you create these silly stories, you're attaching something with a memory you already have, like your route when you leave your house, and you attach it with this insane story, which is kind of accessing several parts of your brain at the same time, and so it creates a very strong memory, and it makes it real easy to remember shit like that.
Yeah, I can understand that. But the thing is, what is the storage? That's what fascinates me.
It's the pathway itself.
Yeah. No, that's something that when somebody said memory, I said, yeah, man, we were talking about that the other day. Now, how the hell does it get stored in there? Because a lot of people say like your mind, your thoughts are not you. There's something else. There's a group of people that believe that. And I kind of, believe that in myself a little bit. But
how does gold store the energy in it like 100%? Like the idea is the same, really. Like the blood or the liquid in your body, the chlorophyll in the blood, the plasma, whatever the fuck that is, it's basically liquid gold. And then like the little chambers that you get from whatever, the sperm, same shit, same liquid. It holds fucking memory. It stores memory.
The fuck. Anywho,
or when
Essie,
you dream.
if you woke up today and you didn't have a single memory of the life you've lived, you think you would still be the same person you are now, or would you?
Undoubtedly, no, absolutely not. Right? I mean, how could you be?
So memories and past
product
experience.
of your experience. Sorry, go ahead.
I think we were about to say the same thing. Go
so
ahead.
If he is the same person, though, he would have all those same neural pathways,
your body would
and
be
he
you.
would have the same memories.
Yeah, but that's why people can remember. Like, there's two people who fell on their heads, and he can't remember anything about himself, or his wife or anything like that where he works. But he knows how to brush his teeth, and he knows how to do basic shit. But yeah, like stuff that's not
So is that the
physical.
processor you damage, or what part do you damage there? A certain liquid,
damage
a certain
part of the
cell?
neural pathways.
So the neural processor.
It just like damaged some
So
of the
there gotta
brain
be a
tissue
hard disk.
that had the neural pathways, like those electrical.
No, it's not a disc. That's what I'm saying. It's radiation flow, like liquid going through, like a tunnel or a maze, like with little ants, and it flows magnetically, and it keeps itself permeated. That's why it has to be cool or warmed at the top, or however the temperature. And yeah.
Listen, when you use your muscles, there's increased vascularization. You have new blood vessels forming, like in and out of the muscles and what have you, right? So it's the same thing. Well, I think it's the same thing with memory. The more you're using, the more you're thinking about this sort of thing, new kind of tunnels, new pathways are formed
Exactly.
in the brain.
They're strengthened.
It's gotta be a magnet.
They're strengthened, and It's the same. It's the reason. Like when we think about things like the what's it called, Mandela effect, or false memory, or any sort of story that you've told over and over again, and then I guess because you've told so many times, maybe the telling of the story is a stronger memory than the actual original event, and so the story changes a little bit. But this is because the more you repeat the memory, the more you repeat the actual practice of resourcing that memory, it strengthens that neural pathway.
It makes it more real. It's like the same way. The more you tell a lie, the more it kind of becomes true, and then and that's basically how. I mean, that shows that memory is not the most reliable thing, because you can remember things that never
Yeah.
happened, but you remember it so well that it feels like it's true. So I mean that's where I was leading to with my questions for Essie. So if he feels if he woke up today without his memories, he would be a totally different person. And then I guess the opposite question was going to be, well, what if he woke up with memories that were not his? Would that also make him a different person? Like if he woke up with Kosho's memories, would he be more like Kosho or more like Essie?
Are you trying to torture me early in the morning? Just kidding.
Yeah, but
yeah, of
well,
course,
what do you think?
I would be Kosho at that moment. I would imagine.
Okay.
He would jizz his pants.
Yeah, I would start. Anyways, I don't want to say. It's all good.
It's Freaky Friday. Me and Essie are gonna have a Freaky
So
Friday.
is there a magnet in your brain or the pineal portion? Is that like a little magnet that picks up or receives like the little the charge or discharge from the output of the fucking flow of the blood that's in there, or the liquid?
It's
Like
got to be a hard disk somewhere, bro. It's got to be storage.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, what's flipping that that spark to audio, video, and shit?
There's a specific part of your brain. There's auditory part of your brain, and then there's
the inner memory. What's the inner memory portion? When you close your eyes and think of some shit, what little section is that? What is that from?
Yeah, I forget. I think it's got to do with the I forget the different names. And I used to have the psychology book that had all this shit in it, but I lost it.
But to pull the information off the USB, what's that? What's the port you put it in? What's it doing there?
And is there a limit to this storage? Do we have like so many gigabytes, so many terabytes?
I think it refreshes. I think when you get real sick and your body rate gets over a certain degree, I think you burn off some of the shit and boil it off, and like you replace it with new, or something goes on there.
But you know what's funny?
I think it has an auto delete myself.
When I was a kid, dude, I'm telling you, like I get real high fever, and then afterwards it'd be like weird, like a refresh, like it's just weird.
You know what's funny is that like people wonder like why do people dream? And remember I was telling you about the mnemonic methods. If you think about it, your dreams are mostly experiences you had throughout the day, but they're like really intense and exaggerated and this kind of thing. And so I think the idea is that your dreams are your brain's natural way of storing long-term memories. So it takes events and things like that, and it stores it into your brain for long-term, for long-term memory.
I just thought of something, bro. D-Monk might be onto something.
Yes.
You guys must have heard. You heard of when people get like heart transplants or liver transplants, and they say that, I never liked ice cream before, but now I got a certain craving for ice cream, and the guy will say, "Yeah, ice cream is my favorite thing." You guys heard stuff like that?
Yeah, heard that.
That's freaked out, man.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
That's interesting. That makes me want to ask
portion of the liquid actually
it makes
has
me want to ask you another question, Essie. Let's say you need surgery, right? And the mock gives you his heart. Now, those cells that are now in your body are foreign. Those are the mock cells. But would you now say that the mark is keeping you alive, or you keeping him alive? Like, let's say he gives you his heart and he dies. They are still living cells that made up the mark, but they live inside you now.
That's a good
So
question, bro. Yeah,
is
exactly.
is the
People say
mark
that they
still
have
alive?
sensations, feelings, cravings that they've never had before. So
It's
maybe my
both.
hard drive thing is not hang on.
You keep each other alive.
Also, the
each other
brain isn't the only thing that has memory. We have muscle memory,
The skin.
things like we have skin, cell, blood. I think
Yeah.
everything may have memory.
What about the blood?
It's all
Does,
receptor.
if water can keep a memory, then possibly blood can keep.
Everything.
Absolutely, everything has memory. I think.
It's the thing, like what's important or not. You know what I mean? I think that's what we're trying to, like, when we're thinking about the dream versus whatever, and what you take in that day, and memory and smell, and what's triggered. Like, what's important in the brain compared to what's not important. That's the fucking crazy thing.
Well, we have
would the
real
brain
life experience, right? We know that people that have got heart transplants, they have these sensations. So we know for a fact that memory or cravings can definitely be transferred. That's freaked out, man.
From the liquid, it makes sense to me, man. I swear to God, it makes sense. Salt water, all this shit. It's probably intelligent.
Yeah, but cravings aren't really memory. Like your central nervous system will have memory, but like your cravings, they could be from they could be from bacteria that doesn't even belong to your body, like foreign
This was
bacteria in your stomach or
after,
something.
I think he had a liver transplant or something. And he met up with the guy to thank him, and he goes, "Look, man, I'm having these cravings." He goes, "It's one of my favorite things." The guy goes to him. I hope I can find the video.
I remember something
Couldn't have been a heart transplant. That's all I'm saying.
I don't remember what organ it was. I'll be honest. I don't remember.
Probably a liver, kidney, something, lung, something that they can do, whatever they can do.
Dick.
Yeah, this is part of the stuff that we don't know about. It's like, or how about when you dream? What happens when you dream?
You don't usually meet your donor of certain organs because if they're
didn't catch that.
You don't usually meet the donor of a heart. Like if they donated their heart, it's because they were a donor and they died. You don't usually meet them afterwards.
Yeah, it's early in the morning. Duh. I didn't think of that one. Yeah, it definitely wasn't a heart. Yeah.
Probably a kidney. Kidney.
Yeah,
you can
my
survive
dad-
You can live without. Yeah.
My dad had a kidney transplant. He met his donor and it was, amazing. Like, that connection was there for sure. Thanksgiving 2018.
Wow.
Yeah, Thanksgiving Day.
Fitting holiday to meet him.
Yeah. You go when you can go, man. You're on a list for so long, and then you get it. They call you the day before. Be at the hospital, 4 a.m. Don't eat anything overnight, type thing. Bing, bang, boom. Next thing you know, you got a new kidney.
Yeah, that's freaky, man. We gotta tip our hats to our doctors, eh? Like I tell them every time, I encounter a doctor, I'll tell them that I go, "Thank you for your service. Like, thank you for saving my life. Thank you for saving my mom's." You know what I'm saying? Like, truly, people that are truly like
The neurosurgeons, like those type of surgeons, are brilliant people. But you get some of the practitioners that are not so, like, they're more worldly, like they're just going by the book type thing. But the neurosurgeons, they have to fly by the knife, so to speak. Whatever they can take what comes at them and figure it out and do the best thing in their mind.
Oh man, imagine that.
Yeah, it's more like not common sense, but using their intelligence with each situation. The common practitioner is basically just going by the book these days.
Yeah, a neurosurgeon would have to utilize critical thinking a lot more so than the
Right,
average
exactly.
practitioner.
Yeah, it's a world of difference. But you know, there's some great practitioners too. I mean, I know several that would basically give their left arm if it would, you know, help a child or whatever. But then you have a lot of them that, you know, I know a couple of these that are just there for the money. And as soon as they get an opportunity to like go work for an attorney's firm or something like that and make 10 times the money and not really help people, actually hurt people, they'll jump on that chance as fast as they can. You know, it's just different strokes. You know, every group has good and bad in it.
Yeah, I was in the hospital a while back, and it's freaked out, man. It's like an assembly line, you know. They have like 6 operating rooms next to each other, and they have the patients waiting in a gown in a room. And as soon as your name gets called, bang! It's like an assembly line. It's not like it's just one operating room. They have like 6 of them in this particular hospital that I went to. It's like, man, I tip my hat to these people. You know, you got the estheticians, you got that. It's a freaking something else when you recover and all that stuff. Yeah.
Tip your hat to the main designer.
Imagine the guy that invented the stuff that knocks you out before the operation. Like, these are true geniuses, you know?
Anesthesiologists, it's a
Yeah,
skill.
yeah.
You know?
Laughing gas.
Most of them start off as nurses, like RNs, and become nurse anesthetists, and then become anesthesiologists. And it's pretty common. It's just up pay grade. You know, you get more pay and more prestigious, more control, that sort of thing. My wife's an RN, and most of her friends that graduated with her became nurse anesthetists or doctor's assistants. Basically, is what it is. They can write scripts and things. And then some of them became anesthesiologists, which is even higher. But yeah, amazing nonetheless. I mean, crazy how they can give you a shot and put a mask on of a gas, and you basically can't feel pain, or you know, you're unconscious.
It's the same thing that your brain, the liquid your brain has, right? When they cut you, they can cut your head open live and start sticking stuff in it, and you don't feel it.
Yeah, yeah. I've talked about that before with my daughter. Like we taught her brain to increase that ability to produce whatever it produces when she gets injured. I'm the same way. My pain tolerance is, you know, it's like I'm known for that. Like, it's amazing. Hit me over the head, you better kill me. You know, you just make me angry type thing. I can take a cut. I got stitches one time up in North Louisiana where there wasn't any doctors open, and my grandmother stitched me up. Just take the pain. You don't feel a lot of it. Once you get to a certain point, you know, you don't actually feel it anymore. It was on my kneecap too. Like, it wasn't in a real sensitive area. You know, I could see where if it was in maybe I don't know, some others, you know, I wouldn't be able to hold still. They'd have to strap me down or whatever, but I still could have took it. But I always watch, like when I used to go to the doctor, I got stitches. I was basically setting the record when I was young for getting stitches. And I would always watch them, you know, open it up and clean it out. I was just always interested.
Yeah.
Love all that.
Yeah, I used to have to watch them do that on my hand and shit too when I'd get cut open.
But none of that grosses me out, you know.
this has got to be the worst summer we've ever had, man. We've got about 3 days of sunshine and summer so far, like maybe 4.
In the UK, sorry if it sounds like I'm shouting. The UK is
Rainy here.
It's pretty much, we could have had about 20-degree days since January, but because of the clouds, it brings the ground temperature down to about 10, 12 degrees. But we've been fluctuating between sort of 10 and 25 degrees, and just based on cloud cover.
Same here. We reached like 30.
I was talking Celsius, sorry mate, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit.
Well, yeah, that is Celsius. We reached 38 Celsius one day.
Fuck me.
Yeah. It's crazy.
So without cloud cover, you could be achieving 38 degrees daily, realistically.
Well, not daily, but with the humidity, yeah, definitely. Yeah, in the summer, yeah, 2 months.
With the humidity, so is the humidity contributing towards the rise in temperature because it's boiling your skin? Not boiling, but you know what I mean. Without, like in South Africa, you don't have any humidity. So basically you could have a 30-degree day, but it doesn't really feel that hot.
Oh, yeah, it's totally different. That mugginess, yeah, it really, oh man, I hate that stuff.
38 degrees in Canada, and you're fucking more north than we are in the UK.
Yeah, it's crazy. Don't forget, we're surrounded by water here. Well, so are you. What am I talking about? You're a freaking island. Yeah.
To be honest, I think this story about being near sea and stuff like that, it's only relevant if you live near the sea. I think generally speaking, I don't think it makes much difference.
Well, I'll give you a city that's freaking humid. Anybody ever been to Acapulco?
I live in a humid city.
Oh my God, bro. You take a shower, you walk 5 minutes, you're finished. You're drenched. Yeah.
I live in Florida.
Oh, yeah, that's bad too.
Oh, yeah, that's that'll do it. Yeah. Or where Rakia's at, Louisiana, same stuff, eh?
Las Vegas is dry, isn't it? So I think the water would contribute towards humidity, but funny that you're 38 degrees and I'm only max 25. And you're more, if you're closer to the pole, it all depends on the angle, isn't it? Whatever model you're using, apart from a heliocentric idea, you have to think about the angle of the sunshine and stuff like that. Is there an angle, the sun's angle is 23 degrees tilted. So naturally, like Canada is going to receive more heat at some point in its cycle or something. But have you gradually got hotter, or is it just normal?
No, it's crazy here, bro. We can have a 20-degree difference in one day.
Yo.
I kid you not. Yeah.
That's a massive angle. Like when the angle is so sharp, then when the sun isn't doing its job, all you got left is the moon, for example, and darkness. So it all depends on that angle. And that's why you have such a contrast between the two temperatures, where we're only fluctuating 10 degrees. And then somewhere closer, like Istanbul fucking had snow this year. You know what I mean?
What's your latitude down there, Realm?
51 north.
What is your latitude, SE?
I'm not sure.
I think it's more than 51.
56 an average. Canada's average probably 51. And then, I would say 51 degrees lowest. So 56, 55 might be a good number to use, generally.
Well, I hope freaking summer comes.
It's 45.
45 north for Montreal.
Thank you. 45, huh?
That's crazy, because like midway, the borderline between USA and Canada, I got there at 51 last time I looked, but I didn't go all the way to the east. So I guess it's going to be lower if the closer you get to Newfoundland, the latitude of the border drops. But generally speaking, no, but still interesting. 45, still interesting. and he's hotter than us.
It's crazy. 45. It's like the latitude matches the average IQ of the citizens. Huh.
Good one there, percentage.
But that's in Celsius for the IQ.
That's right. Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that Rome is actually further north than New York. It doesn't seem like it, but
I think everyone knows that.
Oh yeah, everyone knows that. Is that right?
Yeah.
So there's the U.S. doesn't seem like it's further south than Europe, but it's a bit further south.
Yeah, Europe is further north than we assume. A lot of people associate it with being basically the same as the United States, but it's a little further north in latitude, the whole of Europe.
If you look at a map of the U.S. and take like Louisiana and like Key West, Florida, Key West is supposedly the most southern point, in this region or in America, and the temperature differences are amazing. Like their winter times are still like 80 degrees, where we get into the freezing temperatures, and we're not that far apart. It's kind of crazy. If you think of it like that, then I mean, we really should have more drastic changes, 1,000 miles away or 5,000 miles away, more so than what we have, I think.
Yeah, I'm at latitude 28 north, right at about 28 north, and we will get maybe a little bit of frost in the wintertime, once or twice, if that. We don't really have a hard freeze at 28 latitude, so that's Tampa Bay area, so halfway up the state of Florida on the west coast.
If you look at the map of the world, one that shows like sort of the dryness, the colors of the world, and you'll see that there's a strip of dryness going from Texas to the North Africa to Australia. So then they're just being a band and a strip of drier than most other things. So, in a way that simply saying that the sun is going round at that angle of 23.4 degrees. Because that angle there from Texas to North Africa to Australia is probably roughly about 23.4 degrees. So if that makes sense to anyone, yes, we do see it rise in the east and set in the west, but we choose when that time is going to be, the June, the equinox or the whatever they're called. But maybe the equator that we're using is not correct, and we just choose to measure like June the 21st and September the 21st when it's actually the 23rd, for example. You just have to wait a couple of days for it to move a bit more north or a bit more south.
We measure it at the exact time because it happens at the exact moment. It fluctuates between the 19th and the 22nd. Yeah.
See, the thing is, like, we have an observation from wherever on Earth that gives us these observations. But if the sun year on crosses the equator more west than it was the year before, then that is not being compensated for, in my theory. And also, the Northern Hemisphere has 185 days of sunshine, yet the South have 180, which means there's a discrepancy of half of about 1.25 degrees. If there is a movement, we're just going to adjust for it slightly with time.
Wait, so repeat what you said about the days of sun of
185 in the north and 180 in the south. Divide them by 2, you get 9.
Sorry, divide them by 2 and you get?
What do you mean when you say that? When you're talking about the number of days that the sun is north of the equator?
Yes, probably.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, true.
So if you divide that by 2, you'll get 92.5 and 90. Divided by a bit more, you're going to get 90 as your highest number and about 88.8 as your lowest number. So even there is a discrepancy. If you download a zero shadow day app, it'll tell you that the sun reaches a maximum of 23.46 in the north and 23.43 in the south. But I did on one reading get 22.96, which is 0.3 of a degree. But still getting closer to that 2.5 degree sort of error, because we have to allow for a little bit of error with these non-shadow day experiments. Non-shadow days when you if nobody knows, you can get an object and when the sun's directly above the object, there'll be no shadow. So could span to 100 kilometers radius, or it might only span to 10 kilometers. But still, that needs to be accounted for to put into the variables and tolerances. But that kind of says that the equator is north of the equator that we used.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest mysteries, the way the sun works, right? And I don't mean the sun itself. I mean, the shadow, the day and night thing. That I haven't figured out in my brain yet, to be honest with you. I haven't really looked at it. Like I want to get a scale model or something and play around with it, because I'm really I'm confused about that.
Like years ago, they used to point to Jerusalem, the Muslim people and stuff, and whoever else used to face Jerusalem. Then bang, something changes and it goes to Mecca, which is 10 degrees lower. 10 degrees lower than Jerusalem. It's not like a gradual change. It must have just gone boom. So that 10 degree move.
The Muslim prayer? Are you talking about the Muslim call to prayer?
Yeah.
They used to point to Israel. You say?
Jerusalem, yeah.
Really?
And the rising of Muhammad 1420. Well, no, sorry, 621-ish area at 613. Then it went to Mecca. But I don't know that for the fact. That's just an abbreviation of what I know so far. But the interesting 10 degrees, it didn't just gradually move. It's like, how do you represent that in, if you think of a geocentric model and the sun going round, but is the sun going around the equator or is it going around at an angle? And then naturally that angle is tilting to clockwise over a 360 period of, 2,000 years or something. I've got it down to 2,600 years. Different plays at work. Even Eratosthenes, it kind of says a lot that actually the sun was rising in the south, more of the southeast. So when he was doing his experiments, he just measured when the sun crossed the first point and the second point, and shadows, etc., etc. There's no information that actually says which direction the sun came from. So, shit like that gets overlooked.
Has anybody tried on Google Earth, if you pick, say, where you live and 90 degrees from north, you would have due east. And if you draw a line on Google Earth, 90 degrees from north, due east, it does eventually wind up in the south. Has anybody?
Yeah. I sort of know what you mean. I think it's the way, if you try and measure the circumference, for example, you'll see that the cursor or the line that you're using change because it's assuming over a ball, so it has to account for that hump. But yeah, I know what you mean. Also, the other thing is, do most of us witness the sunrise in the east, in the northeast, in the southeast, pretty much in anywhere in the world? Am I true in saying that actually you wouldn't have to stand on the equator to measure it? No, that sounds stupid, but I'm 51 north and my sun is rising at northeast. So, but it should be rising lower or towards the equator if I'm looking east. So it's like everything looks the same to everybody, slightly, maybe.
You know, I was just thinking about the what you said about the equinoxes and the number. Because I was just doing last year's. We were 179 days in the south and 186 days in the north. And actually, it does make sense on our if you think about it, because it's the what's it called? The equinox is only whenever it's on the whatever you call that position, but it's on the side of the orbit, like when it's perpendicular to the sun, or right past, like right next to the sun. But the part that is when we're closer to the sun, we're moving faster. We're obviously spending less time over there than we are on the bigger portion.
I wonder if that difference between closeness and furthest isn't that much, you know, if it's like just 3%, you know, so it's compensating for that. You're a really good guy for researching and stuff like that. I wonder if, I don't know how to, if you could find out, let's say the last 10 years, where the sun crossed the equator at both times of the year and the exact coordinates. And I wonder if, you know, any of you guys or yourself can find that information and actually see that. I reckon it's something like 4 kilometers a year. It's moving westward. Whereas
I've heard about that. Oh, you mean the exact? You mean the exact position? So, like when it happens at the exact time, you're talking about the exact position the sun was directly, like wherever the subsolar point was at that exact moment.
Subsolar, in one word, all the points at the exact time and location.
Right.
Sun crossed the equator.
Right.
So I guess the subsolar point if you're standing over the equator. So yeah, if there was some type of app or some type of website.
Well, I mean, Google will tell you the exact time. So Google will tell you exactly what time the solstice and equinoxes happen, and yeah, you could find the subsolar point for that time.
Yeah.
Hey, Realm, I have a question for you. You seem like you have put some thought into the heavenly bodies.
Yeah, man.
During the lunar eclipse, when the moon moves in front of the sun, right?
Yeah.
You know that we don't see the moon as it approaches. We only see a shadow, and when it leaves, we don't see the moon as well. How do you figure that happens?
Well, if you take an occurrence of, let's say, 20 lunar eclipses, or maybe 100, what will happen is that the moon won't exactly, to your perspective and your location, pass in front of the moon. So you might have to be a lot more further north to see the moon pass in front of the sun. So what will happen is that the moon will pass under the sun to your perspective, or above the sun. So the lunar eclipse is happening, but I guess...
No, hold on. Before you go on, I don't mean to cut you off, but I don't think you understood me.
Yeah, I understood.
I know we see the shadow, right? I'm talking about a full lunar eclipse when you see the shadow and it becomes dark. I'm talking about why don't we see the moon as it approaches the sun or as it leaves?
We're talking
before and after the eclipse.
Because it's glowing. So basically, it's glowing enough from the heat of the sun that it's the same color as the sky almost. But also there's the other thing that possibly might help is that, like for like, the moon is 1.6 times or 1.63 times more porous than the Earth. So in ways, that might have something to do with it. If it was if it was made from like silicon, for example, or something like that kind of reflects the light inside there and it illuminates, depending on what it's made out of. But when you talk about the shadow, you're talking about the shadow on the ground?
No.
You see, because you won't see a shadow if
No. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. We're on Earth. We're looking at the eclipse, right? Now we see just the sun there, and as soon as the eclipse starts, we don't see the moon approaching at all. We just see a shadow. Then that shadow covers just exactly almost the right size, and it becomes night, right? Dark. But the moon itself, like craters or any aspect of the moon, we don't see. We just see a shadow.
I guess it's not getting any light, direct light.
Yeah, but don't you think any light would bounce around the edges, around? Because you guys say light curves and go and does all these things, but in this instant, it just doesn't. It just.
I guess our atmosphere itself would have to have the ability to reflect the light back onto the moon. If you're just saying that, if we would say the moon is a lot closer and the sun's a lot closer, then we would say that there's nothing up in our atmosphere that is going to reflect. Even if you had clouds, the clouds would just absorb the light. So there will be no reflection back onto it, and that's why we don't see it. Probably the same way that we don't see the moon during the 2.5 day cycle, at the end of each cycle, 29
during the new moon phase. Yeah.
The new moon, it's another issue. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Solar eclipse happens.
And then that's just a part where the relationship between the two, where it doesn't get direct light to it. So therefore, we're not going to see it. If you were to talk about solar eclipses, then the solar eclipses when say on a flat Earth map, for example, they are opposite sides to each other, and basically the sun is burning the moon from behind, and therefore it's foolish. But then you would have to say that the sun would have to be closer to it, or indeed its rays itself are powerful that it could heat up the moon, because you see the moon glowing just like coal does in a barbecue. It just glows from the back. So you think that you're seeing the Earth's shadow, but what's actually happening is the light from the sun is changing because they're moving at speeds to our perspective, etc., etc. So that's what I think I see. I see that the sun is close and behind the moon, but perspective it's kind of further depending on shape overall.
So you're going with the current thing that the atmosphere, Rayleigh scattering, whatever, just causes us not to be able to see it through the light. Too much shine.
I guess if the light from the sun is not coming down to us because it's being blocked by, then naturally it's not going to radiate the atmosphere between us and the sun because the moon's in the way. So I think a bit like putting your hand over a flashlight. I think the sunshine has like a beam, just like a flashlight torch, or whatever you want to call it. So it's kind of got that radiant ability to kind of spread out, but hit it hard up ahead, the same way like your headlamps work. It's that shielding effect behind it that radiates it tenfold. Do you know what I'm saying? Heat, light.
I hear what you're saying. I have another question for you.
Thank you.
Related to this. The sun, right? It's supposed to be a sphere? A ball, right? Now, do you think that rays of light from the sun, it being a sphere, can they leave the sun in a parallel fashion?
There was a thing I saw. Basically, they've got two pictures of the sun. One is using the other one some fucking infrared or something. But the two of them combined made the sun look more elongated. That word, where it's taller rather than fatter. Than it's not the same all the way around. It's taller, so it's skinnier. So if something is more of a prolate sort of shape, then naturally its light coming out would be like that of an eye, a reptile, in a way. So it depends on the shape of it. If it had a face, it would be parallel. If it had a curved face, then only some of them would be parallel.
Well, when I look at it through my sun filter, it's a perfect circle.
Yeah, if you use stellarium and you observe the sun going below the horizon, at times you'll notice that the sun goes elongated. But that sounds stupid.
Really?
Because it's an application. I mean, what is an application?
You mean the application? Well, I can tell you I've witnessed the sun many, many times, and it never does that.
Oh yeah, and there's that thing where like you use stellarium as an application, and you've got this bright sun on the horizon, and when you zoom in, the brightness goes away, and it suddenly shrinks. It doesn't suddenly shrink. It gets smaller at a faster rate than you're expecting. So you get a cleaner light, and it's like you're focusing in, and you're saying that's 15 degrees. When you focus in, it's actually 15.4. You know, so it's. But I've seen two bits of information that's, and even Cassini and Descartes, René Descartes, he was the Cartesian guy. Both of them and Cassini's entire, they all supported the idea that the Earth was elongated, and they said that the same thing about the planets. Possibly the Sun was mentioned as well. Interesting that two people, Cassini, that we've all heard that name. René Descartes was a renowned person, and for those two guys there in the Academy of Science to claim that they reckon that the Earth was, and probably not by a small amount, but kind of funny they said that, and then Newton got his way.
Well, the reason I was asking you is down to the umbra. If the sun cannot produce parallel light rays, then the umbra theory goes out the window. If you get what I'm saying.
Do you know what? And it would be parallel. Now, I don't support any model. I'm a flat earther, 80%, 90%, and I'm looking into things. If the word were to be some type of concavity shape, I don't support a sphere in any model. And in there, I lost my fucking train of thought, mate. Sorry. If the ground itself was bowl-shaped and the light coming from the object was curved at the same curvature, then naturally each point from the source to the ground is going to be parallel. But if you're on a flat Earth, then you would need a flat disk or flat lens at the front to give you parallel lines. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, but if the lines... Sorry, I thought you were done. Finish up.
All good, man. All good.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the lines are not indeed parallel, then the Eratosthenes experiment with the shadow sticks there goes out the window.
You see, his experiment, like even the distance from the first town to the second town is not the same as what he used. And also the higher location, Alexandria, 3 degrees to the west. It's not a straight line up. Now, that would only indicate that the sun was arriving from roughly 3 degrees south of the equator. Because, did you get me? But 3 degrees out of 360, that's 1 in 120. Yeah, the margin of error, that was where the error was. The parallel lines, the other thing is that he measured something on the same day. I think, sorry, mate. I think the experiment was either done on the same day or it was not. If it was not done on the same day, it's fucking useless. If it was
I don't believe it was done on the same day.
So then basically,
the same day.
The way that you would say it wasn't the same day because you can't do locations at 12 o'clock at the same time.
No, he didn't do it at the same time. He did it at solar noon for each location.
Yeah. Apologies. Sorry. An hour later, if the sun was coming from the south, he wouldn't be able to get to that second location at Alexandria to witness it for himself.
Yeah, he had a slave. He had a slave at one of the locations.
Yeah, definitely.
And how did they find the distance?
They estimated it with, the travel and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if you're measuring, to me, it sounds like you're expecting it to come from the south, hit the first location, then hit the second location at the top of the Nile, because they're both done on more or less to do with the Nile. even the fucking shape of the Nile itself, you know, there's many things, Ascension, St. Helena, all these ways that they could actually mark the path of the sun. So naturally, if you had enough manpower to, because you were the ruler, you would say, I would trace the fucking, the path of the sun. And naturally you get the Nile River possibly being man-made and chiseled, because the locations at the top of the Nile River are named in conjunction with the sun. And one would be, they were like locations, one middle, one means low, to do with that. 1, 2, 3, a gradient. So they definitely were registering a sun coming up the Nile River.
I think they used Venus as, if I remember correctly, I think they used Venus as the time of the flooding of the Nile. I think I remember reading something about that.
Yeah, flooding of the Nile. If you go check out Ascension Island, they used this was Haley, Edmund Haley. He was based at Ascension Island, and fuck me, there's like fucking the way that the ground is contoured almost matches the path of the sun, and it was like, you know, I don't know, man, I don't know. Is it, you know, we had the ability to carve a mountain so that we could actually chisel the direction that the sun was coming in, and if the next year they could see that, even the way that many cities, old cities, were designed, like Paris. If you think about it, like the city could be made in a way that, you know, we've got the East Street, we've got the West Street, we've got the North and South, etc., etc. And if anything changed, then the shadows would change on something in that street or something. Even the Arc of Triomphe, many of them around the world, are 3 arches, and the 3 arches, the middle one being the equator, one being the tropic, and the other one being the tropic. So they could tell what time of year it was just by standing at a certain point and looking through the arches. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fascinating, man. That relationship, sun, moon. Yeah. I find an issue with the light, the shadows, and the rays.
MIT, something to do with that, a respectable body from America. They done something, they recorded the lunar eclipse ground, and they had a satellite balloon. They had a balloon and a camera on it, and it was facing down to the ground. And the shadow of the fucking moon was on the ground. It was 800 kilometers wide, because there was a land or 2 landmarks close to the vicinity of that, which were the same shape, size, circles that were 800 kilometers apart. So a shadow from the moon gives us a shadow on the Earth. That's, I think it was 2018, so it depends on where, you know, if the moon was further or closer, if it makes a big difference, depending on actually how far it is from us in the first place.
Are you talking the umbra?
Is the shadow?
Well, there's 2. Well, there's actually 3, but there's 2 shadows that we talk about: the umbra and the penumbra. Do you recall which one are you talking about? The small one or the one after it? Because
if you've got the sun and then you've got the moon underneath it, and then the shadow. What's that shadow on the ground called?
Well, like I said, there's 3 of them. One of them is like 70 miles across, approximately. That's the umbra. Then there's the penumbra, which is a lot larger. I forget the exact size. And then there's another one that a lot of people are not familiar with. It's called the antumbra. So we got 3 shadows here.
I would just say the shadow that you see on the ground, because the moon is blocking the sun. So I don't think it's an umbra of any sort. Well, it is, but I don't think we can get into that, because it's just simply something blocking the light and causing a very small shadow on the ground in comparison Depends on how big the moon.
I don't think you understand the full crux of the matter, because it's not 800 miles. It's a mere 70 miles, that shadow. That's all it is.
Okay, but at the time, it could have been further. Like I said, it all depends on when we've done this recording. If it was at 800 kilometers, then there could be the point where the moon is further from us. So, with that shadow, as it's closer to the sun at that time, because the sun might have been closer, the moon being closer to the sun would make its shadow larger. So if you're saying 70 miles for one thing, and whatever the other two are, wherever it's closest to 800 kilometers or 500 miles, 500 miles, yeah.
Didn't you just say the main shadow is a lot bigger? The penumbra is just that focus point, isn't it?
Oh, that's the umbra.
Yeah, so
the umbra is the small focus point.
Right. So isn't he right though? Isn't the main shadow a lot bigger?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, which one is which shadow is he talking about? Because there's the full shadow, then there's the partial.
You said this. You said there's the one of them is small and is 80 miles. You said then there's one that's bigger. Well, he's probably talking about that one, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Help him out.
Interesting. No, not interesting, but maybe the 70 miles thing. You know, when a lunar eclipse, see it at a certain location. But if you could see it at a location that's 800 miles from the other location, then that pretty much, what is that called?
It's the first time I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just driving at the moment. I think it's like lunar eclipse 2018. It gives you the time and at the time, the positions of the sun and the moon. I think the moon was above America. It was during the day, so the sun would have been out. It was only about I don't know, maybe 10 o'clock, 10:28 in the morning. Yeah. It's just looking into the stuff. Then you go and date and time. It's called, and see where the sun.
Go there all the time. I'm interested in this. If you can find it later on, please post it.
I'll get it for you.
Yeah, that's right. Left lane. Yep. Now, if them rays are parallel, right? How does that V shape happen?
Why do you say that they're parallel?
I don't say that. You guys say that.
I don't say that.
You don't. The theory is that the sun rays come in parallel. That's not the
I'm
globe
pretty sure I've
theory?
told you otherwise several times.
Okay.
They come in near enough to be parallel to use them for certain tests, but they certainly don't come in parallel.
Near enough.
They're well within the 1 degree. Yeah.
They're so close to being parallel, you can consider them parallel.
No, you can use them as being use them as being parallel in certain tests like Aristosthenes. Yeah.
Show me a light ray, just one.
That's another thing. Yeah.
I just want to see one light ray. Can you even demonstrate one light ray? Let alone two?
Well, I can show you light rays obstructing I can show you a stick in light rays and creating a shadow.
So what you can show me is a lack of light, but you can't show me a light ray.
Here's what you got to do,
I
Bambi.
can't show you, and one of them is a single light ray. That's right. I can't just show you
Here's
one
what
light
you
ray
do.
by itself.
Okay, hold on. Jerry's got to sort me out. Jerry will.
All right, listen. You get a ball, right? And then you look at the moon and you hold the ball in the air and you say, "Oh, look, there's your light rays."
There we go.
Or squint your eyes. Squint your eyes and you'll see them.
Thank you, Jerry. I knew it was that
Why
easy.
would you even why would you even imagine that somebody is gonna? Why would you think that it's necessary, and why would you imagine someone's gonna be able to show you a single light ray?
Why would you even imagine that they are traveling in rays to start off with? Because you see
Light, it's a term.
Well, no, you see a lack of light, and there you go. Oh my God, they travel in rays. You jump to this conclusion.
Yeah. So
behind it.
If they're traveling as particles, what'll happen is if you have, let's say, 36 million particles that are leaving, but photons are leaving the sun in all directions, what's going to happen is they're going to get further and further away as they leave the sun. And so by virtue of this happening, this is them spreading apart. This is the divergence to discuss.
So now you're presuming they travel in particles too. Like there's a lot of assumptions in all
travel
this,
as photons,
and they all lead to like a lack of light, shadows, thus parallel light rays. Yeah.
I'll put that video in chat. That video about the moon eclipse. I put it in chat. I found it.
Cool, real.
Oh, nice. So it is the umbra that we're talking about. And you say 800 miles? You said it was 800 miles across? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
Okay. See, Reckoner has nailed it. Endless assumptions based on assumptions.
He nailed it.
Hold on, hadn't finished. The disgusting part is it's all deliberate misleading from the truth.
Okay, so what Reckoner's done is gotten everything wrong just there. He didn't do anything special. Yes.
Really?
There's no assumptions being made there, and there's no deliberate misleading. This is actually how energy emanates from anything in a spherical format. This is how it happens. It goes in all directions. It goes all directions from the source. So this
fine.
Is
so how can it be parallel then? For sure. If it leaves at all directions, that's my whole point. You have a sphere, ball, sun. If it leaves in all directions, how can it be parallel?
SC, how good is your memory? Because I just got done telling you it was not parallel, and I just got done reminding you. I've always told you that.
I understand that.
If somebody else has told you it's parallel, I'm telling you right now, it does not leave the sun parallel. There are tests like Aristotle's tests where you can use the light as if it were parallel, because the light comes in less than half a degree difference from either ends of the Earth. So it's not going to give you that test in error.
How do you know that the light comes in at less than a degree of difference? Like, how do you even make that assumption? Where have you got these light rays to actually measure that they're less than a degree to parallel? Where have you got
first off, and second off, I actually did this test with 23 people, and we did this test. We were all within half a degree.
No, you looked at shadows. You did not look at light rays at all, Kosho.
What do you keep saying? What do you keep saying? Light rays as if there's some object. When people say light rays, they're talking about the light. That's all they're talking about. The direction the light's coming in at.
I don't
not
understand.
Like a single light ray. There's nothing like that. The light ray just means that it's just the direction the light's coming in at.
I think Howard's trying to jump in.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're disconnected on that, Bandy. I mean, it's just a description to describe a direction that the light's coming from or going to, or you could see crepuscular rays. You could say those are rays of light, or the sun's over here and it's emitting rays of light that way. I mean, I don't understand what the issue is.
Crepuscular rays are the light breaking through clouds or trees or whatever to give that image of fanning of quote unquote light rays type of thing. But it is just a fanning of light, so to speak. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are traveling in rays in any way, shape, or form. Doesn't mean they are traveling in particles either, Howard.
It's just a word. It's just a word that describes like the direction of the light. I mean, it's not I don't see light as something that I could depict a single photon and and see that like as a physical thing or whatever. It's just a word that describes the direction of light.
Well, if you're describing a direction of light, Howard, and you are putting a directionality to that thing that has less than 1 degree of parallel to that directionality of those light rays, right? You are now putting physical properties on those things, right? And now you are describing them in rays with a very specific direction, right? It's not my doing. I didn't do it, right? This is coming from the accepted science of everything. They're not my words or my thoughts.
But I mean, personally, it's like when someone says the light rays. I mean that. I understand what they're talking about. I just don't understand why you're disconnected on the word light ray.
Well, it's just that it's like a light ray. It's like this thing that's coming out in a ray from the sun, isn't it? It's not a disconnect at all. Obviously, the light and the sun emits light. I'm not arguing that at all, Howard. Like, everyone can see that. That the sun seems to emit light. Now, how it emits it, right? In what direction, what path, in what particles or photons or whatever words we want to put to them, that is, I think, right, up for debate myself.
Yeah, Left Lane. Would you describe the emanation of Wi-Fi in the form of rays?
Not in the form of rays. I would think of it more of anything emitting like radio waves as radials or beams. And I think of that as I relate it to like VOR navigation in an airplane. It's a station on the ground that's emitting radio beams of radio waves on a certain frequency in a 360 degree. We call them radials, is what we call them, radials or headings. But
So would you
were
say
saying
that
a light, if it was a light sitting there, I would say that it's emitting, light rays in all directions. That's what I would say.
why would you differentiate between the light and the radio? Why would you make a distinction if the only fundamental difference between the two is the frequency and vibration of the emission?
Well, it's just a matter of using terms associated with radio waves or light rays, like radio waves or a beam of radio waves, or I mean, it's just a matter of conversation and communication and understanding what we're saying.
Sure. Yeah, I feel like sometimes when light is referred to as rays, we think of it in kind of straight lines. So when you think about when you were a kid, if you drew a picture of the sun, you would draw the light emanating from the sun with little straight lines coming down, right? And if we're thinking about a radio signal and I wanted to illustrate that radio signal, I would draw it in like arc patterns, right? Coming off of it and getting bigger and increasing in circumference.
Yeah, squigglies.
Yeah, but my point being is I think when people try to refer to light in the form of rays and we're asking if they're parallel, you've got Eratosthenes making the assumption of parallel light rays, and we're thinking of them in terms of these straight lines. I think that further confuses the mind because there is no differentiation between like a radio transmission and a light transmission. The only difference is within the frequency and amplitude of the transmission.
Right. Well,
That's
see,
what I
like
thought was. Yeah, go ahead.
Eratosthenes and the shadow of a stick, versus like the shadow of the moon on the solar eclipse. On the shadow of a stick, the penumbra is not evident per se. It's just a fuzzy edge of the shadow. But like with the moon, it's very evident in a massive penumbra that is a circumference around the umbra. you know, where you've got the total shadow and then the partial shadow around it. That's where it's evident. But on a shadow of a stick, it's not evident.
Well,
That
it
was my
is,
point.
but much smaller. But it is. Take anything and you'll see it.
Yeah, but this must was pronounced. But yeah, but that was my point about bringing up when he was asked about the sun rays, and I said the stick and it obstructing the sunlight, making a shadow, because these are the angles that we're talking about when we talk about there being angle and a difference. We can't
I
actually
remember
see
this
like sun
well,
rays.
Kosho, because this is the first thing I was wrong about when I came into this arena, shall we say. I thought that, like the common notion was that an object cannot make a smaller shadow than itself. Well, I was wrong.
Right.
It can.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
But at the same time, there's also shadows that are bigger. So it's not always that one shadow, but you can make it smaller. There's no question about it.
And two, also, the illustration that I posted matches what we observe. So there's got to be a connection there.
Yeah, but think about it. It's just the right size, you know, just the right distance.
Not really.
And it makes a shadow of 70 miles. But then when we reverse it, then the whole Earth gets covered when it's the other way around, right? The shadow doesn't shrink on the other way around. When it's on the Earth, it's just huge. It's
huge.
Yeah.
So think of it this way, though. If we're talking about a solar eclipse, right, and we have a path of totality, and that path of totality tends to be roughly around 70 miles, right?
Yep.
So within the vantage point of somebody on Earth, you have this alleged object in between you and the light source. And if you make movement from the center point of that object to one side or the other, you're going to reach a point in which you're going to see the light source behind it, right? And if that happens to be a 70-mile difference, what has to come into play concerning the shadow when you're actually physically observing, okay, when I get to this point, I can see the light behind it. Now I traverse to the other side and I get to this point and I can see the light behind it. Wouldn't we be able to deduce that distance could not be, you couldn't make the object larger than that distance that you're traversing because you're physically seeing the object past it. Does that make sense? Maybe that's a poor illustration.
Yeah, but I think you still see the it's covering part of the sun though, right? Like you have to be further to see it not
part of
covering the
it.
sun at all.
But when I think of it this way, if I put a flashlight 10 feet past a tree and the circumference of my flashlight from where I'm viewing it 10 feet on the other side of the tree, from my vantage point, the circumference of the flashlight is the exact same as that tree. My movement left and right would somewhat denote the size of the tree, right? Like maybe I'm completely off on this, but in order to see the direct source of that light, we're just dealing with direct angles, right? And distances. Visually, so taking the effects of the shadow out of what we're visually seeing. I'm just now fleshing this out in my head, so I don't really have a definitive answer. So I'm just throwing it out to the room. But you understand, you might understand what I'm saying. Like a light in the distance, you have an object between you that is covering that light. And as you move side to side, what is that side to side movement in relation to the size of the object that's in between you and the light source?
Well, okay, so when you think like the sun and the moon are the same size, right? Or they appear to be the same size, right? And there's that cone that comes from the edges of the sun, and that cone is so there's like if you imagine like a perfect cone, so cone with the tip even, and so at the big end of the cone there's the sun, and then you go inwards, and then somewhere in the middle there is where that cone is touching the edges of the moon, and then you go to the Earth where that cone is now 70 miles apart as it's touching the Earth, right? So I'm not sure if that 70 miles is actually, it's not representing, if you were to go on both sides of that 70 miles and see the moon, the sun, that's not represent, because it's not a straight line, you know what I mean? You'd have to that 70 miles on the Earth doesn't represent 70 miles where the moon is, and it certainly doesn't represent 70 miles where the sun is, you know what I mean? Maybe I'll draw it out.
But if you're directly seeing the object, right, it wouldn't denote some sort of weird shadow thing, right? It would be your direct line of sight. So when you move to that, the left-hand side of the path of totality, you eventually start to see not a total eclipse, right? So you're directly visualizing a portion of the sun that's not being obscured by the moon. And if you move to the other side, you move 70 miles to the other side, you start to visually directly see the sun itself, right? So it's kind of removing any talk about umbra and penumbra and shadow and all that kind of stuff, because what you're creating is a direct line of sight.
Yeah, it has to be in the shadow to have that. That's right.
I'm going to draw a picture of what I was talking about. Just see if it makes sense.
But the thing that kills me is how come we don't see the sun at the moon at any point of its egress and whatever they call it, degress, when it enters and leaves, we don't see the moon at all.
Yeah, but you have to remember they always occur at the new moon phase.
On that point, SE, I would be curious because there is the claim that we can use some sort of radar or whatever to get an image of the moon. I would like to see that taking place, right? A radar image of the moon being where it's claimed to be as we see a solar eclipse.
I would expect if the sun and moon were basically the same distance away from Earth, but just barely at certain times were at different distances where the moon could pass in front or behind the sun, then you wouldn't see the moon. But if the moon is where it's at and the sun is where it's at in their model, you would expect to see the moon at all times.
Yeah.
It would just change shade.
Yeah, but it's occurring during it's occurring during the new moon phase, and that's the phase where it's known that you don't see the moon.
Yeah, it's known, but the question is why? And your answer is, well, it's 5 degrees off.
No, it's not because it's 5 degrees off. It's because there's a really bright object there. It's the same reason you can't see anything else in the sky.
5 degrees off, yeah.
You can't see anything else in the sky if it's too close to the like if it's you can see some of the you can see Venus and Jupiter if they're on the opposite side or closer to the further away from the sun. But if it's near the sun like that, the sun's very bright, dude. You're not going to see anything.
Yeah, I get that, but how come we see the sun? If that's the case, then how come we see the moon during the day and other times?
Because it's not in the same direction as the sun. You see it when it's at a different direction than the sun.
Right. So special cases, I get it.
It's not special cases. It's common sense.
It's not common sense. Common sense is this: the brightest thing in the sky, the biggest rock in the sky. Those two one cannot make the other one disappear by shining on it. That's common sense.
If you have a cop car with his high beams on, pointing at you, and you have a cop standing perpendicular somewhere, to the right or left of you, the light is going to shine onto the cop, and you're going to see him. That makes sense. If
Great
the cop is
analogy,
coming from
man.
the direction
Great
of the
analogy,
light,
Joshua.
if the cop
Yeah.
is coming from the direction of the
Yeah.
light's much too bright. You're not going to see him until he intersects that light.
Yeah, no, you would always see the shadow of the cop or the outline of the cop. It never would disappear. So not a good analogy. Plus, the cop car could never be 93 million miles away and the cop be 250,000 miles away from a viewer. So nice try.
Yeah, the cop has to intersect the lights in order for him to silhouette it. If he's not intersecting the path of the lights, then it's not going to happen. That's the same thing that's happening with the moon. The moon's not intersecting the path of the light until it's in front
The
of the
inverse
sun.
square law of light debunks all this nonsense.
Let me give you a better argument for the globe Earth side. Let's say that what we see as the blue sky during the day is actually the energetic, the energy from the sun fluorescing the noble gases in the atmosphere. That might be a better argument for me, that the fluorescing of these noble gases is able to drown out a portion of the moon.
What noble gas?
We're talking about here. It disappears for 2 days completely.
Every month.
Yep. New phase period.
Yep, because it's on the same direction of the moon. That means at any given point in time, the moon is going to be lit up halfway by the sun, and half of it's not going to be lit by the sun.
This goes back
during the portion of the new moon phase, it just so happens that the part that's being lit up by the sun is on the opposite side that we see.
This goes back to my previous statement regarding the alleged ability to detect the moon with radar. You should be able to still have a radar signature of that moon during the new moon phase. Has anybody ever seen that? I don't know. I haven't.
You mean like because we were talking about that earlier, like like a laser measurement sort of detector thing?
I don't know. I've had many globe earthers tell me that we can measure the distance to the moon based on radar. So if that's the case, the radar signature of the moon should always be present.
Yeah, because it's a physical object and it's not being obstructed by anything, so the radar should pick it up.
100%.
And like I said, doesn't it seem to y'all that a better explanation is that the sun and moon are basically the same distance apart, the projection at least, and when those lights cross paths, they kind of blink each other out because they're the same size and the same distance away from the viewer. That would make sense to me, where you wouldn't see the moon as much as you should if the light sources are so separated.
Yeah, isn't there tests that you can do with two different light sources, and the lesser light source will actually make the greater light source seem to black out? I think I've seen videos like this in the past.
Yeah, but this is an object traveling right next to it. Well, not next to it, but you know what I'm saying, like very close to it, in front of it. Now, the rays, they don't wrap around the moon. Like when you open a door, right? The light rays don't just make a shape of the door. They bounce around and the whole room lights up. But in this case, the moon disappears. I don't know, man.
But if it has the laser radar reflectors or whatever, then you should be able to shoot. I mean, according to their model, you should be able to calculate where the moon is going to be exactly, where the reflectors are going to be, and shoot at this like black space.
Yes.
Empty space in the sky, and get a reading. If they're
I don't even know if Globers have a whole lot of confidence in this whole laser retro reflector moon thing, to be honest with you.
Well, they did like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, there's a person, Nate said he's done it himself.
I guarantee you it's never been done before.
They might say it, but I don't know if they have 100% confidence in it, to be honest with you.
All you have to do is study the retroreflector and see how how it works and how it would send a light ray back in the direction it came from, and then understand that it's not going to happen, and you're not going to be able to accomplish that same thing with an object that is not a perfectly perpendicular and flattened mirror. I mean, it's
so yeah, even though we don't see the moon before and after the eclipse, you're saying that we should have the radar reading, right?
Say again?
If we shot the laser where we thought the moon would be before or after the eclipse.
Oh, right.
Then we should get a reading, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah. If you were able to, aim exactly where it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Has that ever been done?
I see it's been done during a lunar eclipse. I haven't seen one during a solar eclipse.
To be clear, it wouldn't be during; it would be before or after.
I mean, during would it make a difference, right?
Well, the moon is obviously visible during a lunar eclipse, right? The contention is the solar.
Well,
No,
yeah,
it's
that's what I'm
not.
saying.
It's not
During
visible.
solar.
Oh, yeah. Okay, my bad. Yeah.
What's the difference in terms of the reading when shooting at the sun?
Well, they don't use the laser. They use I've seen them use like radio. They use radio waves.
What happens if you use the same thing?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it just gets absorbed. I don't know.
Would you find it odd if it's the same?
I mean, I've seen the test, and I remember wondering the same thing. I mean, we're assuming that they might do the same thing, but no, they use it. It's a different setup altogether.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, it could be because it absorbs some of that light. It could be because you're already not receiving back. You're already receiving back only like we said, like 3 photons in the case of the moon. So I imagine it's probably much worse with the sun. And there's also not a retroreflector on the sun. So
I don't think it can be done on the sun.
Well, it's been done on the sun.
I'm pretty sure it cannot be done.
They claim that it's done, and the question is if the reason it's done is because they use like a higher frequency or power or something like that, and they were able to get even light to bounce off the light source, then why not use the same technology, that same frequency or power, what have you, on the moon and see what the result's going to be?
Oh, you're saying do the same thing that they've done on the sun, do that on the moon is what you're saying. They do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like a moon. That's like a moon bounce.
And how many photons are received?
I mean, yeah, they get a bunch back. It's a whole. It spreads out, and it's you have a whole range of you have a whole area that it's capable of capturing that. So you just have to be. It doesn't come back to the same location, so you have to be like.
They should
the exact distance.
They should put some of these photons in a. They should put some of these photons in a glass case and put them in the Smithsonian.
No, but for real, what if you shoot this radio at the reflector? It should still reflect radio waves.
Yeah, possibly, but I mean, you have to remember also that it's gonna be a lot bigger than the retroreflector. So.
What?
The radio wave, like it's for the moon bounce. I mean, they're fairly large, right? I think it's gonna be bigger than the retroreflector.
Yeah, that way you hit the retroreflector and get a bounce back.
The entire wavelength is bigger than the retroreflector.
Yeah, so is the laser you shoot at the radar reflector.
The laser, the actual spread of the laser is wider than the retroreflector. That's true, but the individual wavelengths of light that's hitting it are not bigger than it.
It doesn't matter because when it hits it, it's going to be a point.
That's if it hits it, right?
Yeah, but like it's photons hitting, remember?
Now you're questioning whether something wider could hit something.
And you don't know. You don't know. Tell me the wavelength when it approaches the moon, Kosho, due to conservation.
I think the wavelength's going to stay the same when
the wavelength changes, Kosho, because we have galactic movement and it needs to conserve the constant speed of light. So the wavelength's going to change. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I would treat it as it was exactly the same. I wouldn't imagine that it's changed size.
You would ignore.
Then the retroreflector means that there's a good chance it's not going to hit it.
So is the light
you must be exhausted at the end of the day.
If this isn't
they want their cake and eat it too.
I was gonna say if this isn't like putting a flag on the play in your mind, then
yeah, it's just another doublespeak or a situation where you can't prove anything, or it's just one of those other anomalies that has to happen, that has to be explained away And that's why I said Kosho must be exhausted at the end of the day, having to come up with these spectacular explanations and explanations.
It's like common sense.
Yeah, I
You don't
wasn't done
accept it, but
yet.
it's
I
common
know
sense.
you know. I know you know I wasn't done. I know you're smart enough to know I wasn't done. That's a go. Oh, it's all right. I know you're excited. I did mention your name, so you
I'm
probably
saying
got
it's funny.
excited.
It's common sense. That's all.
Yeah, it's common sense, huh?
No, common
That's
sense
not
would be to
common
find
sense.
this peculiar. The lack
Kosho,
of...
why do you hand wave the variable I bring up as if it will never matter and your statement will ring true?
He has to.
Why do you do that?
He has
Model
to hand wave
affliction.
it. Yeah. He
You
has
think I'm
no
kidding?
choice.
It's the model. Their model dictates what they're gonna say, what they have to say. You could even ask a question and know what they're gonna say based on that. I do it all the time.
Kosho, won't depending on the orientation of the moon and the Earth in relation to our path around the Milky Way, isn't that going to completely change the wavelength of the light or your laser as it gets to the moon? I mean, I'll eat the thing that you guys sold me before, whereas it's gonna have lateral conservation and you're not gonna miss. Everything's gonna be relative, and we're not gonna lose the signal. We don't have to aim ahead. It's no big deal. I'll buy all that shit, but now you gotta. Yeah, but you gotta have your cake now, man.
No, sorry, I had to answer the door, but yeah. With the moon bounce, you actually have to take a lot of stuff into account. So, it's going to end up. That's why the person receiving it is going to be somewhere else, not the same location that you shot it from.
Why?
Because of the movement and all that kind of stuff, and you're hitting it at an angle, and it's spreading by the time it gets.
What do
to
you
the
mean?
other
It's
side.
still light. It's still light going at the speed of light, hitting the laser the retroreflector. Why wouldn't it come right back, just like it does with the laser?
I wonder.
The laser light is smaller than the.
Door locked from the inside or outside. That's what I wonder.
The laser light is more condensed, sure, but still, you would expect that, at least, especially given that it's so much more wattage or frequency or whatever it is that lets you, get more of a response. You'd expect that at least one photon would hit this laser, the retroreflector, and come right back, like you were saying would happen.
Yeah, we'll find out if they've tried that before.
Kosho, this is new territory, and I'll admit my ignorance here. Okay, I can admit it all day. That way, you know where we stand. But that straight back thing is the story that I've heard every other time. Now of course they're in different locations and angling. Like it used to be shoved down our throats.
There's a difference between a moon bounce and a laser. Very powerful laser being shot at the moon. They're two totally different things.
I'm not okay. So you're talking about moon bounce in different directions. Okay.
Yeah, moon bounce is like when a person has like a ham radio, right? And it's usually like low frequency, signal that it's not as powerful as these lasers.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just two totally different things.
Right, but on the retroreflector and these big, powerful institution lasers, that shit comes straight back, right? Correct?
Yeah, because they shoot the retroreflector. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right.
Yeah, but it might be a different frequency, but it's the same mechanism. It's light going through, like from Earth to the moon, hitting the retroreflector, and you getting back, a fraction of what was sent because of the inverse square law.
On the bounce, they don't even hit the reflector, I don't think, percentage. They just straight bounce it off the moon. Anywhere.
But I'm saying, if they did bounce it off the retroreflector, you'd have more of a response.
I see what you're saying, but I don't. They're not using.
Not just that you'd have a response just from where you sent it, because he's saying that you don't get the response back from where you sent it. But if it hit the retroreflector, it would.
Only if you're like perpendicular, right, or whatever. Only if you're completely.
Nope. Apparently, for what they said, because of the concavity of like these individual pockets of the retroreflector, it goes exactly where it was shot from.
That is what it's for, isn't it? I didn't know you could be at any angle, but yeah, I guess that would be the design. That would be the. But come on, are we buying this? How we can have all these galactic movements? How we can have
wonderful story.
galactic movements, bro? And we're getting. Come on, man. We're slowly falling around the center of the Milky Way, very slowly. It's slow. I mean, angularly slow. Now, as far as actual position in 3D space, you're thousands of miles in different position, but it's angularly slow. And of course,
you ain't falling anywhere, Don.
Yeah, gravity. You can't tell you're falling anywhere. Gravity solves it all. Even with the light and the photons, gravity makes them, conserve the momentum and move around just as if they had mass, even though they don't have mass. And they'll do it in the lateral direction. Now, in the propagation, they're going to change wavelength. And that's why we got to question what Kosho knows here about, is the wavelength bigger or smaller than the full reflector when it reaches the reflector? Because it sounds like he just believes what he was told.
What are you talking about, Don?
Well, when I jumped in, it was for that point. Was you were like,
I didn't respond to it, Don, because I thought it was a completely sideways.
No, I'm real.
The point.
I'm the realist. I'm just the realist that you done met.
It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter how little it changes by.
It's 12 feet big, right? So, unless the wavelength is more than 12 feet, it's not an issue.
Can it be?
It probably is bigger than 12 feet, though.
The wavelength is bigger than 12 feet.
I mean, for a lot of low frequency, ones, yeah. I mean, really, you're gonna have to depend on the specific the specific wavelengths.
Okay, but it actually shouldn't even matter, because this, like, from the source, it's propagating divergently, right? Because the inverse square law. So regardless of what the wavelength is going to be, you would expect that at least some of the light is going to hit this the retroreflector.
He's trying to do-si-do us, man. Don't do-si-do us, Kosho. We could have went to the rodeo together. Now, are you talking about the laser, Kosho, or you sound like you're talking about the low power versions? See, he's switching it. I think he was responding to you as far as the radio versions percentage.
Hold on, man. Hold on, I'm talking to somebody.
Do you, player? You think your handler can save you? You're not going to wiggle out of this one, Kosho. It's not going to happen.
Sid handler. Oh man, Kosho, do you have one?
Yes.
He is.
Sometimes
one.
I wonder if I do. I mean, we all might have one. I've been followed. I've seen some crazy shit in the last 3 years doing what I do. I'm sure you guys have too, a little bit, if you're aware of your surroundings.
It was weird. The business I was in, we were like in a growth period.
Okay.
When Flat Earth first went viral, kind of like 15, 16, whatever.
Right.
And it was like, so we would have these guys, like they would be like these tax guys, like or like ATF guys, like sneaky guys coming around looking, just making sure the business is like paying taxes and not doing illegal stuff. Or what. You could spot them a mile away. They're so fucking obvious, But it's like, it was like right when Flat Earth started, so I was like getting extra paranoia, It was fucking hilarious.
Hey, so
paranoia can't be real.
So isn't the idea that when we shoot these waves up to the moon or whatever, it's a certain spectrum of the waves that goes through the ionosphere? It's not reflected by the ionosphere, right?
Oh. Is that their claim? What's it? You're getting confirmation from?
Yeah, that's their claim. I just want.
It is their claim.
I want Glover to confirm. Kosho, man, throw your cape on, man. You're about to get slaughtered.
Well, hold on. What do you? I'm in the middle of talking to somebody. What do you? What's your? I said it like 4 times. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that it goes through.
I'm in the middle of talking to somebody. I'm saying, hold on a second.
Okay.
Oh, you're still talking to someone. Okay. I guess let's give him just a moment for him to clarify.
I would ever forget him. So, you know how whenever like Marconi sent radio waves and the detractor said you can't send those 2,000 miles because the curvature of the Earth is going to block it at 200 miles, right? So then he shot it and he like successfully hit his target using line of sight the first attempt. He later shot one 10,000 miles. Okay, now in order to save the globe, they came up with the idea of the ionosphere, and they say that actually it went up into space, towards space, reflected back down, and it effectively bounces up and down, and then lands on the right place. Because it couldn't just be horizontal propagation, because the Earth would block it, right? We all know that. Okay, so if there's a certain radio wave, they say that penetrates the ionosphere. If we shoot those horizontally, then they couldn't have gone. They cannot go past 200 miles, right? Where that debunks the globe.
You're saying, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting, but just get it clear. You're saying because they would go through and therefore not bounce back.
Correct. So it would debunk the globe.
Yeah.
If you shot them far enough, it debunk the globe. So all you have to do is shoot these magic radio waves that you shoot to the moon horizontally. As soon as it goes past 200 miles, it debunks the globe. I don't care what a single glober has to say about it. Yeah, this is your own worldview imploding on itself.
Okay. You mean, but where? Sell me where it happens. Like, where do they do that?
Oh, that's the question. I don't know. I'm just driving. I just think it's funny. So that's why I want a glober to admit that if I shoot these same radio waves that you say that you're shooting up to the moon, if I shoot them horizontally, and they just using line of sight, they hit their target past where the Earth would obstruct it, it would debunk the globe, right?
Sure, yeah. They don't shoot the same ones.
Oh, so we could though.
No, you can't. You can't. They don't. The Skywave is a very specific size radio wave.
Yeah, why can't we shoot them horizontally?
Oh, the ones you can shoot. Are you talking about this for Skywave or for which one?
Let's catch Kosho up here.
Okay, so you claim you're shooting these waves up and they're going through the ionosphere and then going to the moon. Okay. Now, the reason that you claim that we can shoot radio waves horizontally on the Earth like 10,000 miles, which clearly debunks the globe, you guys say that it bounces off the ionosphere. So if we shoot the spectrum of radio waves that aren't going to bounce off the ionosphere, according to you guys, then if we shoot it horizontally and it goes that distance without being, obstructed by the Earth, that would debunk the globe.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody shoot Skywave at the same size that they shoot the moon bounce. So I don't think so.
Anyway,
I'm not gonna say it's gonna debunk the globe though.
You don't gotta call it.
The ones that they do Skywave are enormous radio waves.
Okay, so if we shot them horizontally, so say we had the same height tower Marconi had, if it went past 200 miles, it debunks the globe, right? Because it can't be bouncing off the ionosphere.
This one is where I just want to chime in and say that I would want to push this to more extreme distances, though. Right?
Yeah, 10,000 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, if you understand how the Skywave works, what it does is there's a dead zone for some range in between the source or the line of sight distance, and then there's a dead zone, and then anywhere past that dead zone is generally acceptable because it's going to bounce up and down. It bounces up and down in the from the ionosphere to the ground. So the ionosphere to the ground.
You gotta listen, buddy. He's talking about we're trying to find a frequency or something that does not bounce off the atmosphere. That was part of the
yeah. That's almost every wave. There's a very short range of wavelengths, and they're very large that bounce off the ionosphere.
Okay, so if we shoot anything that goes through the ionosphere horizontally and it goes thousands of miles, it debunks the globe, right?
I would say it debunks the globe, but I'm going to say it doesn't happen.
How does it not debunk the globe?
I don't know why it would just debunk the globe, but it doesn't happen.
How do you not know why?
Coach, if you get line of sight thousands of miles, that's not going to.
Yeah, you could say that about the Skywave, but in the case of the Skywave, it's not the truth. So I'm not going to say that just because something happens, it debunks the globe. I am going to say that it doesn't happen, though. So.
So if we did it, it would debunk the globe objectively, though.
Coach, we're trying to set up a falsification type experiment, right? What is your opinion on?
I've already said my opinion about it, dude. I've already said my opinion. See, what you don't do is you don't come up with a one test and then have an absolute conclusion based on that test. You could say, "Oh wow, this is funny. Let's find out why this is happening." It could be because the Earth's on a globe, but
Kosha, you're
why
so
would that be your conclusion?
Yeah.
exhausting.
You could have took a middle position then and said, "Well, it might hurt the globe," but you just like, "Oh,
it's not a boxing match." It's like that could be one of the conclusions, but that's not the absolute conclusion, of course. So it's like you can test other ideas.
What's another conclusion then? What's another conclusion then?
There could be some other phenomena, with something else with the atmosphere, similar with the skyway.
Oh, just a pill to incredulity then. Okay, gotcha.
No, he'd make up his unicorns. That's fine. But like right now, at least he's grasping. Right now, he's at least grasping at unicorns. He doesn't know the title of the unicorn.
I'm dropping out of this conversation, guys, because you guys aren't behaving like adults.
I bet you are.
I don't know. What are you guys talking about?
Conversation.
We're talking about normal stuff, and then you're talking to me like I'm in the third person or something.
Well, Kosho, what size waves do bounce off the atmosphere as opposed of the ionosphere, as opposed to the size or the spatial footprint of a wave that passes through the ionosphere? Do you have
top of my head? I remember 100 feet.
100 feet, meaning something larger than 100 feet passes.
That's about the range that they do skywave communication.
So is it greater or less than 100 feet that bounces off the ionosphere?
That's the number I'm telling you. That's not. I'm talking about the ionosphere when I say that. When they do skywave measurements, they do it about 100 feet.
Which means those can't bounce off the ionosphere, or they wouldn't make it to the moon, right?
Yeah, they don't shoot 100 feet waves to the moon.
Oh my God!
The skywave is the one that's bouncing off the ionosphere.
Which ones don't, Kosho? And is there ever a pure?
Those are the only ones they use for skywave. So every other one doesn't.
So let me ask you a question, and this might just be out of my pure ignorance, right? So if you're receiving a radio transmission, your antenna has to be a specific size in order to get that specific transmission, right?
Yeah, it's got to be set up in a way that can pick it up. Right?
So we're saying that
some
wavelength of 100 feet in spatial footprint are the ones that bounce off the ionosphere. Does this then mean that our radio antenna has to be at least 100 feet in order to receive that signal?
That's the part that I was just saying to you. It could be some reduction of that. So some like a fraction of it, like a smaller reduction of it. So it's like when you make like a radio antenna, I forget, because I've seen ones where they've basically have like a T-shaped, and it doesn't have to be the exact size of it, but it could be like half the size or a quarter the size, something like that. To be a multiple or a direct reduction of the size.
Well, I like Witz to come in here. He's at least trying to give us, an attack on the model, a falsification setting, and you could give a little credit. You could be like, yeah, that might give us some insight with it, but you're believing it's not going to happen. That's a fine stance.
Well, why would I give credit to somebody asking a question? What are you talking about? He's asking a question. You're saying, would that debunk the globe? I'm saying no. It doesn't just ultimately debunk the globe. Could that begin to debunk the globe? Would that lead you down a path that debunks the globe? Yeah, but who knows? Possibly.
Well,
that one fact alone doesn't just debunk the globe.
It would debunk the physical obstruction of the curvature, thus the radius, thus the globe.
Yeah, but we already know a phenomena. We already know a phenomena that where that does happen, and it doesn't debunk the globe.
Right.
Okay, so here's the deal. Marconi shot his radio waves, and they said, you're not going to be able to shoot these using line of sight 2,000 miles. It's going to hit the curvature of the Earth at about 200 miles based on the height of the tower, right? So his first attempt, he actually successfully shot the radio wave to the very location that he was aiming for using line of sight. Now, later, he ended up doing them as far as 10,000 miles. Now, that's when we, quote unquote, discovered the ionosphere, because we had to save the globe. So the idea is that, well, they were going up into space because the Earth is dropping down beneath the horizontal propagation, but then it reflected off of the ionosphere, and it goes up and down, and then just happened to coincidentally land perfectly on the first attempt, and he should have gone to the casino and become a billionaire, right? So if we were to take these waves that are magic and go through the ionosphere, and we shoot them horizontally, then if they reach their sight or reach their target using line of sight horizontally, that debunks the globe because you can't use the excuse that it's bouncing up and down off the ionosphere because it goes through the ionosphere. Very simple.
Well, you wouldn't make an excuse. You would try to find the reason why it's happening. So the reason why it's happening could be the reason why it's happening could be because the Earth's a globe, but you wouldn't just give up and.
Or it could be because it's flat. You mean? I mean, because it could be because the Earth's flat is what you meant to say.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that could be.
Basically, what Witz is asking is for falsifiability of your claim, right? How can we falsify your claim?
Yeah. So if this thing that was happening that he just said that isn't happening, by the way, but if this were happening, this would be further tested, and you would see if it's happening because the Earth's flat or if there's some other reason. But if it's not happening, there's no test. There's no test you can set up because this isn't even happening.
Buddy, I'll crowdfund it and do it, and you can sit in your corner and cry about it. No one cares about your appeal to you. You are, because right now you can't even show intellectual honesty to say, yeah, that would obviously debunk the globe, and it's just very obvious.
No, give him a little.
That's poor science, dude. To just do a test, right, and have something that doesn't falsify something, but clearly, it should be happening for all you know. Now, if it's happening, you still have to do other tests and isolate other things and have other controls. All right, you don't just say, "Oh, well, this is happening, so now it's definitely flat." That would be stupid.
Well,
you could say that this is a possibility. We should further these tests, but you wouldn't just come to that conclusion.
Okay, so are you saying that there's not many options you have here? That's why you keep on being really vague, because you're being dishonest. So are you going to say the waves went through the Earth?
Jesus Christ!
Is that what you're going to say?
No. What I'm saying is, if this were to happen, you would have to actually do the test and look at what's happening before you can start to ask those kind of questions.
Yeah,
that's right. This is a hypothetical thing, so I can only come up with hypothetical.
I defend you a lot, right? But this is why I have an issue with you.
Because you can't even here. I'm just answering your question.
Let's meet him halfway with it. He at first just said it won't debunk it. Now he's at least on the middle ground. Like, let's meet him.
I think it's the wording, Coach. Okay, say not debunk the globe, but for a fact that if that happens, it shouldn't be happening for your model, correct?
Yeah, that's. I said exactly that. And one of the possibilities could be because the Earth's flat. However, just to come to that conclusion right away would be poor science.
Good. More multiple tests, but the problem is it's already 6 stats where it's not happening. It shouldn't happen. That's
Let's listen to the side that looks at the sky and makes up stories about 53 million light years. Let's listen to them critique us about science with something we're physically manipulating and demonstrating on the Earth and can prove. That's how you do science. But no, we can look at the sky and make up stories, and that's actually how you do science. So that's laughable. And I phrased it for Stacey. I phrased it that way on purpose because I actually told Kai, I thought about it while I'm driving. I'm like, wow, check this. They can't rebut this. And I said, when I finish it by saying that would debunk the globe, right? It doesn't matter what I say beforehand. They cannot say yes. It doesn't matter what you say. If you say that would debunk the globe, right? They literally can't bring themselves to say yes, even if it's a hypothetical, because they're intellectually dishonest. That's why
that's not intellectually dishonest, man. Like, honestly, there are things that you can say, and then the follow-up would be, that debunks the globe. But that's not.
Well, I mean, I kind of figured that out too, Coach Show. As soon as I was talking, and I understand Coach Show quite well from other debates, and apparently so is Woodson. We're not being mean, but it's the fact of I knew that as soon as he said debunk the globe, you wouldn't want to go there. Nobody wants to say that because it seems like it's if you do that, you're screwed. Well, in reality, if it's not working based on a globe model, then you're screwed. Not you, but the situation. But you don't. Nobody wants to admit those things that you want to debunk the globe. So you're right on that.
The globe got debunked. The globe got debunked. It wouldn't hurt my feelings. I wouldn't be upset.
Yes, it would.
If something, it would not at all hurt my feelings in any way whatsoever. However, I'm not going to come to a conclusion based on a test that is not even looking at any other scenarios. So there are plenty of things that you could say where you say this is happened and observed. Does that debunk the globe? And I'd be like, yeah, that obviously debunks the globe in that case. This is not one of them.
Why do you always go back to fix the globe? It's not like you guys can just say, hey, look, that's not right. It doesn't fit the model whatsoever that we are provided that I keep defending. Yeah, I'm going to try to fix the globe and make it fit to the globe. I don't get it. When something debunks it, like you said, it shouldn't be that we try to fix it back to how do we make this okay in this scenario.
Listen, it's not about how do you make this okay. It's about doing a proper investigation and seeing what exactly is happening. So
there's only a few options.
It could be the case that the Earth's flat. That could be one of the cases. But just to make that conclusion,
You're being really vague on purpose.
is very poor investigation.
This is sophistry. You're being very vague on purpose. So there's only a couple options. Stop interrupting me. There's only a couple options, Kosho, okay? Either the waves are bouncing off the ionosphere, which was your original grasp at straws to save the globe when Marconi shot his radio waves. We had to say there was an ionosphere or the Earth couldn't be a globe. Yep. So you have two options. Either it's bouncing off the ionosphere or it's going through the Earth. You have no other options.
One of your favorite arguments, right, is about talking about how the electrostatic potential from here to about 30 miles up is something like 100 volts per meter, right?
Yeah.
Why is this happening? Do you know? Would you happen to understand that it's actually because of the ionosphere? Right?
It's because of the ionosphere.
It's not some ad hoc thing that was made up because of Marconi. This actually has consequences in the arguments that you're making. The ionosphere is not some made up ad hoc, region of the atmosphere. It's actually real region.
Once again, you're not addressing what I'm saying. So if you have two options, either it's bouncing off the ionosphere or it's going through the Earth. If those two things are not going to be invoked, then it cannot be the globe with the size, radius.
Right, Kojo, if you say that it's not going through the Earth and it's not bouncing, then it could do. But can't you just say that? That's all he wants you to do.
Why are you making those the only two options?
Well, name another one.
Exactly. Thank you. Name another one, please.
Could be that you're the person who did the test did it in a flawed way. It could be that the range. It could be that the range that they're doing the signal actually reaches maybe a higher part of the atmosphere, which has more where there's more of a charge. Or it's more charge.
He only gave two options. It's either.
Yeah, I know he only gave two options. I'm asking why the only two options.
Because you've only provided two options, even though you said I would give a different example. Because you said maybe they could have used, maybe there was more energy or whatever. But that's still them. That's still you thinking that they're shooting energy to or whatever to the sky and then it bouncing to the ground in order for this thing to make sense on a globe. You're still saying that could be the case. You're not saying, well, there's a third option.
No, that was the third option. I said a different part of the atmosphere that has a totally different charge, which allows for different size wavelengths.
That doesn't work.
This could be something that's discovered possibly, and you have to do further investigations to see that.
That doesn't work if we use the same radio waves you're invoking to supposedly shoot at 238,000 miles in a vacuum to the moon, does it, Kojo?
If they're the same wavelengths, if you're shooting the same wavelengths to the moon that you're shooting that are doing these sky waves, then that would be a problem. Sure, that doesn't happen.
That's what he said from the beginning.
Yeah, I said that would be a problem. I didn't say that debunks the globe.
I know you didn't. Right?
Because it doesn't automatically debunk the globe. I don't even know why.
Are there any other
you guys
globers
are trying to force that
on this Wednesday?
There's a situation that would debunk the globe. That's not one of them.
Yeah, it is.
You just said earlier that it wouldn't fit the globe, but you're not saying it debunks it, but it doesn't fit the model.
You would need further investigation. One of the possibilities could be that it could be the flat Earth.
Are you hearing yourself, sweetheart?
One of the possibilities is that it could be a flat Earth. That's been said several times.
Okay,
what's the other?
User error is
also to come to that conclusion automatically.
Kosho, user error is always a thing you have to account for, right? Mm-hmm. So we're dismissing that. We're going to replicate it. It would be done numerous times. We're not talking about one and done user error. That's a straw man, and it's your attempt to run away from the point here. We're not talking about user error. That's such a stupid, dishonest grasp at straws argument. It's ridiculous. User error. The Globers love to talk about user error. Oh, Cavendish didn't work 99% of the time. Must have been user error. Okay? We're not talking about user error. We're talking about replicated consistency. Replicated consistency. Okay? So when we do that, it cannot happen if there's a physical curvature obstructing the waves. Therefore, if you shot those waves that you claim shoot to the moon, so clearly there's nothing in the atmosphere that blocks them because they supposedly go all the way to the moon. Okay? If we shoot those same radio waves horizontally and they go 2,000, 10,000 miles, that would debunk the globe. There's no way around it.
Or gravity pulled them around the globe.
Okay. Gravity pulled them around the globe, but it didn't pull them around the globe when we shot them to the moon.
Not much. Hey, I know, man. I know. Now, what's it? Isn't this something that was like tried a couple times? Like with the like 2 years ago, Bob was promoting something like this big time, right? Were they successful doing it?
I've never heard him say this. I just made this up.
Well,
yeah, I haven't either, but he may have, but I haven't either. It's the first time we kind of think Witzer anyways talked about it.
Bob was talking about how if you shoot the radio waves to the moon, based on the spin of the Earth, it wouldn't land in the same location. They did all the math and broke it down.
I thought they did some tests and they with shooting the radio signal. Now they didn't talk about it like you did with saying the specific kind that can't go through. You know what I mean? But I assume didn't they try to do like a 200-mile?
I think they were using microwave, right? I think it was a microwave transmission.
Yeah, they did. It was like Goldbusters was involved. It's like maybe right before you got with them, actually. A couple years ago.
Possibility. I don't know.
No, I think he's talking about the one that they did for real, but it wasn't Bob. It was some other company that's transmitted something 200 miles.
Bob was just following it. He was promoting it.
Well, what does everyone else in the room think? Instead of appealing to incredulity and user error, does everyone else understand what I'm saying? Because I will literally I will look into the legality of it, and then I will look into the cost of it, and I will look into. I have many resources of people, and I will literally get it done. But I want people to be honest, bro. Because if you're not actually in this like search of truth, then there's literally no point in even having conversations with you. It's just like me trying to argue with a preacher about how he misinterprets Genesis. He's preached it too much. There's no way he's gonna ever listen. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if you bring out the original Hebrew transcripts, prove he translated it wrong. Doesn't matter if Yahusha floats down and says you got it wrong. He's been preaching it too long. Kosho's been preaching the globe, arguing the technicalities of it for too long. That's why the phrase debunk the globe makes them shut down. I've tried it. I've tried it with Glovers. They can't say it. They can't say it.
Witsit, if you want to talk about someone being on the search for truth, Witsit, then having a test that has other possible conclusions, and then you coming to a conclusion based off this test without doing any further investigations is not a honest quest for truth, Witsit. I've said clearly that one of the possibilities is that the Earth could be flat. But there's so many other possibilities and so many other things that you would need to test for.
But the only way you just said earlier, Coach, you said name one besides error.
The only way to
he
know
already
that,
said he'd go over. Wait, Coach, he said he'd go over the errors.
Stacey, I can recall what happened in the past 10 minutes, Stacey.
Would you please let Kosho preach more?
Yeah,
please let him talk.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I mean, just there's no point in interrupting, right? I mean, if he's gonna speak for me, just let me speak, right? But anyhow, yeah, I'm stating clearly that one of the possibilities is that the Earth could be flat. But without doing further investigations and actually looking at the data that you've received, there could be many clues in there that tell you that that's not the case. Like in the case of the Skywave, Marconi's thing, there's actually skip zones. There's zones that are skipped and that are dead zones. This tells you that, I mean, this is clearly indicating that it's bouncing off the fucking ionosphere.
Yeah. There's an interesting point to this, that these people that do use CB radio and talk skip, like Florida to Arizona, they'll use the azimuth like in the direction that they want to go, but they point their antenna at the sky. They don't shoot straight across the ground.
Oh wow! Thank you for your really profound input there. So anyway, we're gonna get back to the point because you guys are scared of it. So I think you actually interrupted me. It's okay. I forgive you though. So anyway, what you guys are saying is that when Marconi sent his first signal, it was just a coincidence that he got super lucky, and where it came back down was right on his target the first attempt. That's your claim. That's your claim.
It's
and
not
you
my
weren't even
claim,
on it. No, it's your claim.
It's not my claim, that's it.
It's your model's claim, buddy. It's your model's claim.
My current claim is that you don't understand how the Skywave works. If
Hey,
you think that it takes a coincidence for that to happen, there's a giant range of area that he could be in where he could receive that signal. There doesn't have
but you just said there were skip zones. You just said there were skip zones.
Yeah, those skip zones are the areas where he can't be. Everywhere that's not a skip zone, he can be.
Cite the skip zones where it shows exactly that it bounces perfectly with the skip zones based on the globe Earth radius. Cite it. Oh, you're just making stuff up. Like the Glovers always do.
I'll show it to everyone in the room. Give me a second.
Cite Cite it based on the radius of the Earth, that the skip zones are consistent with the radius of the Earth. Cite it. And cite it that the differential of the skip zones are consistent and exactly the same every time.
Like.
Show them that they're exactly the same every time. So show they're exactly the same every time and that they're exactly consistent with the radius.
What you're asking for? Give me a second. I'm going to show you exactly what the skip zones look like and exactly where they would appear to be. And everywhere else you can actually get you can receive the signal.
Are the skip zones the same exact ones every time?
I mean, it's going to depend on the wavelength and everything.
Yeah, same exact wavelength. Are the skip zones exactly the same every time?
I mean, I think it also depends. There's several things it depends on. So it depends on where you're sending the signal from. It depends on how high your transmitter is.
Yeah, of course, the height is obviously factored into it.
So there's things
about the radius of the Earth, so that's stupid. That's stupid. Yeah, so if we keep the same height,
I'm going to post a picture of what the skip zones look like.
The location wouldn't matter, though. That location wouldn't matter at all. That's literally non sequitur. So the only things you're talking about something like the height and a certain wavelength. Yeah, we know. Those are all going to be the same. The location doesn't matter at all, though. At all. They have to bounce at the same rate everywhere around the globe, and the skip zones have to be exactly the same, and they have to be consistent, and they have to be consistent with the radius. So cite those things. Don't just cite skip zones, Google skip zones, and drop a chart. No. I want to know when we obviously control the variables of height and wavelength. That's an unspoken, non sequitur diversion attempt. Okay, so whenever we keep those variables the same, I want you to cite that the skip zones are always the same. The skip zones are always exactly the same because they have to be, regardless of location because they have to be, and that they're consistent with the radius. I happen to know they're not. Okay, so you have a problem on your hands here, and this is objectively what the globe has to claim is that Marconi got lucky. Marconi got lucky that it came back down right where it was supposed to. The other option is, of course, he used line of sight and it went horizontally, which we know radio waves do, and that's why it hit its target. Yeah, oh man, that one's so unfounded. That one's stupid, crazy psychopaths on the internet think that one. The real founded logical one is, we don't really know, appeal to incredulity. I think it's just going to bounce up and down, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, and it changes even though it's always the same. And, well, there might be something else that we're not thinking about. That's the more logical, honest Occam's razor deduction, huh?
Why did they point their antenna at the sky?
Why? They don't always point their antenna at the sky, so try again.
You're talking, if your radio skip, yeah, you point your antenna to the sky.
So what if I just point it straight out? What happens?
You probably wouldn't land your signal where you're trying to land it.
Well, you're probably wrong. Marconi did that, and it went 2,000 miles and landed right where it was supposed to, so try again.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Why do you guys avoid Marconi and do that and go whatever? Why?
Because
I'm telling you that there is no luck involved.
If he's not going to address my point, I don't see why I should
address
it.
I did. I addressed your point. It's
I can
irrelevant.
address your point, Left Lane.
So let me understand this.
Don't.
The skip zone, right, is really only the distance from the tower, right? And then where it first starts to pick up a transmission, right? So wouldn't it stand to reason that if you are directing a radio signal upwards on a tower, that between the tower and a certain distance, you would not be receiving a signal regardless of the surface shape, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but it would happen on a flat Earth too, right?
Yep.
Don't these radio waves bend down into a denser medium?
There's some refraction involved there.
But hey, it would happen on a flat Earth too, right, Kosho?
The skywave?
The skip zone.
I don't know how the ionosphere would exist on the flat Earth. If there was an ionosphere, I suppose so.
Okay, if you can't answer, can another guy answer?
I just answered you. What are you talking about? Listen, what's it? Here's a picture of what the skip distance looks like. Okay, right there. Okay, it's the range. It's the range outside of the visible wavelength, and all that area outside of that, they can receive it.
So I asked for verifiable data that shows it's consistent, regardless of location, consistent with the radius, and you ship me a picture, an animated cartoon. Wow.
Yeah, because it has nothing to do with. Okay, so whenever you shoot a signal, if you shoot the signal from the ground versus shooting it from a tower that's however high, you're going to be able to shoot it further before the skip distance would start. After that point, the skip distance starts until that signal is going to bounce off the ionosphere and come back down. Oh, there's going to be
cool. Hey,
distance where
Lane.
There's a dead zone.
Hey, Left Lane, when you said, why do they shoot it at the sky? You remember that? Okay, so do you agree there'd be a skip zone on a flat Earth if you angled up the antenna?
Sure.
If you angled it. Oh, okay, so then your point was literally useless then.
You're still skipping though.
But it would happen on a flat Earth.
But it brings in the consideration it might be a sphere.
But it would happen on a flat Earth, right?
So
it doesn't bring in anything. Why would it bring in a consideration? Because it would happen the same on a flat Earth.
You're trying to peg it into a flat Earth, and it could be either.
No, actually, you tried to bring up tilting it and then bring in the globe fantasy you so desperately want to defend. I was talking about horizontal propagation. You had to change the subject to tilting it up as if it was exclusive to the globe, and then you got decapitated by my boy Napalm, which told you no, actually, it would happen on a flat Earth too. So you actually brought up a non sequitur diversion attempt, talking about tilting it upwards when we weren't talking about that, and that didn't even prove your point anyway. It's not exclusive to a globe.
Yeah, it's interesting that they pointed at the sky to talk skip.
But that happens on a flat Earth, Left Lane, so that's not interesting, is it?
But if it was a flat Earth, why wouldn't they just do it through ground wave rather than skipping it?
We did that, and Marconi could shoot at 10,000 miles doing that, Left Lane.
He skipped it.
Hey, buddy, Marconi shot waves horizontally using line of sight 10,000 miles.
I don't think so.
I don't care what you think.
In all directions.
It's not what they say anyway. I don't know. It's not what
that
they
is
say.
What they say. What'd they say then? What'd they say?
He shot them in all directions.
Yeah.
Oh, did it go 10,000 miles?
I went to like Canada or something.
Was it using line of sight?
Using line of sight? No, they didn't use line of sight.
Yes, they did. So Marconi's writings himself, which you have guaranteed have never read, Marconi's writings himself, when he says that the first attempt was using line of sight, 2,000 miles, everyone told him he couldn't do it because it hit the curvature of the Earth. And they said, it must have bounced off of an area at an angle and it came back down because there's no way this could happen if the Earth is a globe, and we know it's a globe. And then he ended up shooting at 10,000 miles using line of sight. That's his own words. So, Kosher, you know more than Marconi, like the father had.
No, why are you saying line of sight when it's 2,000 miles away?
No, you don't literally see it. So good. That's a straw man and shows your ignorance. You don't have to literally see it to use line of sight, do you?
When he shot the radio wave, right? It doesn't just go in one direction.
Hey, does radio waves propagate horizontally?
They propagate in all directions.
Okay, so if I shoot it out horizontally, though, it can't reach its actual target on a globe unless it bounces back down, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. The skywave bounces back down to the ground.
Well, yeah, wait, real quick. So when you say so, Marconi shoots this in one direction. We'll just assume that it goes in one direction, right? Which he does. He states that he does. It goes in one direction, and you just said when you shoot it, it goes in all directions. So the radio goes behind it too. So if you shoot a beam south, one goes directly north too, just behind it.
Yeah, but have you ever seen a radio tower?
No, you can shoot. You can direct. Though Kosho knows this. He's smart enough. This is his deception. This is his tactic. When are y'all gonna realize who you're talking to? But I like the way y'all are.
Well, we know.
Yeah, I like the way you're.
Yeah, we know who we're talking to.
Kosho is smart enough to know you can direct that radio wave into one direction, and that it's line of sight, which doesn't mean you see the receiver or the target. It just means that the radio wave is going to go in a horizontal path away from what's sending it out, the signal.
Exactly. A horizontal straight line drawn out.
Have you seen his radio tower before?
Yeah, we know how radio towers work. That's not what we're talking about.
No, come on, Coach. Just stick to exactly what you said.
I'm telling you straight up. I mean, just because I disagree with what these guys are saying, I mean, they can say that he shot him in one direction. I mean, the radio tower shot in all directions. That's
not what we're saying. That's what the guy himself, the father of this, right? Who we all go to on these radio waves. That's what he said in his own papers.
Okay, let's see that.
Okay,
all right, no problem.
Dude, this is old news. This is sad, bro. And this is all started with because I came up with, I actually want to know the truth. If the Earth's a ball, I'd love to know it. If the Earth's flat, I'd love to know it. I feel like I do know it. We've actually proven it. So I came up with an idea to test it. So this is the fundamental difference between the two groups. One side's like, wow, that's an awesome idea, Austin. We should try it. That would show us something. The other side's like, no, it still wouldn't show us anything. The Earth's still a ball. There's just something we don't know that's also going on. It has to be.
Nobody
That's
said that.
design.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, whatever, Coach. That's
Nobody
why
said
I
it at
took
all,
my.
man.
Yeah, we heard you.
What was
That's
said
why.
was, yeah, that could possibly be one of the cases, man. You just have to further
Right.
investigate.
We heard
Obviously,
you. It's
that's not
like
an
the good
automatic
time you said
debuff.
it.
That's not saying
For
don't do
sure,
it.
you
You
have
should definitely
zero
try it, dude.
critical thinking. That's the difference between us and you. You have
This is
zero
why I
critical
took my
thinking.
own.
I'm telling
Hang
you, you
on,
should definitely
hang
try to
on,
do
Coach
it.
Joe. This is why I took my own line of sight radar and tested it myself, 70 miles to its max capability because of the energy that it puts out. Other radar systems can go further line of sight, self-contained. That's impossible on a globe with a radius of what we're given.
So you're saying you actually did this yourself, Rukia?
Yep, with my own equipment, which is line of sight, right? And it's self-contained. It doesn't use any other system. It sends out a signal. It bounces off an object. It receives that signal that bounces off that object. Line of sight. And mine is capable up to 70 miles. And I did that. Then I actually drove to that object that it bounced off of. It just happened to be an oil rig. Because on the radar, I don't know what it is. It's just an orange dot. It's just a physical object 70 miles away from me. But then hours later, I took a picture. I kept it on radar, drove right by that same object, which was 70 miles away from me before, and now I'm right next to it taking a picture, and it's still on my radar right there.
Yeah, and
Never lost it.
how do the Globers not understand that on a flat Earth, if you tilted it up, that would give you a further range, right? Because if the radio waves go out, they start to spread out, it's going to hit the ground faster than if you tilt it up.
Less interference.
I mean, my goodness, bro. It's so dishonest.
Yeah, didn't Kosho kind of contradict what Left Lane was saying when he was talking about directing the radio wave upwards? And then Kosho says, well, radio waves go in all directions. So maybe you and Left Lane need to get on the same page as far as radio propagation is concerned.
No, what I'm talking about are home-based CB radio enthusiasts. They have sort of a homemade antenna array, and they have to position it and aim it to shoot the radio wave. They don't.
Yeah, and you would have to do that on a flat Earth too, right?
West,
Left Lane.
They don't. They'll point it to the west.
And you'd have to do that on a flat Earth too, Left Lane, right?
I don't see why it wouldn't work.
No, it's not. You don't. That's what. Left Lane on a flat Earth.
Why would they point it at the sky if it was a flat Earth? Why would they point it at the sky?
How do you not understand? We just explained it. Because when you tilt it up, it's going to have a further distance it can reach because of less interference. If it's lower, it's going to be interfered with faster on a flat Earth, Left Lane.
Yeah, but it's pointing at the sky. It's not pointing in the direction of where you need it to bounce off.
It's not pointing straight up in the air. It's pointing at a certain direction. We all know it. You guys just make stuff up.
If it's pointing at something that's on the ground, why would you point it at the sky?
Oh, it doesn't matter because you can't just hijack the whole sky. Like, well, there you have it. Well, because of the specific rate of curvature that the globe has, if you're going to try to shoot something beyond that curve, then you would also have to consider the rate of curvature that the atmosphere would have in order for you to bounce it. You can't just say, well, it was pointing up some degrees, therefore, there's my answer. No, bro, it was pointed horizontally, bro. That's silly.
People admit it would work like that on a flat Earth, buddy. Admit it.
So
if it was flat, you wouldn't have to point it up. You just point it straight out, wouldn't you?
All right, well, let me explain why you're wrong again. Listen really carefully. Pull your crayons out and take some notes, B-ball. Okay? So
you know about
crayons out, buddy. Take your crayons out, buddy.
Radar
Take
propagation?
your crayons. But hey, you're interrupting. Take your crayons
Ease up
out.
on the insults, man.
Well, he's lying. They're all lying. I'm tired of liars. Hey, B-ball.
Who's lying? You're claiming that you know about radar propagation.
Hey, I'm going to say my point, okay, B-ball? Hey, B-ball, I'm going to say my point, buddy, okay? So on a flat Earth, if you tilt it up, it's going to have less interference, right? It's going to be able to go further on a flat Earth that way.
Why?
Because it's going to be able to go further that way.
Up into the sky, okay.
No, because of the sky. No, because of the ground.
Is it?
Because of stuff on the ground.
But you're pointing it at the sky.
You're pointing it up because you're going to get a wider span and further distance that you can reach the less interference
is it
on a
going to
flat Earth.
miraculously? Why? So it's pointing at the sky. Okay, how am I going to hit a target on the ground if it's pointing at the sky?
Radio waves spread out, don't they, B-ball?
Oh, now they spread out. I thought they propagated in a straight line, like you guys keep saying.
No, if you
I think that's what Kosho was saying.
send them in
Wasn't
a
that what
certain
Kosho was
direction.
saying? Wasn't that what Kosho was saying?
No, he said they go in all directions. You can send them in a certain direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? You can send them in a certain direction. Now, we all know radio waves spread out. The reason that I'm pointing this out is because you guys are lying. You guys say that, if you tilt it up in the air.
Nobody's lying. Nobody is lying. Stop that.
Lane. Isn't that what Kosho said, that
So
radar
this is what the
propagates in all
Globers do, right?
directions?
They interrupt, and then the next Glober goes in, the next Glober goes in. Then when I start calling them names, I'm the bad guy. Because you guys just want to interrupt and then tag team and then talk to each other. Like, I wasn't literally there you go again. There you go again.
People are representing their position to the best of their understanding.
In the middle of my sentence, buddy. In the middle of my sentence, though.
Why are you interrupting, Left Lane? Aren't you a mod?
Yeah, he is too.
Why are you interrupting him? Yeah, but you're also a higher
he's the mod calling people liars. That's why.
I said you're lying.
You're lying.
This is a lie. This is a dishonest tactic. It's a lie. It's not. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm not personally attacking you. I'm saying that this is dishonest. Whenever the Globers say, "Oh, we tilted up. Therefore, Earth's a globe." Stupid flat earthers. That's actually ridiculously dishonest, because on a flat Earth, you would also do the same thing to be able to shoot it further due to less interference. Why not?
Why would you do that?
Because it would be less interference.
I would just put it on the top of a mountain and shoot it straight out. Why point it up?
We can do that. Well, because if you tilt it up even on top of a mountain, you're still going to be able to go further. Do you not understand that? You actually don't understand it?
Yes, I understand that, but why would you?
Okay, then why are you questioning it? That's what he's saying. On a flat Earth, if you tilt it up,
also,
you would see further. What don't you understand?
I don't think anybody in here knows much about radar.
Hang on, don't breeze through this point. Did you agree with him or not? On a flat plane, even on a mountaintop, if you point it up, you would go further.
Why? But aren't we pointing it at
why would you want to do that? To go further.
To go further for what?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. So you're
hold on. Let me make my point real quick.
Light propagation.
Okay, hold on.
Models,
let me finish
light propagation models and radio wave models.
Answer.
Yeah, let me answer. So you guys, early when I was listening, you guys were claiming that radar goes in a straight line, right? Right.
That's how it's modeled.
It doesn't curve.
That's
doesn't
how it's
bend.
modeled.
It doesn't bounce off of anything. So on a flat Earth, why would I have to point it up at anything? I'm trying to shoot straight at my target, which is on a flat Earth. There's not blocked by any curvature, right? Why would I point it up at the sky?
But that's how it's modeled. What's
how is it going to come back down?
What's wrong with the way they've modeled it?
If it goes out in all directions,
listen to what I'm asking you, because you're saying if it was flat, then you would have to do it a specific way. No, when they model doing anything with radar or light propagation, like with Andrew Thomas Young, for that matter, all of that modeling is done using a flat plane. So why would they be doing that?
Concede.
That's not the point.
It is
if you're pointing it up. Okay.
If it's impossible,
let him speak, please. He is digging himself a hole. Just let B-Ball spout his nonsense.
Right. Because we're all experts. Because we're all here experts at radar propagation, right?
No one said that, but we know enough to know that you're wrong.
So if I'm pointing a radar up in the sky, how is it going to come back down to hit my target?
It doesn't have to come back down.
And no one said point it up in the sky. It's ridiculous.
You tilted up. That's what he just said. Listen, buddy. In radio propagation, horizontal plane is used to plot an antenna's relative field strength in relation to the ground.
Really though? Because that's not what I posted. Everything I post kind of shows a curve. But anyway.
In radio propagation, horizontal plane is used to plot an antenna's relative field strength in relation to the ground.
And why are they pointing it up? Don't they? Why would they point it up?
Well, before we move on, Do you agree that in radio propagation, horizontal plane is used to plot an antenna's relative field strength in relation to the ground?
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's great.
Do you agree?
Yes, yes. If you read that somewhere, yes. Okay. But
so if I read it somewhere, then yes. Okay. So you're right. So yeah, that's how it's used. Just like he's saying, that's how it's modeled. That's just objective. We use a horizontal plane. If you tilt it up, you're going to be able to go further because it's going to be obstructed not as quickly, right?
So this part,
how do you understand?
So this one right here, is this a lie? What I just posted, is this because they're losing a curve? Is that incorrect? That it's just bouncing off the ionosphere?
Oh, you have a cartoon again. A cartoon begging the question.
So because it shows a curve, now it's incorrect.
No, it's just a cartoon. So if you tilt this up and this is flat,
I got it.
These waves are actually going to spread out, right? So you're not going to be obstructed as quickly if you tilt it up some. That's why we go to higher elevations. That's why antennas are built higher, right?
So how does it come back? How does it come back down then?
It doesn't come back down. These waves actually go out wider than that. It doesn't have to come back down. How do you not know that? How do you not know that?
So what is it bouncing off of then?
It doesn't have to bounce off anything. That's literally a straw man.
But again, why are you pointing it up?
Because get okay. I'm not talking to him anymore.
No, can I say one more thing real quick? I don't understand why Earth is like. Please let me say one thing and let you guys go. I don't understand why you just sat and said that nobody in here really knows anything about what we're talking about. Yet you're the one sitting here saying you don't know and claiming others don't. Yet defending something that you don't know.
But I can look up how it works, and you guys are claiming that it's not working the way they're saying it works. They point it up. Hold on. They point it up so it can bounce off the ionosphere and go over the curve.
Okay,
because there's a thing called a shadow, right? Where the radar doesn't hit because of the curve of the Earth.
Let's give B-Ball a chance to coach. Let's see if he can be honest. Hey,
hold on.
B-Ball,
Did you just explain this?
Am I right or not?
Didn't you just explain this to us a left lane or whatever? Would that be different if it's on a flat surface when the radio bounces up and down?
And why would there be a skip zone on a flat Earth?
Why wouldn't it?
The skip zone is based on how high you tilt it because the wave doesn't come down yet. How do you not get it?
Yeah, why would you tilt it up then? If you were on a flat Earth, there would be no reason to have a skip zone unless you, for no reason, tilted it upward.
You tilt it up because you'd be able to go further. There'd be less interference. But hey, Coach, stop a second. B-Ball
is making a good point. There's no reason to have a skip zone on a flat Earth.
Why not? Does it throw mountains in the way? And there's no buildings and stuff. Wouldn't there? Hold on. Answer the question. You're going.
Would there be a mountain in the way over the water?
Are there not 30-foot, 60-foot waves on the mountain in water?
Oh my God! Really?
Are there?
I mean,
60-foot waves.
60-foot waves.
Yeah.
Really? Wow, really?
How often do 60-foot waves happen?
Oh, so
like swells?
That's your rebuttal. Is how often does it happen? So we would just take our chances.
Oh God.
Oh God. So B-Ball.
So everything that shows a curve is wrong though, right?
No, that's just
every time I look up radar.
Anything, that's what I said.
Every time I look up radar propagation and they show.
Dude, why the hell do you ask a question and then as soon as someone starts to answer it, you start talking again?
Here we go. Let's post this one too.
Hey, B-Ball. Here,
God's not going to help you, sir.
Because I can only be here for a second, so I want to ask the same question to see if B-Ball can answer it honestly. So, do you think that we shoot radio waves and they bounce off of the moon?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay, and so we shoot radio waves within a certain spectrum that they go to the moon, and that spectrum allows them to go through the ionosphere, right?
Yeah, they shoot at a higher. I think it's a higher power.
So they can go through the ionosphere.
Yes.
Okay, so if we shoot those. So if we shoot those same waves horizontally using line of sight and it goes past where the Earth should obstruct it, that would debunk the globe, right?
No, then it would probably it's go off into space.
But so if it goes and hits my target on the ground,
it wouldn't touch the ground. No, it wouldn't touch the target on the ground because
okay. So if it exactly. So if it was to hit its target on the ground, that would debunk the globe, right?
It wouldn't hit. That's the point. It wouldn't hit the target on the ground.
But hey, if it did, it would. debunk the globe.
I'm not going to agree. I'm not going to agree with you. I'm not going to agree with you because you just what's your point here? Yes, if the Earth was flat, If the Earth was flat and there was a target 500 miles away, yes, the Earth would be flat.
Okay,
But that's
so what
not
I
what
said
happened.
was, so okay. So Marconi shot his waves 2,200 miles. They said the detractor said you can't do that. It's going to hit the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles. So he said, "Oh, I'm going to try it anyway using line of sight." And he hit it the first time. That's when we quote unquote discovered the ionosphere, and we're saying that the waves go up into space, towards space, and they bounce back down, and bounce back up, and bounce back down. Right? So I don't know where I went now, but so that's when we quote unquote discovered the ionosphere, and we said, well, the waves are going up and bouncing down and bouncing back up, and bouncing down and bouncing back up. Right? Because he hit his target with line of sight 2,000 miles, but the Earth has to be a ball, so that means it must be going up and bouncing back down, going up and bouncing back down.
When you say line of sight, what do you mean by line of sight? I know. What do you think it means?
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean that you just see something. So if that's what you think it means, then you don't understand it. It's like, so if you were to look straight out, you don't have to actually see it. Just continue that straight line out. Just continue it straight. That's line of sight.
Right. So
anyway.
So how do you think radar propagates? I think we've had this conversation before.
I want you to answer my
asked me
question.
a bunch of questions. No, you just asked me a bunch of questions. Now answer my questions. How does radar propagate? In a straight line, or does it go out in a cone?
Yeah, it goes out in a cone.
Okay. So if I'm shooting it over a flat Earth, horizontal to the flat Earth, right? Why I wouldn't have to point it up, would I? Because it's going straight out in a cone. It's going to hit its target no matter what, right?
You would increase the cone at the bottom from the height of the target to the land if you pointed up a little bit.
The ground wouldn't have struck.
You increase. Did you hear what I just said? You would increase the distance of the bottom cone if you tilt it up slightly with less interference. Did you hear me? Yes or no?
And why would you have to do that if we're on a flat plane?
Get more distance with less
You don't have to start yelling. Relax,
because you're not listening. You're asking the same thing. Did you hear what I said?
Waste of time, daily. A waste of time every day.
Did you hear what I said? B-ball.
Yes, I heard what you said.
Thank you. That's why they do it. Stop asking
yelled it
why.
Loud enough for me. You yelled it loud enough for all of us to hear.
Asking why then? If you agree, that's why.
So every time we look up radio propagation, and they show every time I look up radio propagation, and they show Earth, and they show that they have to point it up so it can bounce off the ionosphere and hit something farther away. That part of it is a lie, right? They're deceiving everyone.
You're begging the question.
So look up a radio.
No. Yes or no? Hold on. Yes or no, Rakia? Yes or no, Rakia? That part of it is a lie, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You asked me a very specific question, and as I was answering, you overtalked me again.
Answer your question. Stop whining. Answer your question.
Yeah, you're still talking, asshole. As I was, he called me a crybaby. He called me a crybaby.
Rakia.
Yeah.
Enough of the names.
Yeah, you think crybaby's a name? Where were you, Mod?
Now, everyone, take a breath. Right?
Yeah, why are you selectively modding, though? Why are you selectively modding?
I'm not selectively modding at all. All right, I'm trying to get control of the room with it. Okay, right now, everyone needs to tone it down a little bit and have a little bit less aggression, right, and start having a conversation because it's turning into audio chaos.
Well, yeah, but it's because every time one side makes a point, the other side interrupts them, and we've all heard it for the last 20 minutes.
Calls them names. Yeah,
maybe so, right? And
yeah, okay. Can I answer now?
Right. Engage in the conversation, regardless whether or not you've heard the answers 100 million times before.
Further and further from the point. Further and further from my answer. That was B-Ball's tactic. We weren't talking about bouncing any radar off the ionosphere in my example. It's line of sight.
To be fair,
now you're
trying. Rakia, bandwidth, everybody. I was just listening to the live stream that I'm sharing. I'm trying to get more people over here to listen to what we're talking about, okay? And there's 22 people in that room listening right now on YouTube. Those people matter more than anything. And it sounds like a bunch of screaming. It's really bad over there. I'm not saying anybody in here has done anything wrong. But for them, not for the people in the room, like in here we're talking to, and the Glovers that we go back and forth like are being dishonest. But for the people listening, can we just take it back a little bit? Because if we scream, even because these people are making us feel passionate and angry, it doesn't come across good. That's all I'm saying. I know I've been here before. We're here. You've done nothing wrong. None of these people are doing anything wrong, but we just need to take it back a tiny bit.
I agree. You don't have to yell to answer a question.
Please go on mute. I wouldn't have to yell if I would. Oh my God.
Seriously, Rakia. Enough.
Just let me know when all y'all are done. Because I was in the middle of my answer when all this started.
No, yeah, just answer chill, man, because it's just working everything up.
Yeah, so
Really aggravating. Hang on, it is my turn. I was waiting to have the clearance to answer, finally. Y'all ready?
Yeah, yeah.
When I use my own line of sight radar system, it's called a SIMRAD. It doesn't bounce anything off the ionosphere. It shoots out a signal, self-contained, and receives it back. Line of sight. If you tilt it up, that cone to the ground would increase the distance. So then you would receive a larger distance, a longer distance, back to the self-contained receiver. I don't care what B-Ball is asking why again. That is an explanation why. If he asks why again, it's just another tactic by B-Ball. If he tries to obfuscate to another type of radar, whatever, it's just a tactic used by B-Ball every day. That's as clear and as precise as I can make it, and as calmly. I didn't call anybody names. I use myself. I use this radar myself. I turn it on. I send out the signal and receive the signal. Nothing else helps my self-contained unit. I hope that's clear for even the YouTube audience somewhere else.
I think Napalm wants to jump in now and say something. So away you go, Napalm.
Yeah, so my question would be directed at Earth is Life, I guess also goes by B-Ball. So his claim was the pointing upward of radio transmission, right? So in reality, what we see on radio transmission towers as well as cell towers is we see these at high elevations, typically placed in higher elevations on Earth, right, so that they can propagate. And when I search images of those, and I have some close to my house, and I look at them, there is no upward pointing of these broadcasters or receivers. They actually point directly horizontal.
But to be fair, they're often attached to if they're not antennas, they're attached to like a cone, which would send, like a radar receiver or a dish. They're often attached to that, and that does send signal out in various directions.
In a conical shape, right? So if you direct your attention to the live stream voice text, you can see what the actual what they actually look like on the towers, how they're oriented, and the shape of these things, right? So I guess
the strongest signal is going to be line of sight, like directly horizontal with that source that's sending out the information.
Yeah, your cell towers and such, those don't depend on skip at all. They're line of sight transmission.
Radio transmission towers as well is what I'm talking about.
But there are frequencies that skip. You have to use a certain frequency range to shoot skip off the atmosphere. Like my CB is like 27 kilohertz, and cell phones are on like 900 megahertz, something like that. I understand that some radio frequencies don't skip but penetrate the ionosphere, so they're not.
Everything is trying to get high to get away from the interference. That's it.
Yeah, that's true.
So you see my point, right? Is like if we shoot radio waves to the moon and they go through the ionosphere, according to you guys, then you can't use that excuse as to why it's able to get so far, right? So if we shoot those same radio waves horizontally over the Earth and we go, say, 3,000 miles, that would debunk the globe, right?
Didn't they do Germany to UK back in the war?
Wait, what?
Wasn't there a tactic where the Germans were get a line of sight to the UK? They claimed.
Yes, that's how they knew where they were. Yes, World War II debunked the globe as well, correct.
I don't think those were shot from Germany though. There was an island they were based at.
What would debunk flat Earth then?
What?
What would debunk flat Earth?
Well, how would we debunk flat Earth if we just debunked the globe?
Now,
That's
I'm
weird.
asking you like asking us that question, but like, what would debunk flat Earth?
I'll answer.
Physical measurement of Earth curvature.
Yeah, measurement of water curving. Good luck.
Didn't Jesse Klosowski do that?
No, he shot long. He shot no. Hello. There was 2 questions asked. I'll answer.
Mike, hello.
They shot long distance optical view through long distance over water. We all know what that does, right? So no, they didn't come up with an accurate measurement that measures curved water. At best, they measured how refraction works.
That's your opinion, okay? What about
no? That's all of us agree with that. All of us agree.
That's not what I was talking about. That was
wait, why did my question get
about Jesse Klosowski's data that he got when he measured the actual positions along the bridge.
Hey, when I ask a question and it says that would debunk the globe, right? And then all the globers don't say anything, and then one jumps in and says, "Well, what would debunk the flat Earth?" Why is it that you can't answer the question?
Well, how come you can't answer the question?
Well, I asked the question first.
I think I did answer that question earlier.
The
question
Witsit did answer.
I answered it too.
Witsit did answer. So did I.
Yeah. So you jumped in with a question to my question. I answered your question. My point is, why didn't you answer my question?
We did. Now I have something else to look at.
No.
You
did not. You did not. No, you did not. You did not answer my question.
Here, let me answer the question, okay? If it didn't bounce off the ionosphere and it went in a straight line for how far did you say?
It is 3,000 miles.
3,000 miles. If it went 2,000 miles in a straight line and hit its target, which is on the ground, right, and didn't bounce off the ionosphere, yes, the Earth would be flat.
Right, because it couldn't bounce off the ionosphere because these are the waves that you say can't bounce off the ionosphere in your own religion.
Sure.
So it would debunk the globe.
So, okay, great. Now let's look at something else. What about Southern Hemisphere flights?
What about them?
I remember there was a time when people thought that, people claimed that Southern Hemisphere flights didn't exist. Is that still true? You guys still think that?
Wow, nice straw man.
Is that not true though?
I've heard that.
Yeah, this is basically a gross. Yeah, it's a gross misrepresentation of what.
Yeah, it's called dishonesty.
But okay. Southern Hemisphere, non-stop Southern Hemisphere flights between specific places in the Southern Hemisphere, right?
Get more specific. Which places?
Let's say I don't know, Sydney to Johannesburg.
How often does that direct flight happen?
Every other day, actually.
Okay, and it's a direct flight. And why is it impossible on flat Earth?
Because have you ever looked at your flat Earth map?
I'm just sitting outside, chilling in the sun. I'm not looking at anything.
Let's go with the map that flat earthers like to use. Then, you know the Gleason map.
That's not what we're saying. I'm not sitting here saying that's my map.
Wait a second. Hold on. Are you looking at measurements? Do you know how to understand the measurements and how equidistant works on the map? Like, are you just following?
Yes, I know. Okay. I know how an equidistant map works.
You're looking at a map. Okay, you're looking at a map that you
I'm
assume
gonna
that
go on mute because I know data's not gonna stop talking, so I'll go on mute.
you know that you're using a map that is apparently a projection of a globe flattened, right? And if you look at all the distortions of all the land masses, they're all set up for longitude and latitude based on time, right? So the Gleason's map is a time clock based on a coordinate system of longitude, latitude over a flat circle, right? Or I mean, a flat plane, right? That's why you call it a flat Earth map. But it's a timepiece, brother. So if you're looking for longitude, latitude for the sun position, it's a timepiece. So now you're looking at trying to measure distances to lands based on nautical airspeed, which is variable. It doesn't matter. The airspeed is not the same as the ground. If you're to travel the surface of the Earth, the distance between 2 points is going to be different than the air, obviously. So you have extreme variable there, and there are discrepancies up to 1,000 miles in some of the maps. So if you're going to pick a map that has flaws and then wonder why it doesn't match what you claim to assert, that's where you're wrong in your argument. Pick something that you can do locally that you can prove. You can't substantiate that claim at all. You don't fly. You don't do any of that in that nature. You haven't done anything. It's just a straw man. It's just a straw man argument that you're using. It's not based on actually anything you can verify. It's not based on anything you can verify at all. You don't present any actually facts, figures, or numbers.
Are you going to stop and let somebody respond?
No, he's not. That's why I wanted to go on mute.
Try to be more concise.
Yeah. So we know that thousands of people fly, probably millions of people fly every single day. And we can pull the data of those flights, the flight time and the speed. I mean, that's what do you mean we can't verify that?
I'm not saying you can't verify that. How do you verify it? How do you verify it against a map?
How do you
verify it against a map that is assumed to be a projection of a globe that has distortions and land masses?
All right, so
and then
which
also
map
the Gleason map,
using?
the Gleason map, the way that the land masses are made, they're not correct sizes. Number one, so you have so many errors that you're working with. Number one, number two, you don't know the declination of each point you are physically there while you're looking at the map. There's no way for you to go physically to a location in your present time. Maybe you go to time and date, but go down there, go to a particular location on that map, and then do it that way. You're just using these straw man arguments, dude. There's nothing you're presenting that any factual data, nothing.
Okay,
Listen.
Can I respond, please? Can I respond, please? So are you saying the FAA has been lying to everyone then? About the
so
speed
again, so
and
another straw man. You're like, I'm not trying to divine anybody's thoughts. I'm just acknowledging hoping you acknowledge the fact that you're not presenting anything. All you're doing is fallacious arguments. All you have is fallacious arguments on emotional reasoning. You're trying to emotionally appeal to me and tell me, well, are they lying? Yeah, you are. You're an emotional wreck over it. The fact is, the Earth is apparent. Like, dude, I fly small aircraft, 2,500 feet. Okay. There's no dip, no drop, no. Listen, buddy. There's no dip, no drop, no curvature. Objective reality, there isn't. And when you are at this point, as for me, and you got somebody who I fly 2,500 feet, somebody claiming that they can detect curvature standing on the ground, it's bizarre, buddy. And then you go out of your way, and listen, you go out of your way personally to appeal to emotion on something you can't verify. And then when you're backed into a corner, go, well, will they lie to you? Dude, it's a mathematical abstract model that you're looking at. It's a mathematical abstract model that you're looking at based on Cartesian systems. If you can show me an actual flat Earth map that you know is 100% flat, and then we can talk.
Are you done?
No Cartesian map. Well
so
done,
okay, so if I look up, if I wanted to look up the flight time of a specific flight,
what map are you comparing it against?
I'm not talking about a map.
What's your references? What's your base? If you're going to measure against something, what's your base, bro? What are you measuring against?
If I want to find out,
you're in your brain. You're
Okay,
thinking
hold on.
You can do something.
Data. You ask him a question. Let him answer, please. Please let him.
So I want to find. So if I want to go, I want to find out about this specific flight, right, from Johannesburg to Sydney, right. And I can look up on any flight website, and it'll tell me how fast that flight was going, right? and the time it took. And also, we know the distance between these two airports, right? Are any of those things incorrect
You're
or a
just
lie?
telling me. You're just telling me a story. Because here's what I can combat with. Back to you about it. I fly small aircraft. Every single map that I use has distance and elevation information, zero curvature. I don't apply for it in any location. If I fly 500 miles from
No one's
mountain to
talking
mountain,
anything about curvature, though.
stop, listen, buddy. Stop, listen, buddy. So the point is, that you want to actually compare it to something that you have. You have nothing to compare it to. All you're doing is having what you have as a mathematical model, and then you're trying to compare it against a mathematical model. Show me where you went and done this yourself, because I can tell you, go to Buenos Aires and book a flight from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. I dare you to do that. I call any charter.
I don't have to do that.
Any flight that it's only 4,000 miles, bro. It's only 4,000 miles. It's way shorter. It's way shorter. It's a way short of a flight than your fucking 12,000.
I could book a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney.
Dude, try one from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. You can't do it, and it's only 4,000 miles.
So it's basically the same thing.
Listen,
It's basically the same
cannot
thing.
do it. You cannot do it. And you know what? It's only 4,000 miles. It's only 4,000 miles. You know why? Because when you pass a certain latitude point, when you pass a certain latitude point on your ball map, if I cannot connect to 2 points past that latitude, you don't live on a ball. And that's what the Buenos Aires flight from Buenos Aires to Cape Town proves.
Data. I can book a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney, which is basically the same thing.
You're trying to debunk. You're trying to debunk a flat Earth map. You're trying to debunk a flat Earth map based on a longer. You're trying to debunk a flat Earth map based on a long distance, right? That's your point. I'm trying to show you that you can debunk your ball on 4,000 mile distance, a short distance.
You're talking about a flight.
You've got to claim.
Let's let Citizen get in, guys. Let's let Citizen get in, and then Jerry, like 5 minutes ago, you tried to say something. If you want to say something, you got.
Yeah, real quick. So the guy who's claiming that he can book. So the guy who's claiming that he can book a one-stop flight from Sydney to Perth. I'd actually like for you to back that up and go find a plane ticket, because every plane ticket that I find actually stops in the Northern Hemisphere. I'll post the evidence right now. Like the flight that I just looked up, there's no direct flight to Sydney and Perth. They all stop in the Northern Hemisphere.
No.
Again, if
there are direct flights. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
And find them and post them for me in chat. Okay, this is your claim. You need to find them and post them in chat, because I can't find them.
I can't post them right now, but you can look up. You can look up QFA 63 and 64. This is a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney that goes back and forth literally every other day.
Okay, dude, I just posted my claim. I just posted the evidence that I found. I can't find a flight that's not in stop that doesn't have multiple stops. I just posted it in my
Hang on. I'll clear this up. Yeah, we have shown flights that say they're direct that have stops, though, B-Ball. You need to check into that.
No. There's no stops on this flight.
Okay, I'm not sure how you know that, but even when they list them as direct flights, they might have a stop.
No, there's no stops on this flight.
Okay, we're asking how you know that.
Because you can literally watch this flight, right? You can track it. It happens every other day.
Now we can watch the entire flight without it blinking out. We can watch the entire flight now.
Yes, you can watch the entire flight.
Yeah, post all that when you can, man. We'd love to see that.
I've made 2 videos about these flights, so I mean, and I'm about to make a 3rd. So,
B-Ball, is that the flight that you constantly post in chat? The one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's one of them. Yes. The Johannesburg and Sydney, right? Those 2 airports are 6,800 miles away from each other, right? The flight time between both of these airports is usually between 10 and 13 hours, right? And the airspeed is about 550 miles per hour. Now, if you do the math on those distances and that time, it always checks out. So I don't know what map you want to use, but I know what map it matches. And it matches the globe.
Why is there a 3-hour difference? Have you thought about that?
The 3 hour difference is because of the what's it called? The
Jet streams.
jet stream. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
And our routes. Sometimes they take different routes going and coming.
So it's going 400 miles an hour one way and 500 miles an hour the other way. That's why it's 3 hours difference.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Wow, plane
usually,
is going 400 miles an hour. I'll take that bet.
No, it's usually about 500 something miles per hour.
Then it would always be either 11 hours or less than 11 hours, right?
The flight, I just like I just said, it's between 10 and 13 hours.
Yeah, something's not. I
And
mean,
one,
something's not.
I know there's a flight that flat earthers claim that's impossible. That we have a flat earther in this channel that has done that flight personally himself. FE, I think it's Johannesburg to Sydney. Perhaps.
And there was a Glober also that took one of the impossible flights, and he showed how his compass did what would work on a flat Earth map and wouldn't be right on a globe. But I don't know. I don't know him, or I've never done it myself.
Yeah, and FE didn't take a compass or anything like that. He just says he's actually done the flight.
Yeah, this guy was a Glober and used a compass, and he was even weirded out by it. He's like, my compass heading should be to the west, and it's to the north. It was kind of weird. And then and they traced it out on a flat map, and it made a direct line to where he went. It was definitely eye opening for me. But like I said, I haven't done it myself, so I wouldn't use it as any type of whatever.
Speaking of Johannesburg, right here, if you go from Santiago to Johannesburg, then on the globe, you go way up out of your way to Dakar and then come back down, and you could just go directly over the South Atlantic Ocean. Yet every single time they take this flight, they take that path. But if you look at it on a flat map, then it's a direct line. So why do they go way out of their way every single time if the Earth's a globe?
The Great Circle route projected on a flat map is going to be curved.
Again, real quick, just so we're on the same page, I just want to make sure that Earth is life. Again, you're making the claim that this flight is, and I'm not saying it isn't. It very well may be a one-stop direct flight to Johannesburg to wherever you had. Was it Perth?
Sydney.
Johannesburg to Sydney, right? Okay, so then maybe. What I want you to do is when you can, I want you to post a link to the ticket that I would buy to that flight. That's what you would need to prove to me. If you can post the link to the ticket to buy that flight, that's a one-stop, no stop direct flight. Okay, that's what I would.
Yeah, because the reason he's asking for that is the airlines don't have a lot of control, but NASA does control the flight routes. So it is a little more, when you don't trust NASA, you want to see a little bit more from the airline itself or a person that's actually flown that and have some proof of their compass reading and ticket and all that. That's why we're asking.
What do you mean by that, Rucky, when you said that NASA control the flight routes?
Well, the FAA and the FAA and all of that is connected through NASA's programs, through their satellite system. And, you see what I'm saying, huh? They have ultimate control over the route.
But you see what he just posted? You see what he just posted, Earth is Life? He posted it. Then the guy says, gotta lie to Fleur. Think about the delusion, right? Because I just now looked it up. And when you click on you type in direct flights, you go to buy the tickets and you click on it, it's got one stop in all of them. So you guys want to walk it back now? Or you guys want to show where it doesn't have a stop?
A lot of the direct flights have stops. They just list them as direct because the stop isn't to get like other passengers. So they call it a direct flight so they can charge more for the ticket, but it actually does land usually.
Yeah, I'm about to prove it. Here's a screenshot of all of the tickets from Sydney to Johannesburg.
Yeah, and guess what? They all stop. This is a 2015 argument. We've already shown the flights. We've already done this thing. All you need to do is just grab a conical map, grab a plotter, and ask them what point do you? If I'm going to go 1,000 miles here from here to here, what point do I calculate for curve, spin, anything? Ask them to show it to you in the mathematics. It doesn't exist. It's just you already know it's a fallacious story. But this is a 2015 argument. It's already been debunked, and I think even David Weiss picked up, because I've been telling everybody to go fact check Buenos Aires to Cape Town. Go look at it. Past the latitude line, it's only 4,000 miles. Why isn't there any flights from Buenos Aires to Cape Town? It's only 4,000 miles. Come on, it's a short distance. It's the length of Canada, length of the United States.
You're picking a flight that doesn't exist versus flights that do exist.
I'm sorry.
I
Why
just now
wouldn't
put them
Buenos
on
Aires?
the chat,
Buenos
dude. They
Aires,
all have
there
a
is
stop.
flights. Buenos Aires has
Real good
flights. They
argument.
have charter flights. They have a airport there. It's only the distance from the East Coast Canada to West Coast Canada, right? So why isn't that flight possible? You guys are talking about in a flight that's apparently 12,600 miles, or maybe even longer, 14,000 miles. I can't remember. So it's pretty long distance, right? And that's how you're saying, well, that debunks the flat Earth, because you can't fly that long distance, on a flat Earth. It doesn't work, right? Well, that's not true at all, because you don't actually have the evidence for that flight. All you have is what Witsit presents, which has been presented in 2015. The reality is why don't you try to prove the globe over a shorter distance? And if there's a way to prove that over a shorter distance between 2 points doesn't exist on your ball map, then what does that mean for your globe map? It means that it's false. So Buenos Aires to Cape Town.
Wrong.
Find a flight that doesn't have a stop. You guys, why would you guys just make stuff up and then tout victory? I just went and looked it up because I'm honest. I just wanted to go look it up to try to go buy the ticket, and they all have 1 to 2 stops. So can you find one that doesn't, please?
Yeah, can I just say, I worked in the
flight that B-Ball gave?
When I was a bit younger, I did about 6 months training to work in the flight industry, and there's something that I think's been touched on but hasn't actually been fully appreciated. There is a technical difference between a direct flight and a non-stop flight. They're not the same thing. Okay, so when someone says direct flight, that doesn't mean it isn't stopping. So sometimes they'll stop to refuel, sometimes they'll stop to pick up passengers, and then they'll go straight again. All that direct means is that they will be going to the destination eventually, right? Whereas non-stop means that they won't be stopping. So there's a technical difference there that's not being appreciated.
Yeah, that's correct. And they seemingly all stop in Abu Dhabi, right? So all those flights from Sydney to Johannesburg, they're going to stop in the north in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. So what's up with that? Yeah, where's the non-stop flights to Sydney? There's none. You won't find it. All right. Thanks for playing.
But we can't admit that we were wrong and misspoke, and our claim was a baseless assertion, though. We'll just get quiet. Yeah, exactly.
If you already know Earth's not a globe and it's flat and you're sure, why do you need to ask about flight paths?
The Globers asked about flight paths.
Yeah, it wasn't us who brought it up, dude.
And flight paths debunk it, by the way, like emergency landings. I just showed there's all kinds of flight paths that make no sense, where they go way out of their way. In an industry where the cost-benefit analysis is dependent upon fuel consumption, why would you go hundreds of miles out of your way? There are tons of flight paths that debunk the globe. Why would a glober ever utter the word flight path? It's mind-blowing.
Well, Witsit, they did an explanation regarding the flights from Thailand to California, why they don't fly directly over the ocean, right? They give you a video and explanation of why. Have you seen it?
Yeah, they say it's too dangerous.
Yeah, that's why they decide to fly over Alaska. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, there's a plane currently in flight, from Auckland to Santiago, Chile. That's an interesting flight path it's taken there.
Yeah, make sure you skate right past everything that you had been claiming getting refuted, and we'll bring something else up that we'll have to go look into and refute it for you again.
Auckland, was it New Zealand to Santiago?
Oh, yeah, so you are going to just skate past the fact we refuted everything you've said so far.
Yes.
Yeah, the plane is actually in the air fixing to land in Santiago.
So you're going to keep doing it. You're just going to keep skating past the fact that we refuted everything you said.
What about that flight though?
Okay, right before we refute that one, you want to admit that everything else you brought up thus far, we refuted?
How are you going to refute a flight that's in progress?
Hey, but before we go point out how you're probably being fallacious per usual, would you like to admit that you've been refuted on everything you brought up?
I'm not being fallacious. I'm looking at Flight Radar 2, and it's showing me this flight. It went from Auckland. It's going from Auckland to Santiago.
Is it non-stop?
Yes, non-stop. One shot.
How do you know that?
Because it shows the flight track and everything. It shows it went from Auckland and it's fixing to land in Santiago.
You're not really answering the question. Maybe you can post the flight path for everyone to analyze.
Let me do a screenshot to see if I can do that.
Yeah, screenshot. How about you drop the link?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Because every single time a Glober says this, by the way, for any flight earther, never be scared of when Globers bring up flight paths, because I've been in this for 7 years now, and every single time they do it, they get debunked. And then they get really quiet and try to bring something else up every single time.
Yeah, don't bring up the computer animation of where they are saying the flight is that didn't land somewhere to get fuel or passengers or whatever, because it's a direct flight. Bring up the actual route of the flight. Like, let's bring some data to it, people who've been on the flight, that sort of thing. That's really where we're at now, because just saying it's direct.
They have a K formula. They have a K formula that they use, right, for these the K constant they use in these models, right? The K constant is for curvature. Why are they having added a K constant, or K constant to the data? Why can't it just have the data to it, right?
It's posted in chat. There's the origin and destination. It's got the flight number. It shows the flight path. The plane is actually in the air at this time. I mean, I don't know what it.
That's right. They use the K constant because it's curvature for modeling. Interesting.
So about that flight that I posted there, Data.
So did you hear what I said, right? So they have a set of coordinate system.
I'm talking about
they apply the K constant, which is a curvature calculation, to the set of coordinates. Can you tell me what the set of coordinates, why they have to add a K constant to the set of coordinates that they actually get for the raw data? Why do they have to do that?
Yeah, to answer your question, the raw data. I don't know is the answer. Could you address that?
They make models, right? They make 3D graphic models, right? So they bend and stretch flat surfaces into 3D points, right? So if they take a set of coordinates and measurements, if they take a set of coordinates and measurements, and then they add in a second order or a third order calculation. Why wouldn't they just have the already first order calculations? Why do they have to start with the first order calculations and then add the K constant?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's because it's a model, right? And it's because you're looking at a program that takes raw data, which is over a planar surface, because that's what the raw data is, and then they add the K constant in, because you take a 3D space, an XYZ point in 3D space, and you add a curve constant to it. So it's a straight line versus a curved line, but it's just a model interpretation of 3D space. So the data is in reality, but the K constant is a second or third order calculation added to the data. I think it's third order, but I have to go back and
to make it fit the model, which is what Left Lane is showing here. The model.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you have a concept on something,
yeah, we heard you. I was just confirming that I heard you, and I'm wondering if Left Lane heard you, because he keeps asking right in the middle of you answering several times, why don't you address this question, which you were, with how they model it, and then let Left Lane post the model. Right, Left Lane?
Also, something that bothered me about the globe, if you're in South Africa going to New Zealand, the shortest distance is right over the Antarctic continent. Or if you're in South America going to Perth, Australia, the shortest distance is right over the the continent, and no planes fly over that continent.
I will answer that both ways as both sides. Like I know, like when we fly, we have restricted areas that we have to fly around. So if you track my flight, it may have deviations in it. And if that is a no-fly zone for whatever reason, like I don't know the reasons, then plane routes would have to fly around it. Now, if you're saying that it's impossible, and I get what you're saying, then that's another point also. But if it's deemed a no-fly zone, then every flight would have to fly around it, which would show their path going around.
Is Antarctica a no-fly zone, so nobody can fly through it?
I don't know. I've heard that it is, along with the northern region, but I don't know that as a fact. I know I have tried to book a flight on the same system that we book all our other flights as IFR, and we weren't able to book a flight through that region. It wouldn't even allow us to try. So it's either a military like heavily guarded, or like military restriction or whatever. You can't even attempt to book a flight over that zone as a private pilot anyway.
You know, it's funny when you say that. All one has to do is go look at the controversy behind James Cook and the early Russian navigators. I can't remember these guys' names, but there's a good handful of them that were actually ahead of the United States, searching all of the area down there. So even at the early years of discovery of Antarctica, it's tumultuous as far as who discovered what and what the shape was and so forth, right? All you have to do is go look at it. So, and then you look at the treaty now. It's shrouded in extreme secrecy, violence, murder, conspiracy. Like it's to deny how it was formed and how it was made, and to deny that there's nothing suspicious or strange about it is bizarre at this point, because all one has to do is just look at the history, how it was founded.
It is sort of strange that every time you run into a logical explanation of why it would be a globe, you hit these roadblocks. Like it's, and then you have people defending it. Like that is very, very strange. It would be so easy with our technology to prove that water follows a certain shape, right? Out in the oceans or a big lake or whatever. Like so simple, you and I could go out tomorrow and do it. And why it's not done every day or by a lot of people, I don't know. It's done by these specific people called Jesse or whoever, who are these random people on the internet that are no longer here anymore to defend their own arguments. They leave these people here to defend it.
I know all we need to do is measure, a couple inches off a horizontal mile or something. They claim to be measuring 1/10,000th of the width of a proton in some places on Earth. So, I mean, we can't measure a few inches.
Yeah, I don't get that. And if you say you got to get above the surface, okay, go to one shore and another shore and put a target however many feet above that you think you should be able to shoot without a lot of refraction, and put a platform on the other side and shoot a horizontal line across there, see if you're hitting the target or not. If you're not, then you got refraction, right? We know that we were going to have a refraction. You can do it instead. Like there's got to be a way. And then they say lasers bend with this, but then they say lasers are not bending. Then they say you can't create a horizontal. Then they say horizontals are level, which are curving. Then they say LIGO, which I'm only about 3 miles away from right now, is totally horizontal. So you can create a horizontal. Like it's really getting weird.
Not only that, it can measure, like Jeremy said, 1/10,000th of a proton. That's really small.
Here's the reality. There wouldn't be such a problem if you'd go back to the understanding that there's nonlinear motion and linear motion. And when you look at the definition between linear motion and nonlinear motion, why do those definitions exist? One has to come before the other. So what came first, linear motion or nonlinear motion?
Well, one thing is certain, you need something for it to have motion.
Well, the thing is linear is the whole reasoning behind it. You can't have an alternate interpretation of linear. It's either linear or it's not. And the reason why there's a difference between those translations is because there's a difference between how they're represented in reality, right? And the nonlinear requires an acting force to, like the second law, right? In Newton's second law, to require to have this nonlinear effect. And that's, I think, the definition of nonlinear anyway, but not regarding Newton, but the effect of nonlinear and how it's caused. So if those are two effects, that means there has to be linear motion. And then there has to be nonlinear motion. There actually has to be two.
Well, if you talk to some people like Kosho and Zanuck, they say you can have both motions at the same time.
Well, if you're going to, in what regards, in what context? Because in operations...
I'll tell you another one, I'll explain it. We have also blue marble science that says you can have an object both stationary and moving at the same time.
Well, yeah, but in what context? I mean, if he's looking at abstract, because the statement could be true, but it's just depending on subjectivity, right?
How can that statement be true, Dada?
Because it's only true as far as the context is. So if you're engaging in a theoretical debate or a metaphysical thing or a philosophy, it's acknowledged as that, and then you can have that discussion. It's the difference.
No, it's not philosophy. They were talking Coriolis, just so we can get on subject.
Yeah. Okay. So they're looking at an observation, what they think the cause is for, right? They have a philosophy about the observation. I don't think most of them understand. To get deviation, you need to have two reference frames. I mean, if you're looking at an optical effect of Coriolis, but if you're looking at a physical effect, you need an interaction. You need something forcing it to do it, like a ball on a turn dial, right? Like it's physically touching it. So I'm not certain that these guys are really genuine anyway with the Coriolis explanation that they have, right? Because if Lemonberg gets in there and takes on the globe's understanding.
You did hear what I said, right? Something in motion and stationary at the same time? You caught that part.
That's in context, right? I mean, in reality, things are stationary, right? So are they just doing smoke and mirrors when you're talking to them? Or are they going, okay, we're going to step outside of reality now, and we're going to say, because our senses show us this, we're going to ignore our senses, and this is why we're ignoring senses.
Do you need some help to know about how I believe in the globe model? Because you seem to be monologuing and preaching with quite bad ego, like you've already worked it out.
Nah, don't care about your beliefs much. No, don't really care about your beliefs at all, actually.
If you want to know how it's actually understood and believed, you can ask me. Or you
don't care about your beliefs at all. If you have evidence, like if you want an experiment, yeah, no problem. If you have an experiment that we can replicate that shows that we live on a ball, then we're all for that. Like if you can have us tools and methods to go out and measure curved water.
500 years of experiments. You just Google it.
Yeah, no, we're talking about you. Don't believe someone else and preach to us.
I do what I want. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Have you used a radar that was obstructed by water's bulge? Or have you used a theodolite that shows drop from horizontal from any position out on a lake?
I don't know what that means.
That's what I'm saying. So all you have is beliefs. No first-hand knowledge, no first-hand experience.
Yeah, I know.
How do you guys explain sunsets and sunrises on a flat plane?
I'll tell you.
It's more like trust, Rakia, but through misplaced trust, your world's crushed.
He said believe. He said he believes.
Give me a second. Can I?
Yeah. I said I would answer you.
On your model, the sun rotates around the middle of the Earth, the North Pole, and that's what's creating night and day. But
right.
In this model, the sun would not set; it would only get farther away. It would only get smaller and a bit closer to the horizon, but it would never set behind the horizon.
We all disagree.
I got you. It doesn't set behind the. I'll answer that if he wants me to, in my own way, how I see it and how I've observed it, how I've filmed it, how I've seen other people explain it and do an experiment on a horizontal line, how a light going away from you would be obstructed bottom up. I'll explain it
if he wants me to. So the way I see it is,
explain. Go
yeah,
ahead.
nope, yeah, sure.
He's gonna cry and say the atmosphere can't be a Fresnel lens, Rocky.
I don't care what he does. I'm going to explain it. That's what he wants. So when I'm looking in from the northern hemisphere and I look south, the sun is going to rise in my east. And when it rises, it's not coming from below something. It's coming towards me. So it appears to be getting closer. Now, it does change size. I don't care what you say in appearance and in actual size. It doesn't have to change size a lot.
How
yeah, you interrupted me.
On a plane works.
Yeah, you interrupted me.
Let him finish, man.
Yeah,
Let him finish.
You're already interrupting me, and this is the only first point. It is perspective because it is getting closer. It does change size and appear to get bigger in my sky on several different occasions, but that would be due to other things like the atmospheric conditions. But anyway, as you're looking out, you're looking out at an angle, and the sun is coming up and above something, as perspective would dictate. And as it's getting closer, it's getting higher in your sky. And in the wintertime, it's going to be further away from you. So at midday, it's going to appear lower in the sky than it would in the summertime. Because in the summer, it's closer to you and on a tighter circuit. So it appear higher. And as it goes away from you in your circle of vision, as it sets from noon, it would go towards my west if I'm looking south. And as it goes away from me, it goes down in my sky. It does change size a little, but it goes down quicker and gets obscured into the atmosphere way before it would due to just perspective. Not just
made up nonsense.
It would go down, but it slightly go down. It would never go behind the horizon. That doesn't work like that.
It's not going behind the horizon. It's going into the horizon.
Sunset?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a sunset?
Yeah.
It's going behind the horizon. It doesn't change.
No, it's not.
It doesn't change size.
Yeah, it does change size. It changes apparent size and actual size, and it does it differently due to the
sun.
Hang on, you're interrupting me.
Changes actual size.
Yes,
and
hang on, I'm almost done. And it changes apparent size as it goes away from me, which is perspective. And it also, it does. And also, it doesn't go beyond. It doesn't go below the horizon. It goes into the horizon.
You can literally observe it every day, twice.
If you let me finish, I'll explain. It goes into the horizon. That's why you lose the information most of the time bottom up. Now, other times, which I have video that I've taken myself at sea level, the sun disappeared bottom up like we normally see it, and then it stopped going down, and then it just went further away and fades out because that was the conditions of the day. Thank you very much.
Again, you didn't explain why the sun, from your perspective, goes down behind the horizon. That doesn't work on a plane.
Yeah, because it doesn't. Because I've said several.
That's basic geometry.
Yeah.
That's basic geometry.
It doesn't
geometry.
go.
That's something.
Hold on, just let
that's
this guy
something
finish.
a toddler could understand.
Yeah, now you're invoking that I'm less than a toddler, so thank you very much. But I also said 3 or 4 times, it doesn't go below the horizon. It goes into what makes up the horizon, that layer.
All right, so the picture that I posted, what's blocking the bottom of the sun if it's not the water?
It's not being blocked by anything. You're just not getting that information. It's being distorted. It's being lost.
By the water?
What?
By the more dense atmosphere that you're trying to look through and the angle that you're looking
understand. They don't understand optics, man. They don't understand it.
It goes behind the
listen,
horizon.
listen. Is a wave 5 miles away?
Hold on. All right, now Miles. All right, you're new here. All right, you can have your 5 minutes worth of fame, guys. Stop trying to cut him off. All right, it's audio chaos. All right, go Miles. Whatever you were saying.
Yeah, what I was saying is you can easily observe every day twice with sunrise and sunset that it goes behind the horizon. If you've ever been at the ocean, you will see that it goes behind the horizon. That's a simple fact that everybody could observe. Everyone.
Are you saying it would be?
That doesn't work on a plane.
What if I can show you where it doesn't go behind something? It just fades out.
Can I ask a question?
So you're saying it would be impossible?
Hold on.
Can I ask a question?
Let Jeremy go. Jeremy just tried to get in. So everyone's
I never heard Jeremy. Obviously, the other guy didn't either.
yeah. Well, Jeremy's trying to get in.
You ever seen it's impossible for something to set on a flat surface like that? Actually, we actually have a demonstration of that happening.
Oh, show me that demonstration. I would like to see it.
Right, we'll get it.
Then what are you going to say? Because we obviously have the demonstration. We all know it. We're all telling you that's what happens. Now what? Now that you've been debunked on... Hang on, B-Ball. I'm asking that guy a question. We know your, stance on this because we hear it every day. But this new guy, this new guy, if he says it can only happen one way, when we show you why it happens on a flat surface, and that it don't only happen that one way, sometimes the sun fades out under certain conditions as it goes away from you, then what are you going to say, that it can happen on a flat plane?
Okay, so normally when it fades out...
No, B-Ball, I asked him. Hang on, B-Ball. Jesus, man. I asked that new guy specifically, and you know this.
The picture that I don't know who sent that, but the picture that was just sent in the live stream text chat, that picture single-handedly proves that the Earth isn't flat.
Dude, that's not what I asked you.
That's a simple fact.
That's not what I asked you. That was not my question. Do you want me to repeat it? If we can show you how that same phenomena happens on a flat surface, and that's not the only way the sun sets, it sets in other ways due to the conditions of the day and the angle of the viewer, then will you acknowledge that it can happen on a flat plane?
What exactly are you saying? How is it supposed to happen? Repeat that, please.
I didn't say that's how we think it happens. If we can show
then
you...
give me the demonstration. Send it. It is a picture.
Okay, fine. Now I'm asking you, if we show you that, because we know we have it, then what are you going to say? That you will acknowledge that it can happen on a flat plane?
You just show it instead of trying to tell him what he's going to do.
If it's a valid explanation, yeah. If it's a valid explanation, yes.
Fair enough.
Just show it first.
I think Crypto's trying to get in. I think Crypto wanted to get in.
I mean, instead of trying to tell him what you want him to say, just show it.
B-Ball.
Sorry.
That's the thing with flat Earth. That's the thing with flat Earth.
Yeah, here it is. 3 minutes 25 seconds. Here, do you know where we post things in here?
That's the thing with the flat Earth. Other than in the normal round Earth model, you can't have a model that unifies and it's a unified explanation of all phenomena that we can observe. The globe model easily explains every single phenomena that you can observe every day. The flat Earth does none of that. You have to come up with crazy refractive stuff and stuff like that, and misinterpret real phenomena like magnetic declination, which, by the way, is not what you think it is. And then say, oh, that's how it is. It's not a unified, real explanation. The globe model has a bigger explanatory power.
Let me ask you a question.
No, data is Crypto's go. All right.
Well, it's just so Miles said that the sun sets behind the horizon. So would you say that if something was behind something else, that it would have to occupy some sort of position in 3D space, correct?
I don't really understand your question. Yeah, but if an object on a plane goes anywhere on that plane, you're still gonna see it no matter what. Except maybe refraction, but refractive forces like that don't apply to something like that.
It was a yes or no question. Yeah. Yes or no questions require a yes or no answer.
Okay, what was the question?
I'll ask you again. If something is behind something else, then you would have to know the positions of those two things in 3D space.
I don't really understand your question right now.
Does anyone else have a problem?
What he's trying to get at is that you have two objects, and you have to know the position of those two objects in 3D space.
For myself, I do not need you to repackage my words. That's not necessary. Does anyone else have a problem with my question? In the meaning of the question?
I get it.
I think where you're trying to get at is that you're going to say that we don't know the exact position of the horizon, right?
I'm not trying to get at anything. I am saying what I mean. And if Miles wants clarification, he can get it from me. He doesn't need it from you. Okay.
Does it have anything to do with knowing the position of the horizon?
You.
Okay, sorry.
Go crypto.
At all. Has nothing to do with you at all. So anyway, can I carry on?
Go crypto. Go, mate.
Cool. So does anyone have a problem with my question? Does everyone understand the question?
Nobody has a problem with it, but nobody has so far understood it.
Uh-oh. 1 second.
I understood the question.
What's going on here? Hello?
You're back. You're back, crypto.
Right, yeah, sorry about that. So, Miles, if you've got something in 3D space, because you are using very specific terminology, you're saying the word behind, okay? That would imply that you know the exact physical location of the horizon. Can you tell us where that is?
That's exactly what I said.
The horizon is where the curvature of the Earth is. If something disappears behind the horizon, it has gone so far over the curvature of the Earth that you don't see it anymore. That's what it is.
So then you understand that your claim is itself a presupposition that we can test.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're saying that the Earth is curving because the Earth is curving. But that's in the first place.
The Earth is curved. That's why we see the sun setting below the Earth curve. That's moronic.
That's
nothing moronic about that.
I'm trying to get to the reasoning.
He said that the obstruction is there because the Earth is curved. He didn't say the Earth is curved because the Earth is curved.
The obstruction is the Earth curve, left lane.
Damn, man. That's cool. So left lane didn't understand what I said. That's fine. Hopefully Miles did.
So I knew this was going to, we don't know the actual location of the horizon. I knew that's where it was going.
I would address you if I wanted to.
Crypto, I don't know what's wrong with your mic. You get over-talked so easy, dude. Anytime it's you and anyone else, they always dominate you. Like, your shit just comes through muffled, and we can hear everything the other person says. I don't know why.
Yeah, you're hot micing, Jeremy.
I'll talk louder, it's fine. Regardless,
I think it's
answer my question. If he doesn't know where the horizon is in 3D space, then he can't say that the sun is setting behind it. And if he does know where the horizon is in 3D space, he's already presupposing that the Earth is a ball, and therefore there is no logic to his statement.
No, we don't have to know exactly where the horizon is because we can see it.
It's worse
and then
than
we
that
can see
because
the
he doesn't.
sun,
He doesn't.
We can literally see the sun go below the horizon.
It's worse than that. You're actually a tiny little person there, B-ball. You're a tiny little guy. Just even the math. Just even if we take 60 by 60 by 24 and get a circumference from that, right? You're looking at the Earth being 7 million times bigger than a little guy, and you're claiming that your perspective, your field of view, because it changes based on your height. If it didn't affect, if the Earth was a ball, then it didn't matter where I went, the Earth would maintain its shape and my perspective wouldn't change. But because our vision is dependent on the way light enters it, when we change our position, the horizon changes. Why is that? Because it's based on perspective, not based on a physical shape of the Earth being a ball, but an Earth being a plane. As it extends outward, as we move up. Now, when we do that, that is evident that it's changing its apparent position. Well, what's the reason for that apparent position? Well, I know. It's because the angular limitation of light to our eye and the object in that distance is unresolvable and is now compressed into a vanishing point. Well, if you have a whole bunch of land in the foreground that compresses up into a vanishing point, well, there's your horizon line.
On a flat plane, one little house in the distance could block the sun as it went behind that house if you're lower than the house.
You got
it, buddy. You don't think there's a line of trees or buildings or mountains in your way of a sunset? And on the ocean, one ship could block the sun as it prospectively went below that ship to you as a viewer that's below the ship. And if you can't see that,
then you're not supposed to be here, or if you can't give into that fact.
The problem is the water. We know the water is below our feet, right? And the sun is supposed to be miles higher than the water, but yet the sun seemingly touches the water and then goes below it.
Yeah, but it doesn't touch the water ever in either model, right?
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know that.
It just appears to. Yeah, it's just an appearance. It's just an optical effect. Yeah, it's just perspective and an optical illusion.
Which can be explained and modeled using a sun, using a.
It's not explained in your model, though, bro. You don't have perspective explained in your model. Your model actually has a physical geometrical. Your model has a physical. Listen, your model has a physical geometric location. That's the cause. That's not the cause.
You have physical blockage. You don't have perspective as in your model. You take perspective out and say, look, that sun's not getting smaller. It's just going down because you're on a curved surface. You take perspective out of your view. That's ridiculous.
Here we go. I found it, guys.
It's not ridiculous because you can model it.
It is ridiculous. Physical obstruction is your reason, and perspective has nothing to do with it.
I found the video, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. It's in Livestream text 1. It's Rob Skiva's official video.
Yeah, you can't use it anymore because we know that.
B-Ball, shut the fuck up. You can see a sunset on a flat plane. Very possible.
Okay, so again, in this example, the sun is getting smaller, which we don't see in real life.
So your boy said sun couldn't set.
Here's what I want you to try.
Hold on a second, please. Hold on. Your boy said something couldn't set on a flat surface. We're showing something set on a flat surface.
Yeah, due to a Fresnel lens.
He's debunked.
Right, and we know the atmosphere.
He was wrong. Is he ever going to admit he was wrong? That is now the question.
Yeah, you have to use like parlor tricks to make it work.
Is he ever going to admit he was wrong? That's now the question at hand, and he's going to admit that something can't set on a flat surface.
What kind of parlor tricks?
D-Ball, shut the fuck up. I'm asking your boy.
Not my boy.
Talk? You got your hand up his ass and you're moving his mouth like a puppet?
Not my boy. Why are you scared of what I'm going to say? You scared of what I'm going to say?
You've been here for years. You've been here for years saying dumb shit.
He's scared of what he's going to say.
You're using this example, right?
You already sound like a fool.
The sun doesn't change in size.
You know
the sun doesn't change in size.
Hold on. Let Miles speak for himself, right? It's been directed at Miles. So, go, Miles.
About what?
Something's been shown to you. Well, something's been shown to you. There's a video that's been posted in the chat.
In the live stream, okay.
Yeah, Jeremy just posted it. It's a sunset setting on a flat surface. So that's what you
15 seconds.
For.
3 minutes and 15 seconds is the timestamp if you want to just see the actual thing happening.
All right.
Something setting on a flat surface. We're going to now need to know if you're going to change your opinion on if something can set on a flat surface, because earlier you were acting like that was impossible. B-Ball had you locked in a closet or something, bro. I was worried for you. He wasn't letting you talk.
And how does the atmosphere have stronger refraction than any water could ever have, even though, of course, the atmosphere is a lot less dense?
Did you see the thing setting on the flat surface? Did you see that part?
Yeah, you're implying that refraction is somehow so strong in the atmosphere that it can somehow bend the light or whatever to make the sun set behind the horizon. So tell me, why does the atmosphere have so strong refractive forces while a lot denser substance like water does not have a refractive force as strong?
Okay, as far as the actual positions of things in the atmosphere at long range, that's anyone's guess. This was just a demonstration to show that something can set on a. Have you seen the thing set on a flat surface? Yes or no? Just I have a follow-up question, so just please yes or no. Have you watched the video and seen the thing set on a flat surface?
Yes.
Okay, so your statement earlier about this was impossible. It's not impossible, right? It can happen. Yes or no?
Not in on our Earth. In this experiment with whatever that thing is in front of it, that's causing an extreme refraction or a magnification.
You're
Then
gonna
there
fit
it
in
is
great,
possible,
bud.
but that's not the same thing.
Well, it's not analogous to reality.
Yeah.
How do you know it's not analogous to reality? We could have atmosphere.
Because
even
the
Andrew
atmosphere
Thomas
is
Young,
not. Because the atmosphere is not the same thing as this thing that they put in front of the camera.
Okay, even Andrew Thomas Young admits that the atmosphere has magnification. Okay, that's not even a question anymore. The atmosphere magnifies things. We know this. Your own globe scientists are telling us this.
There's no such thing as globe scientists. They're only
Do you know who
scientists
Andrew
and
Thomas Young is?
pseudoscientists.
Do you know who Andrew Thomas Young is?
I
He's
don't
the
know who that
leading.
is.
He's the leading guy in refraction. He says atmospheric magnification happened. It is a thing. I'm sorry if you didn't know about it
but
yet,
it's
but
nowhere
it does
near
happen.
as strong as you claim it to be.
Dude, it doesn't need to be as strong or as weak. It just needs to happen. And then over a long enough distance with magnification, you can get things to drop on a flat surface. You've just seen it.
Saying it again,
And
it's not analogous to
was
reality,
going down.
but again,
Go ahead,
with
my bad.
plastic, but that's it.
Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead, Miles.
I really
cut
like
you off.
reality.
Go ahead.
Again,
Miles,
I've
go
said it
ahead.
before,
I don't
it's
know,
not
Don.
analogous
Can you
to
hear me,
reality, but
Miles?
whatever.
Go ahead. I cut you off. My bad. What'd you say, Miles?
I said it's not analogous to reality.
Okay, as far as atmospheric magnification happening, because we know that happening, so that's analogous, right? The magnification part.
Again, in reality, the atmosphere doesn't have refractive forces that are strong enough, magnification forces that are strong enough to cause that to happen.
Okay, do you understand atmospheric magnification happens? Do you doubt that part? Is that the part you're doubting that's not analogous?
I'm not doubting it, I'm doubting that it's strong enough.
Okay, so atmospheric magnification does happen. We agree. So the magnification part's analogous. Now things get farther away from you, right? Is that analogous, like he did in the video with the sun, with the picture of the sun?
In that video, in this video,
does the sun get
no, it's not
does he move the sun farther away from you? And in reality, does the sun get farther away from you as it's setting?
No.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to figure out how it's not analogous. You said it's not analogous. I'm trying to figure out where the not analogous part happens.
The force of the atmosphere is not nearly as strong as what's shown in the video.
Okay, and over a long how do you know that? You don't know that. Over very long distances.
Have you ever seen? Can you see a city from a hill a few hundred miles away, or 50 miles away, or whatever?
Yeah, sure.
So how is it that there's almost, or if none, not any refraction there, but in a sun that's apparently, according to your model, not that far away, it is so strong?
First of all, I didn't make any claim to the distance of the sun. Who said it's not that far away?
Because in your model, it is curving around the North Pole.
Did I show you a model?
That's the model that you show in all of your videos. Show me a different model.
I've shown you one video in my life, but it just happened 5 minutes ago. I timestamped it for 3 minutes and 10 seconds just to show you the part where it sets on a flat surface. I don't have a model. I never showed you one. Why are you making stuff up?
If you if you don't agree upon a model, how are you even making claims if you don't even have a model?
What claim? I made a claim that things can set on a flat surface.
And you need a model.
Right, and I made a claim that things can set on a flat surface. You said that couldn't happen. Now we know that can happen.
No, I didn't say that. I said that in real life, if you look at the Earth, that can't happen.
Well, you want to reword your shit. You want to change history and say you said different things. Then fine.
What?
Dude, you said things couldn't set on a flat surface.
To determine how strong the refraction is, you need to determine how far away the sun is. For that, you need a working model, or at least a model. Give me a model. You don't have one. You just literally admitted that.
How do you know how strong the refraction is?
There's two factors: how strong the refractive force of the material is, and how big the difference is. The distance. Sorry.
So in the distance, we're gonna look at something in the distance, and you're gonna tell me if that thing's being refracted higher or lower than its actual position. Is that what you're gonna do?
No, I want a model.
So you don't know.
That's
so
it.
you don't know how much refraction is there. You don't know.
Again, to determine that, I would have to know how far away the sun in your model is.
On Earth, how much refraction is there? You don't need to know my model.
What do you mean on Earth? How much refraction there is there?
You don't need to know my model to know how much refraction is happening in the atmosphere outside.
I do.
That's non sequitur. That's total non sequitur and irrelevant.
I do. I need a model.
You don't need my model.
If you can't agree upon a model, if you can't give me a model, then this whole conversation is complete bullshit.
Well, it's up to you if you want to stick around or not. All right. So, I mean, we've given you answers. If you don't like them, that's it. Okay.
I'll give him a model. Ellie McPherson. There's a model.
There we go.
She's hot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you post a model in the chat, please?
You never seen Ellie McPherson? Come
Post
on.
it.
What's wrong with you?
Fucking post it.
I've seen a lot of your models. I don't know which one you're using right now.
Don, don't be quoting Jizza in here. Post the model, I see.
Well, I don't know if there she is. Oh my God, yeah. Thanks, Bandy. No, that's a freaking model. God bless her.
Very funny. Very funny.
God bless her.
So you don't need to know how much refraction is. Yeah, you don't need to know how much refraction you don't need. I'm sorry, you don't need to know my model in order to know how much refraction is happening outside. Those two things it doesn't even make sense.
Okay, that's the map that you're showing here is your map of the world. Is that correct?
That is not my map. Some Glober posted that.
Okay, that's the map
Did
that
you hear
you
what I
think.
said about
Do you
refraction?
think that the Earth looks like that? It's a simple question.
I've been asking you a simple question for like 5 minutes now. Why do you need to know how much?
I've been asking you the same question.
Model, dude, I don't have a model of Earth. Question is,
you need to have a model
do you
to
need to know
represent how the Earth looks to determine anything. Is that so hard to understand?
Well, can you substantiate that? Because that's just a claim at the moment.
You guys can go ahead with this guy. I'm not. This is like talking to B-ball or something.
You can whisper, "Oh my God," under your voice if you want to, but you haven't actually responded to what I said.
You know what? I know exactly why you hesitate to show me a model or to admit that this is your model. It's because complete nonsense. It's because
you don't
it's
have
complete
one either.
nonsense.
So both of us have
why
no...
is the different distance? If you look at this map here, if this map is your map, then why? Then why is the difference between, let's say, Santiago and Perth so much greater than between New York and London, while in reality, the difference between these two places isn't as big? It's not a real model.
Because there's no Z-axis.
It doesn't work like that.
Because there's no Z-axis on that thing. Plus, it's not centered where, like, you have to have it centered on every location. So if you move it around, it will reorient itself. It's just centered on the North Pole.
So you're claiming that a flight that goes from Australia to South America goes through North America and almost the North Pole?
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you're claiming.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. This map here. Can you go into the live stream text chat?
Mm-hmm. All right.
The model that was just posted, the one above the car. Is this your model? It's a simple question. Is this the model that you think the Earth looks like?
No.
Okay. What is it then?
I have a good one here. It's a different projection. I think this is more like it. Find it for you.
It's a projection. You admit that it's a projection of a globe. You admit it. You've just admitted it.
I sure do. Okay, there we go. That's what I think the layout is more like.
You think there's 4 Antarcticas?
No.
So are you saying that the globe is not a projection? The globe model? Or the globe construct, I guess you could say?
Which one? Again, which one
Mr.
of these
DNA
maps?
asks you a question.
Okay, what was
Oh,
the
he don't
Are
answer
you
questions.
saying,
He doesn't
are you
answer
saying,
questions.
oh, he
I've already
doesn't?
asked him mad questions. He doesn't answer them.
Okay, ask me
Yeah,
the
because
question.
he just said, oh, he just like reigned victory. Oh, so you admit it's a projection.
Oh.
Well, I'm asking, is the globe not a projection?
No, it's not a projection because you can actually make
Cite
a
it.
prediction to how long a
Cite it.
distance is. You can actually go to a globe. That's why Google Maps works.
You can actually
That's why
go to a globe. Go to a globe.
you can actually use that globe to determine the distance between 2 points. Because the flat Earth map is stretched towards the edges, that doesn't work.
There you go, guys. The globe model is not a projection.
You guys want to hear a response from Blue of how the motions work?
I'd love to hear this guy tell us why he needs to know what my model looks like for us to know how much refraction is happening outside. That shit does not even make sense, and it's totally ridiculous.
To make any claim about your model, to make any claim, to even try to disprove or prove the flat Earth, you need to know what it's supposed to look like. That's not hard to understand.
Thing is, this isn't hard to understand what I'm about to say. You made a claim about how much refraction is happening outside, then claim to know that you need to know my model before we know how much refraction is happening outside. So do you know how much refraction is happening outside or no?
What do you mean outside?
Outside in the atmosphere, do you know how much refraction is happening?
Yeah, but it
Okay.
doesn't change.
No? Is it yes or no?
No.
So how
he pulls the code show, yes, no.
You just told me that magnification thing couldn't happen because there's not that much refraction happening, and now you're telling me you don't know how much refraction is happening. You're not making sense, bud. You're going to fit in great with other globers, I'll tell you that.
Globers, that word doesn't exist, right?
Well, whatever.
Again,
people who think the water is curving from every point below their feet, but then the land rises, and then it optically looks like it's rising, but it's not. It's just a phenomena. But then they don't believe in other optical phenomena like parallel stuff appearing to curve as they're compressed in the atmosphere. Those people, whoever those people are, that's what this guy is going to be good at, because that's what he's doing. Oh, let's add some doublespeak in there and some non-evidence, something he's never done. I would ask him if he's ever measured curved water, sir. Have you ever measured curved water?
Do you know how big the Earth is?
I didn't ask how big, if I knew something. I know shit. I don't know anything. I'm pretty stupid, actually. But I can ask the question to you and know if you've done it or not. I'm smart enough to know that. And I'm smart enough to know that you just used a tactic used by those guys. You're one of them.
You say I've never seen. You say I've never seen water curve, and then say
I did not say that.
That's why.
No, I did not say that. I'll ask my question again. It's very pointed. Sir, have you ever measured, is another key word, Curved water.
No, because the Earth is really big.
No, it's not really. It's 8 inches per mile. It would drop from a horizontal plane. Do you think we can create a horizontal plane?
What do you mean?
I mean, it's not very big. You just say it's very big because that's what you've heard from your other priest, and you're just repeating it. We know, we know the size, and we know the formula that it should be.
Yeah.
The waters. Oh, you're butting in there, left
No,
lane?
I'm just trying to help him out to understand how to converse. I'm just trying to help him out.
He doesn't know how to
every
convert.
model, the Earth is big. It does not matter if it's the flat Earth model or the normal globe Earth model. It's really big. We can agree upon that, right? That's obvious, right? The Earth is big. That's easy to understand. So if it's really big, then the curvature is so minuscule that you couldn't measure in a bathtub or something like that curved water. Is that what you're asking, that I should measure curvature in a bathtub or in a pool or something like that?
Either that or it's flat.
Do you know how minuscule the curvature will be?
The same way that it looks in real life. So either
How
way,
minuscule is it?
either
Show me
it's
your
flat
model.
or it's so big that it's flat.
Can I just ask
How
Miles a
minuscule
question?
is it?
You're telling us right now why you don't have the evidence, right? So you're actually just giving us an excuse. You're not actually giving it any evidence. You're just saying, well, I mean, I do have a Porsche, but I can't provide any evidence because, oh, I'm really ill. It's just a really bad excuse.
What is a bad
he'll
excuse
get
about
up
the
to
fact
speed.
that you can't measure a curvature of an Earth as big as that on a scale, on a human scale?
It's
in
much
pool or a
simpler.
bathtub.
It's not curving.
That's, you asked me to, one of you asked me if you have ever measured curvature in water. And that implies that you think that the curvature is measurable on a scale of, let's say, a bathtub or a pool or something like that. Which is not the case.
Would you say it's measurable over a few miles?
So can I just repeat
it's measurable over a few miles. That's why ships go behind the horizon. And because that's also why a laser, if you have a boat with a big, don't know what. If you mark, if you go, let's say 10 meters away, and mark where the laser hits, and then go like 5 to 10 miles away and measure where the laser is now, it is higher up.
Have you done this? Have you
personally done this? I would like to do it. Okay, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna do it maybe tomorrow or something like that. That's not a problem. It's very easy to do. I live by a lake.
Yeah,
you can make a video if you want to.
And I live near water, and I do observations over 17 miles to a bridge, and based on the pylons, I've had people in boats at the base of the pylons where mirror flashes can come to me, to my camera that's 3 feet off the ground over 17 miles. Do you know what the circumference of the globe is, or the radius? Are you familiar with your own model?
40,000 kilometers. The diameter is 13,000 kilometers.
So the radius in miles is 3,959 miles, right? So based on basic geometry, we can determine where the leading geometric edge of your globe should be presented to you based on your height over distance, right? Do you know how to figure that out?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right?
Yes.
Right. So at a 3-foot elevation, where would you expect the leading edge of your globe to be?
What do you mean?
At a 3-foot elevation height, my camera is set at 3 feet. How far do you expect the horizon to be in the distance?
I'm gonna open a calculator. Wait a second.
For simplicity purposes, we can do 1 foot. How far do you expect the horizon to be, the leading edge of the geometric ball to be at 1 foot elevation?
where the horizon is, or what? What exactly are you saying?
He's asking where the horizon is at 3 feet. How
If you're
far away
claiming,
would the horizon be at 3 feet?
Just give it. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
That's 1.22 miles. Yeah. How high is this bridge you're looking at? How tall is it?
Shouldn't you know that formula if you're in this argument and saying that the Earth is curving?
So
Shouldn't you have
at 1 foot, the horizon is 1.2 miles away, according to this calculator.
What is it at 3 feet?
3 feet? It's at 2.1 miles.
What would be the obstruction, meaning the amount of height that would be obstructed at 17.5 miles? What would be my hidden height, meaning what would be hidden behind the geometric curve of the Earth at 17.5 miles from a 3-foot elevation?
I don't really understand your question right now.
You're saying this.
Do you understand your model and what you're talking about when you're talking about horizon and things being hidden behind the horizon, right?
157
Yes, I do, but I
feet.
didn't understand your question.
Right. So it's 157 feet. Somebody said it, right? So at a 3-foot elevation height, my camera is at 3 feet of elevation above the water. I'm viewing over the water to a bridge at 17.5 miles away. This bridge allows for cruise ships to go underneath it. I see the pylons at the base of the water and can get a mirror flash.
Because my headphone just said low battery, so I just didn't hear what you just said. Could you please repeat?
Yeah, so at a 3-foot elevation height with my camera, I can see on certain days down to the base of the pillars of that bridge, meaning where they hit the water, and can get mirror flashes, meaning direct line of sight, mirror flash of light to my camera at 3-foot elevation height over 17.5 miles. How is this possible on a globe Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles? If that boat should be hidden by 157 feet of Earth curvature.
Okay, you're saying you see a bridge that's more than 2.1 miles away, so that's why the Earth is apparently flat. Is that what you're saying?
You're not listening.
No, he's saying he can see the bottom of the pylons on the bridge. Are we not taking into account refraction though?
I can see the whole entire bridge at 17.5 miles away at a 3-foot elevation.
You said on
this guy
certain
doesn't know
days,
how much refraction there is or not, though. So let's let him make that argument, V-Ball. What do you think?
And guess what? What I can and can't see varies depending on atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, that's what we would expect over water.
I never get an expected 157 feet being blocked. So what is the baseline when you're talking about refraction? What is the baseline and what imagery can you show me that 1 has 0 refraction or 2 has very defined refraction, meaning you have some sort of refractive index that if you plug in temperature and pressure, you can determine the exact temperature and pressure readings of the water and the atmosphere in the picture based on the image that's presented? Do you have any sort of graph that would give me these parameters, or do you just guesstimate because we can see further? There go.
Well, I think there is a pretty good calculator done by what's his name?
Mick West. So are we using the thing that's in contention, which is the claimed radius value, to come up with our refractive index?
No, I think it's not him. It's another one.
That whole refraction thing of them taking temperature, humidity, that is such bullshit. First of all, you'd have to do it through the optical corridor, meaning the straight line of sight path, which they don't know that straight line of sight path is because the light's bending.
Yeah, which is a straight line.
Know where to put your temperature or any kind of humidity, any of your readings, you don't even know where the optical corridor is.
Right. And the funny thing is their assumed refraction also takes in the assumed radius value.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying in your location, right, with your conditions, you can see the bottom of that bridge, right? Do you ever look at the difference between the air and the water temperature in your location?
Mm-hmm.
How much of a difference is it normally?
It depends. Depends on the day, depends on the time of the year, depends on the time of day.
I think if you try and find that difference, if it's a pretty large difference, that's probably why you're able to see to the bottom.
It's
because
generally not a large disparity, to be honest with you. Within about 10 degrees.
What he's saying is the bottom of the pylon where it meets the water is being loomed up because of the conditions of the day. Right, B-Ball?
Yeah, 7/6R probably.
You're seeing
We're
over
assuming the
because of
radius
the
value,
refraction.
and then we're saying that this image is only because we assume the radius value, and we're assuming the light curves at this specific rate.
He's saying it's being loomed up 150 something feet.
Yeah.
Over 17 miles. It's being loomed up on that certain day. And then on other days when you can't see it, well, that's more like the reality. But on that day that it's loomed up where you can see the base of the pylons hitting the water, it's being loomed up because of the conditions of the day. 100, what'd you say, B-Ball? 150 something feet? 7?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, man.
Yeah, that's refraction.
Hey, it's funny how that works out, but it only works in one way, right? To fit your model perfectly.
Yeah, looming is probably the most common
What's
type of
towering?
refraction.
What's towering?
No, I don't know. I think that's a different type of refraction.
What's sinking?
Different type of refraction with different conditions.
Where objects would appear lower than their actual position, their apparent position?
No, I don't know. You have to look that up.
Yeah, I know you don't know. No, I've already looked it up. You're saying you don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Nice talking to you.
My turn yet?
Yeah, go ahead, Don.
Well, I haven't actually got anything to say. I just wanted to join in a bit.
I can show you bottom-up disappearance less than 4 miles away at 8-foot observer height.
I can do the same at 12-foot observer height, where it's blocking half the shrimp boat, less than 4 miles. 12 feet observer height.
We can show it on a tiny little pond with an RC boat. We know it's not. Yeah, we know it's not Earth curve.
They deny it.
I just posted my picture, my video, my observation.
I'll post mine as well. Something I've done myself. I don't need to ask that guy. I don't remember his name. It's me.
Yep.
We know it's not Earth curve. We've seen it happen over a pond where there would a whole RC boat disappear. There should be not even a millimeter worth of Earth curve.
So in a pond, don't you think it'd probably be the ripples in the pond? That's what I would think.
Bro, it was crystal clear, dude. We have many examples.
No, let him have it. Let him have it, Jeremy. So you think on our ocean that those bigger ripples could hide an object at a further distance, hide it more, B-ball?
No, because 5-foot waves are not going to. If you're over top of the 5-foot waves, they're not going to block 60 or 70 feet.
Ripple on a pond is going to hide an RC boat from a low elevation right at a short distance. But a wave 5 feet tall is not going to hide a ship that's at a longer distance, a further distance, right, from a viewer.
No.
Yeah. There you go, people.
Not if you're over top of the wave, no.
What if you're over the top of the ripple there, guy?
We don't know.
You don't think they're above the water when they're doing the lake view? You don't think they're above the you called the ripple, which there are no ripple? Like it's hello, I asked you a question. Do you think the camera is above the ripple in the lake? Yeah, you're just talking out your ass now. Yeah, I know you don't know.
I have no
Another
idea how
thing
high the
B-ball doesn't know.
I have no idea how high the camera is
Well, why
in
don't you
the
find out before you
pond
spout off some
exclamation.
nonsense that ripples are
All
high
right.
in the boat?
So,
Yeah,
Maybe you
so
should find
here
out.
I just posted a picture, 2 pictures actually. I'm at about 250 feet above the water, and this boat is being obstructed by the water.
How far is the boat? How big are the waves? What's
I
the
don't know how
refraction?
far it is.
What's the
but I don't
water
think there's
temperature?
any.
What's the air temperature? What type of lens? What focal length? Where was the
I
sun
mean,
position?
at
What
this
time of day
height,
was it?
at this height, I don't think that much refraction will be happening
Yeah,
at
you
this height.
don't think.
Especially
Another one of your
from the water.
beliefs. No thanks.
So
This
you
is
have
not
no
a low
idea how
level
much
observation.
refraction.
You have
So
no
you have no
idea.
idea how much refraction is
Yeah, this
happening. You're about to make a refraction.
I'm pretty high above the marine layer, you like to call
Yeah,
it.
but you're looking down towards and through the marine layer in the distance, right, B-ball? I mean, the boat is
Yes,
on the
I am.
water, right? So you're looking
Yep.
through the marine layer at some point, right, B-ball?
This is but I'm not looking
Yeah, but what?
directly parallel with the water, so it's not
Yeah,
really making much of a
nobody
difference.
said you were. Guess what? If you go lower, that vision's going to get worse. You know why? Because you're looking through the marine layer more, right, B-ball? More
Sure.
is going to be obstructed. Yeah, sure. So you agree
Sure.
that the marine layer is doing the obstruction?
And I would agree. Yeah, the
Congratulations.
marine as in the water. Yeah, the water's doing the obstruction.
Oh, so the waves, as you get lower, the waves would take more
No,
effect. The water.
Yeah, the water. Yep.
Yeah, the waves
I don't think
on the
it's
water.
but in
Like
this,
the ripple on
in
the
these
pond.
pictures. Yeah, but in these pictures, I don't think it's the waves.
You're too easy,
Because
bro.
I'm
No,
high.
you don't think.
I'm
Another one of your
pretty
beliefs.
high above. Well, I'm pretty high above the waves, so I don't think
Yeah,
it'd be
but
the
you're
waves.
looking down at the ship. You don't think there's waves ahead in between you and the ship as you look
but I
down
don't
towards
think.
the ship? You don't
Yeah,
believe.
but I don't think it's. No, I don't think
Yeah,
it's
we
the
don't
waves.
care
No.
about your beliefs, man. We know you don't know the wave
So
height. We know you don't know the distance of the ship.
The center of that boat is, I don't know, probably 30, 40
Maybe
feet.
about, yeah.
I mean,
We
the
know you
waves
don't
are
know
probably
that
what?
either now.
The waves are probably what, 5 feet?
Where at? Near
Maybe.
you? What about at the ship? You don't think the swells get bigger as they go out to sea?
No, not that big. No.
Oh, well, then you haven't been out to sea very much. You're so lost here, bro. You're so far behind, it's pitiful. You're making yourself look ridiculous.
These specific pictures, I'm high above the water, right?
So what? You're looking down at the ship, which is on the water.
Would there be waves blocking the bottom of the boat?
Yes, there would be a wave in between you and the ship, correct. Depending on the distance and the angle you're looking at, due to perspective and the angle of resolution, it depends on how big those waves are, how much the ship would be blocked just by the waves, not to mention all the other atmospheric conditions that would be blocking as you look over distance into the marine layer.
So are you claiming this is a wave blocking the bottom of
So
this
you
boat?
you did not hear nothing he said.
No, he didn't hear it. He wants to spout and preach to us again.
Because he says the same thing all the time. So
no, he mentioned a
just
whole
want you
bunch of other things also that could get in the way, and you did not listen to not one.
I've heard it all before, mate. It's just made up nonsense.
Oh, here's Don. He can tell us some more beliefs that he has about non-waves looking out onto the ocean. That he has.
When we see waves, though, like, there's a difference between seeing waves and then, you know what I mean? When you're at the beach, the waves come in and then it goes away. Then another wave comes in and it goes away. But
And
this
the
was a
swells-
video. This is
and
a
the
screen.
swells 5 miles away from the beach can be 10 foot, and when they get to the beach, can be even less or more.
Plus,
but
you got
I'm
shoaling.
a lot higher than 10 feet, though.
Let's not forget shoaling that Ranty showed us. Thanks, Ranty, for the shoaling thing that happens out there.
Said that the waves further out
Yeah, but that
can be
happens.
bigger as well.
Shoaling happens like what? Close to the shore.
It don't have to be
Not close to
shoaling
the shore.
either. No, it doesn't happen close to the shore. It happens when the land rises quickly. That's shoaling, and the current. Yeah.
Yes,
So it
close
don't
to the
have to
shore,
be
yeah.
close. No, it does not have to be close to the shore. It has nothing to do with the proximity to the shore. It has something to do with how quickly the water rises up the bank of the land, the underneath, the floor of the ocean.
So let me go down. Okay, so it's not a Earth curve, right? So it has to be either shoaling, the atmosphere, waves. What else?
Or the combination of all of them, right, B-Ball?
All of those. Okay.
Don't forget about that.
So a curved surface. Atmospheric conditions. Okay, so a curved surface just would not obstruct.
No one said that. I knew you were going to do that because that's what you always do. No one said that a curved surface wouldn't obstruct things. You idiot.
Could this be?
Please
could
don't.
it be Earth curved?
Yeah, sorry. Absolutely, but you would be able to easily, and when I say easily, I mean you can do it every day on land, measuring inches over a mile or a half a mile or centimeters. These tools are very accurate. You could do that so easily if you're saying it's
but
150 foot difference.
The problem is every time I use it, you cry about it. I'm
I
sorry, I
don't
didn't mean
cry
to say you
nothing.
cry, but you tell me I'm not using it correctly.
You're not. It's because you're not. That's a fact.
Okay.
You don't agree that things get distorted optically through the dense layer of a marine layer, especially over distance? So you agree that it does? You agree that it does get optically distorted?
Yeah, I agree with
So
that.
you are a believer in optical illusion?
I mean, yeah, optical. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Optical illusions happen.
How far away from your eyeball is that crosshair in your optic theodolite or
Probably
whatever
a few inches.
And how far over the marine layer are you viewing those buildings?
11 feet.
No. What's the distance? Isn't it like 15 miles?
15 miles, yeah.
Yeah. In between the crosshair and those buildings, how many miles is it?
What? I'm sorry, say that again?
How many miles from the crosshair that's near your eye to the face of the building would you approximate?
About 15 miles.
Do you think in 15 miles over the marine layer you can have optical illusions caused by the atmospheric conditions? Sir.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm done with this guy.
I wish you were done with this guy, man. Well, right waste of time.
And this would be easier if we saw in 3D. This would be this wouldn't even be a thing.
Oh no!
Too bad we see in 2D.
But when we see optical illusions, we kind of know what's causing it, right?
Yeah, the atmosphere. Yeah, we know it. And over the marine layer, you have a lot of them.
Yeah, and looking at B-balls, it doesn't look all distorted and messed up. It looks pretty accurate.
The freaking water is 150 taller than the building. You don't think that water is messed up?
Just in case anyone needs to know, I'll go ahead and post one just in case everyone needs to see what we're talking about.
You don't think the buildings look smaller? Well, that's a problem because if they're so far away, they would have to be smaller, right? So that means they're being magnified. Am I roboting?
You're shouting, mate. You've been shouting for 3 hours. Really bad ego.
Yeah, my shouting is due. I mean, I have a lot. I have loud surroundings. That might be it.
You need to stop.
I'm not saying. I think Elijah's trying to get in, but he's roboting. Elijah, you're roboting, bud.
So the picture I posted is what we're talking about here.
Okay.
The picture I posted in the chat is what we're talking about here. So it's an auto level at 11 feet, hitting buildings.
11 feet over the marine layer? That's not high enough.
Yeah. So
you need to get out of the refractive effect. Go up about 30 foot.
Right.
Tell me what you see.
So I just showed a picture where I was well above 30 feet and I still see obstruction of a boat.
So you still see? No, I'm talking about those buildings, sir. Same view.
But we see the same effect even if we go higher.
I know we're seeing optical effects. That's what I'm saying. Go 30 feet above your viewer height to the buildings and let us know how that works out for you. Go 2 feet. Go to 2 feet and see how worse it gets.
You're still going to see obstruction of the buildings even if I go
maybe
higher,
so because you have a turbulent area that you're viewing over. A lot of white caps, right? A lot of wind. Yeah.
This ain't even a debate. You can't prove that the object is higher or lower than its actual position.
Mike,
that building is
way better.
Mike, okay.
We don't really need to.
So I was going to say,
I mean, we can sit here and argue over the horizon and optical effects all we want, right? We can do this all day. But I mean, if we actually go back to what we were talking about before, now I don't want to change this. Well, I'm not going to change the subject.
Yeah, no, stop.
I don't even. Hold on, I'm not done.
I mean, we can sit here and argue about refraction and optical effects and illusions all we want, but if we actually go to something else, like southern hemisphere flights,
No, stop.
then you guys have a problem.
Calm down. Because Elijah wanted to get in the conversation, and you want to you want to go somewhere else.
He wants to go as far away from his own photographs as he
Not
can.
at
We
all.
know
Not
he's
at
viewing. Yeah, you're over talking me now. He knows he's viewing low level over long distance in the marine layer, which is a huge no-no.
All right, Rakia.
Well, I
Elijah
mean, I
wanted to
just-
get in. Earth is life. Hold on. Elijah wanted to get in and wanted to get in a few minutes ago. He was roboting. Let me get in now. I think it was pertinent.
Yeah, the idea that what are we calling them? What'd you say it was? Optical illusion. Can you see an optical illusion if something's blocking the thing that you're supposed to be seeing? I know the answer is no. Should I just complete the sentence? No.
Who are you asking?
Assuming
Wait, are
that
you
we
talking
all.
to me?
Yeah, who are you asking?
I'm asking anybody who thinks that it's relevant to talk about optical illusions in the face of whether or not it's actually obstructed.
Yeah, optical
Right.
illusions can obstruct things in the distance. Absolutely. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah, but if you're claiming an
No,
optical
no.
illusion,
What I'm asking is what do optical illusions like? Because we're talking about seeing something, right? An optical illusion, you see it. It's an optical illusion. When it comes
yeah, but you have to say
when it comes to the horizon, to say, well, we're seeing an optical illusion. No, you shouldn't be seeing anything. When I say anything, what I mean is if you're supposed to be seeing a geometric horizon, you're not supposed to be seeing any land beyond that because that's the edge of your ball.
No, that's wrong. Sorry.
no.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, anything but the physical obstruction.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No.
You ignored refraction, dude.
Yeah.
You completely.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Optical illusion and refraction.
Yeah,
we're talking when you talk about refraction. Ultimately, you're talking about seeing imagery from beyond a location that is not able to be seen, and that's why you're seeing it.
Yeah.
The bottom line
that
is
changes
you're talking about the
positions,
thing that's supposed to be the blockage at another location, and you're calling that an optical illusion. No, there's never been a case where I expected a building that was 200 feet or 1 mile away to appear as though it's actually somewhere else with respect to all of the other things in the field of view. That has never happened ever in life. So I'm trying to figure out why we're talking about optical.
Ooh, broke off.
Because
You
that's
cut
part
out.
of miraging. Miraging is part of how we see through the atmosphere. Refraction is also optical illusion. Mirage is an optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions. So if you want to call it a mirage, that's fine. It's where something is that's not in its actual position. It's a mirage to you. It's not actual. It's optical illusion. It's caused by atmospheric conditions. Look it up. Just look up mirage, the definition of.
Is it
But
variable?
that by definition, seeing
the
it.
atmosphere varies. Yeah.
But you see it because it's in your line of sight, right, Rakia? Versus if the geometric horizon was in the way, you wouldn't be able to see it. So
Yeah,
now we're
absolutely.
talking
That's why
about the
it's optical
geometric
illusion.
horizon being a mirage itself. That's
No.
insane.
No, it's the geometric. Well, it is on their model. If you have a geometric place, a point, anything that you're seeing beyond that you're not supposed to be is a mirage at that point.
That's a claim that he makes.
No, that is a fact. It's an object beyond your capability of seeing past a physical object that in your book is being refracted up or loomed. That's an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions, which causes refraction. Yeah, which causes refraction.
Yeah, just refraction. Just wiggle.
Yeah, that's
just a little
you
wiggle.
can call it what you
placement.
want.
It doesn't cause 100 foot of a building to be obstructed.
It might be loomed up, but it won't be the other way around.
So you're
But
saying
but that's backwards,
how
right?
high?
That's backwards, though. He said what he said was backwards, Jeremy. When he
They're
says
making claims.
it's not like the building. It's not like the building would be that's 100 foot tall. Would what? Can you finish this that statement?
Oh, yeah, I think I cut out there. Yeah, like B-Ball's image is there's obviously about 100 foot of those buildings obstructed by water, and refraction. You can accommodate a wiggle or a little displacement, a little looming, but you can accommodate 100 feet of a building being obstructed with refraction.
Yeah, so you're telling us that
you're working off of a premise that hasn't been validated, that the horizon is geometric. That's the whole reason we started arguing about this stuff. So many years. I'm sorry. Could I not make a complete point and then understand that somebody was talking to that point specifically, or like what is this conversation? What are we doing?
Yeah, dude, guys, come on. You were doing the same thing to Cuddles last night. You can't do the same thing to Elijah today. Let fuckers talk.
The point being, when you say it's obstruction, it's because your premise is that the Earth is a globe. Like, well, when you say it's obstructed, it has to be tied to the mathematics that you've put forth, because the mathematics were derived from the presupposed size and dimensions that were supposedly. It should be a measure of something real. So what, they calculated it, blah 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 blah. But the point is, you can derive from it measurement, and that's the point we're talking about.
No, we're just showing it's evidence of a curved surface. That's it.
Yeah, just looking at it.
So when you say the building is like missing, it's like you gotta prove the premise first.
The thing is, they're saying, oh, it's a little wiggle, a little bit, loomed up, loomed down, whatever. The point is, they don't know how much it's loomed up because they have no baseline. They have no baseline to say that it's higher or lower than this position because they don't know the actual position. All they can do is look at it and get an average of its apparent position. That does nothing.
Yeah, the logic is extremely flawed, and I mean, if they were going to be honest, they would go through their own logic and fix it, and then present a new argument that's logically sound. But all I ever hear on this goddamn debate is fuckers saying nuh-uh and trying to prove each other and get each other a got ya instead of ever trying to be intellectually honest.
I'm being intellectually honest. I've measured 2.7 miles of water not curving. I've viewed on different days from the same location. Am I roboting or are you interrupting on purpose?
You did it
Either
wrong.
way,
You're not roboting. He was interrupting.
Yeah, he just interrupted to say I was wrong, not when he hasn't done it himself or proved me wrong. But anyway, I've viewed things from the same viewer observation on different days and at different times of the year, and to prove that these objects shorter than the Earth curve would be obstructed by something other than Earth curve. The boat that I put in chat a while ago is a large shrimp boat. On that particular day, I was 12 feet above the water, and he was less than 4 miles away from me. And almost the entire boat was obstructed or hidden, or the information was hidden, or the water was loomed up in the foreground, and the background was where it was supposed to be. Whatever the conditions were that was causing whatever I captured on a video and film, that wasn't Earth curve. So we have some issues here.
I agree. It was probably just a wave.
It's probably a wave. Yeah, there you go. The wave would have had to been like 16 feet tall in your book, right? If I was 12 foot above.
No.
It's
Water sloshing.
How tall would the wave have been on that day?
Water sloshes around. I mean, I've seen it.
The water sloshes around, but when I asked you earlier if it could have been a wave, you said no. Water doesn't slosh around.
No, because I mean, there's a difference, right? When you're on a boat and boats go up and down in the water.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. When you're in a boat, right? And I've seen this before too, because I go to the beach all the time.
Oh, really?
Right?
So you don't have a boat of your
And
own?
I
Funny that.
see. No, I don't. No, but I see boats like on the water, and then I would say, oh shit, half of the boat's gone. I know it's not earth curve because it's sloshing up and down in the water.
Correct.
But something far, far away, right?
What about something 3 miles?
It's consistently cut off by the water. Then
Yeah.
no, that's not a
That's
wave.
optical. Yeah, that's optical. Yeah, I agree.
No, it's
Something
just
farther away over the marine layer, you're going to create these optical illusions. Yeah, mirages. But something 3 miles away, like a shrimp boat on. Hang on, I'm almost done. Because you avoided my shrimp boat idea because it's not earth curve. Something, you said it was a wave. So something 3 miles away, like a shrimp boat with a viewer height of 12 feet above the water, and the waves aren't big, like the shrimp boat couldn't be out there in 10-foot waves, right? So we know it's not that. And I have a video, and I was talking to Mr. Captain Thibodeau on the phone when he was telling me how far he was away from the beach using his radar. Then I'm pretty sure I know what I'm talking about as a captain myself. I probably know how waves affect boats. Right, B-Ball?
Sure. But like
so you're
again,
trying to tell a captain, you're trying to tell me as a captain how, yeah, okay. So if you want to call me a liar in your own little slight little way, then
I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying.
Man. Yeah, we have to trust you. Like I'm gonna lie. Yeah, I want to push the narrative of flat Earth so I can be yelled at and called dumb all day. That's what I do.
I've never called you dumb.
I didn't say you
called me
did.
dumb you called me dumb many times.
Yeah, because you're being dumb right now by bringing up that you have to trust me. When other people, you know how you get a captain's license?
Well,
trust. You know how you run a business?
You
know how you run a business for 30 years, B-Ball? Trust. You know how you have a successful family and stay married 30 years with 3 kids and not having any problems? Trust. And you're saying you can't trust me? Screw you, man.
Yeah, he can trust NASA, but he can't trust you. It's funny.
Well, yeah, but he had to bring it up. That was the only place he had to go, was to say he has to trust me, because if it was true, what I was saying was true, it's not Earth curve, and he would have to answer that. So he had to say I wasn't trustworthy.
Yeah, but if you're 3 miles away,
you don't have to trust him. That's the look.
Yeah, you can go do it yourself.
The claim is on the table. Thank you. The claim is on the table. 1.2 times the square root of the observer.
Yep.
Rakia, please, brother. The claim on the table is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay? An additional claim from the anti-flat earthers is that things typically are blocked by the horizon, which is Earth curve. Sometimes it's by waves, I guess they would say. So the question is, how do you validate that, since videos like Rakia show you that things disappearing from the bottom up is not due to the horizon? Well, how do you validate that the horizon is geometric then? That's the premise that has to be validated before we talk about any of these things. Refractive effects, this, that, and the third. None of that matters unless you validate the premise that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,900
years ago. It's all validated. It's just you that hasn't caught up.
Well,
Yeah, see, look,
guess what? If it was valid, I wouldn't. If it was valid, I wouldn't be here.
That isn't
like,
true.
because the thing is,
Elijah, you've never.
It's to do with your
Elijah,
brain.
have you ever gone out and done any observations though?
Yeah, of course I have.
Like where you live in New York, right?
Yeah.
Like what type of observations?
I got mad beats. I got mad beats.
I know you want to jump in, Rakia, just real quick.
Well, you said New York, like it's not near the ocean.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm just curious
the
because I've
ocean,
never
the
seen
river.
I don't know. Okay.
Well, my first proof that the Earth wasn't a globe was the moon, because that's what I focused on. What different? But that's not what I'm talking about. The claim that's on the table that cannot be validated by you, me, or anyone. That's the problem.
Well,
as a matter of fact, it can be invalidated. Go ahead. Sorry.
the way I understand it is that, like, to me, I wouldn't expect a horizon to form in between me and buildings on a flat surface. That's just how I see it. I know you guys have a different opinion.
That's because you don't understand that the horizon. Well, my bad. Let me rewind because I don't want to put that energy into this conversation. And it took me a long time to get this. We have a limit of view. Hear me out. We can't perceive all of reality. Now, I'm not talking about wind and actually seeing the molecules of the wind and the gas and all that. I'm talking about there's a limit to our field of view. There's a limit to a camera's field of view. And it's not just because of the air. That horizon is the limit of our view because we have two references, the sky and the ground.
There's a claim on the table. All right, we see too far. We can see oil
Well, I
rigs.
don't
We're
know if he
clearly seeing
accepted
shit.
that or thought, that's interesting. Let me think about it. Or
No,
if he had a rebuttal. I have no idea.
But the thing is, I see what you're saying. But the way, in my mind, the way I see it, when I see things obstructed, it literally acts exactly as if I'm seeing over a curved surface.
Don't you know that's begging the question though? Because that over the curved surface, that's a premise that hasn't been validated. So when you see the horizon and things in respect, when you see the horizon and things in respect to it, you're going to confirm your bias. But what I'm telling you is, why don't you so my question is, why not validate the premise so that you can do that justifiably?
No, he's not actually understood.
We don't have to.
Yeah, he's not.
Okay, so I can go out and I can observe. My bad, Jeremy. So okay, we can go out and we can observe. We can observe things being obstructed. Like, okay, this looks like a curved surface. Then we can look at other things like the moon, and we can look at. We don't have to just stick with looking at the horizon. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to just stick with that and then try and draw a conclusion with just looking at the horizon.
Begins. That's where it begins. Because if I say, well, I see the sun setting below the horizon, I see stars because the earth is turning. All of these things are going to be predicated, no matter what you do, off of the fact that the earth is a sphere. So the first thing we have to validate is that thing that's in the distance matches the model, because that's what they tell us it is on a grander scale. That's it. Because if we look to anything else, it's going to be confirmed by the premise that was already laid out. So if you don't attack the premise first, then you can accept all that extra stuff. So when you say we don't have to just look at the horizon, we can look at all these other things. Well, all of those other things are going to validate your bias if you don't attack the premise.
Well, how long would you have to observe it and continuously see obstruction and things dropping from the horizontal?
You would just have to see one time that not be the case. Like I said,
I've never like the reason I'm saying that. He just said it. He just said it. This is what I've been trying to get at right here. He said shit's dropping from horizontal.
Yeah, I know, but you're still going to beg the question with him because obviously things rise and fall optically. So you're going to be arguing about an effect that does happen, and you're going to be playing tug of war, and you're going to be saying it's because of this. He's going to be saying it's because of that. As a matter of fact, he's not even going to be arguing with the effect, because ultimately he's going to be saying you're seeing the effect, but ultimately behind all of that shimmering, behind all that affecting, it's actually just the earth curve. He's gonna say that. So why you
can argue about the effect that he claim is happening that he can't back up? He's going to make a claim on the effect, this refraction effect that he can't back up.
Thank you. So why stop the train that I'm on to say that? That's all I'm saying. Because I'm trying to have a back and forth. It's like, I can't have a back and forth with multiple people. I love it when it's just you, Jeremy. I don't like it when it's you and 5 other people interrupting you.
That is tough. Go ahead. You and B-Ball. Go ahead.
But I'm in the elevator now, so I guess if somebody's gonna take over, just
no.
You're good. No, you're good, man. You're good. You're good. It's all right.
I feel you. My bad, Elijah. My bad. That is tough when you're trying to have a back and forth with someone.
Are you from Brooklyn?
But he's in the elevator.
Yeah.
You said Brooklyn?
If you can hear me, yes.
Yeah.
All right, man. Bed-Stuy, do or die, man.
Nice, Canarsie.
Yeah, he said earlier, shit's dropping from horizontal. So you must know the actual position of that object to say that it's actual geometric position of the object to know that it's actually geometrically dropped from horizontal. He doesn't know that. He can't prove it. He's going to just say, well, that's what I think's happening, or just make up some bullshit.
But Jeremy, what about the observations that I talk about in the mountains, peeping up over the horizon at eye level? I see the crest of them, and 70 miles later, I'm at that mountain, at the base of that mountain. It's 3,000 feet taller than I am, but for some reason, from 50 miles, it was just peeped up over the horizon at eye level.
So when you were however many miles away looking at it, you didn't know its actual position from that spot. Sure, you could drive up to it and get its actual position. Here it is, high. But when you're looking at it, you don't know if it's higher or lower than where it actually is.
Yeah, but if it's rising, it's rising though as he gets closer to it.
Yeah, it grows out of the horizon as I approach it.
When you're looking at the mountain from however many miles away, do you know its actual position?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be any different than what he's looking at.
Do you know how much refraction is happening in the air? Did you measure the optical corridor left lane?
It's consistent. It's
something that not be the case.
All right, I was just filling the gap. Go ahead.
Like I know because people say things. It's like
now you're bringing up.
You're roboting.
Yeah. Somebody, this is ridiculous.
Elijah, you're roboting. Relax, Noah. Elijah, you're roboting. So to tell me you know the position, the actual geometric position of an object when you're looking at it 70 miles away or whatever you said, I'm sorry, left lane, but that's absolutely ridiculous. You don't know if it's higher or lower than you're actually seeing it.
Yeah. Okay. You have to actually, like, the thing is, we see things moving up and down with the refraction or whatever, but given that all these things are actually just visual and not physical, you need to do something else to prove your claim of a curved Earth.
It's just not going to happen optically because you don't know geographical positions. You don't know actual positions on your ship from your vantage point. If you did, this wouldn't even be we wouldn't even be here right now if we had a way to have the actual position. This wouldn't be a thing. This whole flat Earth thing, globe Earth thing, it'd be settled.
Yeah, but I think the question is how much of a difference from the actual position to the refracted position, how much of a difference that is.
Yeah, that's a good question. And you know what you need to know that? You need to know its actual position. You never know how far off its actual position it is if you don't know the actual position.
So what you could do is you could just
real simple.
What you could do is you could take the theodolite or auto level and take pictures on multiple days and then get an average of where it's at.
You're going to get an average of its apparent position. Yes. Are any one of those going to give you its actual position?
Yeah, but if they're pretty much around the same spot, I mean that
You get an average. No. You're going to get an average of its actual position. Yeah. Does that tell us you're going to get an average of its apparent position? Does that tell you its actual position?
Well, we know it's not 20 feet to the left or right.
We're talking about up or down, B-ball. What's up?
Or up or down. I mean, yeah, exactly. So you get an average.
Why not left or?
You get an average over 10 or 20 days, and oh shit, On these few days, it was a little bit higher or a little bit lower, but most of the time it was right in the center.
Yeah, you get an
We'll just
average
go
of
with that.
you get an average of an apparent position. That doesn't give you its actual position. I don't know why you keep reverting back to this. This isn't a this
So
isn't
why
this
wouldn't
is
you?
where
But
you
why wouldn't you use
this
the
is where
average
your
though?
argument
Like,
dies.
so
Dies when
okay.
you keep going
So if
back
it's
to it.
counted, okay. So you have an average, right? But it's not the average. It's actually way away from there, right? Or is that what you're trying to argue?
No.
Go ahead.
Because Jeremy, look, you decided to argue this, and the bottom line is you've walked past whether or not the horizon is an obstruction or an optical effect at all. So when y'all are arguing about the position, what's the position? He's like, it's close. You've already accepted that what you're seeing is of geometric consequence. That's a problem.
Well, when we see a building out there, we know there's definitely a building there because we could drive up to it. That's not a question. The question is it higher or lower than its actual position? We know we're not seeing things in their actual.
No. Higher or low? Listen. When I'm looking at a building, its actual position is its actual position. When I'm looking at the horizon, the ground is not meeting the floor. There is no actual position.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You're saying when we see things in the distance, that's their actual position?
Fam, the horizon, the thing that we as flat earthers have been arguing this whole time is that that's a visual effect. It's the limitation of your view. That's what the horizon is. It's not an actual thing, and it's not made by the obstruction of the earth. So what you're arguing is that the horizon is an actual position. No, it's not.
I'm arguing when he says things are dropping from horizontal.
But there's no way to
that would
argue
be a
out of
measurement.
that because he already won. There's no way to argue out of that. At best,
He
you'll
lost.
just
Were you
talk in
listening?
circles. No, he
He
didn't
lost.
lose because y'all are arguing about it being up or down, and you're like, well, you don't know its actual position. But that impresses on the mind of someone who is like a third party listener that there is an actual position when there actually isn't. So why were you guys talking about a position in the first place?
Is the position?
Hold
It's
on a second,
there.
left
You
lane.
see it.
Hold on a second, left lane, please. That building definitely has.
The building is not the horizon. If a building was, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm gonna make this point one more time, and then I'll just mute or whatever I'm gonna go do. A building is a physical obstruction. The horizon is not analogous to that because the horizon isn't even an object, like the building. Stop saying that.
We were talking about things dropping from horizontal. B-Ball mentioned this, like his building dropping from horizontal or ships dropping from horizontal. Now here we are.
You don't have an actual. But you don't have a.
Let him finish.
That's where, he doesn't have an actual position. That's where his argument dies. Because he's sitting here telling me that things are higher or lower than their actual position that he doesn't have. I'm making a clear-cut case and showing the whole audience how he's just making shit up.
Never mind. I agree with that. I agree with that.
No. I said I can take an average, multiple days, right? It can go up and down by a little bit, but I can take an average. Even if you want to continue to claim that's not the actual position, I can still take an average and use that. And I can still see that at the elevation that I am, the crosshairs should not be hitting where they are. If we're talking about looking over a flat surface, 11 feet should be 11 feet, not 60 feet.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep reverting back to this. You somehow think that if you have an average of an apparent position that it's its actual position. I don't know what would make you even think that. It's absolutely ridiculous and nonsensical.
Jeremy,
your argument literally dies here.
Jeremy, if I have crosshairs hitting a building at 13, let's say 13 feet, right? I go back another day, it's at half feet. I go back another day, it's at 12 feet. I go back another day, it's at 13.5 feet. I go back another day, it's at 14 feet. That I can take all of those, right, and get an average about where it is. It's never been, wait. At no point was it 20 feet, right? or at no point was it 5 feet. It was always in between 12 and 13, right? So that's the average. So that's the position.
It doesn't prove your
That's
premise.
the average.
It doesn't.
Go
It
ahead,
doesn't
Elijah,
prove
go
your
ahead.
premise.
That's the average
But
of
so
the apparent
that's
position.
like me saying oh, relativity is going to help me predict where a star is going to be in the sky. Oh, wait a minute. That's exactly what gravitational lensing is, right? It's when something isn't positionally where it should appear to be. But when we say this argument is flawed, that's fine. Well, maybe not to
No,
some
I
of the
don't think
global
that. I don't
scholars.
think that. I don't think
But
that follows here. What I'm talking about is. What I'm talking
no,
about is no point.
because you're saying it had something has an actual position. So by that, by extension, like with gravitational lensing, it's like, oh, these stars are supposed to be obstructed by this thing that's a physical thing, but now it's over here where we can see it. And we know based on the model that we've been using to do for a lot of other things that model is accurate. Therefore, what we're looking at can't be what we're looking at. So we're going to suppose or presuppose that is something else. Now here, you're saying, okay, I've taken an average, and if it was flat, it should look a specific way, but it actually looks this way that I've discovered it looks. Therefore, and then you assert your initial premise that was never validated in the first place. When I
No,
said,
I say.
why don't, because this doesn't, what the point is, this doesn't prove the premise.
No, I say
That
therefore this is evidence for a curved surface. I don't say therefore it is. I say therefore this is evidence for a curved surface.
it doesn't prove your premise.
This is exactly what I would
The
expect
point
a
is the curving
to do.
surface. The curving surface has to curve at the rate that they claim. You can't just, well, that's good enough. No. When I say that doesn't prove your premise, is because, well, if you were finding Earth curve, then there would be other constants that we could look to, and
Yeah, but
there
that
just
curvature
isn't.
is
It
based.
seems like
It's
it seems like they talk about an apparent position and it's differential from an actual position. But like in debates, when you mention things or you invoke them, like when you say actual position, that needs to be a real concrete thing. You need to show where that actual position is and how you know it's different from the apparent position. But instead of doing that, you just say apparent position, and don't explain it.
Yeah, you can't sit here and tell me you measured an apparent position 20,000 times in a row, day after day, and then tell me you somehow got an actual position out of that. All you did was measure an
That's
apparent position
ridiculous.
every time.
Yeah, but but the thing is, we know the actual position isn't way off from the average because we've taken multiple measurements of that same roughly the same position.
If you knew that it wasn't way off, you would know an actual position to tell me that it's not way off. You don't have an actual position. You're just making shit up.
No,
Yeah, like when we bring up that's an apparent where the actual position is. Show your measurements of the apparent position and show the differential and how the differential goes into how you think fucking refraction is working. If you're not
Don't
going to
call
present
names, though,
that,
please.
if you're not going to present that, you're just blowing wind up everyone's ass.
Yeah, I know. No,
Yeah,
don't call names, though, please.
I've presented many observations. I've never seen any of yours anyway. But again, like I said, if I measure something on one day and I measure another day, another day, another day, and it doesn't move that much, then I can say, okay, well, this is probably close to its actual position.
No, that's probably
I'm not
close
saying
to its average.
I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm not saying it's its actual position. Okay, Jeremy, I'll agree with you, but I can get pretty darn close, and I know it's not. And,
so can I show?
Hold on a second. Let me just finish this up with him real quick. Let me just finish this up with him real quick, Noah. Real quick. One last sentence. You just admitted you don't have an actual position, but then you're going to sit here and tell me that you know it's not far off of its actual position. That doesn't even make sense. You're making shit up. Thank you.
Yes, because
wait,
because if hold on, real quick. Because if I measure something at 10 feet, I know it's not
motherfucker. I'm
3
about to
feet.
show you the gap in your own logic. All right.
Hey, come on, Noah.
Here's the gap in your logic. Here it is. You're conflating the average visual position or apparent position, the average of that, with the actual position with no evidence to do so.
I post evidence all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, see, like you didn't listen to what I said. You're conflating the average visual or apparent position with the actual position. That's what you're doing. And you have no reason to. You have no connection. You've made no logical bridge. You just conflated the two and then said we have to accept it because you accept it.
No, his connection is he sees it that way consistently.
Right. So that you're repeating what I said. The average apparent position. Average, right? The average apparent position. You're conflating it with the actual position. Listen to the words come out of my mouth, dude.
Yeah, they're not meaning a whole lot with respect to what he's saying.
In front of my house, and I see a stop sign at the same position all the time, roughly the same position. I know there's refraction there. Is it going to be fucking 30 feet to the left?
No, here's the thing. You can go up to that
No, it's
stop sign.
not, right?
You can go up to that stop sign and you can actually confirm, oh, this is where this is. Okay, we know how far this is
Yeah,
from
I
that.
can drive to
We
the
can actually
building too.
confirm the actual position. When you're looking at a
Yeah, I
visual
can drive to
phenomena, when you're looking at a visual phenomena and you're not confirming the actual position of it, and you're just taking the average of the apparent positions, and then you're saying, oh, we have the average of the apparent positions. This is the actual position. Come on.
Dude, I can drive up to the building and touch it, and I can take pictures of it from close and far away, which I've done.
All right, where's this evidence?
Oh, shit. Hold on, man. I'm driving. If you go back and search my name, I've posted these damn pictures probably thousands of times in this chat. I don't know where you've been.
We'll continue when you're not driving because there's no point in me trying to ask about evidence that you don't have right now. So there's no point in continuing this. This conversation's not resolved. You didn't win, so don't go run off with your friends. Oh, I won the debate. Gotcha.
No, I don't.
You didn't win. No, the debate is being postponed because you can't present the evidence right now. It's not a victory.
I mean, I have. I mean, if you want to claim that, I have tons of evidence. So.
Yeah.
Numbers aren't evidence. Numbers aren't science.
Math don't lie. Sorry.
That's all math does. That's all math can
Math
do.
doesn't lie.
Numbers don't lie.
So if I look at my bank account, is that number a lie?
Being used by the person that controls what the math
I'm
is.
not gonna conversate with
writing the math on the board is the what? Let's repeat after me, Earth is life. If the math is a lie, the guy writing the math on the board is a lie. You don't write math on balls. We need math to go make a snowball and eat snow. Can you make me a snowball with math? I don't think so.
If you share it one more time, B-ball, they might convert to a glober.
I mean, if the numbers a sandball or a snowball or a ball of gas, we'd be good to go. And B-ball would be right.
Numbers don't lie to Mark.
Well, if you could rub on the chalkboard and be like, well, these numbers make gases and snowballs and stuff, and this is what the universe is, or all these numbers on this flat chalkboard of mine.
But the numbers represent stuff, right? Like they represent numbers.
No, not right.
No.
Your imagination is what they represent, Bugs Bunny. Cartoons are for Bugs Bunny art. I mean, I'm not calling nobody nothing. I'm just saying that's how we make Bugs Bunny off numbers, right?
But I mean, if you wanted to express the distance between your house and the nearest gas station, Yeah, but if you wanted to tell me what the distance is between your house and the nearest gas station, you would use numbers, right, Demont?
No. I tell you to go
No.
get any kind of string you wanted, and you walk from my house with that string to the gas station, and we're done.
But all right. So I walk from my house to the gas station. Your question is gonna be, how
I didn't
far
have a
away is
question.
the gas
I didn't
station?
have a question. You did.
All right. So you give me the string, and I use it to walk from your house to the
And
gas
we're
station.
done. I was done after that.
All right, but now I want to
Now
convey to
you
you
want to keep
how
doing some
far
weird
away.
stuff. What do you want to do?
I want to now tell you how far I had to walk with this string.
Yeah, show me
Just
the
show me
string.
the
and we're
string.
done.
Yeah, just show me the
Show me
string.
the
You don't need.
string,
You
and
can
we're
show me
done.
the
I said
string,
we're
dude.
done, dude. Your
All
magic
right, I
art
show
number
you the
math does not
string.
stop. That's for you. The string worked for me. Your magic numbers work for you. My string is material, and it can still touch those two spots every time. Listen, your numbers are not going to touch those spots, dude. Sorry.
All right, so you have this string, and you and I are chilling
Real
with this string.
material.
Yeah, this real ass string, and then Noah calls us up. He hits us on the hip, calls us on the pager. We gotta call him back, and Noah wants to know how far away is the nearest gas station from where we are,
Bro,
and
you
we
gotta
can't
you gotta
send
FaceTime.
Noah the string, right? Like we can't
Well, we
send it.
say come to our house and get you a string
No,
or
but
use
but
our
but
string.
Noah
Stop
doesn't have his
talking,
car.
dude, for a second. I would say come over here and find out.
All right, but Noah has no
You
way
would
of
say
getting to us.
guess. You would have him guess, or what would you have him do?
But this is the thing now. No one needs to know how far away we are from the nearest gas station so that he
You just
knows
made it all up.
whether or
Why
not.
not?
Wait.
Yeah,
I
it's
know
a
the
I need to
solution.
know
scenario.
I
how
know the
far it is so I
solution.
can get gas. I might run out. I do
FaceTime
too,
me.
need to know.
Just FaceTime
How
me and
much
show me the
string?
string over FaceTime. That's it.
This
Then
string
so
is
that I see
long
the
as
string
hell,
on
bro. How about I
FaceTime.
show you
You guys are
the whole string
you guys
on a
are
FaceTime call?
you're asking the wrong question. How much
Yeah.
string, Demar?
B-ball, is that the image in chat that you were looking for?
The amount that we used. So if I went for this, it's the
What,
amount from my house to the
what,
gas station. That
what
amount.
And what
amount?
is that amount?
What is
It's
that
that
amount?
amount.
Demar?
That's
What
the
amount is?
amount. So when I string it out and you say how far is it, I say that's how far it is as far as this string.
What
I
if
mean,
my
I don't
string
get how
walks
this
into
is
your
so
string? What if
complicated.
my string walks
Mark,
into that string?
nobody does that in real life. You don't
Who?
do that
Why
in real
not?
life.
Why? Because you want to do
But you
number magic
don't,
art?
Mark. When
You want to
people
do
ask you
magic?
how far away
Can
things
you
are,
show
you
me
don't
your
pull out the
numbers?
string, bro.
Show me your
Come on.
numbers. So if I say show me your numbers on the way there, can you show me all your numbers on the way to the gas station?
Mark, when
You
people
could, but
ask you how far
stop. If
away
I
you
keep
are,
talking,
you don't pull out string, bro.
can you
You
show me
tell
your
them. You
numbers?
give
If I
them
say show
numbers.
me all your numbers on the way to the gas station, can you do that? The answer is fucking
Yeah.
no. But I can
Yes.
show
How,
you that
hold
no,
on.
you can't. No,
Yes,
you
I
Let me
can't.
get back.
From your
Let me get
house
back
to the
to you.
gas station, you're going to show me imaginary numbers.
Yes.
Let me ask
I'll
you
show
another
you numbers.
question, Demar.
How is that
Do
helpful?
words? Hold on, Demar. Do words represent things in the world?
They're supposed to represent definite things that they represent
Okay,
in the world.
can you come up like if we come to an agreement, let's say my stride, my one stride, if we can come up with the same stride, saying it's equivalent to let's say 3 feet. We agree that my stride is worth is 3 feet. So
Right,
and
and
we
that
come to
would
an
just
agreement
be
on that, and then I walk to that gas station, and it took me 400 strides. Okay, so we know that my one stride is worth 300 or 3 feet, and I multiply 400 strides times 3. So we come to an agreement how far the gas station is.
Yeah, it's 400 strides away.
Yeah, and that each stride is 3 feet. So you can multiply 4 times 3 and come up with how many feet it is.
If you want to know it in feet, yeah, you can do that. You can do a conversion.
All of that is a man-made convention. Mathematics represent things in the world. My stride represents a distance.
I disagree.
Yeah,
I
he's
think the
killing
foot.
you.
I think the foot is a man-made convention. I'm not too sure about numbers because if you take a bunch of rocks and you count them over and over again, no matter what system you get, if you keep the same system, you always get the same amount. So counting is not a man. Counting is not really a man-made system.
Counting
Well,
is
yes,
not
it
really
is.
counting is not really a man-made system. Like if you think
Yes,
about
it
it.
is. Well, is the number one? Is that did man come up with that number? The number one, or did the rock come up with that number?
Either there's a rock, there's not, or there's more rocks. I mean, like
No, don't
it's
answer
that
my
simple.
question.
It's that simple. It's that simple. No human came up
You're
with the rock. The rock just existed.
you're imposing mathematics onto objects. You're imposing it. You're saying there's one rock. One is a quantity.
Or you could just say a rock, right there.
I
Or you can
think
have.
one is actually the
There's
only number
another
that
rock.
exists
There's
naturally.
another rock. Hold on a second.
Doesn't matter which system of counting you impose on it. There's always the rocks. There's always that. It's going to be consistent every time. You're
When you
never
say
gonna
that's
have
what I'm
rocks
talking
there. You're never gonna have a bunch of rocks there. Count it
Hold on a
in the
second.
same system, and then get a different number each time. It's gonna be the same number every
That's not
time.
what I'm talking about. Mathematics. You impose that on objects. A rock is
Listen,
not
buddy.
number one.
There's a certain number of rocks, and that will be consistent every single time, no matter which form of mathematics you use. If you use that form of mathematics consistently, those rocks will have that quantity. That quantity of rocks will not change. That quantity is just the reality of it. You can count it in base 10, base 8, whatever you want to do. Use an abacus. But if you use the same system over and over again, and you can even translate between the systems, you'll get the
Talking
same
about
result.
the system, not the rock. That's what you just proved my point.
Yeah, there's the number of the rocks there, or the quantity of the rocks there, dude. That doesn't change. That's reality.
Let's not
That's
interrupt
reality.
and
If
overtalk.
you're gonna throw that out, if you're gonna throw that out, buddy, if you're gonna throw that out,
Calm down, man. You fucking
Mute
wild.
it for a second. I'm just gotta mute you for 1 second. Go ahead,
I
Paul.
said any system that you impose on it is you imposing it on the system, on whatever you're doing. You just proved my point. Whether it's an out, 10, 8, 10, whatever you want to do to it, you are imposing that on the system, on whatever thing you're looking at. You just proved my point. So I don't know why we're arguing or why you're arguing with me. Okay, you can take him off mute so he can respond. Did I drop?
No, you're here.
No, I can't hear you.
Mathematics and symbols is something we impose on the world to describe the world.
okay.
That was my whole point.
I'm unmuted now. Am I supposed to respond to that or what?
Okay, you can respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, so whatever system of mathematics you're imposing on it, whatever symbols you're doing, you are imposing that mental model on it. But at the end of the day, that quantity of rocks is going to stay consistent. It doesn't matter which different system. There's many different systems of counting you can pose on it. But if you keep that if you keep that system consistent, you're going to get the same quantity each time. And if you keep it, you can even translate those different systems to other systems. I can count the amount of rocks on an abacus and have my abacus count and translate it to Arabic numerals if I know how to translate it. So you saying that there's not an actual bunch of rocks and a quantity of rocks to begin with, and you're just saying I'm imposing it on it, would be like, okay, I imagine there's 3 breads here instead of I'm imagining that there's more breads here than there is, and reality is conforming to my imagination. Reality is now okay, never mind. I'll go back on mute. Go ahead.
No, I was saying to you, Noah. I was telling Paul to let you finish because it's one at a time, guys. Come on.
Well, he said something I didn't say. I did not say that there was a wrong thing. Well,
It doesn't really matter. Whatever. Go ahead. Doesn't matter what I say. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I said no. You said something I didn't say. I never said there wasn't rocks there. You said that I didn't say there was rocks. I acknowledge the rocks. That's the only thing I said.
My question is: Would you acknowledge that there's a consistent quantity of rocks there?
Well, quantity is quantifying something, and we use a man-made system to quantify things. So I don't disagree with that.
It's a yes or no question. You either can answer yes or no.
I don't disagree with it. So yes, there's a quantity of rocks there.
There's a consistent quantity of rocks there. That's what you've just affirmed that. Thank you. That's all. That's my point. There you go. You can count it with whatever system you want,
but that consistent quantity is reality. Those counting systems are there to comport with reality and make reality more understandable. They're not they're just representation of reality. But there is a actual quantitative reality. There is a quantity there that is a constant, unless you break the rocks or take some away or some shit or add some or some shit like that.
Okay, for one, I'll say it real simple again. I don't disagree with you, but let me finish something. My whole point was this about where's DMOC. DMOC would not. He came up with the string thing and would not quantify what he was doing. I was trying to get him to quantify it in something that we can agree to,
Well, he
and
did.
that's all
He did quantify it. He did
That's all
quantify it.
mathematics is.
Hey, I was going to tell you that it just comes down to agreeance for whatever imaginary thing we add, which would be our numbers or our string. These are imaginary things that don't even matter. The thing that mattered is our house, right, and the gas station. Those are the actual things that we can touch, feel, grab every day. The numbers we're going to use to say, can you agree that my imaginary number I make up to you is going to be the same number you're going to make up to me tomorrow for the steps that we take to get to this gas station? I'd say, cool, we can do that. But at the end of the day, forget the imaginary things that we just made up to get there, because it's still there. We still got to walk there. And the reality is the material, not the number. So you pay attention to the material and then base the number on it. And then we can agree on whatever you want as long as we can agree.
Okay, the point I'm making though, DMOC, is the fact that any kind of communication is defining terms, as we've said this 100 times on all the shows, and agreeing to that. And as long as we're using the same matrix or whatever you want to use, that's how you communicate. Now, I can communicate to you without even being there. That's what we're doing right now. I'm not where you're at, but I'm communicating ideas and things to you through words. And numbers is a word. Number one is a word, and it aligns up with a quantity of something. So as long as we agree on that, we can call whatever we want.
Yeah,
so,
like
a one is only a quantity of your
original
until you put it to the material and say, I agree with you that this one in my imagination is going to represent 5 of these pieces of rock. But the thing that they're representing is what? The distance of what? Material. So if you don't have the material, your numbers are no good here. So if we don't have the globe, the thing to test, the physics of like the stuff that they claim with these so-called numbers, the numbers are pointless. They're just sitting there by themselves. How the fuck can we do this? You can't take a bucket of numbers and jumble them around and say, well, there's your universe right there, explained greatly. That doesn't make no sense. You got to have the material, show us the material doing the stuff, and then say, well, we agree that this number amount of this material or the size of this material or the we're going to agree on certain arbitrary things. An amount is arbitrary. It doesn't really matter either. They're going to say so big or so small. What does that mean in a fucking universe when something can be a million times bigger than you or smaller? And it still works. The physics still work. How come those physics work but yours?
All right, bro, you're monologuing, bro.
Well, the
physics
work.
I was just gonna say, like, counting shit is as old as like language itself. Some of the first fucking alphabets, like each letter had a meaning and it also had a number associated with it. So like if you're using language to talk, you kind of have to accept that quantities are a real thing, or else what you're saying, it doesn't communicate anything. It holds no meaning. I mean, part of language is encryption, right? That's another mathematical basis. Like I don't know. It's just what you're doing right now is communicating. How do you think that's happening?
Very easily. So in chemistry class, when you deal or like any kind of engineering and stuff, the number is after the material, not before. So when these guys keep trying to put the number before the material, that's the problem.
Well, that's what science does.
I see where you're coming from, actually, DMOC. Now,
That's what
today's
you're not science
counting.
does.
That's the
Concisely.
problem.
You're just
I like the numbers, but you can't put the number before the fucking material where you actually have something that you produced and got the action or reaction of. You got to
Today's science puts the number before the material, and they use that number to validate the material's existence, even though they've never even validated the material to begin with. I mean, it's a fucking problem, dude.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from now. It's also like you have to actually like go to the place to then be able to describe it. Like, you know what I mean? Or else you're just writing Narnia fucking
Well, science is about getting to an explanation, and math doesn't ever explain. That's not the purpose of math. It's a descriptor. It's a useful tool to help describe to get to a good explanation, but it isn't the end-all be-all solution to explain.
Yeah, and all your mathematical values have to have some tie to reality as well. It needs to be substantiated within reality.
But aren't they though? Like when we say water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, like
you would first have
That's a non sequitur though, because nobody in this fucking whole server is arguing about the fucking boiling point of water. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but in order for me to convey the boiling point of water, I have to use mathematics and numbers, right? I'm
Right,
using
but
that
someone,
to
but
express
here's what
reality.
they're saying. Here's what they're saying, dude. They're saying someone had to first measure at which degree it boils, and then report to the rest of us. And then we all, okay, now we know what level water boils at. Now we know the number on the degree thermometer, which it fucking boils at. What they're arguing is that in science, they go off into the fucking weeds, they come up with these numbers, and then they say, oh, we have these numbers, therefore we validated that, oh, the Higgs boson is here. Like, we never seen it, we never touched it, there's never been anything, but because there's a number here, we know it. That's kind of what they're getting at. They're not getting at something that's obviously been tested and true, and they fucking figured out and told us. They're saying material before number, right? You have to have the thing and count it or measure it first. You have to have the actual thing. You don't just use the math and then say the math validates the thing. No,
Yeah,
the thing
I get your point. I get your point, Jesus. Now, what if we detect the effects of this thing? You know, maybe we don't actually see it touch the Higgs boson, but we detect the effect it has on something else, and we put a number to that. Is that okay?
Again, you're only describing the actionary effect. You're never getting to what it is that you're discussing. Like saying saying that water boils at 100 degrees doesn't tell you what water is. It just tells you at which point this item transforms or transmutates into something different, right? I.e., a gas or steam. But that doesn't explain water entirely. It never touches on the essence.
I totally agree with you. Me telling you the boiling point of water doesn't tell you what water is. Like no one made that claim. No one would ever think that. You know, that's a mute point to bring up. You know, it's not like I'm here trying to say I'm not done talking. It's not like I'm here trying to say that because I told you what the boiling point of water is. I've told you every single thing about water. I was just trying to get the point across that I can use numbers and information to get to tell you or to give you a representation of what happens in reality. If I tell you the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius, I'm explaining using mathematics and numbers something that happens to water in the real world. Now, I get Noah's point that you know, you guys are more speaking about things really complex like the Higgs boson and whatnot. But with something like the Higgs boson, even if we can't detect, even if we can't touch it or see it directly, in some situations, wouldn't you be fine with being able to detect the effect it has on other things?
But that's the problem. That's the problem. Is the Higgs boson comes from virtual particles and virtual photons, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Why are you interrupting me? Did I not let you speak when I disagreed with what you were saying halfway through? What's your deal, dude?
You did interrupt.
I did, and I stopped, didn't I? I apologize, and I muted myself.
All right, I'll stop.
All right. So again, virtual particles and virtual photons has never been substantiated or validated. The only premise they have for that is mathematical assertions, and what they're literally doing is saying because this mathematical formula equals this, therefore this must exist, and that's how they're validating it.
It must exist because they're numbers on a chalkboard.
That's not how it goes.
And yeah, that's not how the Higgs boson was verified or detected. It has nothing to do with virtual particles. And if you still think it does, you need to prove it because you're just making claims.
Yeah,
you know.
That's exactly
fair enough.
correct. It has nothing to do with virtual particles.
I'm actually not going to be nice about it. I'm going to call you a liar. You lying about the Higgs boson having something to do with virtual particles. So you got to prove me wrong.
Well, All right, yeah. Well, wait before you call me a liar and give me at least a chance to find
Wait,
something.
that's not how it works. You don't
Take your
call
time.
someone a liar and then they're like, "What?"
What do you mean? What's was he calling everyone liars like 2 hours ago? So I mean,
That was really
Yeah,
annoying.
I don't necessarily agree with him. I wasn't here for that. So, but I don't know if a Glober
some
didn't
people
call him
just
out
don't
for
know.
that. If a Glober didn't call him out for that, or a Baller
if
didn't
I
call him out for
offended
that,
him,
or
I'm
what is it? What
sorry.
is it? A flat earther? Sorry, my bad. If a flat
Yeah,
earther didn't
you're
call him
not
out
a
for that,
liar.
if there's a flat earther called him out for didn't call him out for that, that's on them. But that's that you can't then just go, oh, because someone else did something wrong, I can also do something wrong too.
Right.
You know
It's
what I
like a
mean?
number thing too. So this guy made up
All right,
numbers
so
than reality.
I
So
thought
I'm gonna take
you
numbers
might have
than
come
reality
can I
are
read my
made up.
quote here? Let me read my quote here just to kind of clear the air here. This is under physics dot stack exchange. It says yes, there are virtual Higgs bosons. A virtual particle isn't really a particle, but a ripple / disturbance in a field. So a virtual electron is a ripple in the electron field. A virtual Higgs is a ripple in the Higgs field. So this is the primary source of what it is they're trying to say.
So number one, that's not the primary source. That Stack Exchange site, it's a well-known site for physical commentary. People go on there. It's like Quora almost. Someone asks a question and someone just provides a response to it. Number one, that's not an official source of science.
So
Number two,
here's an official
that
source.
what you just read isn't answering the claim you made. The claim you made is that the Higgs boson came from the idea of virtual particles. With virtual particles, there is the idea that each boson does have a virtual pair. It's not just the Higgs boson. There's a virtual gluon. There's a virtual WZ boson. There's a virtual photon. It's not the Higgs boson. But the idea of virtual particles isn't what led to the Higgs boson.
All right,
Dude,
so I'm gonna
just
read one
ask
more
you,
thing here.
man of consciousness, how do you know any of this shit you're fucking talking about? Like when I talk about
study it,
shit,
and
when I talk about
I've
shit,
worked
like,
with it.
well, yeah, when I talk about shit, like I've actually done it before. Like at least when it comes to like certain chemicals and stuff, I've actually mixed the chemicals and see how they react.
Well,
But how the
right.
fuck did you prove a Higgs boson, dude? How did you prove these gluons and these
Noah.
bosons and all this shit? I want to hear it.
Maybe I've worked with these things, Noah.
Noah, before we jump subject,
Can we get
let me clear my name here, dude. I was called a liar, so I just want to clear my name real quick.
You don't have to clear anything. I already apologized for
My
calling you a
bad.
liar.
My bad.
Like,
Sorry,
if
guys.
you're trying to clear your name. I already apologized.
Okay,
But go ahead.
fair enough.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to read one more thing really quickly. The particles arising out of the fluctuation of quantum fields are called virtual particles. I just wanted to clear that up.
That is true. That is true.
Virtual.
Like I won't argue with that.
Man of
Virtual
consciousness.
reality,
What
virtual
exactly?
Yeah, the reason why they're called virtual particles is because they seemingly arise out of nothing. This is what they claim.
All right, man of consciousness.
I also won't argue with that.
Sheer fantasy.
Yeah, okay, that's nice. I want to hear about this fantasy though. Man of consciousness. Man of consciousness. Can you explain to me what you do in your work and how you know you're working with the bosons and gluons and stuff?
I don't.
What?
I don't want to talk about what I do for a living. All of this stuff I'm talking about, you can Google it.
You just said you did that for a living.
I do it.
If I ask you for evidence on how you know this shit is, I'm asking you for evidence on how you know this shit is real and you can't provide it. So like
boson you can't provide.
Evidence on what you asked me is what do I do at work?
All right. Well, how do you then? Okay, I'll ask you. How do you know that all these fucking gluons and bosons? I don't know. Maybe you're afraid of getting doxxed. Okay, I respect that. But like, how do you know all of this shit is reality? Like, how did you verify it? Because you don't have to tell us where you work. You can just make it. You can just tell us the experiments you did to verify.
For example, there's a thing out in Brookhaven on Long Island called the relativistic heavy ion collider. This is basically a particle collider where they smash heavy ions together, and the idea is when you smash these heavy ions together at relativistic speeds close to the speed of light, they should form what is called a gluon quark plasma, and this has been detected. It's been measured. It's been proven to exist, and that tells us that ions, which consists of the positively charged nucleus of an atom, so protons and neutrons, they are made of gluons and quarks. And then this is further verified by the standard model.
Okay, I have a question.
How
I have,
did you
I have a
smash these?
question.
What are the things that you're smashing?
You're smashing ionized particles, so the nucleus of an atom. You've knocked out the electron, so it's ionized. It has a positive charge, so it's just protons and neutrons.
So
Can we
so it's
see one?
it's already a plasma, right? So what
turn
exactly
it into a plasma.
distinguishes it? What exactly distinguishes a normal plasma from this quark gluon plasma? I guess the nucleuses are interacting with each other or something. Like what exactly is going on? How do you know that that's gluon plasma?
Because of the particles we are using to make this. So most normal plasmas, like a plasma of hydrogen, that's normally from negatively charged particles, from electrons. So it's a lot of free electrons.
You just said they were negatively charged. The ones that you're sending through right now.
Oh my
metal
God!
ones.
the ones
Enoch,
that
let
send
him
into a
explain himself first.
positively charged, protons and neutrons. The electron is a negative charge.
The problem
It's
is
the
everyone in science
energy.
knows that neutrons decay into protons. So technically, all you have is protons.
What?
In the atomic nucleus, there are neutrons. Their decay rate is stabilized by the strong interaction.
So are
But
you
the
counting
way
a
that
neutron
we
or a
know,
reaction and a reaction that's
so
happening
I've
when
been
the
to,
man makes the thing happen?
dude,
So
you're
when the guy
interrupting.
smashes or collides or
Let Jace get
accelerates,
a sentence out, guys. Come on.
So I spend a lot of time at both lepton and hadron colliders, and the way that we can distinguish these quark gluon plasmas from just a hydrogen or helium normal plasma made from normal matter, right? It's the type of detectors that we use and the energies at which they're detected. A hydrogen nuclei is much heavier than the quarks and gluons, right? So it's going to impart more energy on a different kind of detector. So you would be able to easily distinguish between hydrogen plasma, helium plasma, and quark gluon plasma due to the type of detector that you're using and the energy, the momentum which is imparted on that detector.
Sounds like a presupposition.
Yeah, sounds like a bunch of presuppositions.
Sounds like you guys didn't
So how is
understand what
hydrogen
Jace
heavier
said.
than everything? How would that
There's
determine if
no
hydrogen was harder or
presuppositions.
heavier
That's
or more
silly,
dense?
right? You measure the mass of hydrogen, you measure the
How do
mass
you
of
do that?
helium, you get their kinetic energies, and you figure out what the
I got a
momentum
cup
would
of
be.
water. How am I
And
measuring the mass of hydrogen?
also, the major part is, right, we're not using that kind of
You're not doing
detector.
anything that you're
We're
saying. You just
using a
said you measure
detector.
something, but you don't even know how.
We're
I'm
using
asking
a
you, how did
detector.
you
You're
measure the
fucking
hydrogen?
interrupting me constantly, bro.
Yeah,
We
dude, let
use a
Jace fucking talk,
detector.
dude. Jace actually knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, we use a detector that doesn't detect the things you're saying. They detect quark gluon plasma particles, right? They don't detect normal matter particles. It's really that simple.
See, this is easy to understand now. What should be explained here is the what they call the God particle. What was mentioned before, they actually call it the God. Can you explain to them what this particle actually does? Because I don't know if a lot of people realize that this particle, they say it gives mass.
It gives mass to electrons and a few
glue.
other elementary particles through electroweak symmetry breakdown.
So this particle, they call it the God particle. In other words, it brings matter into existence. That's what they're claiming here.
It doesn't give everything matter, but it gives something like electrons matter, for example. And if
It
an
gives
electron didn't have the matter it had, you wouldn't exist.
it gives elementary particles their rest mass is what it does. Doesn't give like normal matter particles like hydrogen, helium, lithium, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, those kind of things. Only a very small portion of their mass is coming from the rest mass that the Higgs gives to the quarks and gluons that compose those particles. Most of the mass is coming from the energy that the binding energies of the electromagnetic and the strong nuclear interaction have with the nucleus in the atom as a whole. Right, that's where those.
So you're saying it's selective. It's not. It doesn't give mass to all
It
No,
it
the
doesn't create
photon.
all mass.
The photon doesn't couple with the Higgs, so it doesn't get a rest mass. Gluons don't couple with the Higgs, so they don't get a rest mass. The W and Z bosons and the normal matter particles, the leptons and baryons, minus neutrinos, get masses. They couple with the Higgs field and get rest masses.
So they couple with the Higgs field. Okay.
Yes, so, right, the idea is that above a certain temperature, or a phase is what it's called, you have the electromagnetic and the weak nuclear interaction they're the same thing, basically. They're combined together, and the Higgs field at this phase, it has a potential, right? And this potential is just it's like a flat potential. But when the symmetry breaks, once the temperature reaches a certain point and the electromagnetic and the weak nuclear interactions separate, it also causes the Higgs field to gain what's called a Mexican hat potential. And because of this
That's racist.
potential, there are particles like the W and Z and the leptons and stuff minus neutrinos that couple to this potential, and in order to move around in it, they have to go up and down the potential, and that's what gives them their rest mass. Is the energy required when they move up the Higgs potential, the energy to bring them back down to the vacuum point is their rest mass.
So you're thinking of the Higgs as not a particle, but as a potential,
It's a field with a
field, sort of.
potential.
Is that how you guys think of it?
Yes,
There's
it's a
Higgs
field with a
connected to a
potential.
Higgs particle.
What's a
The Higgs
field,
boson
SC?
is a particle, but within QFT, it's best described as a field.
Yeah, every field has its respective particle associated with it. But the Higgs boson is not what gives things mass. It's the Higgs field that gives elementary particles their rest mass.
Well, SC
due to
doesn't
this
believe in fields, so
potential.
maybe you should say it in better words so that he can understand.
Yeah, like dumb it down for them, Chase. You know, they don't know what kind of
That is
language.
pretty dumbed down, man. Like, I don't know how
Oh,
to make
a
it.
dig there, Dice Low? Was that a dig?
If you
I didn't
think,
hear you.
if you think of a Y and an X axes, where they intersect, and you draw like a 3D circle around it, and then make it 3D by going upwards as well. So it goes up the Y axis. So it's like a hat, like a Mexican hat, they call it, right?
Racist bastard.
And for these particles that couple to this potential, for them to move up the hat, it requires energy, and they will get pulled back down to the vacuum point by this potential. And the amount of energy that is, the value of the potential is their rest mass. So you can kind of think of these particles as kind of like they're rolling around in this hat kind of thing.
That's
And
a lot of speculation, brother. With all due respect, I mean, you know your stuff, but that's a lot of speculation from colliding two particles together in a gas chamber, I believe it is, and seeing a couple of squiggles like on a board. It's a lot of speculation.
Well, no, the detection of the Higgs is a different thing, right? That you're colliding particles that have, right? So this QFT gives you a prediction for the energy, or the mass of the Higgs boson. So you collide particles that have more than that energy or that mass. So when they collide, they can produce the Higgs boson. There's enough energy and mass in the collision to produce the Higgs boson, right?
Yeah, but
And
you
then
don't know.
the Higgs decays into other particles, right? And you can detect these particles, and they will have specific momentum values because of the Higgs, because they're coming from the Higgs particle and not a decay product from a different particle. So, right, you get these predictions for the momentum values that they'll hit the detector with, and it's going to be the Higgs has a very specific prediction value, where the W and Z, they have different prediction values for these decay products.
Right. I understand what you're saying. You make a prediction. You predict what the rate is, and I believe it's also spin left, spin right, up, down. Like I've seen a bit of it, but still, it's just squiggles. The bottom line is still just squiggles on a.
They're particles, right? They're points
What he's saying,
particles that
is
impart
how you interpret
momentum
those
and energy.
particles is just literally looking at a screen and seeing some blips on a screen, and you're equivocating something to be, existent through that, and that's what he's saying.
Yes, we use electronic detectors, right? There's things in the world that exist that we can't see, man. It's just that simple, right? We can't see these things. We have to use detectors and electronic
Well,
equipment.
you can see where he's coming from to say that you're using some apparatus or abstraction to facilitate in your understandings, might not be concise in the sense that, things can be perceived differently depending on the equipment being used. So he's just saying it could be a little far-fetched, and I couldn't agree more.
Well, right. So these theories that basically the math, right, is used to make all sorts of different predictions, and right, they get either validated or invalidated. You're free to come up with your own way. You can do math. You can do whatever way you want to make your own, predictions of how these things will happen, and then you test them, either validate or invalidate them.
No, you have my respect, Jace. That's why I like talking with you, bro, because you don't try to shove things down somebody's throat, right? You just giving your knowledge, right? And I can respect that, bro. Yeah.
But that's no different than looking through a kaleidoscope and saying the world's comprised of small geometrical triangles, all interacting.
Different. It's way different.
Yeah, not even in the same ballpark, man.
Why? Because you're adding all these niche words to what you're saying to sound hubristic. I mean,
no, that's
really
rich.
this is unlogical.
It's
because
illogical.
you are the last person to say that, Dicelo. The words you use, the phrases you use.
The words I use can be substantiated through understanding.
The definite of all time.
It's because of the predictions, right? This is all the stuff I'm talking about. It's math, is what it is, right? And this math gives you values for specific things that you can measure. And when you measure those things, it typically comes out to be what the quantum field theory value says it should be. And that's what validates it.
So can you line up all the things that you said, though, and tell us the differential of the measurements between all of them? Like the quark, the high power, the low power, the boson, the WZE, the neutron, the neutronium, the proton, the God particle, all these, you name 77 different things. Can you line them all up and tell us the difference between them?
Just Google the standard model.
No.
It's all
Hold
there.
on. If you're just gonna say Google the model, stop and don't even interrupt, please. That didn't make no sense. Any little kid can do that. I already know that. What I'm asking this gentleman that knows all about the stuff, right? He already knows. He just explained to us 70 different terms, right? That he's supposed to understand and comprehend. Now, does he know the difference between those terms and the amount of electrical continuity that would exist between and show the differential of them? So if this one's 5 and this one reads 2, is this one blue? Is this one yellow? Let's see what they look like and how they compare to each other, or else they're just a bunch of stories that didn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, they all have distinctively different properties, right? That's why they're distinguished as different particles.
So we
They
can't
have
see them ever.
different masses, different spin values, different hypercharge, isospin.
What does that even mean? Those are just stories, right?
Well, the spin is like an intrinsic angular momentum.
Story.
No, it's what
show me the
gives
spin.
magnetism, bro.
Can you show me it?
What do you mean show you it? It's not
Show me
something
what
that I
you
can grab with my...
What did you see spinning What are you talking about is what I'm saying. Show me what you're talking about. You
It's
said
a
a lot of stuff.
value.
Now you're saying spin and value, which are just words with no material meaning. Do you have material reference background for the spin or the value? Do you have a substance?
It's a value for the intrinsic angular momentum when applied to electrons gives magnetizations that are measurable. They
So
will
you can
be
never
the
evenly
value
just keep on.
that is
Are you
predictive.
done yet? Let me know when you're done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you keep interrupting me, man. You like can't control
I
yourself.
don't know when you're done. Just let me know. I'll know. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm done. I gotta go for a bit.
So when you name 700 different things in front of these people, not even 70, now you don't even know what any of them are. You just keep repeating word after word. Well, the spin of the leprechaun of the Nuon of when the Albuquerque, I took the wrong turn at the wrong hole and I picked up
That's how they
Santa
do it,
Claus
though.
and
That's
got
what the part.
Rudolph.
Here's the
And
thing. Here's the thing.
Rudolph felt the spin of Santa's hand. And then
That's how Rudolph
Santa
works, bro.
Claus's
That's how
hand.
their spin works.
Yeah,
He's explaining you what he knows.
I know. I'm trying to explain it back to him. So we got the Santa Claus boson, and we got the Rudolph quark, right? When we keep going down the line, we got the Bugs Bunny WZ, kilowatt, neutrino. We got the proton, the neutron, the nucleus, the Higgs, the boson, the atom, the particle.
Okay,
I mean, are
Dima.
you guys done yet? You want me to read the book on these fucking fairy tale things? These words that you can't see not one of them? Kind of weird. They put another word after another word, after the nucleus, after the atom, after the proton, after nuclear, and not one of these things are visible. Not one of them have color. Not one of them have form,
The
material. But they're
squiggles,
gonna
bro. The squiggles.
explain to you.
them,
They're
though.
gonna explain to you and describe everything about Bugs Bunny, but you can't go grab Bugs Bunny. That's sad.
Oh, we can
that's
detect it,
essentially it.
Demok.
No, there's not a mouse in your pocket. You and your imagination are doing that, detector boy.
No, we're not. Like it's the same way a blind person feels the heat from the sun. They can't see the sun, but they know the sun's out because they detect its heat.
So
Like,
when
come
you
on,
walk
man.
up and get shocked right here on this thing, what'd you detect? A proton or a boton?
When I get shocked by what?
A shock of electricity. What did you detect there? Which one was it?
I detected charged particles.
So where was there a
So
boson? Was there a God particle? Was there a field involved? Was there any of this shit involved with this?
I detected electrons, charged particles, plasma.
So you got shocked, and after that, you made up a story. Thank you.
No. What?
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Because that's all I'm hearing. I'm
All
still
right. What
waiting.
do you think happens when you
I
get
don't think
shocked?
anything's
What do you
happening in there
feel?
but a bunch of retards putting stuff together, getting paid for nothing, and making stories up.
No, but
Santa
I'm
Claus
asking
land.
you when you get shocked by a ball of lightning, like
I think I
what do
got
you
shocked, and I think
feel?
the voltage burns my skin. Happy
But
days.
but I mean, voltage isn't a physical thing, is it? Like,
Well,
what is it
hey,
that
dude,
shocks?
hey, Narnia is for you, not for me.
All right, give me a cup of voltage. Like voltage isn't,
I'll shock you with a cup of voltage.
will you?
Shit, I can
Well, yeah,
fit
you
more
just
than a
proved you
cup
could
of.
get shocked. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's an actual physical
I'm
thing that's going to
asking you the
shock you
same
and burn
question
your
you
skin.
asked me, Demok. When
Fire
you get
He
shocked
said
burns
by
he'll.
a
through
ball of
materials.
lightning, what are
He
you
said he'll
feeling?
shock your
So how do
homies
you
on
cook
some.
your food?
He
Is
said
that fire
he
a
said he'll
bolt
shock
of
your
nothing?
He said he'll shock your homies on some Raiden shit.
Rated shit. But yeah, Demok, you asked me the question.
So fire
What
is
is it
nothing, you guys,
to
because it's got
doing the
light and
shock?
photons. So there's no mass there. Don't worry. That fire's not going to cook your food for you. Don't worry. That's not. You didn't make that fire out of actual material
Well,
wood
fire is a
that had
bit
to
different,
burn and
though.
produce a material medium inside another material medium to be offset to create the differential to give you the flame. That's nothing there, boys.
No, but fire is material. Fire isn't just light. Fire is it's ionized gas. It's a plasma.
Doesn't it put off photons? Doesn't it put off the same photons as the
It does
flashlight?
radiate. It does radiate photons, but the flame itself, you can touch that.
Well, listen,
That's
I
plasma.
would listen. I would go with the flame because we can all say there's a flame there. We
And
see
it's,
it.
it's
It's
the
a flame.
same
We
with
can
light.
walk up as a human
The light
and we can
bulb
cook
is
our food.
plasma. You
Right?
can
Hold
touch
on.
the light bulb.
Hold on a minute. After the flame that's on the dirt that we can touch, I'm not going to point to that light in the sky and equivalent that shit what I don't know. I'm not going to say a laser is that light in the sky. I'm not going to say this light's going to have to do like this light's going to have to do like this. I'm going to say whatever the fuck we see is going to act like what we see. And at the end of the day, trial and error, when we put this shit together and do shit all day, we'll get better and better and better. And then we have bigger, better cars, bigger, better tanks, bigger, better whatever the hell we want to make. So that's material, right? The other stuff is a story about the things we cannot line up. There was 70 different things mentioned here, and not one of them can be lined up. But you'll sit here and breathlessly try to reaffirm its existence, and it's not possible.
Why isn't it possible?
Because all you're reading is the electrical arc, which I told you about, which you're trying to say isn't anything, but then you're trying to say all these other things are something. It's kind of
You
weird.
haven't told me nothing.
The sensor told them. Remember.
Exactly. A piece of metal told you all your stories about whatever you just claimed, about any proton, any Higgs, any
how do you
accelerator,
read
any
the
hadron,
voltage of something?
listen, the whole science, the bulk of it.
Is it a
Everything you
sensor that
guys
tells
get,
you?
your weight is a resistance in a fucking spring, a heated up portion of a spring, creating an amp, a voltage, something. It's heat, it's currency. So the only thing you ever
Mark,
read
how
in
do
science,
you read?
in science, all you're reading is electricity. I'm done.
Yeah, how do
does
you
it-
read electricity? Like how do you do it? Don't you use a detector?
With a piece of metal.
How
And a
does
little
the
thing that says
FEL?
numbers on it that they put on there, the little thing. I don't know. I didn't put them together. Your guys did.
But you use what
How
I would
does-
use, right?
How does an FEL work, right? I have a bunch of lasers in the lab, free electron lasers, right? How do those work if they
How do
work
corn dogs work?
through
You make
these
them.
mechanisms?
You fucking make them. You fry them and you eat them, buddy. How do corn dogs work? They just do.
So they just do. We just string parts together and hope
I don't
it
know what you're
works.
talking about. I'm talking about real things. A real corn dog, I can eat it. We can go cheers with it. We can dip it in our vat. We can go to the thing and watch it be made from process from start to finish. Can we make one of the things of the fucking 700 things that you named? Can we go from start to finish and get any one of these one things ever?
Yeah.
No, they're just fucking
Of course
stories.
you
Now
can.
stop telling your stories and acting like you're reaffirming your own story helps you fucking sound really smart. Because all you're doing is piling up the dog shit that these other people told you, just like the fucking number dog shit. Of course we can agree on something, but the numbers are fucking squat without the material. That's what you have to agree on.
Dude, the truth hurts. I get it, man. Intelligence scares you, apparently.
No, it scares you because you want to make shit up and be non-intelligent. You want to make 70 things up that you can't see, touch, understand, or don't even know what you're talking about in the sentence that you bring them up in because you don't have any of them. And you're talking about spin, but you can't show it or can't do. Come on, man. All these pseudo non-doing things that do it, but they don't do it, but they do it, but they move, but they settle, but they're floating. Come on, Narnia.
Dude, why didn't wait? My question is,
Talking at the same time as saying nothing in a wheelchair, being quiet. What the fuck? Get out of here with this dog shit. That's what you're trying to tell me right now. That your proton is you jumping up, being crippled, can't walk, and doing flips. And come on, man. You're doing all this shit at once, but can't do nothing at once. But you're settled, but you're moving. Get real.
Get real.
Mate check.
yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. I'd just like to say, why do we have DMOC? Like, we have actually like smart particle fuckers here, and this is when we release the DMOC, but we don't release DMOC when that fucker was here yesterday that just trashing the fucking thing. You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. Like, I feel like yesterday would be a good time to release the DMOC, and today would be a good time.
And you're saying I should mute him? I should mute DMOC? No,
you don't need to now. But I'm just saying yesterday was a better, like, I don't understand. Yesterday I feel like he was being better than he is
I don't know how
today.
you're the arbiter or god of anything, so that's good for your opinion. Thank you. Have a good day.
Anyways, yeah, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm just saying, like, yesterday we had someone in here talking shit, not making coherent points, nothing, and we kept DMOC on mute. But today we have people who are trying to explain shit to us and actually legitimate and actually
How are
like.
they showing you them? Did they show?
Yeah, but no, listen. These guys, listen. These guys actually have a good. These guys actually have a good. Listen, motherfucker. Listen, motherfucker. Listen up. Listen.
What's the story, bedtime
Just
guy?
listen for a goddamn second.
It's
Just
bedtime. We're
listen.
gonna read
Just
you a
listen
story
for a
about
second,
protons
dude.
when we can't show them
Dude,
to
just
you.
shut your mouth and listen for a fucking
Shut your
second,
fucking mouth
man.
and get a proton
Dude,
for a
just
second.
listen, motherfucker. You can't
Go
listen
get a
for a
neutron.
goddamn second. This is why you get muted, D-Mock, because you can't listen for a
No, you're a
second.
fucking idiot and you
Yeah,
don't make no
dude. This is.
sense.
I
You don't
mean, I
get
can't.
what you're trying to prove.
Well, just to make it a right shit
If I
show
want to
then,
prove
yeah.
a snowball, I go get one.
I'm definitely gonna have to mute someone now if you guys can't control yourselves.
Could I ask Nate a question then? Since these guys are just going to shout at each other.
Go ahead, Allie.
Would that
Let's
be
hear it.
okay?
What you got?
All right, I just want to ask, or Nate and the guy Jace or whatever. You know when they talk about upspin, downspin and that, do you guys actually
Allie, your
think?
mic, your mic's tough right now, Allie. I don't know what's going on with it.
All right, one sec. Give me a sec. 1 second. How about that? That better? Better?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
beautiful.
definitely.
You sound
Yeah, I was just going to ask,
go.
like when you guys hear that they talk about upspin, downspin, do you guys actually think it's spinning? The proton or the atom or the quark or the whatever is actually spinning.
And it's you can imagine it spinning like the top, but it's all about its magnetic moment and how it would align if you had it in the magnetic field.
Yeah, but it's
So
not
it would either
spinning.
allow.
Do you think? No, answer my question. Do you think it's actually spinning? Do you imagine?
No,
This
you
thing's
could imagine it spinning like a top, but it's not really spinning like a top. It's just how it
Yeah,
aligns
it's not.
in a magnetic field.
It's not
so it's
actually
not
spinning.
spinning.
It's just an intrinsic angular momentum that gives rise
Yeah,
to
it's just a way of
the magnetic
describing something, right?
But it gives a good
We don't really spin, right? Listen,
description, though,
just
Ellie.
make the point. Let me make the point. Is they don't actually spin, right? There's no upspin, downspin, or anything like that. Yeah, you know that. You guys know that.
Yes.
Those are just
that's fine.
simplifications
No,
of
I don't need any.
values.
That's all. You don't need to
What
extrapolate or
what
anything.
someone
Don't
means
spin,
when
right?
they
There's
say
no
up,
upspin.
what
There's no
someone
upspin or downspin, right?
what
What
someone
is
means when they say upspin or downspin. They're just it's a value. It's a number. They're just simplifying it by calling it upspin or downspin. But
No, they're
what that
just making
actually
you imagine
stands
that they
for
spin.
is a value.
what's your
Yeah, but they're
point,
just
Ellie?
making people think. Well, that's the point. Stop talking about they don't spin or anything, right? What is the value of an electron? It's just different values of how much electricity they produce. Right?
No.
You know, when they do in the detector, they say, "Oh, that's whatever."
Well, the discoverer of the electron called it 1 unit of dielectric induction.
But the point is I'm making, right? The point is I'm making. It's just a different energy packet, different values of how much energy it's producing.
An
And for
electron
example,
or a photon?
a proton, everything. Do you know what a proton? How do you produce a proton? Explain to me how you produce a proton. Then
You could transmutate a neutron into a proton.
what do you mean? No, I'm asking you how do you do it? What do you mean? Right, okay. How do you transmute a neutron into a proton? Then tell me the physical or the way that you do it, the mechanical way or whatever way you do it. Right?
Bombarded
How
with
do you?
energy, so that one of its quarks go from a Chase, correct me, from a down to an up. Because I think a proton.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 The proton used to be, it
Easiest
was
way.
like, that was the nucleus, right? The proton was the
The
nucleus,
easiest
right?
way. Yes,
Isn't
the
it?
easiest way is to
Right.
just
Okay,
ionize
right, that's it. Right.
You
Right,
just
but
ionize
it had a certain energy value. You could measure it
Yeah,
in
but
volts.
Allie, you can't ask a question and then not let us
Who's
answer
this?
it. You know.
I'm not talking
Jace,
to you, Nate. You know nothing. I was more interested in talking to Jace.
yeah, Jace is trying to answer you. He's literally trying to answer you. Don't you hear
Well,
him?
why are you talking to me?
I'm trying to tell you that Jace is trying to answer you. You can't ask a question
All
and
right,
then not
okay.
let Jace answer. Jace, go ahead,
I'm,
man.
I'm on a phone. I can't really hear very well at the moment. So on you go, Jace. Explain.
What the hell?
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, Jace, you're hot miking or some. I don't know what that is.
Jace?
My bad. My phone is acting funny.
Yeah, I think he's outside next to a freeway or something.
No, my phone is doing something funny with the headphones. I don't know. Am I better now?
Yeah, you sound great right now.
Okay, right. So from what Ali was talking about, right? You just ionize a hydrogen atom, and the way you do that, and that'll give you a proton. The way you do that is you send a photon with a certain amount of energy that will eject the electron from the hydrogen, and then what remains behind is the proton, just the nuclei.
How does something with the same
Yeah, and you
charge?
measure that.
How does
You measure
something?
that.
How does something with the same charge go from a light to a non-light, but has the same charge?
Dada, Ali was in the middle of a thing with him, man. Give him a couple of minutes, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So what you're doing is just measuring different energy levels. So, for example, if you knocked an electron off of a proton, right, and what value, energy value, does an electron have compared to a proton?
But when can we
Hello?
see any of these protons, gluons, particles?
I never mind that. Let me answer.
It's
Let
like
me get
it's
an
like
answer because
13.
oh, sorry.
It's like 13 or 14 electron volts. I don't know the exact number, but you send a photon with that energy, and it will
Hey,
ionize.
and what's the value of a proton then? What's the electrical or the gigawatts
The
or
number
giga electron volts of a proton?
What's the
It's just plus
terminology?
one.
The answer to D-Mog's question is a
All right. Well, wait a minute. Who's this? Who's this now?
a
Ali B was
mindoscope.
asking the terminology they use for the amounts.
Yeah, but he wants to know what is the actual value.
The charge of a proton, it's like one. I think it's like 1.6 or 1.8 times like 10 to the negative 19 coulombs or something like that. I don't know these values like off the top of my head, dude.
It's 1.21 gigawatts.
Ha!
There you
You
go.
need to have
It was
Right, and that's
0.9 GeVs.
That's the fucking answer to the universe. 1.21
Yeah.
gigawatts. It's 1.21 gallons of water.
I have a question.
The point I was
D-Mog.
making is an electron. Wait a minute. The point I was making, right? An electron, a proton, a quark, a gluon, or whatever. They're just different levels of energy, which the guy, I think it was D-Mock or SE was talking about. All it is there different energy levels, and you've just given a name. They're not actually little round balls or anything like that. They're just a different measurement of energy energy packages, right?
They are packages of energy, and they all have distinctive quantum characteristics, and they will impart their momentum on a detector or
Wasn't an
interact with
electron.
another particle in a point-like manner in one localized position. But no, they
Yeah,
are not
and that's the point.
spheres.
That's the point.
You need to have a mindoscope, the instrument to visualize these things. A mindoscope. It needs to be in your mind.
So,
Otherwise,
No,
you cannot visualize these things.
Jace has just changed his accent now. Stop. You messing with me?
yeah, Ali, you're onto something here. Basically, what you're saying is that they're just quantifying and claiming particles when it's nothing more than just varying energy levels, right?
Boom.
And then they're
Thank
trying
you.
to quantify that into a particle when all it is a variance in energy level.
what do you guys
that's
think?
not correct.
Yeah,
That's what Demok has
They
been saying all along.
but
they
what
Extract
do
are
you guys think
different
is meant
levels
when we
of
say
energy.
particle?
I'm sorry,
Like,
Nate, for you interrupting me while I was talking. That's fine.
sorry, man.
Go
So
ahead,
it's just
mate.
my question is really important, man. Yeah,
More important than mine? Are you
you didn't
quantified
even have a
more
question.
than mine?
Yours was a statement
Really?
about something the Mark said. There's no way that's
Yeah.
important.
Really? 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 Right? These are the
Really,
things.
man.
These are the things he's been saying all along. Just different forms of energy and just different values of energy.
Okay,
Right?
but what I'm curious about is what do you guys think we mean when we say a particle? Like, what do you guys think?
You can't describe it. You can't show us, so we don't know. That's why we're here.
Anyone else?
I would say the bigger question would be back
You need
on
the
you.
mindoscope.
What do you define a particle as?
I'm asking you. Come
Exactly.
on, because you
We
guys
don't know.
clearly
You're
seem
the
to
particle guy.
have an idea as to what a particle
I
is. So I'm
never
just
made a
curious.
particle. I wish I could. If I could,
Never mind. You guys don't
you
want to
wouldn't have to
answer.
ask me. I would draw it for you. I would bring it here. I would put it on the video, and I would say, "This is a particle, bro."
I would say a particle has to be outside the energetic realm into something physical, meaning we can see it, touch it, feel it, it becomes a particle. But if we can't see it, touch it, feel it, and it's solely energy, I would not define it as a particle.
Okay, and that's where the crux of the matter is. We don't define a particle as something you can feel, touch, see. We just define a particle, especially in QFT, as an excitation in a field.
You mean an action or a reaction?
So it's a
You could,
measurement like an inch. So if I said an inch, I can't hand you inches. I can hand you inches of something, right?
what?
An inch is not a thing in and of itself. An inch is a measurement of something that has volume within space, right? And we measure it in the unit of inches, or let's say centimeters or a meter, right?
So the particle would be a unit of.
Yeah, they're kind of
No, that's
basically.
not what a particle is. The analogy this guy's using is just off.
Can you give me a
Don't
better
go
one?
along with it. It's just an excitation in the field. Just imagine a field, oscillating all nice and smoothly, and then somewhere in the field there's an excitation, and this causes a spiking.
Yep. An
of the field.
excitation in
So
an
that
energetic
spiking
field.
is
So
a
like a black
particle
goo.
because if that's
Welcome to the ether, my
like
man.
a
An
what?
energetic field.
It's
Like a
resistance,
what?
baby boy.
Wait, but what did you say, Tamok? Like a black dude?
No, black goo. God damn it! Why do you guys get this wrong? G-O-O-O-O.
So,
G and a whole bunch of O's. Black
Black goo.
goo. Yeah,
so
ether.
would you say, Nate, that a particle is simply a measurable change in momentum?
Or differential.
Would you say that, Nate?
You could say that a particle's momentum is what allows us to detect it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Energy.
Energy,
they
yeah.
have
So the
There you
action
go.
or reaction of
they
excitement
have
of the medium is your particle. That's the quantified amount of the action or reaction of the smallest excitement of the field.
they have distinctive properties, right? They are
So
I know you keep
packets of
saying that. You
energy,
keep trying to go back down to this and
distinctive
keep trying to tell
properties.
us that we're dumb but it's doing this but not doing this. But you guys don't understand this has this distinctive property of what?
hold on.
Told you
So
before, mass, charge, spin, hypercharge,
That
weak
so
isospin, color charge,
you're
all
repeating
these
the same
different
words. You
properties.
told us you couldn't tell us to spin because you said it doesn't spin, but it does. See my name? It is, but it's not. LOL. It's spinning, but it's not. It can act like this, but it's not. It's a particle, but it's not. It's a wave, but it's not. Where do we go with this?
What?
hey Jace, how
It's
would you
doing
define
stuff,
a
but
field?
it's not doing it. What are we even talking about here?
How
I'm
would you
dancing,
define
but
a
I'm not
field,
dancing.
Jace? Jace, how would you define a field? You're talking about Higgs fields, you're talking about boson fields, you're talking about all these various fields. How would you define a field?
Right? It's an object that has either a tensor, a vector, or a scalar, value that allows for the localization of interactions of different particles in space.
So when you say it's an object, typically the common nomenclature around object would be something that has volume within space, right? Something that we can touch, measure within space, right? So within these Higgs fields, and you say a Higgs field is an object, can we measure the Higgs field? Does it have any particular volume to it? Can you show me a Higgs field?
You can measure its value for its participation in different interaction.
So what is the value of the overall Higgs field as it equates to a specific Higgs particle?
What do you mean?
Well, you said that the field
Higgs
is an object, right? So that object would denote that we have some sort of value for it. Do we have any value for a Higgs field?
Yeah, and its potential, right? That's what.
Did you say it's potential?
Cool. Yes, it has a potential.
So hold on. So when guys, it's potential. That's not simple enough. That's not good enough. You guys want this guy or the particle science or whatever that he's like reading from. It's not really him, but to have 20 million different things and then boil them all down to its potential at the end of the day. That's where we started.
Right.
Thanks.
Yep. That's
the
why I was
magic
taking
word.
him down
Magnet boys use that too. They use potential, magnetic potential, this potential. The quantum boys use that too. Quantum foam, potential from vacuum energy, potential. Yeah,
But
sure.
if I say it, I'm retarded, and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But if other
What do
guys
you
say
mean,
it with the
Democ?
barcode,
You
or
never
other
talk
guys
about
say, hold on,
potential.
stop. If Democ says it, it doesn't mean nothing to anybody in here for how long now? And Jeremy and people say, what are you talking about? So now when this guy strings it out, does it make a lot of sense to you, Jeremy? The potential, you're not calling him on it?
I explained what it meant before, right? So the particles that couple to it, with the amount of energy it takes when those particles go up the Mexican hat thing, the amount of energy it takes to bring them back down. Each
You just
particle,
described weight.
dude, stop interrupting. Each particle will travel up the y-axis a specific value, and the amount of energy that it takes to bring it back down to the lowest point that it can be is the Higgs potential for that particle. That's the value of the Higgs potential. That's what it is. Energy required to bring the particle back down to the vacuum state.
To try to find zero? So what you just described is the idea of weight isn't weight, and there is no gravity. You just described electrical continuity and potential as being all of that. Thank you.
You don't
I'm glad you
understand
just
what
did that. I'm glad you did that. You don't understand, buddy. I understand fine. I'm good to go.
But what you said is not what Jay said.
Potential. That's what he said.
Potential precedes the actual event itself. So, I mean, what are you really saying here, bud?
Have you guys not seen this sombrero hat image when people are
Yeah,
discussing?
it's a sideshow. I see it on the side corner of a street. Hold on, D-Mock. I see this hat trick on the corner of the street all the time. You know, you got 3 hats on the table. You pay the guy a few bucks. He puts an object under the hat, and then he spins the hats around. And you got to pick which hat it is. That's literally what you're telling me, dude.
That's not how the Higgs potential is described at all.
It's a shorthand, right? So when I say Higgs potential, it's just a shorthand for the amount of energy that it takes to bring a particle back down to the vacuum state. That's what it means.
Yeah, do you see that sombrero hat I posted? That's what Chase is talking about. So that the ball that's all the way down, that's at the vacuum state. The ball that's up, it wants to go down to that vacuum state. So in going down that vacuum state, going back to its due to the Higgs potential, in doing that, it gains rest mass. That's what Chase is trying to say.
What do you mean by a vacuum state?
Well, what does he mean by rest mass? Because as far as I'm aware, in your model, nothing's at rest.
Well, hold on. I asked my question first, so.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. What do you mean by a vacuum state, Nate?
Lowest non-zero energy state.
So it's got nothing. So it's got nothing to do with like what we think of as a vacuum.
No, we call it vacuum energy, but you could also just
Okay.
call it non-zero energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
it's almost nothing, but it's non-zero.
You mean
there.
0 point energy?
0 point energy.
There you go.
Some people call it 0 point, but to call it 0 point, I might confuse bandsaw. That's why I wanted to say non-zero.
It's actually called differential because nothing finds the 0 point. Everything's trying to.
Right.
So imagine this background energy that permeates all of space bandsaw, very faint, very little, hard to detect, but it's there. But it's not zero. Very close to zero. It's almost nothing, but it is there.
Can we call it ether?
That's what they're calling it now. How amazing!
So
We're
I want
right
to get a
back to
list of these.
ether.
Can we just for fun get a list of those words again, like the proton, the boson, the gluon, the quark, the Higgs, the field,
DMOC, the names are never going to end, bro. They're just
I
they're
know,
placing.
it's so funny to me.
And they get weirder. Up,
And they
down.
all deal with
There's
the
only
same
a
word.
few.
It all equals one word, potential. That all equals one word, where you derive in your medium, where you're trying to find your 0 point or what you would declare your weight or your resistance of such the medium, right? So you read an electrical amount, voltage, hertz, watts, kilometers, amps, kilms, ohm, whatever the fuck it is. There's so many words for this goofy ass shit, right? And it's all electricity. That's the funny part. It's all just a spark, but you're going to give it 70 different fucking names in other places. It doesn't make any sense to me. And you're doing the same thing with the stuff, talking about 70 different names of this stuff, but it's potential. But it spins, but it doesn't. But it does all this stuff. It is, but it isn't. But it, the proton, it, the neutron, what is this it? I mean, if you can't line these 70 things up together on a table in a lab, in the physics class, and demonstrate them from each other, then what the fuck are we talking about? Some guy's getting paid. These dudes are getting paid billions and billions of dollars for years upon years for all these studies of stuff that don't exist. It's just crazy to me when you guys got actual engineers that have to go out and do stuff with material and actually have a result with real stuff.
Engineers also use these concepts, bro, just so to inform you.
Which one would you rather be? An imaginary fucking engineer of nothing in your brain? Or one that's getting paid for doing something that's helping kids and lives and structures and real sand and dirt and stuff? Would you be a theoretical guy getting paid more than me if I'm out here making stuff that's supposed to support your life on a train or the kids on these playgrounds and stuff? Like, so you want the theoretical guy who's talking to the fucking stars to get paid millions and do nothing and bring you all these dumbass words that we didn't need anyway, right?
But they
Which
need
one?
each other to mock.
No, they don't. Not
Yes,
at all.
they do.
That's your
What?
no. That's your misunderstanding.
What?
Why do you guys keep saying what is and what has to be? You're one dude with one opinion. Stop saying what. There's 99 people that would say different than you, and they'd say what to you. So who's right?
Yeah,
What?
but I mean,
Hey,
for example, it's not an engineer that came up with relativity. It was
That's
a
your opinion.
it was a theoretical physicist, but it
No,
wasn't
it
a
wasn't.
theoretical
No, it
physicist
wasn't.
that
It was
built
a
the
scientist for
GPS
God.
devices
It was
we use. It was
philosophy.
an engineer.
Philosophy started all your dog shit.
You didn't even
Chemistry.
listen to what I said. You just spoke right through me, Damal. Come
Because
on.
you lied. Philosophy is what started all
Now,
this
now I'm a
dog shit.
liar. Oh.
Trying to turn gold into lead, what started it?
Let him
Hey,
finish his statement. Let Nate finish his statement and then rebut him, please. Go, Nate.
It's cool. It's cool, man. So
Well, it was a
hey,
theoretical scientist that came up with relativity.
it
Right?
was.
It was
Yeah.
okay. So it's an idea. That's all it is. It falls short there. A fellow sat underneath an apple tree. An apple fell on his head, and we have relativity. It was an idea. No more, no less.
Okay, but Ben, so
An
the
idea.
point I was trying to make is, and what you're referring to is just normal gravity, classical
No,
gravity.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no.
something
Look,
an
no.
apple falling on his head
No,
was
hold on,
Newton.
hold on.
Newton didn't
No,
come up
no.
with relativity.
I could use that scenario with any theoretical idea. An
Okay,
apple
cool.
But
fall on me head,
Einstein
right?
explained plenny of verifiable things, verifiable
Yeah.
effects like the photoelectric effect, the Einstein-Duhas effect. There's many effects that Einstein, real things. He was the first one to actually correctly describe a crystal structure of a solid. So
Relativity
there's
is not
plenty of
provable,
things.
Jay. Relativity is not provable.
Yeah, but Banter, the point.
How do we know that?
Yeah, but if I could just reiterate the point I was trying to make, is that physicists, whether they're theoretical, experimental, or mathematicians, they work hand in hand with engineers. It would be a theoretical physicist that comes up with the theory for relativity, but it's an engineer that's going to build the GPS device that relies on this theory. They need each other.
But it doesn't rely on that theory. Just relies on timing the
Really? Well,
clock.
they took relativity out of GPS, apparently. Exactly.
Yeah, it's just timing of the clocks. That's it.
No.
Does relativity help me build a bridge? Does relativity help me lay a foundation? Does relativity help me get water from point A to point B, or to build a
It
building?
It helps
Any
make
of
the
these?
materials.
No.
It
How does
inorganic
relativity help
inorganic
you make
inorganic chemists use relativity every day to build different materials, right?
to make concrete, to make water pipes, to make steel? They use relativity for any of these things.
Yeah, for metal complexes, relativity is needed
Really?
to understand the electron configurations, the magnetic properties, the color that they give off. All these things are described by relativistic effects.
So they study color from a metal, right?
No,
And
so
they work something out.
no, right? So a gold atom has a predicted wavelength for the a photon that a specific electron in that atom would give off, and without considering its velocity due to relativity, you don't get the wavelength right. You will predict a photon of a different color than the yellowish color that we see from gold.
A gold atom. Can you show me a gold atom? Can I Google a gold atom and see a picture of a gold atom?
You can actually. IBM.
Really? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me flick this.
IBM made like a sign, gold atoms, I believe.
Gold.
Be aware, Bandy. The gold atoms are very, very bumpy.
They're bumpy.
Bumpy
Damn.
Hey, Jace, could I ask Jace a question?
Go for it, Ellie.
Jace, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. See if I said to you atom, right? What picture do you have in your head? If I say atom, do you see a shape, or do you imagine a mathematical thing, or an equation, or what's your sort of natural effect? If I said to you atom, would you see a shape or a mathematical equation, or what would you see if I said that to you? What would you imagine in your head?
A little bit of both. Usually I would just imagine the nuclei surrounded by the orbitals, right? The different orbital shapes.
The picture that we're given, the electron and the neutron orbiting this round thing.
Yeah, that's not exactly correct, right? These are simplifications. They're to get the point across, but the nucleus isn't like a spherical hard thing. It's more of just a kind of, if you were to measure the location of the proton and neutron a bunch of times, you would get a dispersion of where they were in space. and that's kind of, it looks like a cloud. Like if you were to plot a point for every time you measured the proton and nucleus where they were in space, it would make like a little cloud that was kind of roughly spherical. Wouldn't be exactly spherical. So I
All
kind
right,
of
you see a
imagine
cloud
that.
then. So you see a cloud. Do you imagine like a cloud then? The shape, it's like a, what do you call it? An undefinable shape kind of thing. Or what? What do you imagine? I'm just trying to find out what you imagine in your head, like when I say an atom or you say cloud, for
Well,
example.
usually, right, we would be talking about a specific kind of atom, and I would just imagine the nucleus like that, and then the orbitals consistent with that atom, be it a carbon atom, oxygen atom, or nitrogen, whatever it may be.
But a carbon atom, the nucleus of a carbon atom is a proton, though, yeah?
6 protons, 6 neutrons.
Yeah, but
And
it doesn't matter. But it's, so it's 6 round objects or 6 numerical values or 6 different equations or the same equation surrounding another equation kind of thing.
Yeah, it's however, whatever level of detail that you are most comfortable with.
So it's, what do you call it? It's undefinable then, yeah? It's up to you. So if I see an atom, for example, the point I was making, if you said to me an atom, right, I think of a round object. That's what I think of. Like probably the majority of people that we're talking to in this arena, or probably every layman, if you said atom, you would imagine this round object surrounded by a round neutron that's going round and spinning, right? So we've got this picture in our head, and an electron that's also spinning around this nucleus or this proton, this electrical charge, yeah? But you would see it, well, we see it as a round object like a ball. That's how most people sees atoms. If you say atom to someone, the first picture that will come into their head is a little round ball, not an energy cloud or a electrical charge or an electrical package or whatever. And you say that simplifies. That's
Those are simplifications that we teach to like high school students who aren't going to be chemists, who don't need to know the more in-depth specifics, nuance of these kind of things. Right?
So when you
It's
get
to
in
get
depth,
the point across.
and if you get in depth, right, then you say, no, it's not actually a ball, it's a cloud. So when you say cloud, right, so what picture, when you were telling me about it's actually a cloud or whatever, what
Not
picture
cloud.
do you
You
have in your
didn't
head?
listen to what I said.
Huh?
You didn't listen to what I said, right? I didn't
All
say
right,
it's
repeat it.
just
I'm
a
very sorry. I
cloud,
apologise.
right?
Yeah, repeat it.
First of all, you're just talking about the nucleus, which isn't the whole atom, right? What I said was, if you were to take a distribution, measure the proton and the neutron, their locations in space, take a distribution of that. So you do it like 100, 200, 300, however many times you want to do that. That would make, and you plotted those, so you made a point for each location where you found the proton or the neutron in space. That would make a cloud-like object. The distribution of their locations in space would make a cloud-like object. But that's not what it is, though, right?
What is
That's
it?
just a way of imagining.
Yeah, so what is it then precisely? So we all know, right, because we've been taught, we imagine when you say atom, electron spinning round, we imagine that thing that we've been told. So what actually is it then? We should be seeing or imagining this, that interaction you said or whatever, how that space.
That picture I gave you is about
Texture.
as detailed as you can go without getting into the math, right? You,
So
you can't
can
really
maths
go much
describe a
further
cloud?
than that.
So
Yes.
could maths describe a cloud?
The wave function can describe the
A wave. Right, so what do you think is a wave function then? What picture do you have in your head? Is it mathematical? Is it numbers?
Yeah, it's a
Or is it
complex valued function. It
as
comes
in
from a different.
a complex valued function.
It
What's
comes from it comes from a differential equation that you solve. It gives you a function that is complex valued, complex numbers in it, and that can tell you different properties that you'd want to know. It can tell you things about, you can solve it for the momentum, you can solve it for the position, you can solve it for the spin state if you want. There's all sorts of different things you can solve this function for to figure out. And it'll give you probability of measurement outcomes of any of those variables that you want to figure out. That's what it is. Yeah.
So it's just like a probability value. So it's like the chances of this being this is that.
Yes, if you were to measure the position of, say, an electron 100 times, the wave function would give you the probability of where all those points are.
But it wouldn't give you an exact, it wouldn't say, yup, it'll be there, it'll be there, it'll be there. It's just like, oh, it might be there. Oh, no, sorry, not might be there. The probability of it being there is how much? What's the percentage then? What's the...
Yeah, it gives you that distribution. You'd have to give me like a point, right? I can't just give you a number, right? It's a bell curve most of the time. You know what a bell curve is?
Yeah, I do. It's like well, it's exactly shaped like a bell. It starts off maybe at 0 or whatever, and then it rises up the top, and then it falls, it drops away, and then it levels out, just like a bell kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, with the curve. Yeah, I know what a bell curve is, but that's also a picture, right?
I thought that was called a Bellin curve.
No, it's a bell.
It's
bell
a
curve.
Gaussian function.
Oh well, okay, but it's a bell. It's if you know, if you drew it on a XY axis, if you done it in a graph or the XY, it would start at 0 at the point, and then it would reach a point and it would start rising up, and when it comes across the top of the bell, when it comes back down again, that's it decaying. Would that be right?
Yeah, right. The highest probability would be at the top, like you said, and then all the points along it, those are all different probabilities, so they go up to...
Sounds like a cool story, man.
This is the distribution of where you measure the particle. It's what it tells you.
Yeah, what the chances? That's fine.
Yeah, only exists in the maths, is what it's saying.
Yeah, Jace, can I ask you a question? What are the odds of what are the chances? I'm asking this for the flat earthers in here, okay? But what are the chances, Jace, that this is all just a flawed interpretation of these models, and it's actually maybe not actually describing what you and I and others believe it to be interpreting? Like, do you understand what I'm asking? Like, how is that possible?
No, Jace is explaining the model very accurately.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I rephrase Kosho's question? What if it is the fact that you're seeing the field react to a cause and effect situation, and you're equivocating that field's reaction due to particle interaction, meaning like it's similar to dropping a stone in water where you have a reactionary effect, the ripples in the water, and you guys are equivocating the ripples of the water as the stone that was thrown in. Or here's another analogy.
That's not what I heard. That's not what I
was
heard.
going
What
to
I
say
heard
that.
was this only exists in the maths. You know,
What
physically,
Dicelo just said is very important. I was going to say that before. I didn't want to interrupt. When we were talking about the Higgs field, right? I wanted to ask Jace, this field that you speak of, where does it come from? Because a field,
well, real
yeah.
quick, because I want to loosely analogously put it in a different way, just because it'll be a little bit more clairvoyant. It's as if I'm in the middle of a pool, right? or a lake, let's just say pool, and I'm flapping my arms and I'm creating this disturbance within the medium, and you guys are equivocating that disturbance within the medium is me flapping my arms, meaning the waves in the water are lapping up over the edge of the pool, and you guys are essentially saying that my arms have reached the edge of the pool when it's in fact the reaction to the medium itself instead of me.
Not even, bro. Not even. There's no arms. There's just the ripples. That's
Right,
a
what
good
if-
analogy. But
what if
there's no
it's-
arms. They're just saying ripples, bro.
What if it's like all fields overlapping and there's never any particles?
What if there's only one field?
But what makes
What
the
if there's
field
only
is the
one
question
field?
you should be asking. What is making the field? Don't just accept the field.
What happened to Kosho's question?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Kosho.
What
Yeah,
Kosho's
I mean,
question?
if Kosho, I'm sure you want an answer to that. So what I'll say is, like with all things in science, right? There will be tweaks and improvements. You know, values will be measured more precisely, and different things will be explained. But there's not going to be like drastic changes, like the level of change of something like the Earth going from being a sphere to flat. Like that's a little out of the realm of possibility, in my opinion. It's usually theories get tweaked to incorporate new data or explain new things, but you have to explain the old things at the same time.
So Jace, is there anything in existence that doesn't have this this magnetic effect or magnetism involved with it? Is there something you can show me that's where magnetism isn't an effect or a variable?
Neutron?
Yeah, neutrinos, neutrons.
Yeah, but again, those neutrons, those free neutrons, we already know decays roughly after 13 to 17 minutes into a proton. So they're just literally blips of existence. They're not necessarily something stabilized.
In the atomic nucleus, though, they don't decay. They're stabilized by the strong interaction.
All right, fair enough. So that's what you got for dinner is neutrinos and neutrons is the only thing that isn't existent or has a magnetic component involved with it. Because I thought that's what the electron does, completing this circuit of an atom, this dynamic dynamo.
The W and Z bosons don't have anything to do with magnetism.
So
The
for such a
Higgs.
thing, that's what you're going to involve. How about something that we can all substantiate rather than having to have a PhD in quantum mechanics and a super sensitive laboratory setup?
Well, objects that we see and touch and stuff, right? They are made from atomic nuclei and electrons. Electrons intrinsically have a magnetic moment. So all the materials around us that we see and touch is going to involve in some way or the
So nothing I can pick up and look at. It's I have to accept.
Your mic sucks.
Was I cut?
Jace, your mic is not great, Jace, but it's a pleasure to hear you. But so there's no problem with your mic, but Daiso's mic is almost criminal.
Yeah, butt cheeks.
Yeah,
it's ass.
All I was trying to say is that all the materials we interact with have electron in them, and those electrons have an intrinsic magnetic moment. So all the things that we interact are going to involve magnet in some way.
All right. Well, how about something like not alluding to like particles or something of that nature, like something that we can tangibly interact with?
He just said, what he just said basically answers that question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything
All right.
everything we interact with has electron in it. That's why they're solid, liquid, or gaseous object. Because
I'm glad you said
electrons.
that. I'm glad you said that because the problem with your electron field, i.e. an electric field, is that there's a magnetic component simultaneously involved with that that's inseparable. So again, I'm going to repeat myself and asking, can you show me anything that doesn't have a magnetic component involved with it?
Yeah, photons.
Photons aren't real, but anyhow, go ahead.
Neutrinos.
All right, then light.
How about unicorns,
Gluons,
bro?
gluons, quarks.
How
So
about
many things.
leprechauns?
How
about Care Bears?
right? And taus particles. I think one of them has a neutral charge.
Yeah, no, but light then, dude. Just go with the just light, regular light then, dude.
Yeah, but he believes photons aren't real. So
Yeah, no, he doesn't
Hold
believe light's
on.
not real.
I thought light was electromagnetic radiation. Isn't light in its full totality EMR?
Yeah, but you asked magnetic in nature.
No, I asked for something not involving a magnetic component.
Yeah.
EMR, bro. Electromagnetic radiation. Like,
Yeah,
what
but
are you getting?
Still, though, I mean, it's part of the electromagnetic radiation. I mean, it's not electromagnetic radiation, but is it really dealing with magnetism? No, not at all.
Are you really going to ask that?
I mean, it really isn't.
It's not though. Yeah, light isn't affected by magnets.
No, that's not my claim. Even though I would disagree, but that's not the claim here. I'm asking for something that doesn't have a magnetic component involved in it. And science
light doesn't
can't
have
give
a
me that.
magnetic component.
Yes, it
involved in
does. Yes, it does.
What is the
EMR,
magnetic
bro.
component?
Electromagnetic radiation, bro.
But electromagnetic
It has it in the
radiation
title.
doesn't equate to magnetism. Magnetism is a phenomena within the spectrum, but it's not the entire spectrum. There are phenomena
Science has yet
on
to
the
define
spectrum
magnetism.
that has nothing to do with electricity or magnetism.
Yeah, it actually does. I mean, if you want to say
No,
magnetism
it doesn't.
is the release or the emission of virtual particles, then you're right
That's not
back
what
to
I want to
square
say.
one.
That's not
That's
what
what
I want to
science.
say.
If you have a different understanding, then you're awaiting a Nobel Prize award, man. Let's see it happen.
No, but what I'm saying is what science is saying. Science says that electromagnetic phenomena happens on a spectrum. And within the spectrum, the phenomena manifests itself in different ways, right? It's all, related to the idea of a photon, but these photons would have different frequencies, so they manifest different phenomena. So a gamma ray wouldn't be the same
I got to get
thing.
back to work.
Okay.
But it sounds like you're really stretching it out pretty far. But
I'm not
I
stretching
appreciate
it
you
out.
trying.
I'm just going to explain it for you and everyone else.
Going on.
So a gamma ray and a I don't know, a radio wave, it's different phenomena on the same spectrum. They both photon interaction, but a gamma ray's photon is high frequency. But
How does light
they have
refract?
nothing to do with electricity.
They're billions of magnitudes different when you talk about a radio versus gamma. And it's funny because unintuitively, the gamma field is way significantly smaller than a radio field, which is why there's a higher capacitance. And that's why I say it's unintuitive. But anyhow, I got to complete this job, man. I'll be listening. Go ahead.
Noah,
Did
you
you ask
gonna
Don?
say something?
I feel like it was an interesting question, man. That doesn't happen often.
You heard me, Kosha.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
What was that?
How does light? If light isn't magnetic, how come it be refracting all the time?
It's a great question. Jason's a great person to answer that question, but he answered it for me before. That's the only reason I said I don't even put him on the spot, but he answered it for me before, and I don't speak eloquently, so.
How about my field question? Did that get answered sometime?
Yeah,
What's a field?
I could answer that for you. SC. You want to know what a field is or where it comes from? Because I already said what a field is.
Yeah. So what it is, I think I understand, but where does it come from?
Okay, right. That's a good question, right? Scientists ask the same question. I would say that all that is known right now is speculation, in my opinion. Some scientists will hold that this is true. I don't see enough evidence quite yet for this idea, but what the idea is that during the Big Bang, right? I talked about earlier how the Higgs field has a different value for its potential when it's in a different phase, when the universe is at a different temperature scale above a certain temperature. Well, they the speculation is that during the Big Bang, there was this field, some people call it the inflation or inflaton field, and it occurs at a different phase, above a certain temperature that the universe has. The fields we're familiar with now will turn into this inflaton field. That's the idea, that during the Big Bang there was this inflaton field was the first field. It was just part of the Big Bang, and it decayed into these other fields that we see now, the other quantum fields, the electron field, the photon field, the quark gluon, all those different fields.
Are you talking about Alan
How come you
Guth
have
and
one
the
field, this person,
explanatory?
you have one field, the very first one, dispersing into different fields. Where did these fields came from?
Yeah, like I said, no one really knows. They think the fields we're familiar with today
Don't you
came
see the
from
double
this
speak?
original.
Don't you detect the double speak?
You're not letting me finish the thought, right? They think that the fields we see today came from this inflaton field, which occurs at a different phase of the universe, just like the Higgs field takes a different value when it phase transitions. When the universe is above a certain temperature, it has a different value. It's the same kind of concept. They don't know where this inflaton field came from. As I said, they don't know. I don't know. No one knows where these fields came from. They're just
You
thought
already
to
said it, man.
be
It's a
there.
concept.
Do
Yeah,
you have
we
any
know that.
idea
We
about the
understand
nature of that
concept.
field?
No,
Just
he
that
already said it's a concept. First he started by saying it's a field, but he resumed by saying it's a concept. We understand concepts. Yeah. It's just a concept.
Yeah, a field is a concept, bro. Do you know that your car is a concept? I don't understand. You're trying to make like a distinction. Doesn't make sense. Anyways, SC was on the right track with the Alan Guth thing, right? That I don't think there's enough evidence to say with certainty that that's the thing that happened. But I do think it's the leading explanation at the time, though I only know of a few scientists who actually think that that's really exactly what happened. Most will just say
My car is not a concept.
that
For the record.
it's just the leading explanation, but still more evidence is needed to really cement that idea for most people.
So the Alan Guth expansionary theory. Gotcha.
Alan Gooch? Yeah, so what's the nature of that?
Guth, not douche.
Wait. I just have a question though, Chase. That's what ties into the vacuum catastrophe, right? The fact that with QFT we can't correctly predict this vacuum energy or this inflaton field, right?
Well, all right. I would say no, Nate. This is a different thing, right? This field isn't existent now. It's only existent in this certain phase of the universe, this inflaton field. The vacuum catastrophe is the difference, the discrepancy. When you make certain assumptions, you get a discrepancy between the measured value of the cosmological constant and the value that QFT will predict.
Yeah, but isn't it true that
the vacuum catastrophe is? But you have to make certain assumptions that nobody knows you really should be making.
Right.
So it kind of falls apart.
That's what I was going to ask. It's not because you just said like QFT predicts that, but isn't it true that that like you just said like it's not really like QFT predicts that, right? It's like that some assumptions have to be made.
Yeah. It's if you make certain assumptions within
Damage
QFT,
control now.
it gives you this value, and it doesn't seem to be what the cosmological constant value is.
I asked this a little bit, but maybe you didn't answer because there's not a good answer or something. But I was just curious about what the nature of this field was, the infratron. If there's even known, like what kind of like what. Well, yeah, what's the nature of it? Is this sort of field that governs that? Say what?
He just explained it.
Well, I think he's asking like the properties right? I think it's meant to be the inflationary thing. So it provides a way for the universe to expand exponentially, right? There's this field has the energy needed to cause the expansion of seeing the Big Bang. So,
That's why I thought it might have a link to the cosmological concept.
Well, I have. By the way, Left Lane, you have a hot mic, but I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a Mexican in the background.
It may be Mexican, dude. There's no problem, Nate. Don't be fucking.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with
Christ, dude. Anyways, no, really, I don't know if I said this already, but that infiltron field, I kind of have this suspicion. It's a low level suspicion, by the way. Gravity is not.
Your mic, man.
Yeah, gravity is not actually related to.
I got it.
The other three forces. In the standard model, it's not the same sort of beast. It's actually probably. I mean, this is just like I said, low level assumption that the gravity might be something related to dark energy, and maybe even like you said, like dark energy is basically emanates from the infiltron field. According to that idea. Maybe gravity and space time and infiltron field and dark energy are one thing, and then the standard model is somewhere else. If that makes sense.
Now you're talking fairy tales. We realize that, right?
I mean, like I said, it's just an idea.
Yeah, and this theory, Alan Guth's expansionary theory, right, in a billionth of a second, came about because the observation didn't match the theory. Let's be clear on that. This was like a gap fill, like dark energy, dark matter. This was one of those.
Those aren't gap fills. Those are just placeholders terms.
Call them what you like.
I guess it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing, man. That was
Anyway, man, fuck you, dude. I'm gonna say that shit, man.
You need to concede things now and then.
Hey, listen, dude, I concede all the fucking time, dude. I'm gonna concede right now.
But you just told him he was
now,
wrong.
dude.
You just told him he was wrong to say the same thing he said. Like
I know, I did concede just now. So Nate, yeah, SC, I concede. And Nate, remember a long time ago when we argued? We got an argument about if magnetism was electromagnetic radiation, and I just never used it that way. That? Yeah, we did argue about that. You ended up winning the argument according to consensus in Jem's room, and yeah, you had argued that it was, and I was like, I've never heard that before, but according to what Scott Veach and other people found, they all agreed with you. And so I was just going to ask Jace if he'd ever heard that. And if he's, again, I'll concede to you right now, Nate, you were right. Okay.
Thank you.
By the way, get the pen out, Nate, and both of us have to write down the date where Kosho conceded to both me and you at the same time.
Yeah, I concede all the fucking time, dude, even when I'm not wrong. So,
I'm busting your chops, bro. I'm busting your chops.
I'm like the king of concede. I concede even when I'm not wrong, dude.
Whoa. I don't know about that.
By the way, that's actually how science works, where we see something that the current theory doesn't explain, so we actually make up a new one, and we actually test it and see if it not only explains what we see, but additional stuff also.
Right, and the old ideas too, yeah.
Right, the old and the new, what we also see. It has to explain both.
But yeah, I don't know if you heard the question, Jace, but it's a bullshit question, anyways. But it's just about magnetism being referenced as electromagnetic radiation. That ever...
I just addressed what extremists said. Science tests things, the old and the new. You were talking about dark energy, or what are they testing?
What does that have to do with it? Do you understand that dark energy is not a claim?
I don't know. I don't. What were you guys talking about testing dark? Of course, dark energy is a claim. What do you mean?
It's not
Actually, they were talking about
dark energy is not a.
It wasn't about dark energy. It was about the expansion of the universe and the rapidly expanding early universe.
I take that back.
Science. That's science then.
Expanding. Yeah, but you don't know if the universe is expanding or the stuff's just moving farther away from us.
Either one is the same thing, Jeremy. Stuff's moving.
It's not the same thing.
And the
They're
universe
talking
is
about a
expanding.
different fantasy,
What?
Jeremy.
All right, Jeremy. How a galaxy is moving away from ours, but the universe is not expanding?
Okay, you either have a solid state universe, a volume of a universe that stays the same, and things are moving away from us, or you have an expanding universe and there's space being created in between the galaxies.
Yeah, Nate, that's really crazy for like he's just talking about the boundary, man. How can you not conceptualize that? I'm worried about you.
No, but
through misplaced trust, your world's crushed. Tell them, Don. Guys in here quoting Jizzle lyrics earlier.
Yeah, but Jeremy, it sounds like you were saying that either there's an increase in volume, right? So there's an increase in space, or the distances between things is increasing. Isn't that the same thing?
No, either space is expanding in between the galaxies as being created by dark energy, and the whole universe is expanding, or the volume of the universe is the same, and things are just moving farther away from us.
How is
you
that
have
possible?
no way to test that.
How does the volume stay the same in things like?
Because there was only stuff in a small area.
Wait, what the heck?
This is not that difficult. I'm very worried.
Let's say
Are
we
you
have.
telling me I can't have a box? Are you telling me I can't have a box, and I have two objects in a box, and the two objects can get farther away without the volume of the box increasing? Come on, Nate, use your head.
How would that happen, Jared?
How could I possibly have two objects in a box and move them farther away from each other? Is this your question?
Nate, this is very weird.
No. I mean, how would this happen?
I got a quick question on this topic. How can you say space?
Expanding? Because isn't a point going to come where those boxes hit the wall?
Maybe,
I got
yeah.
a quick question, dude.
What is space? What is this thing that
Well,
you're talking
real
about? What
quick
is it?
before we jump topic, George, real quick. How can you say space, right, is expanding into the universe? Like, what is space expanding into?
The same thing time is expanding into.
No, don't start invoking concepts.
What's time expanding into?
Well, think about it. If you think about time, time is expanding all the time. Like, regardless of how much time has passed since the beginning of time,
Time doesn't exist.
Every moment
What
that
is
passes,
it expanding
time is
in?
It's nothing.
Time doesn't
It's a
exist.
nonsensical question.
No, it's not. It's a nonsensical question
time
because
is
you're invoking
increasing.
concepts.
The clock is growing.
Yeah, who's
Time is measured in
packing like
days, man.
fucking
It's a
cigars or
concept.
something?
Who's cutting my
Yeah, Jeremy, what the fuck? Chill with your cigarette pack, bro.
Am I hot micing?
It's like you banging a pack of cigarettes.
No, it's me.
You
It's
remember,
me, sir.
remember a couple weeks ago when Jeremy was selling cigarettes for like
It's that
$2 a
low.
piece?
I never
Yeah, I
sold
remember
cigarettes.
that
That's
shit.
illegal.
Like a fucking Arab or something.
And he's like, yeah,
No,
I got
that's illegal. I never sold
At
cigarettes.
the corner store.
I got two sticks on. He's making bets and shit.
I never sold cigarettes.
Anyway,
Ask the question again, Don.
Yeah, so
What's the
I don't know.
question?
Someone was trying to ask you, Kosher, what does time expand into?
Oh no, think about that though. What I'm saying right now, when you have a timer, or we talk about the beginning of time, whether you believe in the Big Bang or the Bible. The Bible has a timer, and the timer started 6,000 years ago. And every moment that passes, the clock increases. There's more time that's elapsed, and so time is expanding. Okay, like time is growing all the time, but nobody ever asks, "Oh, what's that growing into?" You know what I mean? It's because it's not really an important question.
Was there any time before we could measure time?
What?
Well, I already know what the universe is expanding into. You leave Earth, you're in outer space, and then that is expanding into outer space. Easy.
Was there time before we could measure time?
Yeah, that's the place space. The place space is expanding into. You leave Earth, you're in outer space. Now that outer space is expanding into another space.
Yeah, just
logical, we would name it outer space.
Forget about outer space though, because space to me, I don't see color and I don't see inner or outer. I see space everywhere. There's space, okay, and where space is expanding to, that's just the wrong way of thinking about it. Because
Yeah, there's a place there
space is
you
the
see
stuff.
space, and then there's a place where there's no space that space is expanding into, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the wrong way of thinking about it, in my opinion. It's not that space is like when you think about what's space expanding
how do you
into
measure?
makes you think there's a
How
space
do you
outside
measure
of that
the
space.
year?
Well,
How
it
do you
has to be
measure the year in
expanding
space?
something. There can't. Are you saying it's nothing?
I'm saying space is expanding, and that's the end of it. Just like time is
What?
expanding, time is growing, and that's just the end of it. Time is getting long. More time is elapsed, and there doesn't need to be a bucket, a bigger box that it needs to fit into. It's just time is expanding, and
If
it can expand
expanding,
to infinity.
if something's expanding, it has to expand into something. Is there just nothing?
But that's what I'm saying. That I think that's just our flawed intuition. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, what Kusho is saying, we're gonna time is expanding. We're gonna have autumn in the winter,
I'm
and
not
some
saying that.
maybe in the fall.
Exactly
Yeah,
what
it's
I'm not at all
expanding.
saying that. I'm
That's
saying
exactly what Kosho said.
I'm saying it's 2022
Yeah,
this year.
I would like to know how you measure the year in space.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
2022. It's 2022 this
Do
year.
you wait
Next
for
year
the
it'll be
season?
2023, and it can go on
Do you wait
till
for the seasons or not?
as many numbers as it needs to get to, and there's no limit to those numbers because there's no bucket or fucking like maximum fucking year or something like that. There's just adding
Yeah,
years.
but a year in space. How do you measure a year in space? How many lunar orbits need to happen to measure a year in space? Or how do you measure a year in space? Is it the seasons that gives it away? Will you guess when it's summer? Because that's
you
how we
call
measure
somebody
the
back
year
on Earth.
on the ground. That's
You're
how
in
we
space.
measure
You
the
call
year on the
someone.
ground.
You're in space. You call someone back on Earth, and you ask them what time it is. Easy.
Okay, it makes sense.
You actually don't have
Unless
to.
you're in outer space. If you're in outer
Jeremy,
space, I don't know
what
if
is
you're
outer
going to be able to
space?
make that call.
What's outer space? Where
The
is
space, that space is the. Dude, I've explained this 3 times just now. Where you're not listening, you leave Earth. You're in outer space, right? Right, Nate? Yes. That outer space is expanding into something. There's a place where it's expanding into. That place is called outer space.
Yeah, but think about that, dude. Either you're joking, which is cool. It's not a funny joke, but that's cool if you are. But regardless, that place to say that sentence that there's a place that space is expanding into, that denotes a location, meaning that is also space, and space itself is expanding. It's not enough to say it's expanding into other space because that's what I'm saying to you. Is that in my understanding,
It's expanding into non-space.
this could be the wrong
It's
idea,
not
dude, but I just
expanding.
think that
It's actually
space is accumulating. That's it. Space is
it's actually
growing,
being
and
sucked
the
in by
amount of
a
space is getting
ginormous
bigger.
black hole.
If there was
Yeah.
a hard shell
need it.
that we couldn't get out of, right, in this universe, right, everything outside of that would be the outer space. Like, of course, there would be a distinct barrier. I can't believe you guys are treating Jeremy
Why are
like
you running with Jeremy's thing, dude? You didn't run
because
you
he's
don't run
absolutely
with mine?
right. I don't know what is wrong with
Hold
you.
on, can I
Yeah, I don't
say
know why
something?
you're making it out to be a
There's a
stupid
barrier.
question.
So
I don't know.
There's
the classic example is the raisin bread, where the raisins get further apart, but the raisin bread itself, you don't have any more raisin bread that just expands.
But that's a bad analogy.
Let me address that, please. Can I
That's a bad
please address
analogy.
that? Can I please address that, please?
got one next,
Can
Jeremy.
I please address the raisin bread?
Yeah.
As the
Go ahead,
raisin
Jeremy.
bread rises, and the raisins are getting farther and farther apart, guess what's happening to the outside of the bread? It's expanding.
Increase in volume.
I'm not talking about the outside.
In the
I'm talking
space.
about the inside of the bread. The bread that's not. I mean, if you have a huge loaf of raisin bread, forget about the outside. Just think about what's on the inside
We're
part.
talking about the outside. Your analogy sucks then, because we're talking about the outside.
Damn.
Here's the
Okay,
thing.
never mind.
Everybody that leaves this dirt has a resistance. There is a resistance there. So I mean, what are we really talking about? Like, what's your barrier idea, guys?
I hear
just
you.
said it.
What
The sky
we
is
talked
raisin
about,
bread.
Mark, is
the
that
raisins are
go ahead.
expanding. I hear you. The raisins are expanding. I hear you, but it doesn't. We're not talking about the raisins. We're talking about The space that the whole thing is expanding into. I don't.
Well, real quick,
What's the
Kosha made a
problem?
point. Kosha made a point about time having these physical properties to it that I don't think anyone would agree with. I mean, time is a convention that we use ultimately as a rule of measure, but again, doesn't have any physical essence to it. It's only a convention. So how are you giving physical properties to something that's ultimately non-existent?
Yeah,
Well,
and
I would
Kosho's
not say it's
objection to the
non-existent.
outer space proves that it's just a concept and that you have to think of it conceptually. And the wrong think about it is to think about what's outside the outer space, because then it breaks the concept, because it has to be a non-reality.
All right, well,
If space is everything physical that we know as reality, then what's on the other side? Even if there's a barrier, what's on the other side of that? A non-reality?
But
outer
respond to
space.
what Dice Flow.
Why do you guys keep asking?
Let me reply to what the Dice Flow just asked.
Go ahead, Coach.
No, yeah,
What's up, Dave?
you said about space. There's time not being real. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I said time's a convention, but ultimately doesn't exist. There's no physical properties that you can
I heard you.
associate, or there's nothing you can localize. It's a construct that we use to distinguish intervals of measure, essentially, just the expression of magnitude.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand the words you said, but I'm just saying to you that that's what you said, and I would have to say that that's incorrect. Time is very real. Time is that does exist. Time passes. If you're anything like Einstein or any of the people who believe that his science is real, then space and time. I mean, if space can have physical properties, like you just said, like a physical locations or whatever, time exists in the same.
No,
I didn't say that. In the same, with the same sort of sentiments as space does. So
No, I didn't say that. Space has no physical properties, just like time. Time and space have zero physical properties. Space is just the void between masses
But
that
why not
atoms
let
have.
Kosho make his point,
Whoa.
man? Like
All
you
right,
asked him
sorry.
a question. Yeah, you should let him finish.
I mean, I know I've already I've conceded in the past that even though I say space and time are physical, that for the nature of this conversations, I won't. I'll agree with other people that they're not understood as being physical, but I could tell you physical properties that both space and time have. I mean, space has the physical properties of positions. It's also can become curved and so they can have a curvature. So, and same thing, and space and time together can have a curvature. So,
Where at? Where can we see this at?
It could have a curvature, or show us
How much time
Listen,
is there in the cubic meter of space?
the bending and warping of a field doesn't constitute as space having a physical essence to it that could be manipulated or bent. I mean, this is hyper illogical at best.
I mean, if saying that it doesn't have a physical property that can be warped or bent, just goes against the current understanding of that space time can be warped or bent.
Well, action and reaction are what causes and happens, right? Not time doesn't affect that. The action and reaction are the effect and things happening. Time is just what you want to say something happened in the amount or the a lot of, just like your space. Your time and your space are the same fucking thing. They're an arbitrary concept.
And what's outside the time?
These are
If
numbers.
space is expanding into space, then time's expanding into what? Like what's outside?
I'm sorry.
Time is space. They got it.
It's not space. It's outer
Even if you
space.
could put time inside of
time, Jeremy, outer time of space, outer time.
But Jeremy,
outer
if it's
time.
outer space, are you
I'm
then
outer
saying?
time? Outer
Could I?
time.
I don't know if I can get an answer to this. I've got a couple of points. I think if we could actually see to the edge of what we would think is the barrier to our universe, which we can't, I think that would answer a lot of these questions that we're asking. Now, I've got another question, and this is legitimate. If space is expanding between, everything's moving away from us, why do they say Andromeda is coming towards us?
Andromeda is not one of the things that's moving away from. Space is expanding, but at such a rate that things like gravity on the scales up into the local galaxy clusters.
Don't change nothing.
Yeah, our local group basically.
Hold on, Denmark.
Yeah, our local group.
Guys, hold on. Let Kosho finish, and then I want to address one of Left Lane's points, please.
Our local group, basically us, Andromeda, and a few smaller galaxies. Like we're in a range close enough to where gravity is going to far outperform the expansion, the accelerated expansion of the universe.
The Goldilocks zone.
All right, so as far as Left Lane's first point of if we could get to the edge of the universe and see it, that wouldn't answer the question of what it's expanding into. You'd have to actually go on the other side to see what it's expanding into, which would be called outer space.
Yeah,
I guess that's why the analogy of the bread rising, even for the bread to rise, you need a container to expand to.
That analogy is terrible because the outer edges of the bread are getting bigger. That's the only way the raisins get farther apart. I don't know what that analogy, Extremis, what was that analogy supposed to do?
But it agrees with exactly what you say, Jeremy. Anything outside of the surface of the bread would be outer space, right?
No, space is space.
That the bread's expanding into. Yeah.
You guys are creating new phantasms
there you
to
go.
support your narrative, man. This is a complete bias.
What do you mean? Jeremy agrees with us.
You're talking about.
No, he doesn't. He already told you the bread analogy is garbage.
You're giving facies to space. You're saying this is inner space and this is outer space. Space is space. It's just the void. It's the volume between the masses. That's it.
But that's Jeremy saying.
What are you guys talking about? It's ether. It's ether.
Outer
It's ether. It's not called space. It's ether.
I'm talking about in your paradigm. I don't believe your paradigm.
What do you? Oh, so you don't believe?
Yeah,
it's ether.
He's asking the question.
You guys are
that's
wrong.
what it
It's
has to be
ether.
called.
I'm telling you, space may either be expanding. Space is either expanding, and there's space getting created in between the galaxies, which is ridiculous, causing the galaxies to get farther apart. Or the galaxies are actually getting farther apart, which would absolutely eviscerate GR.
You just said the same thing twice, Jeremy. The
Some are expanding and some are contracting.
Don't they also say that the moon?
Wouldn't that?
Don't they also say that the moon is moving away from Earth?
Yeah, but there's contraction too. That's why you have black holes. There's contracting going on.
Wouldn't that automatically like that automatically by default disclaims everything that's been claimed?
No.
And we don't know what's inside the black holes. There might be other spaces and universes inside the black holes.
Black holes. Oh God. So how did you guys prove a black hole?
We took pictures of it, but yeah, space is expanding everywhere, not just in between galaxies. Every single place is expanding.
Of a black hole in black space. That's
we took two
cool.
pictures of two black holes, man. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
So space is expanding everywhere. So
So
space is expanding everywhere. So if I set two objects next to each other and just wait, eventually there's just going to be more space in between.
That's a great question. And if you were paying attention in class earlier, I had just stated. I just stated earlier that that even though space is expanding everywhere, the gravity, insofar as much as like in our local cluster. Okay, so the gravity and our local cluster and everywhere, lower than that, everywhere closer than that, it far outperforms the expansion rate of the universe. So even though the space is expanding, gravity and then electromagnetism, like all these other things, they're going to make it so that it goes unnoticed, basically, at our scale.
So space isn't expanding everywhere because if I set two objects next to each other, the space in between them won't expand. You're saying?
No, I'm saying the space will expand, and the forces, like gravity, for example, is going to far outperform it, such that it's gonna basically seem like it's not expanding because this gravity is.
So gravity
is a force that's not a force.
So gravity is stopping space from being created in between objects in certain spots.
The space, for fuck's sake, the space is it's like a fucking the raisin in the raisin bread. Okay, the thing that holds the raisin together. Everything's expanding on the raisin bread thing, right? But the raisin itself is held together by forces far stronger than that expansion.
How did they figure out that it's expanding? Is it because of the theory of the Big Bang and the explosion? And so everything's moving apart from each other?
It's from observations taken since Hubble
Yeah,
all the way
but
up till
does that derive from the theory of the Big Bang, right? Where
Oh, it's
everything
it
exploded away
derives.
from each other.
It derives from observation.
But
the
it
fact that
also
we
it also
observe the
fits the
expansion.
Big Bang, right? Where it was nothing, and then there was an explosion, and then everything expanded away from each other. Correct?
The fact that we observe the universe expanding, I think, supports the theory of the Big Bang.
No, you don't observe. You don't observe the universe expanding. You observe objects inside the universe getting farther away from each other. That's the observation.
That's not even really real either, Jeremy, because if they're moving orbit and they're doing things they don't know and there's stuff that's like retroactive to that, what are they really even watching but action and reaction to something? And then they're trying to make up some stuff in their mind on what they want to tell you. Hold on. When they look out of their little viewfinder, they want to tell you what's happening, right? So really, they're just a middleman of the action or reaction that you could look and get a different idea yourself, right? True or false?
Hey, didn't
But maybe
Kosho
that's
just say that we wouldn't be able to
That's
tell?
what's observable with current science, right? With current
You guys realize we're just
technology.
begging the question.
That's
You're
all
begging
we
the
know.
question completely.
Perhaps we'll be wrong in the future.
I wonder
We're
when
just
all
begging the
stars in our
question.
sky are going to expand ever.
We're
I
begging the
wonder
question that these things
ever
are happening, and these lights in the sky are very, very far away, and everything is moving throughout of space. Yeah,
exactly.
In the solar system and the galaxies and everything else. We are just begging the question of all of that.
Well then,
We know that
well
nothing
then
of
give
that
up. Give up.
happens, you know, because we
Well, then
observe
tell
the
them then.
sky, and
Basically, it's
the
hard
sky
to.
is a clock. It repeats itself. We are not
Just go
going
to
at those
tell your
speeds or
parents that you
toward those
failed and you're never
directions,
going to
those
figure it
directions
out.
you're talking.
Okay.
Hold on. Anything other than us looking at these? So we both got our stuff, or all of us have our little tubes, our little eyepieces, whatever we're looking through. It's all the same. We have them lined up. You're going to look through yours. I'm going to look through mine. We're all going to look through. We're all going to see the same thing looking out of it, right? Whatever we see, that's what we're going to see. Now, we can all come away with that with a different explanation. Who would be right? Other than the one time when we're all looking through it and we agree that's what we're seeing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like everybody's gonna have
I'm
their own
right.
story.
We need to pin the Globers down now. We need to beat out of concession that there's some bullshit going on. I mean, seriously.
Hold on a second.
Allow for rebuttal.
Elbow drops.
Yeah, of course. We are
Elbow drops on.
observing today the same thing that the Mayans were observing thousands of years ago.
All right, guys,
George,
slow down real
a lot
quick.
of
Hold on.
points being made
Let
without-
Kosho speak. I think he has a response.
Hey,
And Kosho, will you also clarify when you speak? Will you clarify? Did you say that they're going to make it so that the noticeable difference of the expansion would be negligible or something like that? Is that what you were saying?
No. What I said was that gravity and the forces, the other forces, outperform dark energy, such that if all of space is expanding, even the space in between planets, but gravity is going, it's doing it at such a slow rate that things like gravity and things like that are gonna easily overcome it. Like they're just gonna they'll just behave as if it's not happening, and you wouldn't notice.
Hold on a second.
Wow.
Hold on a second.
Hold on. Let me clarify that. You said it's going to easily be like it's not happening.
What is
Yeah,
the
like-
hold on, what is the threshold? What is the gravity threshold, Coach? To where
Guys, hold
the
on,
mass-
guys. One person has to talk at a time because if both, yeah, go ahead. I think New Perspective was. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, I was just trying to clarify. I was asking if you were saying it's negligible, but then you said no, it's not negligible, but it's going to be like they're not noticing it. Is that
No,
what
I'm not saying
what's
it's not negligible. What I'm saying is the space is expanding everywhere, and I guess like one way you could think of it, like I said, with the raisin bread and the raisins. Imagine the entire bread is expanding, and even the space in between the raisins are expanding, and even the space inside of each raisin is expanding. However, the raisin is held together by forces that are acting much stronger and much faster than this expansion of that bread, so that even though all the space in between inside of the raisin is expanding, the raisin itself is going to stay consistently held together because those forces are, like I said, they're outperformed
the space with no physical properties, right? But that's why you.
I never said it didn't have physical properties.
No, I know, but for argument's
it would
sake,
be unnoticeable because everything is relatively the same. to each other?
This is Kosher. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. How can it not be expanding, but yet you say it's expanding?
I just explained to you how that how this happens.
Okay, well, nothing that is tangible is expanding. You're just talking about the invisible stuff expanding, right?
No, I'm saying inside of our galaxy, the gravity is so strong enough to where even though the space expands, the gravity will continue to make corrections for whatever that tiny small rate, and it's never going to be something that is going to come up in measurements.
So you are agreeing with me, even though you opened with the word no.
Right?
Hey,
Let's just clarify. You're saying negligible, right?
Can I get my turn in? He just said at the same exact rate something's happening. Something is going against it and it's stopping it. It's preventing it, right? So now if I'm preventing from opening at the same time that it's trying to open, what did that soda lid ever do? It never did anything. It stayed right the fuck where it was, and it couldn't expand. It wouldn't be.
He knows he's double talking.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying though. I'm not saying that space is not expanding. It's not stopping it from expanding.
What is space, Kosho?
Hold on. The raisin bread is our analogy. The raisin bread, if gravity is going to take a hold of it right now and keep it its shape and always react, as soon as that raisin bread heats, the gravity is going to keep it its shape. Then it's going to keep it its shape. And then it's going to heat, and then it's going to keep it its shape. You said it's always going to react and stay for the strength and permeability of what gravity is towards the strength and permeability of the material of the raisin and the bread is.
All right, enough philosophy. Let's get to real world practicality, Kosho. This expanding is because of the redshift, right? Right?
So if the abilities are both fucking the same and they're both at zero at the same time, and gravity's gravity for zero and the bread's bread for zero, there's no change.
Look, they're talking about objects are moving away from us. Am I correct or not correct? They're not talking about invisible things and things that gravity's holding together and so you can't notice it. They're saying that objects are moving away from us, right, Kosho?
We're talking. The observation that's made. Well, originally it was made was that galaxies as you look further and further, they're receding faster and faster.
Right.
Right. But you're also saying it's not noticeable, right? Negligible.
No, I didn't say it's not noticeable. I didn't say
not
that.
in that case. Not in that case, Kosho. I guess you're saying maybe with our planets here locally, that's why gravity is trumping it or whatever the fuck you're saying. It's very hard to understand you. But you are admitting that they're saying objects in the distance is moving away. So it is noticeable then, right?
Yeah, Don, check this out, okay? Just go with me with this magic raisin bread, okay? Just trust me on this. The raisin bread, it starts off at the size of a cookie, and it's got raisins that are whatever distance apart, okay?
Yep.
And this is a magical raisin bread that is ever
Slow
increasing.
down,
No,
slow down.
listen, Don, don't interrupt for a second, okay? I just imagine this magic raisin bread. It constantly expands. It's not expanding into anything. It's just expanding bigger and bigger all the time. As it does so,
into the air.
Hold on, Don. Hold on. As this is happening,
No, where's the gravity?
hold on.
I can't follow you. You want me to interrupt though, right?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. The raisin bread that's expanding is expanding in every given part of the raisin bread. That means the bread itself, the raisin, the innards of the raisins. So if the raisins weren't being held together, the entire thing would be increasing in size, and the raisins would be becoming bigger, and the spaces between them would be growing further apart.
What does raisins held together mean?
Now listen. That the raisins are held together. Okay, just listen for a second. Listen for a second.
Yeah, Don, listen.
The raisins that are held. So this is what would happen if that force wasn't there. The raisins would keep getting bigger, and they would expand like the breads are. However, the raisins have a force that's analogous to gravity. Okay, the raisins have a force that hold the raisin together. So even though the space is expanding, the space in between the innards of the raisin are expanding, the raisin is able to keep itself together. And so the only observation that the raisins get is that the raisins are growing further apart from each other.
Okay, why isn't the distance then? I get why the Earth isn't expanding, but why isn't the distance between the Earth and the Sun increasing now?
Because the raisin in this example is a local galaxy cluster. Don, hold on.
Hey man, you're talking too much.
You just asked a question,
and I'm clarifying. Let me continue. And so, are you saying that we treat the solar system, all the 9 pieces of the solar system, 10 pieces, that's one raisin?
Yeah, I understand the question, Don. That's what I'm saying. No, the raisin is the galaxy cluster is the galaxy cluster, the local group. This is the reason. The entirety of the local group of galaxies.
Right.
These are the
Hey,
reasons.
hey, I'm
So
about
why
to
do
go
you
to the
think
store, but
that
can I
Galley?
clarify something real quick? Hey, Don, real quick. So you're
He's got
saying there was a
gravity
force
principle.
that's analogous to gravity? What's that force that's analogous to gravity? What do you mean by that?
He just means mass attracting mass, like
No,
stuff.
no. Well, hold on. Let him answer. What's this
What's the
force that's
question?
analogous to gravity?
Ask the question again. What'd you say?
The
You said there's a
raisin
force
force.
holding the raisin together that's analogous
Yes, it's
to gravity.
analogous to the gravity within the local group. Yeah.
So
You
is it a
realize
gravity
by
or is it not a gravity? It's just a force that's analogous to gravity. What are you talking about?
The thing that holds raisins together is not gravity. So yeah.
You
What is it?
realize that you're saying that space,
bread.
empty space. You realize that you're saying space is just being created out of thin air, out of nowhere.
Yeah, let him have it, Jeremy. But what he's really also saying is galaxies
Where's
within
the space
themselves.
coming
Hey,
from?
listen,
Hold
man.
on,
Listen,
Don.
galaxies can static cling themselves together within themselves, but they don't cling to each other.
Where's the space coming from?
Anything.
That is what he said.
No,
Space
he's
isn't
talking
being
about
created.
the cookie. He started from a cookie, you guys. Where did the gravity go from the cookie? When he said gravity's a constant, and hold on, stop. The gravity always fixes itself as a constant, right? And it changes itself, right? It accumulates towards the fucking shit, right? It always matches, right? He said it's always going to outdo the stuff expanding. Didn't he say that about the bread? So
The
now
mock,
you
you're on
have the
point.
cookie. You
But
started with the cookie, Kosho. We're going to start with the cookie you started with to make the bread, right? The little dab of amount that's going to start to rise. How can it ever rise when gravity is supposed to equivalate, calculate, and associate itself towards the amount of rise and act on such?
That's a great question, and you're on point. But Jeremy felt like was trying to get in there, and
Yeah, let me finish this up with him real quick. So you're saying space isn't being created. Where is the space coming from that's in between the galaxies?
right,
This
and
new space that got created
right,
that
and
you say wasn't created.
Right. So this answer nobody knows, by the way. But also, it's not the way you're making it sound. It sounds like that's a magical thing or something, but it's just like I said with time. Time
Hold on,
increases.
guys. Hold on.
Time increases constantly, all the time. Nobody asks any questions how that's happening. I mean, nobody asks how is time expanding or increasing, and it's just increasing. Yeah.
Because it sounds magical. Because in one instance, you have a certain amount of space in between galaxies. Then a little bit later, you have more space that wasn't there before. You're literally
And time
saying
isn't expanding. There's not more of it.
But Jeremy, don't you get what Coach was saying? It's the same thing with time. We don't ask what is time expanding into. How
It's not expanding at all.
Hang on, it is though because
there's not more time. What are you talking about?
Don, let me finish. You keep moving into the future. That's time expanding. Where does this future come from? What is your present moving forwards into? We just call it the future, but we don't really know what it is. So it's the same with space. Space expands.
Okay. It's not the same space.
More space.
It's not the same space. There's a certain amount of space in between us and this farthest away galaxy we can see. In 5 minutes, there's going to be more space than there was before. Not the same space, new space. Space that's been created.
We don't know where that space came from,
that's
Jeremy.
been
We don't know.
created out of nowhere.
And you don't have
we don't know where.
Kosho just said it's not getting. Kosho just said the space isn't being created. Okay, I don't know why he would say that when there was no space and then there's space.
Yeah, I didn't. And if I said that, then I didn't mean for it to come out like that. What I'm saying to you is that something's not creating it, and nobody knows. What I told you, that's just not what I said. What I told you was nobody knows how that's happening. That's why it's
right. Okay, so
it's a mystery how it's happening. But
so you're saying nobody knows.
Yeah, Kosho said
you're
no
saying
one knows,
nobody
and
knows.
then he brought up the time analogy because it's the same with time. We don't know how the past expands.
And it's ridiculous.
And Nate and Kosho, you're both admitting that nobody knows and that you can't ask those questions because they're conceptual, which is why this whole thing is ridiculous, begging the question. You can't get something from nothing, just like something can't expand into nothing. It's the same kind of contradiction that you have to avoid to make this concept seem like it's valid. Plus, gravity overcoming the dark energy like it's a real force when you have to admit that it's just a conceptual force or a pseudo force is ridiculous out of space, because you know that gravity doesn't follow the laws of forces because it would straighten out space time, it wouldn't bend space time, and that's the other thing that's a big contradiction. You can't get away from that. The whole thing's conceptual and ridiculous.
Wait,
With this dark energy
why would
thing,
gravity
hold on,
create
with
enough
this-
space?
hold on a
Material
second.
in a lab. Gravity
With this
cannot
dark
make
en-
snowballs and snowflakes. Gravity cannot produce material and make material and bend material. Neither can time. Space and time and gravity are all the same thing. They're concepts of ignorance.
Okay, the thing is with this dark energy thing, you literally have something being created out of nowhere. That something is space. It's coming from nowhere. This is literally ridiculous.
Right. Basically, what Jeremy's saying is
Yeah,
when you
Jeremy,
started with
we
the
get
cookie.
that.
Hold on, stop. When you
No,
started
coming
with
from
the
nowhere
cookie,
is not ridiculous.
when you started with the cookie, Kosho started with the cookie, it could never expand to the bread, is what we're trying to tell you, Jeremy and everybody, because gravity is a constant, constantly reacting towards the cookie. So if the cookie tries to do something, the gravity, Kosho explained, exactly at the same momentum reacts to that. So how the fuck can the cookie ever be anything but the cookie is what we're
Well, he
telling
gave
you.
Demont, he gave it a threshold, man. You really got to steel man him a little bit better. Yeah, he did.
Stop, dude. What are you
Yeah,
even
he did.
talking about?
But look,
I said
man.
what I said real clear. Real clear.
Okay, well, he said
please.
specifically that certain areas the gravity will affect, but other areas it doesn't. And you seem to skip over that.
What are you even talking
Anyway,
about? Well, hold on, stop, dude. Now you're talking about what gravity's doing when you're telling us it don't exist. What do you? Shut up.
well, I'm trying to argue this dude talking about time
You're
is
arguing
expanding.
both
Like all
sides
of a
at one
sudden
time.
we
That
can do
doesn't help
more.
anybody.
Like
How
you
are you
think you have
arguing
more
both sides
time
at
in the
once?
day now?
Which side are you
No,
on? Gravity or not?
Don. What I'm
Are you
saying
for
is,
gravity or not?
I'm just
Don?
trying to expand. Yo, come on, man. Demok, relax. I'm just trying to expand on what Kosho was saying. When Jeremy
know, me
asked
too.
Kosho,
Dude, I heard
when,
it. Don't recap. I don't need to recap.
then why strawman me?
Listen, man, because the analogy first, we have a difference between physical 3 dimensions and then the changing of those things, the movement and positions of those. You have physical dimension and temporal dimension, right? And so you tried to make an analogy with a temporal analogy to a physical reality, okay? And I'm willing to even let you back it up, but the thing is time isn't expanding. This time can click on for infinite. That is not analogous at all. We still have this present. We all own a piece of the present that's the same portion of the present as it was before, and it will be tomorrow.
Sure, you also own a portion of space. Your body's taken up, right?
God, yes.
It doesn't matter.
Concede that time is not expanding, or make your case.
I can't concede on that, dude. Even Christians in the Christian belief, dude. Go ahead, Nate.
No.
No, go ahead, man. I was talking forever.
In the
If
Christian
God can
belief,
pause
right?
time,
I gotta hear this.
If God can pause time, if God can pause time, if he can see the future, that means we're all on his video cassette. It don't matter if he fast forwards, rewinds, pauses, knows what's in the end, doesn't know what's on the end. It's the same size video cassette, period.
Does God live in the ghetto in your
God
what are you talking
has
about?
a VCR player.
Shut up, Coach.
Yeah, why
You're so stupid.
ain't God like DVD or
Coach
something?
just said, why has he got a VHS?
Yeah, dude. Anyway, no, dude. God, the Bible says it started 7,000. What is it, 7,009? Some almost 8,000 years ago, right? And every single year in the future, these numbers are going to increase. Okay, so that's the Bible. The Big Bang says 13 billion years ago, and then every day time is increasing.
That's a straw man.
Those neither of those are strong.
Straw man. That's a straw man. You claim something that's not what it says, so it's a straw.
Time is increasing, or space, or your coherency of time and space.
Straw man, though.
How's that a straw man?
I don't know. You said something about the Bible saying the Earth is 13 years old or
No,
something.
I didn't say that at all. Actually,
what did you say then? What did you say?
I said almost said 7,900. I'm almost 8,000 years old. Is what I said.
Yeah, that's a straw man.
It's not a straw man.
Bible does say
That's
that.
a straw man. Yeah, that is a straw man. It's not what it says.
Well, what does the Bible say then?
It doesn't explicitly state
The Bible explicitly states that the world is created in 7 days. It doesn't explicitly state when those 7 days occurred.
I want to tell Jeremy about something coming from nothing, and I understand that we can't use the exact word from nothing, but it could be tricky. Those things where they're like compact, and then you burn them, and then they like expand really well, or whatever. These science experiments the kids do on YouTube, it's like boom, the foam puffs out really a lot. Like you don't think it's that much foam in there, right? But it ends up being a whole lot. That could be what the space is doing. Like it's slowly like, releasing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. At the end of the day, we don't know where all this extra space comes from. But I mean, space is expanding, and to say time is expanding, it's the exact same thing. I mean, there's really no difference.
Nate, there's a volume. Listen, we have a box, right? And it has X volume. And then we go, oh, look, the box is growing. There's more volume. Give me a time analogy of that.
There's
We have a box of time, and then you see that time is expanding.
I'm not with you.
More time
Not with you.
can move into. If
Not
time
with you,
wasn't
bro.
expanding,
No, reality,
no,
Nate.
but
What's the
you
time?
gotta
Don't
let
finish,
me finish, Don. You gotta let me finish.
No, I don't. You need to let me interrupt you.
Dude, you gotta let him finish. That's ridiculous.
All right, what is your objection? Like, what's wrong, Don?
They muted him for they muted him for getting
You gotta let me
interrupted.
interrupt you, man, because that means you're going down the wrong path. Say, I gave you an exact example of reality. No hypotheticals, nothing. I told you a physical box. Now, you can use your temporal things because that's what time is. It's a temporal thing. But you need to talk about exact reality, not box of time. Give me an exact practical analogy.
An exact practical analogy of time expanding?
Yeah.
You gave the analogy of the box expanding, didn't you?
But it's real. It's real. We can make an expanding box, Democ. Grow up.
You can make an expanding box.
Easily. I can make it out of Tinker Toys, dude. Let's go. Anyway,
What? Hold on a second. Yeah, an expanding box out of Tinker Toys. And what's it gonna do?
Tinker Toys.
So anyway, give me an example of time. Like talk about it like, hey, there's X amount of time available when, like right now, we think there's only 1 million years available into the future. But tomorrow there'll be 2 million. And the next day there'll be 3 million. You need to make an analogy. You're gonna make a concession right here, Nate, because you're on some bullshit.
You're the one that made the analogy.
But you and DeMarc won't let me talk, man.
No, talk all you want. I was saying he's being goofy. He made the analogy of the box, and you were trying to explain it to him, and he wouldn't let you talk.
Well, you guys are interrupting Nate. Don, you were doing it chronically. So if you want to ask him a question, at least give him 30 seconds to respond without just
But if I interrupt, you got to let me interrupt you, Nate. Come on.
No, I will not let you interrupt because it makes it chaotic and difficult for
to
anyone
Nate.
to follow.
I'm not asking you, Gio. I'm asking him.
All right.
Please.
The problem with interruptions, here's the thing. You're listening to what someone's saying, right? You're trying to hear what they're saying. When somebody else just screams out of the blue, it then makes it like whatever that person was saying is now out the window, and whoever the dominating voice that wanted to scream over the person now is just screaming, and it's audio chaos.
Yeah, thanks for
Nobody
the
can hear anything that's
That's
being said.
what happened to me, though. I got muted for it.
I don't want to fucking use Nancy Dosey-Dos. Let's fucking get to the point.
Yeah, no, you say that every time. Every single time I've heard you be muted is because you were chronically interrupting and you just talk nonstop and you never like pull back to let someone respond.
Let's get to the point, Nate.
Somehow every single time you think that you were interrupting.
Gio, you know that's not true.
It is absolutely the truth, 100%.
Last time I got muted, I was talking, DMOC started interrupting me, and everyone saw it, and then I got muted. That's just not true, just given the last case that happened.
Yeah, but you don't ever pull. Yeah, it's definitely not true, and you don't pull back. Like you're one of these people that will just keep going, and just talking nonstop. So the only option is to mute you. It's the only option. Otherwise, the audience is just going to hear you looping in circles for fucking ever.
That's not true either. Like, I'll admit sometimes I loop, but I mean, I try to make my points under 30 seconds, and I usually can if nobody interrupts me.
Get off the personal politics. Let's pry the information out here, Nate. That's why I interrupt you. I just want the information efficiently, man. I don't want you to give me any hypotheticals. So when you started with the box, I want to interrupt and stop you right there. Okay, that's it.
All right. Well, hang on. Is it more fair, though, to let him finish and then respond?
It depends on our friendly rapport. So I like to be interrupted like that. So I treat him how I want to be treated, but I have to learn him. I don't know him that well. Anyway, Nate, let's move on, man. Like, so if you're willing to take this challenge, step up to the plate, dude, because it's a fucking.
I'm willing to take it. I just find it unfair that you're allowed to use an analogy and I'm not, but it's fine. I'll use
I'm
real
not.
life.
No. See, that's the thing. I'm not using an analogy. I'm giving you exact practicality. There is a balloon. You want to say there is an actual balloon. It actually expands, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same way that the universe can actually have a bubble size and it can actually expand. That's not hypotheticals. Give me your time example.
Okay. So number one, if time wasn't expanding, then you would have no future. You know, whatever you experience right now would be the last thing you would ever experience. The fact time keeps on expanding and progressing allows you to move into the future. We don't know what time or what your present expands into. We just know that it doesn't end. You experience the next moment and the next one and the next one. And we call this continual experience of one moment following the next the future. But this
Fine.
is an
Why you? Well,
expansion,
you
an
didn't give an
expansion of
example. You
time.
told a reason why it couldn't happen. So instead of
Now,
giving an
an
example, then why
example of
are you
this,
conflating progress with expansion?
I was just trying to set up the premise that this is how time expands. Now, an example of this is if you agreed with me that time and space were the same thing, then as space expands, time expands. This can be shown by the further we look into the distance at objects on our universal horizon. So, objects at the edge of the observable universe, the further away we look at them in space, the further back in time we are looking at them. So, the further away they get from us, the more back in time they're expanding or receding or moving away from us.
I like that, but see,
And
you
the
know how
more
I do.
forward in time we are expanding or receding or moving away from them. So, time expands as space expands.
I'm glad I don't agree with that relativity nonsense then. But
He's
yeah, that's
basically saying the center of the balloon, like if you could put a dot in the center of that balloon, and it was the plastic you started with, it would be deflated plastic touching the dot, right?
yeah, I get it.
And
I
now
get
you,
it.
now
No,
you
no, no.
have
I'm gonna respond to them real quick. Then you could go real quick, bro. Nate, you gave these totally more analogy things. You had to tie it into the relativity. I understand you gave the example of the future, but we need to talk about the total capsule of time and then how this capsule is expanding. If we want to really make a, in my opinion, truly analogous situation. Now, dude, you're a nice guy. You're a great guy, man. All this, but like, dude, earlier with the, Jeremy giving you two examples how the volume of the box could stay the same and the things in the box are moving. You wasn't even grasping that. I was expecting something profound from you here, but like maybe you really need to rethink this time expanding thing.
Right. I'd like to address time and space separately. Did you want to go before me? Who was that, SD?
It's cool. It's cool. I mean, Dawn threw mad ad homs, but I'm just let it slide. Man. Go ahead.
I didn't mean ad hom. You're actually awesome, dude.
next. I was talking about the balloon. So if you deflate the balloon, it's going to touch that little piece in there that would represent you. And then when you blow up the balloon as much as you can before it pops, right before that material pops, okay, that would be the end or the end of the expansion. There's going to be more distance to cover, right? More area to cover from your dot to the edge of that balloon now to reach that plastic
Edge.
now.
See, limits are important when talking about expanding. We have
Whoa,
to talk
hello,
about the edge.
So hello. So all they're explaining to you is their idea of this expanding time and space is just the area in which you can in the amount of duration of time it takes to get to the edge of that area. And
Let's stop
that's what
invoking
they're
Einstein.
both, that's why they say they're both the same thing. They're kind of analogous.
I'm
The
with it, but let's
expansion of
not give it
time
to him.
and the expansion of space are the same thing in their imaginary principle.
Right, but me, you don't buy that. So let's not give it. Listen, Nate, I think this is an important factor here that we didn't touch on. When talking about expanding, there's what's a known limit and then the limit increasing. I don't think we ever touched on what the limits of time were. See, I think that's what the problem that we're missing. You go, just because the
But
future is
it's the
progressing.
same with space, though. We don't know what the limits of space are. We don't know when space will stop expanding. We don't know what
Nate.
space is even expanding into. It's the
Nate.
same with time.
No, Nate. I know how big the box is. I know how big the balloon is. I know there's an X limit. See, this can be applied to just because we don't know it, we can understand the analogy of it. This is what I'm saying is missing from the temporal analogy. We haven't defined like, hey, this is what a limit of would be. A limit of the volume in the spatial dimensions we know are the height, width, and the depth. We haven't established the limits in the temporal.
There doesn't have to be a limit.
Yeah,
This is reality.
I literally equivocated space to time. I literally told you if you agreed with me that
Well, we
space
don't.
and
We
time
don't.
were the same thing, then
We don't.
this is how
We
it
don't.
would work. If you don't agree with me, then there's no other way I could explain it to you, Don. But even though you don't agree with me, you do understand the example I gave. So I don't see what the issue is. We don't have to agree, but as long as you understand what I'm saying, I'm happy.
Dude, we've
Well,
destroyed.
actually, I have to
All right.
I want to ask a question.
So can I give my version? I was
Yeah.
while I was waiting. But whatever. Go ahead, Paul.
Well, I mean, he said space and time are the same thing. Don't they have two separate definitions?
Yes, they do. They do.
So how can if they have two separate definitions, how could be the same thing?
So I'm gonna give ETH definitions on these
2
guys.
and 4. Different definitions, but they're the same thing, right?
No, I didn't understand. Somebody talked over you. Hold on a second. Somebody talked over you. I didn't hear it. So if you can have two separate definitions, but it still be the same thing, would that violate the law of identity?
You talking philosophy now. Philosophy and science, it's not the same thing.
Time is space. That's philosophy.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No.
Laws of identity. Like I don't see how that fits into relativity.
Well, you're defining things, which means you're identifying what it is. So the law of identity is very relevant, even in science.
Correct. That's true.
Okay.
The word sex has many different definitions.
Yeah.
Like I think it has.
Well, I'd like to give my definition.
Yeah,
everybody's talking.
there's someone that's been trying to get in, guys. Come on. Is that you,
Yeah,
guys?
Are you done, Paul?
I'm erasing
Well,
I don't like that you think I ad homed you. I'm erasing.
I didn't hear his response. I didn't hear his response to me. He said, he's saying that's philosophizing. I said, that's not, you need philosophy and you need logic in doing science and doing any kind of math. Definitions for something. That's not the same thing. I don't understand what he's saying. It doesn't make sense.
You rely on logic to a certain extent because there are times in science where you'll have results that defy logic, that are counterintuitive, that go against everything you've been taught to believe is logical and rational, Like the idea
like space.
Time
One of them would be
That's
like space
illogical.
being created. One of them would be space being created from nothing. Yeah, that's highly illogical.
That's one of them.
To use your, hold on a second. To use your own example,
Can I
you said 2
respond to
plus
him?
2 equals 4, and those are they're different but the same. And I would say that's wrong because if you say 2 plus 2, I could have 2 apples and 2 oranges equals 4 pieces of fruit. Why? Otherwise, if there were 4 apples, why wouldn't you just say 4 apples? If you said 2 plus 2, they're 2 different things. And now, logically, what are you logically to deduce? What are you talking about?
Plus 2 equals 4.
I like that one.
I don't know why you guys are feeding into this, dude. He asked you for a definition.
It doesn't make sense.
And you gave him a mathematical assertion in lieu of an explanation upon these things you speak of.
A definition on anything. No one's
He said, what's the difference between space and time? And you went on to give mathematical assertions that's completely irrelevant.
Between space and time. No one asked me that.
Paul did. Paul did. Go ahead, Paul.
Paul did not ask me what's the difference between.
Go ahead, Paul.
No. I see. What I asked the question was, you made the claim. I didn't make the claim that space and time are the same thing.
Yes.
But when you define space and time, they have 2 different definitions, so they cannot be the same thing.
Why?
So can I get my difference on it?
Time for, hold on a second. No, define time for me and define space for me, and tell me how they're the same thing.
All right, let's say Dicelo go first, and then I'll go after.
No, this is between me and you. This is between me and you.
Dicelo's been waiting to get in, man. Like
it's cool, man. You guys have come this far. I'll be patient. Go ahead.
Okay, so define time for me and define space for me, and explain to me how they're the same thing.
Okay, so I'll define time and space within the context of relativity.
No. Hold on a second. You said time and space. I'm saying
They're two distinct things, time and space. So you need to define time first, and then you need to define space. And then explain to me how it's the same.
Yeah. I'm going to define time and space within the context
Separately.
of relativity. Yeah, fine, cool. So
Okay.
within relativity, space is just a coordinate system along 3 different dimensions. And then the idea is time would be an extra coordinate system. Sorry, it would be an extra dimension within this coordinate system. The thing is, though, time. So see it this way: you would have 4 spatial dimensions, x, y, z, and t.
3 E. Oh,
No, 4 x, y, z, and t. But now there's a decision you need to make. You need to decide which of these dimensions is more time-like. The dimension that is more time-like will become your temporal dimension, but it is still a spatial dimension. It's just that we can treat any one of these spatial dimensions as a time-like dimension. It's affected the same way by mass and energy. It's just the mass and energy within this specific dimension can only move.
could you describe those
No, no,
spatial dimensions? Could you
Don't
describe
interrupt
them?
me.
So you can't plot it on a graph, right? You can't plot it anywhere.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Everything he's saying so far is just a mathematical description, a coordinate system. But we're talking about physics. We're talking about reality. We're talking about the world we live in. What is time? And you said time-like. So you actually, hold on. You said you cannot use the same word.
Listen, bro, I
to
wasn't
define
even
the word
done
you're
explaining, and then 5 guys jumped in, and now you jumping in. So in
'cause
physics,
you're-
we use maths and models to explain reality. Because I can't just use words to explain what I'm saying. I need to use a mathematical construct. It is because of this construct that we have the idea that space and time are the same thing. It's the mathematics that tells us that.
4 dimensions: height, width, length, and time.
You can't use
Hold on a
words
second.
to explain things. How does a physicist write a book then?
I am
The whole
using words
point
to
here.
explain things.
No, that's what you just said. You can't. The
I
whole
didn't
point here
say
is
you
that
can't.
using very
What I said
specific
is,
words and very specific words have very
Man,
specific
I got
meanings.
confidence, Rags, to get this. Let's let
Do that.
Rags get it.
Yeah,
what he's
let
asking
Paul finish this up, guys. Please give him like 5 minutes.
That's what Paul's asking you for, a definition.
I know, and he still hasn't given me one. All I've heard is a coordinate system. I can define time. Hold on a second. Let me define it as I perceive it. Time, and I've said this on here before. Time is the man-made construct on the measurement of change. Okay, space is a volume with 3 dimensions. So those those 2 different definitions in my mind. Now you can plot it on a graph. You can plot those things necessarily on a graph, but that's not necessarily the world that I live in as a graph.
that's fine. Those are your definitions, and I wouldn't
Tell me
tell you are wrong to all those definitions. But within the context of general relativity, space-time, where space and time are seen as one and the same thing, is very different from space and time in the context in which you defined it. Very
Could you
different.
tell me on that?
That's why
Could you-
I said in the beginning, I'm going to define
My
space and
definition
time
is
within
correct.
the context of relativity, where they are seen as the same things. In philosophy, in medicine, we don't see space and time as the same things, but in relativity, we do. And in
Okay,
relativity,
so-
the idea is that
So as
the
long as I
fabric
can plot it
of
on the graph, it's the
reality
same thing.
is made of 4 spatial dimensions, but one of these spatial dimensions, you can make a decision to treat it as a temporal dimension if it's time-like.
How
And
are there
these
4 spatial dimensions?
are
How?
interchangeable.
Time-like.
How are there 4 spatial dimensions?
Hold on a second. What does time-like mean?
So
What does that
time-like
mean?
means time-like basically explains how matter or energy evolve within this dimension. It means that matter or energy's freedom of movement, freedom of evolution is fixed on one axis. So within spatial dimensions, you can move in any direction you want. You can move up, down, left, right, front, back. But within a temporal or time-like dimension, you can only move in one direction. You can only move forwards in time. You can't move left, right in time, up, down in time, or backwards in time. You only move forward.
Well, I can.
So when
Wait a minute. Okay, that's fine. Then that means they're not the same thing. So space and time are not the same thing. Because you can only move one direction. You just said
they
they
are
can
the
move and
same
only move in
thing,
one direction.
but it's because of how
But
we
time, but you said
it's
in
because
time.
of the freedom. It's the same thing, but the freedom of movement we have within
All right,
it.
how about your zero time particle, bro?
No, describe the full spatial dimension. Dude. Describe the spatial T. Describe it.
Well, hold on, dude, because I've been waiting, and
Why are you not
Paul had a
killing him on
question.
this thing?
Paul had a question, and it turned into a multitude of questions. So, yeah. So, and that's fine, Paul, because I understand you're interested in this, but I just want to share something in the sense that I would define space as the measured volume between masses and magnitudes, whose measure is time, and time is the measure of magnitudes. And when we talk about space and time, they're literally just the attributional byproduct of magnitude and its measure. So ultimately, they don't have any. There's no material essence to time nor space. Time means a lot on the outer hands of a analog clock, but as soon as you get to the rotating pin of that center axle point, time doesn't exist, right? If you can please share with me any of the properties of space and time, other than eluding its attributes, I would be very obliged to hear that. 'Cause I've yet to hear anybody pinpoint the properties, the physical elements of time and space, other than combining the two together and creating this pseudo Riemannian fictitious force that we call
Telling us
gravitation.
an action and reaction. Yeah.
Yo, whoever's got the over under on Democ saying action and reaction today, you lost. If you had the under.
Leave the mark alone, man. But yeah,
So,
I don't know if you guys heard
Democ, I'm waiting for him to respond to what I just said, bud. That wasn't a cue for you to jump all over. Go ahead, man of consciousness.
I have no issue with your definitions of space and time, but it just depends in what context you're trying to define space and time. When I gave you guys my ultimate context, I don't know if there's an ultimate context in which you can define space and time, because at the end of the day, we don't really know what space and time are. It's very abstract, and we come up with these loose concepts to try and understand what they are. But I made it very clear in the beginning that when I say space and time are the same thing, I'm speaking within the context of relativity and relativity
I
only.
understand.
Yeah. Okay.
But you have to understand where we're coming from, being that we don't subscribe to that. So we need something logical and practical that we can all agree upon to move forward with, other than these abstract concepts that invoke this material essence to something that doesn't have any sort of seemingly material essence to it.
But your definition are just as abstract as mine. You guys are trying to do the same thing I'm trying to do, which is put a concrete definition to something extremely abstract. You are trying to define
what I'm telling
space
you
and time.
is
How would your definition ever be more concrete or hold more weight than mine? How do you understand time better than anyone else in the world?
So, because what I just told you is that it's a perception. Time is comprised of the past and future alone, which are wholly phantasms of perception and memory, and the present moment, or the now, is not a part of time whatsoever, since nobody can stand in a moment of the same waters flowing, nor can time be still. So if it's always going, you have to look into the the Zeno's paradox. But I also want to ask you if you're familiar with the zero time particle.
What is the zero time particle?
Well, I think you could easily Google it. I'm driving right now, or else I'll do it for you. But if you've never heard of this concept, You should listen to what science is saying about it.
Why not just summarize it for me? You know about it. You brought it to my
Well,
attention. Just tell me what it is.
So I would say it's the fundamental particle of the universe.
Elaborate. Go on. Like, I mean, give me a breakdown. Like when you guys asked me how space and time are the same thing, I went into great detail explaining it. I'm sure you could do the same.
I'm begging you to tell me how your fourth dimension equivocates as spatial. Describe the space of this fourth dimension.
I mean, I want to do that, Don, but like, I'm getting into it with dice slow. Like,
right.
All right, cool. So the way it can be equivocated is we know space and time, or the temporal dimension, is a spatial dimension because there are situations where a temporal dimension can flip and become a spatial dimension. This happens through what we call Lorentz invariance. And an example of this happening in the real world is within black holes. So when you enter a black hole, what happens is causality flips and your dimensions of time and space flip as well.
I'm
So
sorry.
your
I'm sorry to
time
interrupt.
like
Who the fuck
let me
has entered
finish. Let me finish.
How do you
I'm
know
not
what
done.
happens inside of a
But I'm
black
not
hole?
Guys, let
done.
him finish. Guys.
No, I'm sorry. Who the hell knows what happens inside of a black hole?
Fuzzy, let him finish.
No, let him
Fuzzy.
finish
So you can pinpoint.
Fuzzy.
So you can pin him down.
Fuzzy.
Let him finish.
Demok, not the time to pipe up. We got this, bro.
Mute. Everybody go on mute.
All right.
All right.
Go
so
ahead,
that-
Nate. Finish it up.
Okay. So here in ordinary space, you can move freely in all of your three spatial dimensions, but only one direction in your temporal dimension. When you enter a black hole, this flips. Your
No,
temporal
you said
dimension.
there was 4 spatial dimensions. You said there was 4.
Okay,
shit,
there's
man. Don.
all right.
I'm
but
with him. I
Don,
can interrupt him. I'm
you
with him.
heard me explain that there's 4 spatial dimensions, but the one spatial dimension in which your freedom of movement is limited, we say that spatial dimension is time-like, and we treat it like a temporal dimension.
So it's only real.
still
It's
a
only
spatial
spatial on the other side of a black hole.
So this is where I'm showing you the equivocation. This is where I'm proving to you that a temporal dimension is just a spatial dimension, but we just say it's
Because of
temporal
it's
because
where,
it's time-like.
All right.
Hold on. So you proved it to us by telling us what happens when you enter inside of a black hole. That was your proof.
Yeah.
And you know what
I
happens when
haven't
you
explained
enter a
it.
black
Utter
hole.
horse shit.
So listen. This is what the
You just
mathematics
said
tells
yes
us.
to that? He said you proved it. No, you just said yes to Jeremy just
I
then. Is that
didn't
what
say
you just
yes.
said?
I said I haven't even explained it yet. That's what I said. I didn't say yes because I was
You just
getting there,
explained it
and
by.
I haven't explained what happens when you enter the black hole, Jeremy.
You said it's
Now, no one's
flip.
been inside the black hole. It's the mathematics that tells us inside the black hole, this is what would happen. When you enter the black hole, your temporal,
Who
I'm like
measured the
dimension.
black hole?
Please let me finish, man. Come on.
Let
When
him
I'm done,
finish,
you can
guys,
laugh
please.
and ridicule
Yeah,
and
guys,
all of
stop
that.
being
But I
rude.
just want
Yeah.
to get this out.
Youngster, let me lead this more because see how easy it is to expose.
Don. Just let me get this last piece out. So when you enter a black hole, your time-like dimension in which your movement is limited becomes spatial because now you can move through all axes of time once you're inside a black hole.
And you know what happens?
Once
And you
you're
know-
inside, Jeremy, come on, man. Once you're
bad. I
inside
thought
a
you were
black
done, my bad.
hole, you can move up, down, left, right, back, forward in space. In time, sorry. But in
Right, can I just
space,
ask you?
you can only move in one direction. So you know how right now through time we can only move forward in time? In a black hole, you can only move forward in space. And that forward movement in space in a black hole takes you directly to the singularity. So anybody that crosses
Well,
the
it's called
event
an
horizon,
astrophysical jet.
anybody that passes the event horizon, all of your timelines become space lines, and all of those space lines have you moving in one and the same direction. So if all of us pass the event horizon, our future space lines would all meet at one spot. We would all share the same future if we cross.
And you don't think it's weird. And you don't think it's weird. Hello. And you don't think it's weird that you're explaining to us what happens when you enter a black hole. That's not weird to you at all?
Well, no. The weirdest part about it is no. Wait, hold on. The weirdest part. Hold on. The weirdest part was before that he said we've got a real world example of this. That was the
entering a
funniest
black
bit.
hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the real world example of this?
Hold on, he's got one more key thing he said. He said we can't explain it with words, but we can explain it with numbers.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
No.
So
we all lost the conversation the moment we engaged with Kosho's magic bread. As soon as you say magic bread, the conversation's over. We're already in fairyland.
Yeah, so to respond to what Demok just said, Demok, someone made the claim because I was explaining how space-time are the same things using a mathematical framework, and someone tried to say numbers aren't reality, this, that, and the third, and all I said is, for when it comes to physics, it's easier to explain things in the real world using numbers than it is using language. You know, that's why we use mathematical modeling.
Hold on, what is math?
Formulas.
What is a mathematical formula but another language?
Exactly. It's a type of language. But it's easier to use mathematics than it is to use English to explain physics. Because math is an easier language to speak physics in than English.
Let me get this straight. So 4 minus 4, like whether I'm talking physics, electrics, wood, measurements, time, whatever, like how did that fucking help you?
Well, 4 minus 4, if you're using it in a formula to explain a naturally observing phenomena within a physical context, gets the message across way better than using English, using words to speak and describe what you're saying. It's easier to understand it using mathematical modeling.
Then to say I took 4 of your apples and now you don't have the motherfuckers?
But 4 of my apples doesn't explain relativity. What explains relativity is Einstein's equations. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. No, I don't, because now you're trying to explain something that doesn't exist.
All right, how about this?
Numbers exist on the board.
Talking about the ether doesn't really explain electromagnetics that well. What explains electromagnetics really well are Maxwell's equations. How about that? Does that get the point across?
Listen, putting 4 minus 4 and getting your answer of 0 right on the board and saying, little kid, 2 plus 2 equals 4, 4 minus 4 equals 0. This is your answer. No, that doesn't equivalent to anything in material reality ever.
Yeah, but Demok, I've abandoned that analogy and I gave you a different one. Could you speak to the different one I gave?
Numbers have to be fucking spoken on the same way that you can use words and terminology and context. A number has to be in a certain context, right? And if you don't understand the context and it's just a number, you're saying 5 minus 5 is going to be 0 for whether I'm using it for wood, electricity, or what the fuck is your back context other than you have a number that's going to equivalent to what it's going to equivalent every time? The action of this number is always going to get that reaction. I don't care what you're using it for. So no, the number is nothing but confusion, just like language half the time when you got too many fucking words meaning too many things, like Paul was trying to explain. Too many. Too unsimple.
Okay.
Sorry, did you just say action and reaction again? I'm keeping a tally.
He did.
Yes.
He did.
Yes, I
He
did.
did.
Yes,
All
I
right.
did.
I'll mark it down. I'll mark it down. Thank you.
Also, equivalate's not a word.
I made
equivalent
it your slang book.
It's a word now, all right?
Yes, it is. It's a word now because I made it. Scientific new
discovery,
new
huh?
words. Yep.
Yeah, but Demok, you can't complain about people using too many words when you make up words every day.
No, I'm just learned it by watching you. Don't complain about me doing your trick. I'm doing your trick back to you. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at me. It equivalates to what I'm doing, right?
Okay, so I find it very weird that you guys have space created from nowhere. That is very disturbing that people would even think this is possible.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, no one says space is created from nowhere, but if we make the claim that we see the universe expanding, then logically there are certain conclusions you would have to come to. That either the
you can
universe
come to the conclusion. My bad. Go ahead.
Wow,
Yeah,
equivalent is actually a word.
yeah. We come to the conclusion you were coming to, which is space must be coming from nowhere, and space must be expanding into nothing. But
No,
it's
that's
only
not the conclusion I come to. That's not the conclusion I come to. We observe shit getting farther away from us. I say, oh, look, stuff's getting farther away from us. You guys see stuff getting farther away from us and wanna hug and hold Einstein's theory so hard that you say, oh, must be space is getting created out of nowhere.
yeah, that is one of the conclusions the people come to, but no one claims that.
No one claims what?
I have
Hold
a
on,
question.
guys. No one claims what, Nate?
Being made
Hold on, guys.
from nowhere.
Okay, where there's space there right now, there's space in between us and the farthest galaxy away from us. In 5
Yeah.
minutes, there's going to be more space. That is,
Yeah.
space has now been created. It came. Where did that space being created? Right?
Yeah. Well,
Guys, I have
That's
a theory.
created.
Jeremy, I don't know what it means. No one knows what it means.
Guys,
All we see is
My theory is perhaps space is not being created or destroyed. It's infinite, and it's always been infinite.
No, you don't understand. In their theory with dark energy.
What we observe is the
hold on, I
movement
thought you
of
were done, dude.
galaxies, stars, planets in
Jeremy,
relation
can
to
I-
each other.
can I
Yeah,
just-
but in their
Perhaps.
theory though, in their theory, they have space being created from nowhere.
There's a reason for that because
You're
what
claiming, dude.
The Big
there's
Bang,
there's
the
a
explosion, right?
Am I talking to myself here?
Sorry.
Yeah, Jason.
Right? The reason why we don't say they're just getting further away from each other is because they actually have two different velocities. If you were to measure those galaxies and their motions with each other, you would get one velocity. Then you measure the velocity they have as moving away from us, and you get a totally different velocity, right? They have a proper velocity with respect to each other, and then they have what's called a recession velocity, that they're moving away from us. So that makes the idea that they're just moving away from that things are just moving away from each other, that makes that obsolete, because they want to have two velocities like that.
Okay, so you're saying space isn't being created in between the galaxies? Jace, is space getting created in between the galaxies or not?
Oh, what's usually still like what the math says is that the scale factor is increasing. And a way of interpreting that is to say that space is getting created in between the galaxies, right? And dark energy is the energy that's being used to create that space. That's one way of interpreting it. But the only thing that you can say within a confidence interval is that the scale factor is increasing.
So they definitely say space. They definitely say space is being created in between the
no,
galaxies.
Jeremy. They don't say that.
Jace
we have
just
this
said
opposite. Jace did not say that.
I
Jace
said
literally
that's
did not
one.
say that.
I said that's one interpretation of the math.
So Glenn, hold on. Can we measure if space is being
Jace?
created between these two galaxies as opposed to
Jace,
space
what's the
being
different
created?
interpretation? Let this other guy go. Go ahead. I'd love to know the other interpretation, but this other guy doesn't want to know it. So go ahead.
Hello?
No, go. I kind of forgot.
Yeah,
what I
if
was
you're not
saying.
going to answer his question, answer mine. What's another interpretation if space isn't being created? That they're actually moving farther away from each other, which absolutely destroys Einstein's relativity theories? Is that another
I just
interpretation,
told you
Jay?
why that doesn't work, right? They would not have both a proper velocity and a recession velocity if things were just moving apart from each other. That wouldn't be possible.
Sorry, things are, we observe things moving away from each other far in the galaxy. You're saying
No.
It's not possible that they're actually moving farther away from each other in the galaxy.
He's hard of
that's
understanding.
not what's observed. What's actually observed by astronomers is that these galaxies have a velocity in relation to each other in their own galaxy clusters, and they have a separate velocity in relation to us. And right, that velocity changes as distance changes. So that would not be possible, be physically impossible, if they were just moving away from each other, right? It rules that out. Doesn't make sense.
So there's a different amount of space being created depending on how we look at it. Like, how do you guys explain it?
As I said before, all that the maths tells you is that the scale factor is increasing. Now you can interpret that as space being created and the whole dark energy thing being the energy supply for that. But all that the math tells you is that the scale factor is increasing. From the Friedman equation, you get a scale factor.
So things are definitely getting farther away from each other in space, right? Galaxies.
Like I said, they have two different velocities. So you can just repeat your silly claim over. Go ahead.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not my claim. Your claim is things are getting farther away from each other in space.
No,
You're saying depending on how we look at it.
Claim is, right? They have a velocity with respect to each other, that they're moving in relation to each other in their galaxy cluster. Then they have a velocity with relation to objects that are specific distances away. One of those is us here on Earth.
Sure. So
and that is
they're moving away from each other. So they're moving away from the other galaxies at one speed, and they're moving away from us at another speed. But you're saying that they can't be actually moving away from each other because that would be impossible for them to be moving away from the galaxies near them at one speed and away from us at a different speed.
How can I be moving in relation to one object at one speed?
Well, I could have Nate standing in one spot, and I could be moving away from him at a certain speed, and then I could be moving away from you standing in a different place at a different speed. How's that not possible?
You don't see how that's not... How can you, if me and Nate are standing somewhere, how can you be moving away from him at one speed and away from me at another? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because if you're standing in one spot, and then Nate's standing a little to the left, and I'm going straight ahead, it might look like I'm going at one speed away from him and a different speed away from you.
Yeah, because the angle.
I mean, if you think that makes sense, I don't know what to tell you.
So space is or isn't being created. And Jeremy also asked you, what are the other interpretations? Remember when the guy interrupted?
No. What? So you're saying, Jace, you're saying space is not being created in between the galaxies.
I said that's one I'll admit it's the favored interpretation among most scientists, but it's just one interpretation of the math.
Well, according to GR, we're going to go with Einstein, right? We're not going to go with some bullshit scientist. We're going to go with relativity, right? What does relativity say?
That's what I'm saying, Jeremy. Relativity only tells you that the scale factor of the universe is increasing. That's all it tells you. It tells you that A is increasing, right? Now, you can interpret that in many different ways. The favorite being that, yes, the idea that there's dark energy and it's causing space to be created, as you like to put it, and that is causing the distances to increase between things, right?
Well, if space isn't, let me ask you this. If space isn't being created between the galaxies, what's another option other than they're actually moving farther away from us? Is there another option?
I've heard other more complicated things about just like how measuring distances can change as you get to certain distances away from something. It's another way of interpreting
So maybe
scale
they
factor.
appear like an illusion, kind of like they appear as they're further than they actually are, basically.
So you're saying people think that measuring distances once we get farther away is we're not measuring the right distances, but you were sitting here telling me that things couldn't be moving away from each other at a different
Well, these
speed,
are all theories,
which
man.
would involve the distance.
He's going over all the theories, possible theories.
I'm just giving
and
you
explanations. He's not
The
interpretation.
last theory
Correct.
he just said blew his fucking refutation of what I said earlier out of the water.
The theory says, all that the theory says is that A equals positive number. A equals increasing. That's all the theory says. Anything past that is just interpreting the math. That's all that it is.
I just said the last thing you said totally blew your refutation of my thing about things moving away from each other at two different speeds out of the water.
What do you mean? I gave you another interpretation of math. I never said
Yes,
I
and that
subscribed to any of these or I'm claiming any of these.
The last interpretation you gave blew your refutation of my thing, saying that they could actually be moving away from each other out of the water. You understand?
No, go ahead. Explain. It's nothing to do with
You said
velocity.
we can't measure. You said we can't measure distances once we get that far away.
No, I never said that. What are you talking about?
What was the last interpretation you said?
That the distances, like measuring distances between things. Like if I were to measure something that's 5 feet away, like at that distance, the scale factor isn't contributing anything to that really. But as you start to measure things that are very far away, right, then this thing called the scale factor can start to throw off the distances in relation to each other, right?
Sure. So the distances might be wrong in relation to each other. So when you're telling me you measuring the speed, it can't. When you say, oh, they can't actually be moving away from each other because they have two different velocities, and that could be wrong because you don't even know. You're not even sure if the distances are correct, which you would need to have speed, which is what you just said.
The velocities are taken from the redshift, dude. We're not taking velocity like speed over time. They're from the
You're in the
redshift.
You're in the weeds, Jeremy.
Light from supernovas.
Yeah, if you want to get to what the actual theory says, you have to get into the weeds.
A
No.
lot of mathematics.
The point,
That's what
the
I'm
point
saying.
is he's
Mathematics.
wiggling and worming. He had you.
Oversimplified thing.
He has y'all tripping on y'all logical nonsense, bro. 1 minute we talking about being inside a black hole, okay, and now you're talking about shit that's not understandable, but you know that it's happening, but you don't have any ideas for it. But the main theory that you have for it, you're not willing to tell him, yeah, that's what's happening. Like it's crazy right now, bro.
Listen to me. You're telling me you can't measure the distance.
Because
the
that's
last interpretation. Hold on, Jay. The last interpretation was we might have the distances wrong because we can't measure distance once you get that far away, right?
No, the scale factor would tell you how that changes, though. So you can compute the distance, but that's not how you're measuring distances in astronomy, anyways, right? They're doing it from the redshift, so it has nothing to do with taking like a fucking yardstick and measuring speed over time. That's not how it's done, Jeremy. So what you're saying?
So they can measure distance, and your last interpretation was just bullshit.
No, Jeremy, it's because you don't understand what Jace means when he talks about a scale factor.
The scale factor tells you how the universe is scaling at certain distances.
If you have the distances right, which your last interpretation of it said you might not have the distances right. Holy shit, man. Are you guys
the
fucking...
scale factor tells you how to scale the distances, genius.
Okay, so
that might not be right according to your last interpretation.
Yeah, all it tells you is that the scale factor is increasing. Anything that you're trying to throw on top of that is just interpreting the math.
Yeah, your last interpretation blew your shit out of the water that they can't actually be moving away from us at actual speeds and space isn't expanding. So does your last interpretation have?
free to think so.
Does your last interpretation have space not expanding in between the galaxies?
Yeah, like come on, Jace.
Jeremy has not
Chase conceded. Chase conceded that the most popular interpretation amongst cosmologists is space coming in between.
Hello. Did your last interpretation not have space expanding in between the galaxies?
No.
No, and so they're actually moving away from us at faster than light speeds.
No, the distances are scaling differently.
The distances are wrong.
No, they're scaling differently. So
It's
for like
basically
every
so the distances are wrong.
every megaparsec, you would need to scale it another like half megaparsec. Like that's just an example.
Everything's
So in your last
inflating.
interpretation. So in your last interpretation, we don't know the distances in space. That's what you're saying?
No, the scale factor would tell you how to scale them so that you can get the distances. But that's not how you're measuring distances in astronomy.
According to your last interpretation, you don't know the distance because you don't know how to scale it.
Do I have to say it again? That the scale
One parsec
factor
is a
tells
half a
you
parsec or what?
the scale factor tells you how to scale the distances, dude. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
And
You're so desperate.
Your
for
last
a
interpretation says that's fucking wrong. So you don't know the distances. I'm not desperate for a gotcha. You're double speaking out of both sides of your face.
Yeah, this problem
Interpretation told us that.
This problem is on your end. You're talking out of your rear end.
Nope. Sorry.
Yep.
Interpretation.
Not like he's
No need for an
talking
apology. You're talking like an
Left
idiot.
lane, do you understand what I'm saying? Am I really
Yeah,
not?
I understand it.
Yeah, I'm kind of following along
Interpretation.
and I have to admit it is a little confusing not understanding all of the ins and outs of it, but yeah, I'm following.
No, it's not confusing. It's contradictory. It's literally contradicting himself. Not confusing at all. Not even a little bit.
It's not even something I subscribe to, which is funny. You guys are so desperate.
I wouldn't
I'm just
subscribe to. I
giving
wouldn't
you
subscribe
another.
to it either. I don't blame you.
That you don't
We're not desperate for a gotcha.
You are.
For a
though.
gotcha.
That's what this is all about.
Talking about it.
It's all about if space is expanding in between the universes or not. That's what this is about. I'm not trying to get a gotcha on you. I could give a fuck about getting a gotcha on you. I'm trying to expose the silly notion that space is being created from nowhere.
You don't even need a gotcha on him. He gotcha'd himself.
I didn't get that out of it.
I have a question.
Explain it in your words, Howard. You said you kind of understood it, right? So explain it in your words.
No, I can't even begin to go into it.
Yeah, don't pick on him, Bass. So come on.
No. Well, hey, look, I'm exactly like Howard, right?
I'm following along, but I'm missing the gotcha. I don't get the gotcha of it.
There's no fucking gotcha.
Yeah,
this is not about getting a gotcha on.
The only gotcha would be him contradicting himself repeatedly during the conversation. It's not a real gotcha. It's just he contradicts himself over and over again.
I never once contradicted.
He absolutely did, though.
I did not get any contradiction.
Oh, I think that what Jay has done, he's described something that he doesn't subscribe to. So he thinks there's very little to obviously back it up, right? So, but he's described what they describe, pretty much in a nutshell.
Okay, so if you
listen, the point
that's
is
fine. So he should be fine with us just saying that's a mentally retarded idea. It's not even his idea, and we can move on. He's wrong.
Yeah,
Pretty
I
much.
told you from the
Pretty much.
beginning that I
Pretty
don't
much. Yeah.
subscribe to that.
Okay.
That's exactly
Listen,
what Jay
the
said.
point
Actually,
is
doesn't.
the point is either these galaxies are moving farther away from us, space is expanding, meaning space is being created out of nowhere, causing the galaxies to move farther away, or they're actually moving farther away, which would absolutely destroy relativity.
Can I ask you a question, Jeremy? Is space physical? Is it material?
No, there's not. It's nothing.
Okay. Well, it is a descriptor, like you're describing something. So there's space between us. So if it's a descriptor, okay, and it's not really made of anything. So it's not made of energy or matter. So it's not necessarily being created. It's just a concept we're using to describe what we see.
Yeah, but they're saying this concept is appearing out of nowhere in between galaxies.
Well, you're describing distances, which are as a descriptor. Remember, we talked about that. There's a distance increasing between the two galaxies, so it's not necessarily being created out of nowhere. You're just describing what's happening to the galaxies.
Yeah, they're saying that that this space is being created out of nowhere, and that's why the galaxies, because they can't have them actually getting farther apart, because that would destroy relativity. Destroy it.
Well, I mean, but even to stand a descriptor is being created out of nowhere. That doesn't make sense. So what you're trying to argue doesn't make sense.
I don't do that. Shit doesn't make sense. I agree with you. Having space being created out of nowhere is fucking silly.
Who said that? I came in obviously late. Who said that space is being created out of nowhere?
Dude, this is relativity. This is dark energy, right? You have these galaxies in space. Hold on. You got these galaxies. Hold on a second. You got these galaxies.
Go ahead.
Galaxies in space, further apart from each other. The one farthest away from us that we can see is moving at over double the speed of light. So they have no excuses. So either they're actually moving away from us at double the speed of light, or space is getting created.
No, the scale. It's just a scale that solves all our problems. That word, Jeremy. That's it, the scale. I've listened to it. I've heard him put his tail between his legs and say, "But the scale," and that we should be happy with that.
Yeah,
well,
but
I
you
have
guys
heard
know what he means when he says the scale factor. I think
Yeah,
that's
you're right.
Yeah. Well, let me say something. Actually, there's a thing I posted, and it's actually a problem with the Big Bang Theory, that they're saying that the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, which would violate, is it general or special relativity? Which one would it violate? So
it doesn't violate either of them. It doesn't violate either
both of them.
It doesn't.
Both.
Though.
Well, why wouldn't it? If something is expanding faster than light, that's a violation.
Relativity says is nothing can move through the universe or through space-time faster than the speed of light. But space-time itself, or the universe itself, can expand faster than the speed of light if it wants to.
That's why, Paul. That's why they have this. They have this space being created out of nowhere in between the galaxies, so that they can keep relativity, not have to trash it.
No, Jeremy. It's because we observe it happening. We observe it happening. We see light
farther away from each other.
We see the light from galaxies receding away from us being redshifted. We see that the further away the further away they go, the further away light from a galaxy or a supernova is away from us, the more redshifted the light is that's coming towards us. We see the scale factor increase as these things get further away from us. And using those two things, we come to the conclusion that the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate. Now, the logical conclusion to that, there are two logical conclusions. Because we only have one observation. We don't have any other observations, but we need to make some conclusions. Otherwise, we're kind of just in the air, So the conclusions we come to is that number one, the universe must be expanding into nothing because we don't see nothing outside of
outer
the
space.
universe, or we don't see the universe interacting with outer space. And the other conclusion is that because the universe is expanding, in between the spaces where there's expansion, there logically must be new space being created out of nowhere, which is what you are talking about, But those are just
In
logical
between the galaxies.
conclusions. In between the galaxies, yes. In between the
There's no
galaxies.
Nate, there's no other option other than space is being created in between the galaxies. Otherwise,
I
you have the
agree with you,
galaxy.
Jeremy. I agree with you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Why were
These are
you
the
guys
two
fighting me
logical
so hard on
conclusions.
it this whole time?
No one was fighting you on it. Jace literally
That
said
didn't sound like that to
he
me.
agrees. Well, it's because you weren't listening. Jace said that he agrees that most cosmologists would go along with the interpretation that space is being created out of thin air. Jace said that. Like, I don't know how
Okay,
you
good.
didn't hear
I'm
him
glad
say
we
that.
agree. I'm glad we agree. So do you see how
Yeah, but
silly it is that
he
we have?
said that so long ago. The only reason we're still arguing about this now, Jeremy, is because you weren't listening.
Okay, do you see how silly it is? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's you making this silly, bro. Like, Jace conceded so long ago. It's
I'm
you
not
that
making it
just
silly,
wanna
dude.
let
You
it
got
go.
space being created out of nowhere. That's silly.
Jace thinks it's a silly idea as well. A lot of people think it's a silly idea, but it's the only logical conclusion you can come to if the
You
universe
have
is
to have that
expanding.
to keep. You have to have this silly idea to subscribe to relativity, though.
It's the only thing that makes logical sense, and it's not because we're trying to stick to relativity. There's nothing to do with relativity. It's the consequence
It's the only way you can keep
of an
relativity is if
observation.
you have space.
No, that's not
Dude,
true.
it's the only way you can keep relativity is if you have space being created out of thin air, nowhere.
That's not true.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, how?
What's
How
another
then?
option? What's another option?
There's no other option. But what I'm saying is, even if there wasn't another option, it has no effect on relativity. If you feel it does, you should explain to me what effect it does have on it.
The effect would be that if the galaxies are actually moving away from each other at faster than light speed, that would absolutely destroy GR. There's your other option.
But how does it destroy GR? That's what I want to know.
Things would be moving faster than the speed of light. Hello?
What's moving faster than the speed of light?
Through space. What the
Nothing is
are you
moving
fucking
faster
with me,
than
Nate?
the speed of light.
Actually, that's not
Yeah,
true.
Jeremy,
they would just say time would be going slower.
The claim is that the universe is expanding faster than light. No
Inst-
one says that
instantaneous
things are
action at a
moving
distance.
within the universe faster than the speed of light. No one is saying that.
Nate,
So-
Google how fast the farthest galaxy is moving away from us. It's moving
The
away from us
universe-
at double. It's moving away from us at double the speed of light. Okay, so whether it's us moving half the speed and them moving half the
isn't
speed,
real movement.
it would
That
absolutely
is-
destroy. It
but
would
that's-
absolutely destroy relativity because you can't have things moving faster than the speed of light.
No, what would destroy relativity was if that galaxy that's moving 2 times the speed of light and we were able to communicate with it. If we could send a signal, like a radio wave to it, then that would absolutely destroy relativity. Because relativity causes
Yeah, we went through this before. So you're claiming things can move faster than the speed of light.
No.
Only if they're unknown galaxies that you can't.
That would debunk matter.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a reason why
Jace, you're saying, hold on, guys.
He's
Jace, you're
going
saying
for his
things can
gotcha.
move. Jace, you're saying things can move.
How the hell do y'all not hear Jeremy saying, "Hold on, guys," and then start?
I don't know. They're fucking assholes. Go ahead, guys. Have fun.
Yeah, but Jeremy, you're just looking for
Yeah, but Jeremy, as you talk through him again the whole time, I even was going to comment, but I didn't want to cut off Jeremy again. How do you talk through people so much and then complain when you get talked through?
I'll tell you what it is, Paul. I'll tell you what it is, Paul. They know that their paradigm is getting slowly eroded, and they can't help but defend it. That's the problem.
I like when you call no earth curve and like 4 of them pipe up at once, like they're so triggered on it. That happened 2 times or 3 times a day.
That's a bit unfair, man.
Not
Because
really.
most of the people
they were flat
interrupting
earthers interrupting Jeremy as well.
it was the people interrupting were flat earth.
Yeah, there's left lane. He's one of them. Every time you mention Earth curve going away, he pipes up just like right now. You don't hear him for hours. You don't hear him for hours. You don't even hear him when Blue Ball comes in until someone takes away his balls and then he comes in. Thanks,
Why
Left
you
Lane.
put on Howard so much, man? Jesus. And also,
I don't know. I've been kind of biased lately, haven't you noticed?
but also, Rocky,
He's
there
going
was
through
so
a
many.
transition.
Yeah,
did,
but there
can I
were
ask
so
a
many
question?
people interrupting Jeremy. It wasn't just Globers. There were flat earthers that were getting all over Jeremy.
Yeah, I
as well.
said y'all. Yeah, y'all.
Y'all,
Meaning
okay, y'all, all of
everyone
them.
interrupting Jeremy every time. It's like
Okay, so Jace, you're saying things can move through space faster than the speed of light, and relativity will still hold up. That's what you're claiming right now.
I think
Sounded
Jason
like that's
thinks-
what you were claiming.
But that isn't what he was claiming. What he was claiming was sending a signal, sending information.
Can we let Jace